Welcome to Eternal Dread, where fear never sleeps. Tell us where you're watching from, and what time it is, because terror has no limits. If you're brave enough, share and comment, but beware, something might be watching you too. Now, turn off the lights, and let the dread begin. I didn't get much sleep last night either. The lack of sleep is making me wonder whether all these things happening are in my mind or not. But I'm reminded every time I see that damn note that it's all real. I spent hours last night searching for anything I could about Prudence Hemmings. If she had lived in a big creepy mansion, I imagine she would have been easy to find. But us folk who live in tower blocks aren't so well documented. No one cares about our lives, no matter how extraordinary. I found an article about missing person Lila Hemmings. It suggested that she went missing under the care of her grandmother while playing in the park opposite the flats early in the morning. Interviews with her parents stated that they had both disowned Prudence. Despite the many years that had passed since Lila's death/disappearance, her parents appeared to have remained unforgiving of Prue. There was no mention of her on either of their social media accounts, and she appeared to have no involvement with the children they had acquired since. Searches for the Hemmings family in the local area were equally dead ends. I looked at link after link, desperate to find something, but they all started to blur into one. Until finally I saw something. An obituary for Bernard Bernie Hemmings, who had fallen from the tower block in unexplained circumstances after being diagnosed with dementia months before his death. I was surprised it hadn't made bigger news. It had only been about a year. There were no details of where to find them, but his wife Prudence and her sister Bridget were listed as contacts to find out details of the funeral. It's scary what you can do with the internet these days, but just with those phone numbers I was able to put them into a reverse directory and find an address for Bridget and Tony Bishop, the sister and brother-in-law that Prudence was supposedly living with. About 4 a.m. I managed to get some sleep. Not much though. I was back up and wide awake at around 7 a.m., planning my route and working out my day. I saw a post on social media from one of her relatives that Georgia was identified and is stable. This loosened the knot in my stomach that has been present since I found the note somewhat. At 8:50, I opened the door to my flat hoping to see Postman Ian. For minutes passed, and instead of the postman, an elderly gentleman made his way down the corridor. He had a walking stick and kind eyes. In his free arm he carried a small plastic bag containing a newspaper and milk. He smiled and said good morning as he passed. I smiled back. He reminded me of my granddad. I imagined him pulling cola cubes from his pocket for his grandkids and shushing them when their parents weren't looking. A little further down the corridor the old man stopped and turned. He looked me dead in the eyes with a sympathetic expression and spoke. "No post on a Sunday, if that's what you were waiting for." He smiled knowingly and turned to unlock a front door that until shut I couldn't see the number of. When I saw the door close and the number 48 boldly displayed above the peephole, I understood what Prudence had meant. Mr. Prentice did seem to be a lovely chap. I sat back in my flat inside, staring at the various tabs open on my laptop. At about 9:15 the knocking on the balcony door started. The window cleaner was back. I didn't feel half as terrified as I had the first time. If anything, I was just angry. It took every ounce of restraint I had in my tired body not to engage with him, if only to tell him to fuck off. His genuine seeming requests just irritated me. After about 20 minutes of being watched, the knocking started to give me a headache, so I grabbed a bag and left the flat. I decided there was no time like the present. If I was going to turn up on the Bishop's doorstep looking for her sister, because of the freaky flat she's left behind, then I had to get it over with. If the address was old, or the Bishops weren't the people I was looking for, then I was going to look stupid whatever time of day I went. And I couldn't take the window cleaner's eyes anymore. There was something about them. They really do make you want to open that door. I looked at the lift as I entered the communal hallway and decided today I would take the stairs. I couldn't stand to be in a small box that my partner probably died very painfully in. My heart dropped into my stomach just at the sight of it. The stairs were as grotty as the lift. We'd taken them multiple times on move-in day, but I hadn't really taken it in the same way I could now. I thought about the rules and all the strange things happening in this building. I looked at the badly painted numbers on the walls as I reached each landing. Nothing in this building is simple. I looked at the numbers. 765 54342G. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation, but my legs were in agreement with my mind that I had definitely just descended more than 6 flights of stairs. They'd glitched. I looked at the dusty and poorly lit stairwell from the bottom. It seemed dark despite the sun pouring in from the glass panel in the main building doors. The note never mentioned glitchy stairs. Maybe I really was losing my mind. As I turned to exit the building, a woman walked in. She was in her late 30s to early 40s and had 2 small children in tow. One boy and one girl. I guessed that they were twins. They were both incredibly blonde, with deep brown puppy dog-looking eyes, and couldn't have been any older than 6 to 7. They were as close to identical as it gets in twins of different genders. I'm not a fan of kids, but they were super cute. The lady had a short bob haircut that got longer at the front. It was uniform and dyed a perfectly even auburn color. I knew it was dyed because her roots were blonde like her kids. She looked as tired as I felt, but she pulled herself together when she saw me, running fingers through a part of her hair that she must have missed however early she left this morning. "Hi, are you here visiting?" Who opened with, trying to make small talk. "No, I just moved into flat 42 on the 7th floor. I was just leaving actually." "Whereabouts are you?" I was desperate to go. I had feared myself up to see Prue, but I didn't want to be rude. "I'm flat 26, my name's Terry. This is Eddie and Ellie." She gestured to the 2 small children hiding shyly behind her skirt. "Welcome to the block. If you ever need anything, please feel free to give me a shout. My name is Katie, but people call me Kat too." "That's really kind of you, thank you." "I will." "Hey, is there something wrong with the stairs?" I stopped myself before going into detail. "Nothing wrong, they just skip sometimes." She answered, shrugging. "Well, I'd love to stop and chat, but I actually really need to get going. It was nice to meet you, Terry." I tried to work out what was wrong with the children as I stepped forward to walk away, still baffled by the stairs. "By the way, we have a residence committee. You should come to one of our meetings. They're every Tuesday in alternating flats. This Tuesday is at Molly Jefferson's place in flat 31. Come along. We'd love to have you," Terry suggested, waving me off. I walked out the doors after my encounter with Terry, feeling sick. Every minute in this place made the note more real. Every word jumped off the page and into my life, made it more likely that Jamie was really gone. I rode the bus from a stop not far from the flats. It felt like it took an eternity to reach the little suburban area I was looking for. A 5-minute walk away from the bus stop I got off at, and I was staring at a quaint little bungalow belonging to Bridget and Tony Bishop. I knocked on the door. The lady who opened it was unsteady on her feet. She was probably in her 70s, with wispy white hair neatly scraped back into a bun, 2 strands left hanging that just softened her wrinkled face. She wore a dusty rose-colored dress that hung just below her knees and smelled of stale cigarette smoke. "Can I help you?" she asked bluntly. "My name is Kat. I'm looking for Prudence Hemmings," I answered, stuttering slightly. Her eyes widened slightly. "Why?" she asked bizarrely. "Is she here?" "It's private." The lady ushered me into the house and sat me down on a sofa. Within minutes, there was a cup of tea in front of me. She didn't say anything to me for a while. We just looked at each other. Then she finally broke the silence. "I wondered if you'd try and find me. It took me a long time to decide whether to leave that note or not, but I decided that you deserved a head start." That's more than I ever got. The woman was Prudence. She was nothing like I had imagined. She seemed tough and hardened and spoke with a mostly blunt tone. She contributed before I could answer. "Terry called me not long ago. Told me that she had met the new tenant. She said you looked shaken up and said that my note may not have been enough. I did say I couldn't fit everything on there, and the stairs didn't seem too important. The committee wanted to organize a meeting with you on your moving-in day, but I told them that was intrusive. The whole committee thing always seemed a bit excessive to me anyway." She spoke flippantly like it was nothing. "It may have been intrusive, but we needed a warning. We spent a night in the place before I found your note. My boyfriend had already left for work at 3.15 and taken the lift. He didn't know." I broke as I told her what had happened. Her face dropped, and so did my hope for Jamie. "I'm so sorry. I really don't know what to say. I thought my note would reach you in time." She mumbled, her face to the floor, refusing to look at me as tears streamed down my face. "He's gone, isn't he?" I didn't want to accept it, but I spoke to the postman, and your face says all it needs to. The postman said there might be a way I can have him back. I bit at her, devastated and angry. "He's gone. You can't have him back. What Ian is referring to isn't what you think. There's a way to get people back from the lift, but not as themselves. Trust me, I learned the hard way. Once they're back, you can't reverse it. I'm sorry about your man, but he's gone forever. Don't dig into the other way to be gone forever is luckier than that alternative. She still wouldn't look up from the floor. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. I said in the note that there are things I'd rather not discuss, and I need you to respect that, or I won't be speaking to you at all. Now move on, and ask what you need to ask. Prudence cut me off. I decided not to push the topic further, and moved on to some other things I needed to know. What's the deal with Terry's kids? They seem sweet and normal. Those little demon creatures are anything but normal. She answered, wincing slightly at the though of them. When she went into labor, Terry never made it to a hospital. They were the first children ever to be born inside the building, and with everything that goes on, it's like something's rubbed off on them. They're average children in the daytime, but they never sleep, ever. Poor Terry hasn't had a day's rest since they were born. They also really love to steal birds and rats they find the cats playing with and torment them. Really annoys the cats. As she finished speaking, a small hairless cat strutted out from behind an armchair across the room, meowing softly. It brushed its head up against Prue's exposed legs, leaving scorch marks where it touched. She didn't react. She reached down and stroked the top of its head, smiling as it purred. "And those?" I asked, eyes stuck to her now badly burned legs. She chuckled, pulled out a box, and lit a cigarette, tapping the top layer of ash into a small silver dish in front of her. She offered me one, and I took it gladly. They've always been my good friends. I couldn't leave the building without bringing a part of home with me. This little guy is Damon. He's seen some things. She gushed, not taking her eyes off the cat. But where did they come from? Why are they everywhere? I asked, watching in disbelief as her burns subsided. It seemed impossible, but I looked at my arms where I had picked up the cat the night before, and there was no evidence it had ever happened. They didn't even appear sunburnt. No one really knows. They started to appear after the fire, a few years after I'd moved in. It was rumored that they were the pets of the residents that burned, and that was why they had no fur. But I don't think that's true. I interrupted. I met one of those neighbors last night. She said her name was Natalia. She almost killed my best friend. You're crazy if you think your note was enough of a warning. I ranted emotionally. Look, girl, if I had made a song and dance about warning you, then you'd have thought me crazy and challenged the rules. You'd have been dead already. Be grateful you got anything. I didn't. I had to work it all out. Your generation are so spoiled. She tooted in frustration at me. I was angry, but she was probably right. An elderly lady telling me rat-like creatures would kill my boyfriend in a lift would probably have got some laughs from me a few days ago. I stayed quiet and waited for her to calm down. After a while she sighed and started again. I think the cats are the neighbors that burned. They've never meant any harm, and they hiss and run from the imposters that roam the building. Besides, there's no way there were that many cats living on one floor. The imposter people don't even match up with the residents that died in the fire. None of them look like, or claim to have the same name as the dead. They just claim to live in their flats. I've met Natalia before. She left a bad scar on Bernie's leg from an incident we had, nasty girl. Before the fire there was CCTV, and there was a recording saved of about 15 people marching into the flats, and up to that floor about half an hour before the fire started. It was the only evidence found. CCTV wasn't great in the 80s, so they were never identified. And the flames melted the relevant cameras, so nothing ever came of it. I think the people that entered that night are the ones that ask for sugar. I don't know any more than that, but if you avoid them like I said, you don't need to know more. They hate the cats. I hope your friend survives, but I've seen what those people can do, so maybe she was better off dead. Prue carried on stroking Damon. I watched the skin of her fingers melt and twist as they made contact with him. What happened to your husband? I asked the question so fast I didn't have time to consider that this was a topic she had explicitly said she didn't want to discuss in the note. But I had to know. She scowled at me. I said I didn't want to talk about that. She hissed. I just lost the love of my life. I need some answers. I begged. What happened to Bernie won't help you. I know you'd think any deaths in that building would be down to the quirks, but this wasn't. For the most part anyway. Don't forget that we had lived there for 35 years. Bernie knew the rules. We knew how to take care of ourselves and have a happy life there. It was our home. I don't doubt that's Mrs. Hemmings. I'm sorry I interjected. Bernie had dementia. It started about 6 months before he died, and he deteriorated very rapidly. Towards the end he started wandering. The doctors said it was common, but in our position it was incredibly dangerous. More times than I can count, I pulled him away from the lift just in time. Along with wandering, he was forgetting the rules. He let that smug awful window cleaner in 3 times, Thank Lord for the big metal pipe I kept by the balcony door, chased him out a treat. Not that anything stops him from coming back. I'm sure you're already acquainted. After all the dangerous situations Bernie was in, by the end he made the smallest and most fatal of errors. He left a bowl of food out for Damon at 10 a.m. I was out shopping with Terry and a few of the girls from the committee, and when I came back I found one of those awful creatures. Prudence started to cry. I put my hand on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. After all, I truly knew how she felt. It was eating him. She sniffed and steadied herself to continue moving my hand. I chased the creature away with the same metal pipe I had the window cleaner and pushed Bernie off the balcony. He was heavy, but I didn't want anyone to know what really killed him. Its teeth. She shivered. They made such an awful noise. It reminded me of Dash. Lila. I finished her sentence. I hadn't meant to. I was so invested in her story I couldn't help it. I gather you spoke with Ian then, she said, sounding resigned. I never meant to hurt that little girl. I loved her so much. Tears rolled down her wrinkled cheeks. Damon, who was now sat next to her on the sofa, shuffled closer as if to cuddle her. Haven't you ever been curious about getting her back? I asked, my mind turning back to the methods hinted at by both Prue and the postman. I miss Jamie so much. I'd do anything to get him back. Her face filled with a look of horror and shame. Of course I have, she answered, which is exactly why I'm telling you not to. But I couldn't let it go. Surely anything must be better than gone forever? I pestered. I wish I hadn't. Prudence, frustrated, stood up and gestured for me to follow. She led me outside to the back garden of the bungalow. At the back was a large shed, the kind people used for a man cave or a summer house. It was pretty. The sun shone down on it, lighting up the few cobwebs in the corners and making them twinkle. Mrs. Hemmings was careful to look into both neighboring gardens to ensure there was no one around before she unlocked the door to the shed. We stepped inside, and the first thing to hit me was the smell. It was putrid, like rotting meat. I looked at the floor and covered my nose with my hands. Staring back at me was a pool of blood. I followed the blood with my eyes as Prudence locked us in the shed. Then after I made it past the animal bones, I finally saw it. Just like Postman Ian had described. One of the creatures was watching me from a heavy-duty metal dog cage in the corner of the shed. It looked reinforced, but still the metal had chew marks. Their jaws had to be strong to cause that. That didn't surprise me looking at it, its rodent-like nose and beady. Yet somehow human-like eyes were nothing compared to the two very visible rows of jagged, sharp teeth that lined each gum. Despite its small stature, it was terrifying. Prudence opened a drawer in a dusty cupboard across the room and pulled out a can of dog food. She poured the contents into the bowl and passed the bowl through the feeding hatch. The cage had a safety feature, meaning the animal couldn't access the food until the hatch was locked from the outside. I was grateful for this. Prue turned to me and spoke. She brushed one of the two strands of hair framing her face behind her ear. Gesturing to the hideous creature, she said, "Cat, I would like to introduce you to my granddaughter, Lila." I awoke to the faint sound of sobbing in the distance. At first my tired mind associated the sound with one of our kids, with my mind barely lingering on the edge of consciousness. But the longer I lay there, the more I started to realize just how off it sounded. The sobs were too dark, akin to those of a grown man, and they were coming from outside our home. "Can you check on the kids, please?" my wife mumbled where she lay next to me, still partially asleep. "It's not the kids," I whispered back, more annoyed than anything. Upon peeking out the window, I quickly confirmed my suspicions. As I thought, there was a man standing in the middle of the street, just sobbing. Even though the ancient street lights outside barely illuminated him, something was clearly wrong about his presence. He stood perfectly still as he sobbed, not even appearing to breathe as he let out the broken calls that shattered the silence of night. Across the street, I could see some of my neighbors' lights turn on, as more had clearly been awoken by the sounds of distress. "Shut up, will ya?" a man screamed from down the street, but he received no response. Though my first instinct was to check if he needed help, something about his appearance locked me in place, frozen from fear and leaving me unable to logically plan out my next move. He was tall, with only a few strands of gray hair emerging from his otherwise bald head. He was facing me, but due to the poor lighting conditions I couldn't get a clear look at his face. About half an hour had passed before I realized I hadn't moved an inch. I had been transfixed, and only broke free once my wife properly woke up to ask what I was doing. I don't know," I stuttered. "There's a man standing on the street." I think he needs help. Joanna joined my side at the window. Even in the dark, I could tell her face had turned completely pale by the mere sight of the man. What's wrong? I asked. "CA, call the police, don't go outside," she said with a shaky voice. Why? What did you see? I don't know, just don't go outside, please, she begged. I grabbed her hand and gently pulled her away from the window. Something about the man had put us both into an undeniable state of panic. But apart from his unsettling look, there wasn't an explainable reason for the fear we felt. "Joanna, go check on the kids. I'll call the police, all right?" I half-ordered, half-asked. She nodded and basically jogged down the hallway towards our kids' room. As I dialed 911, I wondered what I could possibly say to convey the threat of a seemingly harmless man, just standing there and crying. Still, left without any other options, I turned to the police. 911, what's your emergency? A woman asked on the other end. Sorry. My name is Zach Larson. There's a man standing in the middle of the street, just crying loudly. I don't know if he's drunk or what, but he's scaring the kids. I am. I can't really say it's an emergency, but something is definitely wrong with the man, I explained. All right, sir, we'll send a patrol car to check it out. Could you confirm your address, please? She asked. I confirmed my details, and the conversation ended. Due to the quiet night, they estimated that a patrol car would swing by in just under 10 minutes. With that, I felt like my civic duties had been completed, and once Joanna returned to tell me that the children were fast asleep, I calmed down ever so slightly. After closing the blinds, the two of us headed back to bed, confident that the police would handle the situation. And I wish that would be the end of our story, I truly do, but as fate would have it, things would only get worse from there. There I lay in bed, too unsettled to fall asleep. I just stared at the ever-ticking clock as an hour passed. The man kept crying, producing unrelenting sobs with each passing second. Then 2 hours passed, and the police had still not appeared. By then, I considered checking out the window once more, but the mere thought of him standing there kept me from even parting the curtains. At around 4 in the morning, I had come to assume that I'd suffer through another sleepless night. But as the first rays of orange sunshine hit the blinds, the world around me felt dark, forcing me into a dreamless slumber. To my horrors, the sobs wouldn't cease even then. Hours passed while I remained in an uncomfortable state, somewhere between full consciousness and true sleep. Once I finally awoke, I was met with little more than total darkness coming from outside. During the summer, I'd expected the sun to rise at around 6, and since the time had been around for the last time I checked, I knew I couldn't have been under for more than 30 minutes. Despite that logic, my body felt beyond broken. I was excruciatingly parched, and my bladder was on the brink of rupture. I rolled out of bed, weak and broken, still hearing the sounds of the crying man. Meanwhile, my wife still slept peacefully, seemingly unbothered by the ungodly noise. Then I picked up my phone and checked the time. It read 12:03 a.m., an impossible hour considering it had been 4 mere moments ago. I stumbled over to the window, still petrified, but determined to figure out exactly what the hell was going on. He just stood there, unmoved since the last time I laid eyes upon me. Down the road, I noticed an empty patrol car with the lights blinking, but the officers themselves were nowhere in sight. What the hell is going on? I mumbled to myself. As before, the sight of the man put me into a sort of trance, one that was only broken once I heard a tiny voice coming from behind me. "Why is the man crying?" my son asked. "Hey, Alex, where's your brother?" I asked back. "He's in his room. He wet the bed," he said matter-of-factly. Stephen was only 5, but I'd assumed his bedwetting days were a thing of the past considering the last accident had been over a year earlier. Before checking on him, I decided to give the police another call. But before I could dial the number, I noticed the day. It was Saturday, which meant we'd been asleep for almost 24 hours, skipping over Friday entirely. "Alex, go back to your room. Daddy has to make a call, then I'll come check on you, all right?" In shock, I jotted the information down to a broken calendar and called the police once more. Alas, to my absolute horror, I didn't have a single bar of signal. "Oh God, we slept through the entire day, how?" My wife called out in confusion and embarrassment. She'd just rolled over herself to check the time. "I don't know," I responded meekly. "It doesn't make any sense." "And that guy is still crying? Where's the police?" she asked. "Their car is standing there, but they're just gone." As the minutes went by, it dawned on me that we actually had missed an entire day. That's why Stephen had wet the bed, and why my own bladder was on the verge of exploding, because we'd somehow been sedated. We'd been forced to sleep through the day, only to suffer the horrors of night. But as parents, we had an incredible ability to reevaluate our priorities. Regardless of the situation, we'd deal with our kids first. We headed over to clean up Stephen's bed, all the while we tried to come up with an exit strategy. We tried out each and every phone, hopelessly calling for help. When the phones failed, we tried the internet, which turned out to be just as futile. Try the television, Joanna finally suggested. Upon turning the ancient device on, we were met with little more than a statusy mess. It was a screen of snow mixed with just barely intelligible images. Based on what we could guess, the image showed the outline of a man standing in front of the camera, overlaid only by a single line of text that read, "Come outside." "How is it doing that?" Joanna asked in panic. "I don't know, but I'm pretty sure going outside is a fucking stupid idea," I blurted out, momentarily forgetting there were kids around. "Sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way." Joanna and I moved to the window, ordering the kids to stay away. On the other side of the street, one of our neighbors stumbled out, seemingly disoriented. He was wielding a bat. "I'm gonna fuck you up," he yelled. I pulled the window open, ready to yell at him to get back inside. No sooner had our neighbor reached the crying man, than the air fell to a deafening silence. A second passed, then the sobs were replaced by a maniacal laughter that increased in intensity for each passing moment. Though we all knew the laughter came from the man, it simultaneously sounded like someone was standing inside our own house. It was the loudest thing I'd ever heard, enough to knock us to the ground in absolute agony. "Close the window," Joanna screamed. I quickly did as commanded, to no avail. Despite our efforts, the laughter remained as incessant and loud as ever. Then as suddenly as it had begun, it just stopped. "What was that?" Alex cried as Joanna grabbed both him and Stephen in a tight hug. "Shoo, it's okay," she said as comforting as she could. "Just stay away from the windows, all right?" By the time I could stand up to assess the situation, our neighbor had long since vanished. All that was left in his absence was a trail of blood and guts that led up to the monster of a man, who promptly returned to sobbing relentlessly. "He's gone," I let out in merely a whisper. The next hours were spent in absolute silence. All we could do was to wait for sunrise and pray for a hopeful escape. We kept the television on, should any news appear. Our kids, while worried, were too young to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. In a way, I envied them. They saw us as their ultimate guardians, able to protect them from any harm in the world. But based on what we'd just witnessed, I didn't believe that to be true. We moved to the kitchen to grab some food, counting down each minute until daylight. But as I noticed the first orange hue appear on the horizon, I once again felt my legs give up beneath me. In less than a second, darkness had enveloped me, and I fell unconscious on the floor. Once again we awoke around midnight the next night, meaning yet another day had come and gone. But that time we didn't have any phones or computers to tell us the date, as the batteries had long since died. All we had were a couple of wristwatches to tell the time. Still the sobs persisted. It had gotten ever so slightly louder since our neighbor got killed, but despite the obvious calls for distress, there wasn't a single hint of sadness portrayed in his broken cries. The more we listened, the less we believed the man to be human. "Let's turn on the lights, that thing is creeping me the hell out," Joanna said. I flicked the switch, but nothing reacted. After futilely checking every power source in the house, including the circuits, I realized that the entire neighborhood had gone dark. That's when my wife asked a question that truly caused all hope to abandon my body. "Why haven't they come to help us?" she asked. I didn't have a good answer, nor could I muster up any believable words of comfort. I could only do my best to protect my family from the horrific threat looming over the neighborhood until I myself finally succumbed to it. That night we witnessed another 3 neighbors exit their homes in futile attempts at confronting the man. Each time that sickly laughter would ring through the air, and another friend would be dead. They didn't even resist their deaths, they just walked over without showing a hint of emotion, willingly meeting their agonizing demise. It wouldn't be until the 3rd night, before I finally began to understand why people walked outside. We'd been forced to sleep through the light of day, only to be left without any source of light during the night. Having nothing else to do, we could only listen to the crying man. His sobs that had started out as panic-inducing noises had somehow turned sympathetic. The emotion resembled a twisted version of Stockholm Syndrome. I wanted so desperately to go out and meet the crying man, but I couldn't leave my family behind. "Maybe he really does need help," Joanna suggested. I think it's time to go outside." Her words were so void of emotion, monotonous and cold. She stood up to leave, but I grabbed her before she could even approach the door. The shock seemed to briefly bring her back to reality. "Think about the kids," I begged her. "They need us." My words seemed to break her free from her trance, if only temporary. I know. I don't understand what I was even thinking. I wasn't myself," she cried. But her brief lucidity wouldn't last, because as I packed away the leftovers from the previous night, I heard the front door unlock. The kids had already fallen asleep, and I knew I was about to follow suit. Still, I rushed over, only to see my wife getting ready to leave. "I'm sorry," were the last words she spoke to me before she left the house. Darkness would cover my eyes before I got a chance to react. The sickening laughter would be the only sound that accompanied me as I fell into a forced slumber. By the time I awoke, Joanna was just gone. The only trace of her existence was a trail of coagulated blood glistening in the light from the streetlights, leading up to the man. I didn't even have to call out for her. I knew she was dead. Which brings us to now. For days have passed since the crying man first appeared on our street. We have enough food to last about another week, but I fear we'll all be gone long before then. I've seen most of my neighbors meet their demise, and the only facts keeping me from doing the same are my kids. But they too have expressed a desire to go outside, and I don't know how long I can keep them safe. I'm documenting this as my last words before we depart this world. I've used an almost empty power bank to write this message. I don't really have any signal, but I'm hoping that it somehow gets through. People need to know what happened here. If you are reading this, please send help. I don't know how long I can keep resisting the cries. 1 year ago, my father-in-law tried to murder me. He planned it beautifully, the trip up to the cabin in the woods that his family owned, pushing me into the dried-up old well. Pickpocketed my phone. Left a gun within the well that gave me the option of killing myself instead of starving to death. His twisted version of mercy, I guess. Either way, he would have got away with it. He hadn't accounted for the lost dog, though. Hadn't thought that a couple would come looking for a beloved pet who had raced off after a deer. That they would find me, half dead from starvation and dehydration, holding the gun, contemplating it seriously after nearly 3 days in the well, fully aware that I was going to die of thirst before starvation. There had been no rain for days. When I woke up in hospital, my wife Samantha was by my side holding my hand, her beautiful face wet with tears. Despite my own physical pain, all I wanted to do was make her stop crying. So I softly took her hand, and with great effort raised it to my lips and give it a gentle kiss. "I was so worried about you. What happened to you?" she begged me, green eyes bright with tears. "The nurse came in and took my vitals, then told my wife that she should leave me to sleep some more." I was glad for the rescue because I knew once I revealed what had really happened to me, my wife's heart would break permanently. Her father had always been her favorite person. I met Samantha at work 3 years ago. She was the marketing executive where I was a software developer. We were both in our late 20s, and I knew within 10 minutes of our first conversation that I was going to marry her. She was bright, funny, clever, and it didn't hurt that she was absolutely gorgeous with bright green eyes and long red hair. 4 months into dating her, she met my family. I come from a massive family where both my parents had 4 siblings each, and then went on to have 5 kids together too. Our Sunday lunches are loud, raucous events at my folks' place with at least 20 people in attendance, but Sam was utterly charmed by my family, and my parents and siblings adored her. She fit right in like the missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle. Everything was going so well until Sam decided it was time for me to meet her only family member, her father. Cameron Joyce was a tall, burly man who dressed and looked like a lumberjack. He lived in a neighborhood at the very edge of the suburbs, close to a big, wide forest. When he stiffly shook my hand, his blue eyes ice cold, a sort of chill ran through me. After we walked into the 2-bedroom house behind him, the first red flag should have been that there were no photos of Sam's mother. Not one. In fact, if I truly thought about it, Sam never really spoke about her mother. I should have asked more questions about her, but I guess I always just assumed that the subject was too painful for her. The first time I thought her father was trying to kill me was a fleeting thought, which happened that visit. I distinctly heard Sam tell her father over the phone multiple times that I had a nut allergy, but when we sat down to eat, I started to feel my throat swell up. Sam's father watched me cough, slowly chewing his food. Of course we had an EpiPen on us, but if we hadn't, I could be dead right now. Then it was the time right after our wedding when he knew I couldn't swim, but I am 90% sure he pushed me into the lake when the 3 of us were on the docks looking at his boat. The third time was the charm though. If those hikers hadn't found me, I'm sure I would have died down in that well. You might be wondering why I chose to go to that cabin with a man I thought was trying to kill me. Because I really didn't think he was trying to kill me. My brain insisted that I had misread or misheard the situation, and both those incidents could have been accidents. Also, Sam was Keen, her father, and her husband, and I just couldn't break her heart. I'll never forget the ride to go to the cabin. My father-in-law was a man of few words, so when he decided to tell me a story, I almost sighed with relief that I didn't have to keep talking to fill the dead air between us. He kept his eyes on the road and said, "There was once a boy who lived a happy life with his family in the forest. It was him, his 3 brothers, his parents, his grandparents, his uncles and aunts, and all his cousins. He didn't know much about the world beyond his family home, but he had 1,000 things to do in the woods, so he never wondered. For a time, all was well and as it should be. The boy and his family lived off the land, hunted and thrived. Until one day on his 19th birthday, the boy saw the woman in white in the gut of the trees. Ethereal and shimmering, she glowed like a white will-o'-the-wisp. When he asked his mother about her, she told him to stay away from the woman. That nothing good comes out of the woods on a sickle moon night. We were close to the cabin now, and as we approached it, a strange sort of feeling was beginning to crawl up my spine. A sense of something being wrong gripping me tightly. The boy listened to his mother. 2 days he did not go looking for the woman. On the 3rd night, he found himself outside the house walking into the woods. As he drew closer, he saw the woman's face. Her gold hair shimmered all the way to her knees. Ice blue eyes and a lovely face that glowed with the promise of a forever his mortal brain didn't understand. The woman offered him her hand. Entranced, he reached out and took it. He parked and turned off the engine of the car but still wouldn't look at me instead. He stared ahead into the depth of the forest as he told me this eerie tale. The minute he took that hand, the thing claimed him. They found him a year later at the top of a mountain living in a cave, naked and insane, speaking a strange tongue in a language which had to be made up. What was terrifying was that both his legs from his knees downwards were gone. And yet, the wounds had been cauterized and someone or something had clearly been feeding him. His parents brought him home and tried to help him recover his mind. The doctors fitted him with prosthetic legs he kept hidden away. But the boy was never really the same again. When he began to slowly speak again, he spoke of a woman with a skull instead of a face, a long, skeletal crone's body, fangs instead of teeth, clumps of white hair that fell out of her head and milk-white eyes, the eyes of a corpse. And then, finally, the ear-piercing scream. He fell silent then, and my skin crawling. I asked him what happened to him. My father-in-law broke out of his trance and looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Let me show you how to hunt." The trial was short. My father-in-law was caught in possession of my phone and several other items that suggested what he planned to do. His internet search history revealed extensive ways to murder someone. When they put Cameron Joyce in prison, my wife cried herself to sleep every night for a month. I think she blamed me for what happened, even though she would never say those words. I would catch her looking out from our apartment in the direction of the forest, which we could see clearly. She grew more and more forgetful, wouldn't go to work, would sleep all day. Some days she wouldn't even brush her hair. Her face grew more haggard, and sometimes when I saw her naked form in bed in the moonlight, I could swear I saw her ribs through her translucent skin. Her sadness was going to devour her, and there was nothing I could do about it. One day I came home, and she wasn't there. I looked for her everywhere. I don't know how I knew it, but somehow I knew she would be at the cabin. I jumped into my car and sped there at full speed, not caring how many fines I would have to pay. I got there just before dark, and I caught sight of her. She was naked, her back to me facing the forest. "Sam." I called her name as I got out of the car. She didn't turn to look at me. Instead, she stood there, her messy red hair lifted by the breeze. I called to her again, a deep sense of unease in my bones. "Sam." Slowly, she turned to face me, and that was when I saw her face. A skull, a distended jaw that opened much, much too wide. That was when she let out an ear-piercing scream. A sharp pain burst through my head, and I immediately clapped my hands over my ears. I tried screaming my wife's name again, but all I could hear was the shriek that was starting to feel like someone was knifing my brain. My vision swam, and I stumbled backward. A dozen figures had appeared from the woods, all of them with skull-like faces, impossibly distended jaws, and the same milk-white eyes that had replaced my wife's bright green ones. And they were all walking towards me. I didn't even think. I got into my car and started the engine, my ears bleeding from the sound of the scream. I ran. 2 days later, I am couch surfing at a friend's after the doctors had dealt with one perforated eardrum. They told me I was lucky both my eardrums hadn't burst from the volume I was listening to music at. I had just nodded and let them get on with it. There was a ringing in my ears I couldn't quite get rid of no matter how I tried. There was no way I could explain what had happened in those woods to them. I am waiting for the ringing and the headache to stop before I go looking for Sam again. This time I will take a gun. I'll find her and bring her home. I've already spoken to the police, but I know they just aren't as motivated to find her as me. My phone rings and I gingerly held it to my good ear. It's a collect call from the prison. I accept it because who else could possibly give me answers? It happened, didn't it? My father-in-law's gruff voice made me nearly drop the phone. I swallowed hard. Sam's gone, I said numbly. She's gone back where she belongs. He said, "You're lucky." How am I lucky? I asked, bitter anger surging through me. She was my wife and your daughter. That thing was no daughter nor a wife. It knows how to mimic being human. Why do you think I told you that story? His voice was low and even. My jaw dropped. Was he really suggesting he was the boy from the dark fairy tale he has told? You're cruel. Disowning your daughter, trying to kill me, you should dash. Listen to me, boy, and listen good. That creature was dropped at my doorstep a few months after I came home from the forest. It was an infant then, and it butchered my parents. I found pieces of them around their cabin for years. It then proceeded to kill everyone related to me. But it wouldn't let me die or kill me, and I couldn't figure out why until I realized it needed me the way a parasite needs its host. Finally, when everyone I loved was dead and buried, it needed more prey. And it found you. It will take pieces of you, then keep you alive to take pieces of everyone you love. It will feed on your pain as you live through your own horror show. I swallowed hard. He had lost his damned mind surely. What on earth was he trying to say? If I were you, I would take all my belongings and leave. Leave the state. Hell, leave the country. Don't ever look back, you hear me? Ever. With a sharp click, he hung up. I wish I had listened to him. I wish I hadn't decided that I needed to rescue my wife at any cost. Instead, I am sitting here in the dark inside the old cabin looking outside the window, my fingers folded around the hunting rifle. A sickle moon gleams silver, the only light in the jet-black night. And there inside the darkness, I think I see a figure shimmer. From a distance, she almost looks like my wife. Almost. Until her inhuman skeletal jaw distends. And she screams. I like a good ghost story. When I was younger, there were these series of books called Haunted Philippines and True Philippine Ghost Stories that contained ghost stories and paranormal experiences from various people across the country. Some stories were in English, while the rest were in Tagalog. They were quick to read and had numerous volumes. Sometimes they even had a section of ghost pictures near the end. You know the kind, nonchalant landscape or family pics with a blurry figure circled in red. Some of them actually looked convincing and downright creepy. I loved that series, though I should have enjoyed them while they lasted. As of last year, they seem to have been discontinued and are difficult to find in bookstores now. To me, these books were just good entertainment. Growing up in the Philippines provided no shortage of ghost stories and mythical legends. It seemed like everyone had a story to tell or knew someone who had one. I've had a handful of relatives in my family who claim to have had encounters with a ghost, or multo, as we called them in our native tongue. I never thought I'd have my own stories to share, but that quickly changed very recently. My family and I had recently taken a trip back to the Philippines. It was long overdue, as I had not seen my relatives and my home country in several years. It was a bit strange to see all my younger cousins grown up. It was a great experience just to see them all again and spend time with them. On our first week there, we were on our way back to my aunt's house from a long day of shopping when the conversation in the car turned to supernatural occurrences. Our culture is heavy on religion and tradition, and we can be very superstitious at times. There are numerous stories of mythical monsters in Filipino culture, and hearing about them from my parents and relatives only furthered my interest. They included the tikbalang, which was a monster that frequented the forests and the mountains. It is described as a large humanoid creature with the head and limbs of a horse. So, basically BoJack Horseman. The copper was more of a tale for kids. It's described as a tall troll-like creature that resides in large trees, where it smokes a cigar, waiting to scare off children that are out too late at night. He's usually regarded as non-violent though. Another one is a Tiyanak, and they're the stuff of nightmares. In remote areas near forests, you'd hear the faint crying of a baby. If you followed these sounds deep into the woods, it could lead you to being perpetually lost. Or if you were really unlucky, you'd find the source. You'd stumble upon what looks like a baby on the ground, but in actuality, it's a small, ghastly creature that will transform and eat you if you got too close. Then there's the aswang, a shapeshifter that feeds on human flesh at night. A specific species of them, called a mananagal, which translates literally to remover, is a particularly terrifying one. By day they are in the form of a regular woman, but by night they feed. They root their legs to the ground as their top half detaches itself, sprouts bat-like wings, and takes flight. They mainly target pregnant women, and they have long vine-like tongues that slither down and eat the fetus as they hover right outside the window. I know, pretty crazy stuff, right? I've always regarded these tales with a healthy amount of salt and a full dose of fear. They were cool and unique, but I could happily live the rest of my life not encountering any of them if they were indeed real. Even when I moved to America, I was still wary of those regional creatures. Anyways, during the car ride, my cousin spoke of strange sightings and experiences they've had, all with varying degrees of believability and silliness. My dad relayed some tales from his younger years about how his group of friends would encounter this and that. He was always ever so dramatic with his storytelling. It was all in good fun, but throughout the whole conversation, my mom remained quiet. She was the hard skeptic type and would always dismiss those stories as silly folklore. However, at that moment, it looked like she had something to say. My curiosity took over, and I finally asked her if she had any ghostly encounters. She looked at me and nodded. Back during her college years, when she was studying to be a nurse, she lived on the campus of a very old school, not too far from the city I was born in. Living conditions were pretty rough, and 4 of them had to share a room half the size of a normal American college dorm. On top of that, the campus used to be an infirmary during World War II. Hundreds of soldiers from both sides passed through and died within the walls of that hospital. Residents of the dorms would speak of strange noises in the night. Footsteps, faint echoes, and knocking were heard in certain parts of the building. There were rumors that the place was also a temporary orphanage at one point in time, and that a handful of children had died there. They said you could hear children's laughter in the walls if you listened closely. On more than one occasion, my mom and her roommates would wake up to faint shuffling noises in the room, like someone small was moving about. When they looked around, they wouldn't see anyone, so they dismissed it and went back to sleep. It wouldn't be until the following morning that they saw what looked like footprints on the walls and ceiling. They were the size of a child's. One of her roommates moved out after that. One night, a close friend of my mom was heading back to her room after a late study session. She was wary of the supernatural, so she kept her head down and walked quickly through the halls. As she passed by one of the empty rooms, something caught her eye. That large room used to be a triage area when the place was still a hospital. The old rusted beds were left there abandoned, and the room was used for storage. She said she saw half a dozen men lying on the beds. They looked injured and bandaged, and they wore what looked like the uniform of an American soldier from World War II. She stood frozen in place as she felt the coldest chill she'd ever experienced in her life. Then one of the soldiers sat straight up and slowly turned towards her. That was enough to snap her back to her senses, and she took off running towards her room. When she got to her dorm and told her friends what she saw, the brave ones of the group headed to the room to investigate. When they got there, the beds were empty. Ever the skeptic, my mom didn't put much stock in those stories. That is until one early morning, when she experienced something that challenged her stance and bothers her to this day. In the mornings before classes, my mom would wake up extra early, so she can get first dibs on the showers in the community bathrooms. It wasn't too hard, since a lot of the residents had convinced themselves that the place really was haunted, and were unwilling to venture out on their own that early. My mom mostly ignored those stories, and she always got to class early. That morning she did her usual routine, and it went off without a hitch. As she was walking back to her room, she heard it. She said it sounded like whispers. She stopped and turned around. Down the hallway, a figure stood just at the edge of darkness. The lights weren't in the best condition in that wing, so it was dim. Still, my mom could discern that the figure was dressed like a nun. That didn't make any sense, since there were no nuns on campus, and the nearest church was several miles away. Staying completely calm, my mom turned and walked away. She quickened her pace, and her own footsteps echoed in the empty hall. She strained to hear any other noises, but heard none. When she turned right to another hallway, she saw the nun from the corner of her eye. It was closer, and definitely following her. As she got closer to her dorm, she turned around once more. The nun was at the end of the hall, just as far away from her when she first saw it. The nun stood still, as if she'd been standing there the whole time. My mom quickly reached her door and struggled to unlock it. Daring one more look, she turned to her left, but the nun was gone. Relieved, she turned the lock. As she did, she moved to pick up her stuff and felt an unnaturally cold chill. She slowly looked right, and it was right there. The nun, on the other end of the hall. Except now she was much closer, and fully in the light. On instinct, my mom turned the knob and threw her door open. And that's when the child ran out. A small, kindergarten-aged child ran out of her dorm room, brushed past her leg, and ran towards the nun. The child was laughing innocently, as if playing a game of tag. My mom watched as the child ran past the nun and disappeared into another room. After a few moments, the nun turned and followed the child. My mom asked around after that experience and learned that the last time there were children or nuns in the campus was back when it was a temporary orphanage several years ago. They shut it down after a tragic fire killed a dozen children and a few nuns looking after them. She never experienced anything else out of the ordinary after that. After she told that story, we all sat stunned in our seats. Mom had been holding out on me. I was thrilled, but also terrified of what I'd just heard. See, at the time, I had a passive interest in the paranormal. It wasn't anything serious, and nowhere near obsession levels. I wasn't out to prove that the afterlife existed, nor was I determined to find out if ghosts and spirits were real, to find some sort of meaning in this chaotic world. Did I believe in the supernatural? Not really, but I'd be open to the possibility. My interest in the subject was purely recreational, like someone who enjoys horror movies or knitting sweaters. In fact, while I like reading up on urban legends and enjoy hearing ghost stories, I'm also terrified by them. My imagination, fueled by stuff I've read and scary movies I've watched, would always get the best of me when I'm alone in the dark. It was a sort of interesting paradox, kind of like how at one point in my childhood, I was fascinated by snakes as animals, but I was deathly afraid of encountering one out in the wild. To be honest, I was still a little bit jealous of my mom that she had such a cool story to tell. I wished at that moment I had my own story. Well, you know what they say about being careful what you wish for. Yeah, later on in the trip, we visited my uncle who lived a few towns over. There, he lived with his family where he ran a very lucrative farming business. On the way there we passed a long bridge that went over a steep ravine with a river below. As our car rode along the bridge, I couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It made sense, since I'd traveled over this bridge many times before when I visited my uncle and cousins. However, underneath that feeling was a sense of unadulterated fear and dread, like something bad had happened here, and it somehow directly affected me. A distant memory, screaming to be remembered. As if on cue, my dad pointed out that this bridge was infamous to the surrounding towns and cities because of the White Lady. Now, like the Copper or the Tikbalang, the White Lady is another one of the ubiquitous ghost stories told all around the country. She is perhaps the most well-known, since different countries also have their own version. In America, she's usually called the Lady in White. In Spanish culture, she's La Llorona. The basic idea remains the same. A ghostly-looking woman dressed in a long white dress and long dark hair stands on the side of isolated roads, waiting to hitch a ride. The scenarios vary, but in the Philippines, if you stopped and gave her a ride, she would quietly enter your back seat. If you don't interact with her, she'll leave you alone until she disappears from your car some distance later. If you see her on the road and keep driving, she will suddenly appear in your car and attack you. Moral is, it's better to give her a ride than not. When we arrived at my uncle's large house, I couldn't shake the feeling that the bridge had somehow directly affected me. After a delicious dinner and a round of video games with my cousins, I found my uncle out in the balcony having a drink. He offered me a beer since I was finally old enough, and I took a seat next to him. "Hey Tito, do you remember anything about that bridge right outside of town?" He put his drink down and regarded me for a few moments. He cut straight to the chase. "You were really young when it happened. I suppose you didn't remember it much." Now I was fully intrigued. I had to know. What exactly happened? His warm smile faded, and he told his tale. As the story went on, the memories began to flood my mind. Memories that I had long since repressed as a defense mechanism. All the details came to me in excruciating clarity, as if it happened just yesterday. By the time he had finished the story, there was no denying it. I had encountered a ghost all those years ago, It was the mid-90s, and I was still living in the Philippines. I was a plucky 6-year-old that was all about adventure and exploring. Once or twice a week, I would spend the night at my uncle's farm, back then a small budding business. The town it was in was smaller then, and fairly remote. I loved that place because there was so many areas to explore, but only in the daytime. One particular night I was over at his place, just watching TV. My uncle got a call of a new delivery of chicken feed that needed to be picked up in the next town. At the time, he only had a few farm hands, and they all had the night off. Usually he wouldn't make a supply run this late at night, but he was behind schedule and needed to pick up the supplies or risk losing profit. As he headed out, he asked me if I wanted to tag along. Ever the restless child, I immediately agreed. My uncle had an old Toyota SUV that he used for all his delivery pickups. I sat in the second row, my usual spot, while my uncle slid into the driver's seat. Most of the voyage was uneventful. It was nearly 11 p.m. at night, so there was hardly any other vehicles on the road. Upon crossing the bridge the first time, nothing happened. During that time the bridge was newly constructed. It was put up the year before after the original bridge was ravaged by the last typhoon. The city even put street lights on the new bridge for better visibility. That was a huge deal since none of the other surrounding roads had street lights. We arrived at the next town, and I helped my uncle load up the supplies. Well, at least as much as a small 6-year-old can. On the way back home was when it happened. I was sitting in the back seat, absent-mindedly looking out the window, when I felt the car slow down. We were almost at the bridge, and I noticed that something wasn't right. I was too small to see over the seat and out the windshield, but I could tell that all the lights on the bridge were off. At this point the car slowed to a crawl. "Hey sport, why don't you lie down and take a little nap?" my uncle said from the front. Something in his voice didn't sound right. It sounded like he was scared and was struggling to hide it. "No, that's okay. I'm not tired. Please, just do it for me, okay?" He sounded stern but measured. My uncle was usually an easygoing guy, so when he got serious, you should pay attention. "Okay," I said as I laid down on the seat sideways. I briefly saw my uncle's eyes in the rearview mirror. They showed unmistakable fear. I felt the familiar bump that signaled that we were on the bridge, then the car stopped. "Close your eyes, okay? No matter what, keep them closed." "Okay." I started to get scared. I didn't know what was happening or why I had to close my eyes. Regardless, I shut them tight. Then the strangest thing happened. My uncle started to sing. It was a traditional Filipino folk song, and I'd only heard it once before. About a year ago, my aunt and uncle got into a shouting match, as in a things were thrown across the room type of shouting match. I was at their house at the time, and my cousins and I stayed in their room, cowering and waiting for the storm to pass. An hour later, my uncle entered the room and apologized for the shouting. He then started singing that song to lull us to sleep. The melody was beautiful, and I'd never known my uncle could sing that well. He never did it again, at least not until that moment, when we were in that dark bridge. The song sounded just as beautiful, but I could tell his voice was shaking. His car wasn't that big, but I was a small child, and there was a lot of room in the second row. I was lying down on the seat perpendicular to the windows, trying and hoping for sleep to come. Instead, something else arrived. Click, click. I heard the familiar mechanism of the headlights flashing. All of a sudden I sensed that I wasn't alone in that second row anymore. My spatial awareness of the car told me that there was someone or something else sitting right next to me. We had gained another passenger. I shut my eyes even tighter as my uncle began to drive. The temperature inside the car became cold. I curled myself into a ball, seeking refuge from whatever it was that was now right next to me. I didn't know much about ghosts and supernatural creatures at that age, and though I couldn't see it, something told me that I was in the presence of something not of this world. My uncle finished the song and started over again. I was amazed that he was able to keep his composure. I refused to open my eyes. I could hear her, so uncomfortably close next to me. At first, I heard what sounded like clicking. As it increased in volume, it sounded like stalks of celery being twisted and broken. Crack, 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 crack. It was unnerving. Those sounds weren't normal. They were all around me. We finally crossed over the bridge, but she was still there. I was so scared I could barely move. The car hit a bump, which caused me to slide to the side, closer to her. I felt damp cloth against my leg. My breaths became shallow, and I started to cry. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I opened my eyes for a split second. In that split second, I saw her. A brief flash of white, with stringy damp hair on her head, blacker than night. She was turned away from me. I blinked the tears from my eyes. When I opened them again, the mass of black hair was now right in front of my face. I shut my eyes tight again. After what seemed like an eternity, the car hit a familiar curve on the road that signaled the entrance into our town. I felt that entity come even closer to me. By this time my uncle was silent. No more songs. The air became even colder right next to my face, and I shook, not from the cold but from terror. Then she spoke, right into my ear. It was a hushed whisper, lower than any whisper I've ever heard. I couldn't make out what she said. It didn't sound threatening or angry. It sounded sad. And then she was gone. I immediately felt the difference. I could no longer feel another presence in the car, and the air went from cold to tropical humid again. I heard my uncle breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't open my eyes until we had reached the safety of the farm. My uncle had to carry me back inside and straight into my bed, and only then did I open my eyes. From what I could recall, we never spoke of that night to anyone, not even each other, ever again. Subsequent trips across the bridge at night never resulted in another white lady sighting, at least not for me. I'd find out later that in the early 80s a woman was found dead at the bottom of that bridge. People said that she was traveling to the next town and was hoping to catch a ride with any passing vehicles. It was late at night, and she had no family nearby that could give her a ride. No one knows what really happened, but many suspected that it was murder. After my trip back to the Philippines, I couldn't stop thinking about that night at the bridge. How could I forget such an incredible and terrifying experience? I guess it doesn't matter since I remember it now. But there was something else I realized about that night, something I hadn't remembered before. When I heard her whisper, I thought I only heard unintelligible garble. But that's not true. She did say something. She said "Maraming salamat." Translated to English, that means "thank you very much." What are we hearing? The town's only air raid siren was decommissioned after decades of disuse in the late 90s. For that matter, the siren had always been mounted on a steel pole out in an open field, so as to be heard by all residents in the area. There was never a siren within the abandoned air raid shelter at the edge of town, but an unmistakable wartime wail has been thundering through our streets for the past hour. It's midnight now, and I still hear the drone of that motorized cylinder. It yowls and warbles, sliding in a glissando from high to low to high to low again. We all know what we're hearing, even those of us born decades after the end of the war. We know that nightmarish sound from grainy footage and documentaries. Hearing it in the flesh is more haunting than words can explain. A councilman named Martin posted on the town's Facebook page to say that he'd traced the racket to the old air raid shelter at the edge of town, a bunker abandoned midway through the war and left standing as a memorial, of sorts, to the soldiers of that era. Anyhow, some townsfolk have agreed to join Martin in investigating the sound and, hopefully, putting a stop to it. I'll be joining them in a MO, but I wanted to post about this before leaving the house, as I'm hoping that a Redditor might have an explanation. Most folk are calling it an awfully insensitive practical joke, saying that we'll get down there to find a cluster of portable speakers, perhaps looping a recording of the infamous air raid siren. My gut says something else. Truth be told, I don't much fancy joining Martin's search party, considering what they say happened down there in the 40s. Update number 1. Just been on our first trip down there, and we've found nothing yet, other than a spook that sent one of the lads packing, so I've accompanied him back to the surface, and I thought I'd edit my post a little to offer an update. When we all gathered in that overgrown field at the town's outskirts, with torches lighting the rusted, weed-coated bunker door ahead, that was when the dread truly set into my bones. They were standing ajar. I ought to get home, I fibbed, scratching my nape uncomfortably. That did nothing to lower the hairs on the back of my neck. Mary was struggling with the dogs as I left. They won't stop howling. You know what else won't stop howling, Lenny? Asked Martin. Then he jammed a finger at the browning metal entrance ahead, mostly reclaimed by nature. That infernal siren. We need to find it and shut it up. I don't like this, Mrs. Lutherton said, shuffling anxiously from toe to toe. My father closed up the shelter in the 50s. Who opened it? Same kids playing this prank, huffed Mr. Lutherton. Are we doing this, Martin? The councilman nodded and motioned for us to follow. As we followed the middle-aged man to the bunker entrance, Harry, the youngest of the bunch, placed a hand on Mrs. Lutherton's shoulder. I'm happy to wait with you by the cars if you don't want to go inside. Mr. Lutherton rolled his eyes and grumbled, but Mrs. Lutherton smiled. That's awfully kind of you, Harry, but I'm fine. I'm not that old and decrepit just yet. No, I didn't think you were, answered Harry. I just thought you might be. Scared, I finished inwardly. You thought she might be scared, just like the rest of us. As we sidled through the bunker door, each of us seeming hesitant to edge closer to whoever might be down there, the blare of the siren loudened. I suppose it had to be deafening to carry so effectively out of such a slim opening into the town at large. Steps of galvanized steel led down into a brickwork dungeon of sorts. Formerly red bricks turned mostly gray. They were coated with damp and mold, and things that wriggled. Perhaps retreated from the light, having become accustomed to the dark after generations in that mass graveyard. Apparently, hundreds of townsfolk perished down there. The bodies were cleaned up by the scraps of surviving residents. Then the bunker was, following the end of the war, sealed away. In the field, there's a plaque commemorating the lost souls by name. Anyhow, we followed a long tunnel, 15 meters in breadth and untold meters in depth, past a neat, endless row of bunk beds. Then Harry got spooked. Said he saw a shadow move past one of the beds. I didn't hear anything, but I agreed to take the poor lad back to the surface. He said he's going to wait for us just outside the entrance, so as to catch those kids if they resurface. I'm going back down to help the others. I'll provide another update once I come up. Update number 2. Jesus. If anybody has figured out the location of this air raid shelter, do not share it, and do not come here. I went back down, phone torch leading the way. I was hoping to catch up to Martin and the Luthertons, but the trio seemed to have gone quite far ahead. I called for them, but my yells were swallowed by the bray of that blasted, deafening siren. After walking perhaps 100 meters or so, I made it to the end of the tunnel. A bunking area large enough to sleep every single wartime resident of my modestly sized town, I would imagine. An archway opened onto a perpendicular passage, so I entered it, turned left, then took a second left into a tunnel parallel to the first, which served as the dining hall. As I shouted names into the room of grubby, decaying picnic-style benches, there came a deafening cry of pain, loud enough to penetrate the wall of sound built by the eternal air raid siren. It came from the counter at the far side of the room, another 100 meters away, so I stopped yelling and ran towards it. And as I neared the counter, a frail hand reached up from the other side, a hand stained with blood. Then came that sharp, paralyzing fear which near immobilizes the body. What the fuck was I seeing? I didn't wait for an answer. I lifted myself over the former serving counter, dropped to the other side, and spun to look at the shelving underneath. I don't know whether I screamed or fell flat on my rear first. It was Mr. and Mrs. Lutherton. 2 sardines of flesh and bone were crammed under there, faces fully gouged out, brains and bones and all, as if their faces had been scooped out and rendered bloody skeletal bowls. Most impossibly of all, Mr. Lutherton's hand was still moving. That old man, who should have been dead, was raising his arm and outstretching those fingers pleadingly, as if hoping someone could untangle him and his wife from their mashed, contorted heap beneath the counter. Nobody could save them. They were dead. Had to be dead. I slid away in fear, legs jellied and useless whilst I screamed and wiped away the snot and tears from my face. I don't know how long it took my flight response to kick into action, but I eventually stumbled to my feet, jumped back over the counter, and dashed back through the deserted cafeteria. As I ran back the way I came, the siren grew louder, but I ignored that. I scurried through the passageway, then into the first tunnel. The row of beds stood beside me, and the bunker entrance stood in the distance, up a small staircase. My hope of escape. But I wasn't alone in that tunnel. There was Martin, the last surviving member of the search party, standing 50 or so meters ahead of me. It took me a second to realize that he was an obstacle. That realization hit a moment after the dread, the nightmarish feeling in my gut that the man ahead wasn't the man who'd come down with me. "Martin?" I meekly asked, and the man did not turn slowly. He snapped his body around in response to my voice. When he did, I screamed again. The councilman's skull had been gouged, much like the skulls of the Luthertons, to leave little more than the back and sides of his head. Flaps of skin surrounded that crater within his face and whirred in a breeze. A stream of air generated by the air raid siren, which was, I realized, coming deep from within the man's body. Martin's hands clawed at his face, as if trying to find something, and when he found only a hole spewing out that wartime wail, he started to dart forwardly, feet zigzagging haphazardly. He was barreling towards me. I clasped my lips to prevent another scream, another sound that might draw that terrifying thing towards me, even if he were still Martin, a somewhat human man in a state of panic. I squeezed between two bunk beds, murmuring fearfully as the stumbling, faceless man closed the gap between us. Then I slipped into a narrow gap between the bunk beds and the wall. Only 2 meters wide, but it seemed odd to not have the beds pressed up against the wall. There, hiding in the dark, I heard something else. Something breathing in the blackness. A breath so small, so close, and so intimate, so loud, though it was only a whisper. It managed to be heard atop the roar of Martin's air raid siren. Only it wasn't a human breath. It felt, to me, like the low hum of air from something mechanical. More of a klaxon than an air raid siren, yet somehow far more alive. More alive than even Martin, breathing his siren through fleshy filters. I flashed my light to my right, towards the sound of the breathy klaxon, and it stopped. Stopped as the torch glow met the forgotten rags of some corpse. A man forgotten at the bottom of that bunker, which seemed surprising given the significance of his garbs. A black domed helmet of dented steel, plastered with a large, white W. This was the air raid warden. Another impossibility, to my eyes, was that the man's skeletal remains hadn't decomposed, hadn't turned to ash, and that revealed the ghastliness of his death. His skull had been, much like the skulls of Martin and the Luthertons, caved inwards. Then wind whistled up through what would have once been the esophagus, spilling out of the cavity, to produce the faint, resurrecting breeze of that klaxon sound I had heard. I didn't want to give it a chance. Powered onwards purely by adrenaline, as my mind hadn't the time to collapse into pure, existential dread, I scooped up the bones and warden attire, coughing at the ash and dust, but pushing onwards. I decided that, perhaps, giving the man a proper burial would bring an end to that supernatural hell. My mother was a Christian, and she believed in restless spirits. Believed that all people deserved to rest once their time had come. After the night I've had, I don't know what I believe. I followed the hidden passage, behind the heads of the bunk beds, towards the beginning of the tunnel. Then I scooted out and tiptoed up the staircase, skeletal remains in my clutches. The door's already narrow opening had slimmed down. I wasn't going to fit through it. Panic resurfacing, I heard Harry saying that a gust had swung the door closed. Torch still in my hand, poking out between the air raid warden's corpse. I could see the glint of the handyman working hard to pry the door apart from the wall. "Are you going to help?" he grunted, managing only to inch the door very slowly open. "Or do you want to stay stuck in there?" I looked down at the corpse in my hands, trying to think of a response, when the air raid siren suddenly cut out. I could hear only a persistent ringing in my ears, some muffled words from Harry, then the dull thuds of boots against the floor of the shelter below. I turned to see Martin. That faceless horror extended its arms extending outwards, and I begged the councilman, through blubbers, to recognize me, to not hurt me. And then I saw it for myself. Saw whatever Harry saw. A shadowy mass, black save for the flicker of colors and shapes. The outline of a white W, much like the one on the warden's helmet below me. The black mass swooped across the way, and looped its near-formless shape under Martin's arms, before yanking him away, down the tunnel and far from me. The air raid siren started again, and I knew, in that moment, that it was the sound of the councilman screaming. I was pulled out of that trance by the sound of Harry yelling, metal groaning, and the outside wind wailing. I twisted to see that the bunker door stood wide open, and Harry lay on the grass, staring at me, and the corpse, and the inexplicably open door in bewilderment. I took my opportunity to flee, carrying the body with me, and then the two of us gasped as the skeleton turned to ash the moment I crossed the threshold, leaving me carrying only an old, dusty, air raid warden's uniform in my arms. Then the bunker door slammed shut behind us, and the siren, the cry of Martin, died behind it. I left the uniform in that field. Harry and I drove home, and I've been standing in my bedroom for hours, typing and retyping this update. Looking out at that field, 2 streets over, the bunker that lurks in the dark, watching and waiting, as it has done for 80 years. What lives down there? Hi Reddit. This is a post I never thought I'd make. 2 years ago, when I graduated from that godforsaken place, I decided to put all of it behind me. My stress and anxiety and depression, all those unfortunate events that to this day plague my dreams, and regrettably, I must admit, my friends as well. I'd always intended to keep in touch with the friends I made at my high school, but that last year, well, it changed us. Really, that's the easiest way to put it. Have you heard of the International Baccalaureate? It's been around for a while, but when I first enrolled in the IB program at my high school, I knew fuck all about it. Let me give you a simple rundown. It's a diploma program designed for students in their last 2 years of high school. on par with the Cambridge, A levels, or the junior and senior years of high school in the US. In the IB, you take 3 subjects at a higher level, similar to AP subjects with transferable credits, and another 3 at standard level. In each subject you attempt coursework and exams that eventually give you a point from a scale of 1 to 7. So that's a maximum of 42 points you can get from your subjects alone. Then you've got 2 more components, TOK, a philosophy-like subject, and a 4,000-word extended essay, a professional research paper that you write on a subject of your choice. Obtaining an A grade in both components gives you an additional 3 points. An A and AB gives you 3 points too, 2 Bs give you 2 points, and 2 Cs give you 1 point. The maximum points you can get in the IB program is 45. 45. I'm not usually a melodramatic person, but that number truly means something else to me after those 2 years in hell. But let's go back a bit. When I first embarked on my IB journey, I was an excited, fresh-faced student. I had just finished secondary school, and on my teacher's recommendations, I'd applied for a scholarship at this particularly prestigious Chinese boarding school in a small Asian country that I will not name. Just to clear things up, I myself am Asian. After a ridiculously rigorous admissions process that combined 3 interviews with written entrance tests in all 3 sciences and advanced math, I was granted a full scholarship that included both tuition and boarding. To my lower middle class parents, it was a dream come true. And I was ecstatic, of course. I was only 16, and I was going to get to live away from my parents in this new country, this new place, surrounded by people who thought like me, people who believed in hard work and commitment just as much as I did. I don't remember feeling the slightest inkling of sadness when I left my parents behind at the airport and got on a plane to my new life. I feel a curious sort of pity for the person I once was. I'd thought that I was ready, boy was I wrong. To be fair, the first few months went by with little to no hassles. That's the thing about stress, it creeps up on you slowly. And I was even more at a disadvantage in that I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. As excited as I had been, I didn't do my homework. I'd neglected to read up on the many demands of the IB program, and I'd neglected to assess my ability to meet them. Maybe if I'd had that kind of foresight, I wouldn't be ridden with nightmares that still haunt me 2 years later. Halfway through my first year at the boarding school, I woke up one morning to find myself drastically behind on coursework, the demands of which I didn't even fully understand. Despite having studied all 3 sciences in secondary school, I still am, a humanities-inclined person, but the conditions of my scholarship required me to take 2 sciences at higher level instead of the humanities I so wanted to study. I'd initially thought that wouldn't be a problem, until I found out that I'd have to design and carry out an experiment for each of my sciences, and write a research paper based on those experiments. On top of it all, being a scholar, I was expected to get a 7 in each of my subjects, an A in both TOK and my extended essay. I was expected to get a perfect 45 out of 45. It probably doesn't sound that daunting, until you remember that I was 16, and at any given point in time more likely to pen down a poem than look up scholarly articles and learn how the Harvard referencing system works. I'm afraid I haven't even gotten to the true horrors of my story, but in order to understand the level of stress that my friends and I were at, it's important to understand the many, many things that were expected of us. My friends, the people that I ate every meal with, shared almost every class with, the people I studied with and stood by, and eventually cut off all contact with, they consisted of my roommate and about 7 boys. We were a tight group, the 9 of us. Did everything together. We had all come from different countries, and they taught me a lot of things, life lessons that to this day I carry with me. You've got to understand that in my time spent in that hellish place, this band of people were what kept me sane. We looked out for each other, made sure the stress didn't get to us, made sure none of us got too close to the edge. There were many people who tipped over, was the thing. My teachers were relentless, and believed that setting ridiculous and highly unrealistic deadlines for coursework submissions was the most effective way to motivate us. Those of us who could handle it, handled it. Those of us who couldn't, cracked. In the 4th month of our first year, we had our first attempted suicide. It was a Chinese girl from my cluster who'd fallen back on one too many deadlines, enough to earn her a meeting with the principal and a tentative suspension. She overdosed on sleeping pills and left a note beside her bed. Her roommate found her, rushed her to the hospital, and got her stomach pumped just in time. That was just the first of many. We had 3 more attempted suicides in that first year. and once each of them got out of the hospital, they were punished for their attempts. Detention, caning, exile from the student hub, where we had our sports hall and music rooms. They cracked down on those of us who tried to escape. I remember this one day in November. I was sat on the floor outside my room and on the phone with my mom, and I just broke down. There was a distinct feeling of hopelessness inside me that I can still remember if I shut my eyes and concentrate hard enough. My excitement and hope had been replaced with fear, sadness, and a clear knowledge that there was no way but through it. But I've got to tell you, I almost didn't make it through. All of us were stressed. Some of us were depressed. But Rue E, she was okay. Rue E was a Filipino-Chinese scholar who I didn't really associate with. She was, intense isn't really the word. She was a jovial kid, friendly enough. There was something crazy in her eyes maybe, but honestly, there was something crazy in all of us. It just stood out in her more, I guess. She didn't have any friends that I can recall. The thing about her was that she was competitive. We were all encouraged to be competitive, but she always took it one step ahead. We were in the same form class, although we didn't share any classes besides. And she'd always stand second. I'd always stand first. After our first term, when our class rankings were revealed, I remember the way she congratulated me. With a firm handshake, a half smirk, that crazy glint in her eyes seemingly magnified. There was something in her demeanor, something that screamed, "I'm coming for you," even if she wouldn't say it out loud. Or maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe I'm only saying this because I know what I know now. The terrible, terrible things that, well, the first attempted suicide happened the next month. And to be honest, I had more things to worry about than an overly competitive peer. Rue E was a female boarder as well, so she lived on my floor, and I happened to run into her often on my way to and from the water dispensers. I can still remember that sight, her in her pajamas, carrying a steaming mug of something away from the water dispenser as I walked in the opposite direction. She'd half smirk at me, and I'd smile back. We'd maybe exchange a hi or a hello, but rarely anything more. I learnt from my roommate, who made it her mission to learn everything she could about every girl on the floor, that Rue E indulged in traditional medicine. A more accurate term would be that she was obsessed with it. For the first quarter of the year, she was making herbal chicken in an electric cooker and drinking herbal tea every morning that left a stale smell in the common rooms. Then she switched to several neem concoctions, creams that she would apply on her face and back, leaves that she would crush and make into tea with honey and ginger. I can't remember what else she dabbled in. All those old wives' tales that were supposed to enhance your memory, do good things to your brain. She'd carry her mugs and plates around us with an air of superiority, and my roommate amused herself by dropping a choice number of curses behind her back. I remember distinctly this one week when she cooked a whole baby pig and ate the entire thing. It's something that the Chinese pride themselves on, being able to prepare and consume every part of the pig. On Wednesday, I came out of my room to find her sitting on the sofa and eating a bowl of pig's brain, apparently uncooked. The traditions in themselves were intriguing, but I stayed away from Rue E. And Lord, am I glad I did. In that first year, the stress manifested itself in the most obvious way possible, the attempted suicides. The second year wasn't so black and white. As seniors, the expectations from us had risen. Final submissions for different research papers were due every month, and even our weekends didn't feel like weekends. I remember a week where I slept maybe 6 hours in total. I was so busy. Some of my friends didn't even take that time off to sleep. It was a bad time for all of us. People began to disappear around then. It sounds more sinister than it was, but maybe not sinister enough in hindsight. First, it was a girl who lived in the room at the other end of the floor, Rue Yi's roommate. She went home to China during the March holidays and didn't come back. After she was absent from classes for longer than a week, rumors began to sprout, the most prevailing one being that she finally cracked and convinced her parents to withdraw her from that hellish school. Then we stopped thinking of her with worry and switched over to envy. She was a bright kid, she'd flourish elsewhere. Then it was a boy, a roommate of one of my friends. He was clever too, and we remembered him with envy. By the time the third person disappeared, in the middle of June, at the crux of our mid-year exams, we began to grow suspicious. My guy friends warned me to be careful, not to go out in the evenings on my own, or to eat anything that the girls on my floor gave me. It sounds ridiculous now, but the atmosphere was getting more and more competitive, and my teachers refused to acknowledge or discuss these disappearances, almost like they weren't happening at all. It was a confusing, scary time. I remember considering, on more than one occasion, withdrawing from the school myself. But my scholarship was airtight. Had I chosen to withdraw, my parents would have to pay the full sum of tuition and boarding that had been previously waived. And we just weren't made of that kind of money. So I stayed. When Mr. Sim was fired, we began to worry for real. Mr. Sim was one of the only mentors in the boarding school who actually seemed human. He was the unofficial 10th member of my group of friends. He looked out for the 9 of us, worried with us when our peers attempted to kill ourselves, and begged us not to ever think of doing the same. He'd do grocery runs for us during exam season, would help us organize notes when we were too worn out. We would have survived without him, sure, but what a struggle it would have been. He left without telling any of us. When we asked the other mentors, we were told not to poke our nose in business that wasn't ours. One of the boys who had his number called him up, and he told us with his own damn voice not to try and contact him again. He sounded shaken, my friend reported. We didn't attempt to talk to him again, and it felt a bit like one of us had attempted suicide and succeeded this time. As you can probably tell, those were bleak times. 5 girls from my cluster, by then, were missing. All the smart ones gone. And 3 boys, if I remember correctly. The only good thing that came out of that period was that Rue stopped making her stinky herbal teas, and the common rooms were once again suitable to study in. Then came our final deadline in research paper submissions, and then our finals, and then graduation, and then home. Home at last. I expected to feel relief after I left that school for good, but all I felt was emptiness. I was diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety a week before Christmas, and that sent my parents into a frenzy, claiming that they didn't know it had been that bad for me. I withdrew into myself, stopped talking as much as I used to, spent most of my time in my room. IB had beaten the fight out of me. When my friends texted me, I didn't respond. The memories associated with them had become painful and distorted. I was convinced I would never be the same again. The 2 years that followed passed much in the same way. I'm at university now, and I live in the same town as my parents, although in a flat of my own. I don't have a roommate. I work part-time in the kitchen of a bakery, and I throw myself into uni work. Sometimes I can go days without talking to anyone. Except for yesterday. Yesterday, Mr. Sim sent me a friend request on Facebook. Yesterday, I convinced him to allow me to call him on Skype. Yesterday, he told me the truth. Mr. Sim had been one of the welfare mentors in the boarding. The welfare mentors were responsible for visiting our floors regularly, to check on hygiene and make sure that everything generally was all right. That last year, the mentor assigned to our floor was newly appointed and apparently unclear on her tasks. They found out well into our last year at the school that she hadn't been making her rounds of our floors at all. She was reprimanded, and Mr. Sim was assigned to check out our floor instead. I remember that day. I remember coming out to get water from the dispenser and finding him on our floor, waving at him and asking him what he was doing there. He'd said he was just checking up on us. I'd found it odd, maybe, or maybe I didn't find it odd at all. My perception of strangeness and normality had become warped by then. It's completely possible I didn't question it at all. But the smell. How did I not question the smell? It had begun to smell bad around the water dispensers so long ago. It crept up on me, like the stress. So I didn't notice it until Mr. Sim took in a lungful of air and asked me with a pained expression if it always smelt like that on this end of the floor. I'd shrugged, maybe blamed it on the dampness that came with the recent rains. I'd filled up my mug with hot water and went back to my room on the other end. Mr. Sim had one more room to check, Rueyi's room. He knocked once and didn't get a response. He twisted the knob, opened the door carefully, identifying himself and asking if he could enter. She wasn't in the room. The room was empty. Well, it wasn't empty. He told me yesterday that the first thing that hit him was the smell. It smelt, he told me, like decay, like death. He'd groped blindly for the light switch, turned it on. For a full minute, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. Later, after he'd thrown up 3 times and was shaking so badly he could barely stand, his terrified brain told him he was looking at 8 bodies. 8 dead bodies with the skulls cracked open and the brains pulled out. There was blood everywhere. There was blood everywhere. He repeated it over and over again yesterday, his voice shaking. I nodded numbly. I believed him. It was fucked up, and nothing like I could ever have imagined, but I believed him. Those 8 students hadn't disappeared. Rue had killed them, and she'd eaten their brains. She ran out of traditional medicine to try, and pigs' brains weren't working for her. So she tried human ones. Mr. Sims says he doesn't remember exactly what he did after that. He remembers locking the door behind him and going immediately to the principal. He remembers being fired on the spot and being so shocked and appalled that he left at once, without a word to any of us. I don't know what any of it means, if our principal and our teachers and the rest of the mentors were aware, or if they didn't want to stop her purely out of curiosity. Maybe they just wanted her to get that 45, and were willing to tolerate any means that would help her reach that end. I don't know how much they paid Mr. Sim, but it must have been a lot to convince him not to reach out to any of us until 2 years later. They must have paid the parents of those poor children even more. But I can't even begin to comprehend any of this, which is why I'm typing it out and posting it here. Maybe if I try hard enough, I can pretend that none of this happened, that it's just a story I'm narrating for karma. I haven't tried to contact any of my friends yet. Maybe I will after I post this. Mr. Sim has already said he doesn't want to relive his story again, although he wouldn't mind me telling my friends if I wanted to. But do I really want to? Do I want to relive that horrible year that has, somehow, become even more horrific 2 years later? One last thing. I suppose you would be curious about this, so I might as well add it in. For what it's worth, I ended up getting a 44 in IB. Ruei got her 45. I stared down at the freshly dug hollow pit in front of me, which had once been a grave. The mahogany casket, once occupied, now lay vacant at the bottom of the 6-foot hole. And you didn't see anyone last night? The officer asked me, writing something down in his notebook. I shook my head, defeated. I'm a night cemetery guard for a churchyard in the sleepy town of Orlingdale, England. Aside from shooing off the occasional group of teenagers or escorting lost mourners out of the grounds, nothing like this had ever happened at my job. I don't understand who would do this. The vicar growled behind me as the police gathered their evidence and left after promising they'd patrol the area tonight. What horrid person would steal a body? This is despicable. He put his arm on my shoulder, reassuringly. You won't be working alone tonight, he told me. I've called Vincent and told him what happened. He's assured me he'll be here tonight to patrol with you. I walked through the tall iron gates of the churchyard to see Vince sat on a bench, an unlit cigarette perched between his lips. He looked up at me and smiled, holding out his open pack of smokes to offer me one. Weird fucking thing to do, you know, he muttered, flicking his lighter and raising it to his mouth. Robbing a grave for a corpse. I nodded in agreement, taking a long drag of my cigarette. Vince was a younger man in his early 30s. He was tall and skinny, with a head of floppy blonde hair. He and I were both hired as night guards at around the same time a year ago, but we'd often be working different nights, so never really got a chance to properly talk. I exhaled a cloud of smoke. Think they'll come back? Nah, Vince replied confidently. Have to be pretty dumb to return to the scene of the crime the next day. We patrolled the grounds for hours, occasionally splitting up and linking back up to cover more ground. I began to relax as 3 a.m. rolled around, thinking Vince was probably right that they wouldn't come back. We eventually ended up stood on a small hill which overlooked most of the churchyard. The steeple towered in the distance, as if trying to intimidate anyone who entered into its yard. Are you a religious man? I asked Vincent, who shrugged. Nah, not really. Are you? I shook my head. Then what the fuck are we doing working? Air. Vince laughed loudly, pulling out his pack of cigarettes. We buried my sister here, he told me, still looking off into the distance. We lost her in an accident, just before I started working here actually. I looked at him and nodded understandingly. It's a big reason I took the job, he continued. Means every night that I'm not at home, I'm air with her. We smoked in comfortable silence for a while, finishing off our cigarettes and stubbing them out in a nearby bin. What was her name? I asked him. Vince looked at me, his warm blue eyes flickering with a momentary vulnerability. Mila, he replied. Mila Blossom Evans. She was only 19 when she died. Family ain't been the same since. I can imagine. I comforted him. Vince opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by a loud metallic noise coming from the corner of the yard. The fuck was that? Vince asked in a hushed tone. We aimed our flashlights in the direction of the sound. A bush outside of the iron fence rustled hastily. An animal? I whispered, unable to hide the nervousness in my voice. We cautiously walked over to the disturbed shrubbery. Look. Vince pointed. I followed his hand to see one of the iron bars of the fence hanging limply. That must be where our grave robbers been getting in. Vince hissed. Our eyes met as the terrible realization hit us like a train. They aren't breaking in, they've just taken something out. We both turned and split up, trying to find the grave which had just been emptied. I pulled out my phone to call the police, when I heard a pained scream. I almost dropped my phone as I sprinted over to Vince, who was on his knees. "Vince!" I shouted, as I spotted him on his knees with his head to the floor. As I ran closer, I could hear his muffled sobs. I looked over to the freshly dug hole, which sat in front of him. "What happened? Are you hurt?" I whispered as I walked closer to him. That's when I saw the familiar name on the headstone. The police came and went, yet again taking a statement and promising to patrol. "More should be done," I snapped, annoyed. "Why aren't detectives coming to take evidence? Why aren't Dash?" I know, the vicar said softly. "Remember, this is a small town. They're doing what they can for now. Forensics have already been, but we're such an isolated town. We just have to trust they're doing their best." "But what about Dash?" "Vincent," the old vicar finished my sentence. "I've insisted he go home and have some time off." The vicar stepped closer to me. "He doesn't have any family. His sister was all he had. I can't imagine what he's feeling. I'll be joining you on watch tonight while he's away. The police have searched the perimeter and secured any openings in the fence. Nothing will get in or out without us knowing." Raised voices filled the evening atmosphere as I entered the cold iron gates of the churchyard. "You should be at home resting. You've no reason to be here tonight," the vicar said sternly. "She was my sister. I want to be here. I need to be here." Vince replied sharply. "This isn't helping anyone. Please go home," the vicar told him. I walked up to them and cleared my throat. "Ah, thank goodness you're here," the vicar gestured to me. "Vincent just arrived, and I've told him he should be home resting. Could you dash?" "No, I gotta be here to catch this prick." Vince looked at me, his voice slightly breaking. "She was my fucking sister, man." A wave of sympathy washed over me as I remembered what the vicar had told me last night. "I mean, we could use all the help we can get," I suggested. "3 people is better than 2. Vince turned to look at the vicar, his blue eyes filled with desperation and pleading. The vicar sighed. "I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm just thinking about what's best for you. If you really want to stay, I can't force you to go. But I really think it's best if you were at home recovering emotionally." Vince nodded. "I'd like to stay." "What do you think you're doing? Stop that at once." I shone my flashlight in the direction of the vicar's voice in the distance and began running towards him. The vicar stood on the grass with his phone to his ear. In front of him, a short man dressed in all black stood over a grave which had been partially dug into. The man stood with his hands raised in the air and a shovel at his feet. His facial details were impossible to make out due to the black ski mask over his head. "Please dash," the man pleaded in an accent I couldn't place. "Now you just wait there, the police are on their way," the vicar told him sternly. I felt a rush of wind as Vince lunged past me and tackled the man. "Stop it, now stop it!" the old vicar yelled as Vince began throwing punches. The vicar grabbed Vince by the shoulders and attempted to pry him from the man, who had curled himself into a ball to protect himself from the blows. I grabbed Vince's other shoulder, and we managed to pull him off his prey. During the scuffle, Vince had unmasked the grave robber. He looked to be in his 40s, with short dark hair and brown eyes. He was sweating heavily. "Please," the man begged. "What's your name?" The vicar wanted to know. "Andres," the man responded nervously. "Andres Rivera." "And what are you doing in my churchyard every night digging up the deceased?" the vicar demanded. "Please," Andres repeated. "It will kill me." "What are you talking about?" Andres took a breath, still sitting on the floor with his legs to his chest. "It followed me over here. I fled from the Philippines." "It followed? Who followed you?" the vicar asked, looking confused. "It smelled the death on me," Andres continued. "I have an illness, not long left." Andres noticeably shuddered, clutching his legs closer to his chest like a scared toddler. "I ran away, but it came after me. It found me. I feed it to keep it away. Please, it will kill me." "I don't understand," the vicar spoke up. "What's come after you?" Andres looked up at him, his eyes wide. Ball. "I beg your pardon?" the vicar asked, leaning closer to the terrified Andres. Ball, Andres repeated, a tremble in his voice. "In my hometown in the Philippines, we were told stories as children about the creature that steals corpses and stalks the dying. I thought it was just stories, but then I got ill. I heard it every night on my roof. I smelled its putrid rotten odor. I saw its evil face at my window waiting for me to die so it can dash." Andres was abruptly cut off by Vince. "This is bullshit," Vince snapped. "Why are we listening to this weirdo's bollocks story? He's obviously fucking insane and eating corpses. No. Andres shook his head violently. I wouldn't. I only took what was necessary. Yeah, you took my fucking sister. Vince spat, a malicious look in his eyes. There's a lot of empty graves here I could fill. No, please. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Please don't. I'm sorry. I held my arm up to block Vince, who looked like he wanted to resume his attack on the sniveling Andres. You don't understand what it's like. Andres yelled with a broken voice. I have my final months in fear of this creature. I will not know peace. Now calm down. The vicar instructed. The police are pulling up now. Vincent, go and unlock the gate. Police, no. No. Andres shouted desperately. I need to feed it. I can't dash. That's enough now, please, the vicar said assertively. You're clearly unwell. I hope you get the care you need. The three of us stood back and watched Andres be led away in handcuffs, his cries and pleas falling on deaf ears. I woke up feeling a sense of accomplishment. There was a spring in my step as I flicked my bread into the toaster and poured a cup of coffee. I practically skipped to work that day, relieved that this shift will be as uneventful and mind-numbingly boring as it was before. Vince volunteered to work with me tonight, ignoring the vicar's advice to take some time away. The hours practically flew by as we trudged up and down the gravelly paths. And then I smelled it, a putrid smell, as if I'd walked into a tomb of 100 rotting bodies. What the fuck? I choked, covering my nose. Vince shone his flashlight around. What's that smell? I'm gonna puke. He spat, clasping his hand over his mouth. A shadow briefly covered the moon. What was that? I asked, looking up into the crisp night sky for anything out of the ordinary. Up there. Vince pointed to a dark figure balanced on the tiles of the steeple. What the fuck? Who's that? I whispered. It's fucking Andres, Vince snapped. I'm gonna kill him. I don't think Andres could get up there, I said, the nervousness I'd been pushing down escaping into my voice. I don't think anyone could get up there. Vince's face turned from fury to fear as he realized what I was saying. Before either of us could say another word, the figure quickly scaled down the steeple roof with a natural ease no human could manage. As it reached the roof of the church building, it extended its long arms and glided out of sight. I looked at Vince. His face was pale, and his wide eyes remained locked on where the creature had gone. We need to leave, I whispered, terrified. Our only way out is past where that thing went. Vince replied, his voice haunting and hollow. I cursed when I remembered the opening in the fence that Andres had used, which had now been sealed off. I say we run for it, Vince whispered. Don't look back, just run to the gate. What? No way, I hissed. Then what? You want to wait in here with this fucking thing? Vince hissed back. Call the police, I told Vince. They'll help us. Vince went quiet for a moment before confessing. I never take my phone to work. No point, who am I gonna message? Only person I had that meant anything's gone. I got you, but I'd feel like a twat messaging you on your nights off. I frantically dug my phone from my pocket, my hand shaking so hard I could barely type in my passcode. The loud sound of a branch breaking behind us propelled us into fight or flight, Vince grabbing my sleeve and pulling me, causing me to drop my phone as we fled. We ducked behind a large headstone in the middle of the yard, gasping for breath. Vince, I dropped the phone. I whispered, frantic. Ah, fuck. It's okay. Vince tried to calm me, although I could hear the masked desperation in his voice. Can you see it? I asked him, too scared to move from the false safety of our limestone cover. I'll check. Vince slowly and silently rose onto his knees, building up the courage to peer around the grave. I felt my stomach tighten suddenly. I tried to force myself to take a deep breath, but it felt as though my abdomen were in a vice. I reached down to clasp the pressure in my side, when my hand met something wet, cold and unfamiliar. I looked down. Gripping my thick winter coat was a gray, slimy, bony clawed hand. Vince! I screamed, frantically squirming out of the creature's clutch. Vince looked over at me, before looking back and becoming face to face with the putrid creature. It then stood upright and towered over us as we began desperately crawling backwards. It was tall with dark crimson eyes, yellow rotten teeth, and a disgustingly long tongue which seemed to lap hungrily at its chest. Its skin was a horrible greenish gray, and its arms were connected to its entire torso by a tight flap of skin, similar to a bat. Its limbs looked almost human, with 5 long, sickly fingers all accompanied by filthy, bloodied claws. And the smell. The creature smelled like the pinnacle of decomposition, its hot breath filling our lungs with the unescapable stench of death. Vince grabbed my arm. pulling me up. "Come on." He pulled me along as we weaved in between headstones. Tears clouded my vision, and my trousers felt cold and heavy where I had unknowingly lost control of my bladder. Vince suddenly tripped, sending us both hurtling forwards mid-sprint. I fell hard onto the gravelly floor, feeling a burning pain in my hand, which had been scraped under my body weight. "Vince," I whispered, groggily pulling myself up and turning to look at him. "We have to Kadash." My heart dropped when I saw Vince, lying motionless on the grass next to a hollow grave, a large wound across his head. I looked at the bloodied headstone beside him. Mila Blossom Evans, forever 19. Beloved sister and friend. A short life lived to the fullest. "Vince." My voice quaked as I crouched over him and shook his lifeless body. "Vince? Vince, please." I begged him, but Vince never got up, the empty look in his glassy blue eyes telling me his soul had left. I wiped my tear-soaked cheek with my sleeve and began hurriedly backing away as the creature slowly began to crawl along the gravel path towards Vance's body. "No," I mustered as it cocooned his carcass with its fleshy wings. "No." The creature plunged its salivating tongue into Vince's eye socket, not even looking at me. I froze, sheer terror forbidding me from vomiting with disgust. The creature's sharp claws tore the clothes from Vince's body effortlessly as it began to rip away at his flesh. I backed up in horror until I felt a familiar stone wall behind me. The church. I looked to the left to see the tall iron gates willing me towards them. I took one last look back at the creature. It locked eyes with me, as its long tongue was preoccupied consuming Vance's body. It had a look of hatred in its eyes, as if it despised me for still living. I turned towards the gate and fled, not even stopping to unlock the heavy padlock. I gripped the iron bars tightly, forcing my foot on top of the bolts of the gate as I clambered up. I threw my leg over and collapsed from the top of the gate, landing hard on my feet. Ignoring the pain in my ankles, I desperately sprinted to the closest house I could find, the vicar's. I must have ran for about 20 minutes without stopping, practically kicking the vicar's garden gate off its hinges as I pounded on his door. A face peeked at me from the window, before a startled vicar opened the door in his pajamas. "What's happened? Are you okay? What's going on?" he asked, panicked. Everything began spinning as I collapsed into his front door as he tried to catch me. I woke up the next afternoon in a hospital bed. After having myself discharged, I used the hospital phone to call a taxi to the vicar's house. I knocked on his door, less frantic this time. He opened the door in a pair of blue jeans and a relaxed cardigan, looking surprised to see me. "Oh, you're out already? You should have called. Come in." We sat in his living room, and I told him everything that had happened that night. "Yes, I'm sorry to hear about Vincent. I know he was fond of you. You were a friend to him." The vicar sympathized. "Would you mind sitting with me while I recount all this to the police?" I asked him. "I'm worried I'll forget some of the details I told you." "Oh, I don't think we need to tell them any of that." The vicar shook his head. "Andres was let out on bail last night. Let's just say he came back and did all of this." My mouth fell open. What do you mean?" I asked him. The vicar shrugged. "Well, I don't think the town needs to hear about this demonic being." The vicar leaned forward in his chair. "Can you imagine what this will do to my church if the members hear a satanic creature taunts the churchyard? It will destroy their faith." My eyes widened. The vicar's expression softened. "Relax," he said calmly. "I'm not making a threat. I'll make a deal. You keep quiet about this, and I'll pay you for helping me." "But what about the dash?" I began. "The demon? It will lose interest and go elsewhere. Andres said it's following him. Chances are it will go back to where it came from once it has him. It doesn't seem to be able to dig the graves up by itself here." I looked at him anxious. "I've always been good to you. I gave you and Vincent jobs when nobody else would. The money I'll transfer to you, we'll call it compensation for what you had to go through at my church. Pretend it's money for therapy or whatnot. Then you can finally get yourself a little place in the city, like you've always talked about. All I need is for you to let me do the talking." I gazed out my window, the vibrant life of the city radiating through my apartment. I left my home in Orlingdale that same week, choosing to remain quiet and let the vicar tell the authorities whatever story he could come up with. The vicar sent me a letter last week. It was brief, with no mention of the incident at all. He mentioned Andres had sadly passed away recently. I looked him up online to see if there were any details about him, and found a small news article from the town's local paper. It reported that Andres' body was being flown back to his hometown by his family, and nothing more. I stuffed the letter into my desk drawer, having no desire to respond. It's been 3 months since the incident, and nobody's reported seeing the creature since. Maybe it went back to the Philippines with Andres, maybe it stuck around, maybe it moved on to a different country altogether. I don't know. I hope I never know. Someone we didn't know tried to pick Dylan up from school today, said his elementary teacher. The guy said he was Dylan's older brother. Dylan doesn't have a brother, I said, alarmed. We thought so too, replied the teacher. I suspected something wasn't right straight away. It was this tall, lanky guy with black hair. Looked in his late 30s, maybe even 40. He knew your address, Dylan's full name and birthday, and which class he was in. I went inside to check with the principal. When I came back out, the guy was gone. I was silent for a second as I stood facing the teacher outside the school gate. The gate separated the main road and a large playground and basketball court leading into the school. All the other kids and parents had left, and we were the only ones standing outside. Where's Dylan now? I asked. He's waiting for you in the principal's office, she said, gesturing for me to follow as she turned around. I walked across the playground behind her shakily, then through the corridors to the office. My 8-year-old son Dylan sat on the couch in the principal's office, still as a stone. The principal sat behind her desk, and there was a cop standing next to her. Hey buddy, I said, you okay? Dylan looked at me blankly. My Dylan was always a quiet boy. It was just the two of us at home at the time. I was a single dad. My late wife Angie, Dylan's mother, died a year prior. She'd been hit by a car while cycling around a sharp bend, and they never identified the driver. I won't go into any more detail here, as frankly I'd rather not relive that period, but safe to say it destroyed me. I tried to pick up the pieces and stay strong for Dylan. Was I doing a good job? Only God knows. I received no feedback. Since then, Dylan became even more withdrawn, pretty much remaining silent until spoken to. He was seen by a child psychologist and various other members of the welfare team at school, but after assessment they were sure he didn't have autism or the like. He could speak up when he was pressed. He was just shy and preferred to keep to himself. The cop confirmed I was Dylan's dad, then asked me a few questions. He finally told us they'd try and find the guy and to report if we ever saw him again. The principal and teacher said a few things. It was a blur. All I remember is sweating profusely with my knees shaking, trying to comprehend the fact that someone had tried to kidnap my son. Dylan, you didn't know that man, did you? Asked the principal. Dylan shook his head. I was on edge after that day. Dylan was my whole world, all the family I had left, and I couldn't stand the possibility that he could be in danger. It made me sick. Who is this bastard? Why my son? Did he know us, or was it some random creep? I always walked Dylan to and from school thereafter, and was never late to pick him up again. Meanwhile, Dylan himself didn't seem rattled in the slightest. He never mentioned the incident unless specifically asked. At the time, I thought he was just timid and didn't want to cause trouble. A couple of weeks later after the incident, the same homeroom teacher called me during her lunch break. She said one of the kids in her class saw Dylan talking to a man through the school fence. When she rushed out, the man was gone. When Dylan was asked about it, he said he hadn't been talking to anyone. The girl who apparently spotted him was questioned further, and she was adamant she saw Dylan talking to a tall, lanky man with messy black hair. The cops were called again, did a quick search of the perimeter of the school, but they found no one suspicious. That afternoon, I sat Dylan down at the kitchen table. I won't get angry, I just need you to tell me the truth, I said, trying to steady my nerves. Did you or didn't you talk to a stranger today at school? Yes or no? He shrugged. Getting an answer out of him was harder than drawing blood from a stone. How many times have we told you not to talk to strangers? It's for your own safety. You do understand that, don't you, son? He nodded, looking slightly afraid. I realized I had raised my voice, and felt guilty immediately. Exasperated and running on 2 hours of sleep, I left him at the dining table, and went straight to bed. That night, I woke at 2 a.m. and went for a bathroom trip. I decided to check on Dylan while I was at it. He wasn't in his room. I called out his name and looked around in the living room and kitchen, getting more frantic as the seconds ticked by. I checked wardrobes, corners, even in cupboards which made no sense to look in as he'd never fit in them, but I was desperate, thinking he'd been kidnapped. I went out into the street, yelling his name as I ran up and down it like a maniac to no avail. As I came back into the house ready to call the police, I looked in Dylan's room for one last check. He was sitting up on his bed, wide awake and staring back at me. Where were you? I asked, relieved but still alarmed. "I was here," he replied. "No, you weren't. I was looking everywhere for you, and you weren't in here." I was. Had I imagined all of that? I shook my head, feeling a migraine coming on. "Just stay in your room, okay? Don't scare me." I thought my eyes had deceived me somehow, and the paranoia was getting to me. Perhaps I should have paid attention to the fact that the window was wide open. About a year after those incidents, I heard a knock at my apartment door. I was inside doing some paperwork while Dylan was in his room playing Minecraft. I was on alert immediately. No one ever knocked on the door. We lived in a block of apartments, and friends or acquaintances would always wait outside the main door, ring the doorbell, and I would greet them downstairs. This meant it was likely an upstairs or downstairs neighbor who needed something. I had a few of their numbers from when we moved in, for contact should the need ever arise, but we weren't close at all. I wondered what could be the problem. I walked up to the door and looked outside the peephole. There was no one there. Odd, I thought. Perhaps I had heard something. Those random occurrences were commonplace now, and second-guessing myself was just in my nature at that point. As I walked back to my desk in the living room, I heard another knock. Something was up. I walked up to the door again. No one seen through the peephole. Was someone pranking us? I stood just behind the door and texted my upstairs neighbor, asking him if he'd knocked on the door. A few moments later, I heard footsteps upstairs that went in the direction of the door, then hurriedly back into the apartment. I then received a text back about a minute later. "Do not open the door. There's a guy with a huge knife crouching, hiding right next to your door." My phone buzzed again. Another text from my upstairs neighbor. "Calling cops, RN. Stay inside." I froze as all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was paralyzed for a few seconds. When I came to my senses, I tiptoed to Dylan's room. "Stay inside. Keep quiet," I whispered, my eyes bulging, beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. I had never felt my heart beat so fast. Dylan looked up and raised his eyebrows as I shut his door slowly and stood outside it, about to throw up and shit myself at the same time. We were so still that I could make out quiet but frantic talking upstairs and more rushing footsteps. I read my upstairs neighbor's texts again to make sure my eyes hadn't deceived me. I tiptoed to the kitchen and grabbed one of my own kitchen knives, then returned to the same spot outside Dylan's room, anticipating a crazed psycho busting down the door at any second. I chanted manic prayers for safety on repeat in my head. Not a sound came from inside his room. After what seemed like years, I heard sirens in the distance and my heart rate started to slow a little. My grip on the knife handle loosened. Eventually I heard some shouting, more footsteps and banging that gradually faded in volume. "This is the police," shouted a voice. I looked through the peephole to confirm that it was a cop, then opened the door, knife still in hand. They were very reassuring, and informed us that a tall, lanky man with black hair had just been apprehended and taken into police custody. He had knocked on my door, and was waiting for someone inside to open it. He was indeed waiting with a freshly sharpened knife. What was he going to do with it, to the first person who opened that door, which was going to be me? Well, if it isn't obvious, then your guess is as good as mine. This guy's name was Gregory. He seemed to bounce around from place to place with no permanent address, even traveling between states, and doing petty crimes like theft, harassment, and occasionally stalking minors. When they did a more thorough search, it turns out he had been involved in at least one gruesome murder in a different state, and ended up being given a life sentence for it, along with his accomplices. I wouldn't have wished that terror upon anyone, but these unfortunate things happen. The side effects of the psychological damage I experienced that day have never left me. However, I know people who have been through similar horrors, but never lived to tell the tale. So I looked on the bright side and counted myself lucky. Where there are sick freaks, there will be victims. The sicko was in jail, and I thought that was the end of it. But there was a different side to the story that I only uncovered 10 years after the incident. Dylan was due to leave for college, living away from home for the first time. He had grown into a tall kid with a surpassing number of friends, still obedient, but relentlessly quiet. While packing his things and clearing out his room, I found a rugged-looking old notebook at the back of his bottom drawer. "Dylan's diary," said the cover. I flicked through it with no intention to pry initially, and saw that he had written and drawn in it extensively, with impressively neat handwriting. He had always been a boy of few words, so I was intrigued. I began reading from the first page. Page 1. Cody's house, 11 a.m. He has to give me back my coat. There were a few stick figure drawings. Page 2. I need a book for English class next week. Ask if Amy has one. I turned the pages, and the first few were filled with the same mundane elementary school day-to-day affairs, mixed in with a few doodles. Then I got to page 21. Page 21. Why does my dad talk so much? He won't even let me get an Xbox. And he won't let me sleep over at Cody's house. Talking back is no use. I hate him. I felt a sting and my heart sank. I remembered that day vividly, and a pang of guilt ran through me. I turned the page. Page 22. Saw Greg today. He says he can help me get rid of Dad. I said he was lying, but he says he's done it before. It was in the news. As my mind connected the dots, I flicked through the previous pages. This was the first mention of Greg I could find. I started to sweat, but continued reading. Page 23. Me and Greg are coming up with a plan. Need Dad gone. But I almost got caught talking to him today. Mrs. Watford, that stupid old mole rat, kept asking me. She took me to the principal's office again. I think Katie saw Greg and snitched. Need to be careful. A few blank pages, with a few in between filled with scribbles and admin-type notes to self. Then the narrative continued. Page 41. The word plan was underlined, with 2 drawings underneath. The first was of a stick figure kneeling by a door holding what looked like a dagger. This stick figure was smiling. There was another stick figure behind the door, with its hand on the door handle, about to open the door. The second was of the first stick figure stabbing the stick man who had just opened the door, his eyes now 2 crosses. Page 42. Greg came to my house, and I showed him my plan. He said it was good, and he could do it. We almost got caught by Dad, but I got back in bed just in time. He's gonna get some tools from his house. Close 1. Page 43. Greg screwed up. He's in jail now. Why did Dad not open the door when Greg knocked? Everything went wrong. I don't know why. Page 44. I wish my dad would just shut up. I flicked through the rest of the notebook, which was blank. Page 44 was the last entry. I read the entries a few times, and pondered what I should do. I never thought Dylan was capable of such heinous intentions. Confused and upset, I acted as if nothing had happened for a few days. But on the day he was due to leave for college, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I brought his duffel bag down and hooked it on his suitcase. He was ready to head to the station, standing outside the door with the suitcase and his backpack. Dylan, when you were younger, did I ever say or do anything that hurt you? You can be honest with me. No, why do you ask? He replied. I held up the diary. He froze for a second, and I saw the color drain from his face. I won't blame you for anything, don't worry. You know I love you very much, son. You were a minor, and you were a victim of a very sick man. Besides, this thing is years old. I just want to know what I did wrong at the time to lead to this, and we can put it behind us. His shocked expression faded, leaving his ever-present blank stare. You didn't do anything wrong. Neither did Mom. I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant by that, but stopped. The corners of his mouth stretched into a wide smile. Our eyes met, and we stood in silence for a few seconds. Dylan, if I were to find another one of these notebooks, I began tactfully, would I see the blueprint of my wife's murder inside? Yeah. He didn't even pause to answer. Then he gripped the handle of his suitcase and walked off down the street. That was 2 years ago now. I never forgave him. Every night I still lie awake thinking whether he was born that way, or it's somehow my fault. We haven't talked since he left that day, and he hasn't come back home. He's never tried to contact me, and I haven't likewise. It looks like he's doing well in college from his Facebook posts. He seems to have a lot of friends, so I assume he got his own place or stays with one of them. I wonder if any of them will ever find out who he really is. Wouldn't blame them if they never do. After all, I still don't know who my son is, and I raised him for 18 years. Have you ever looked at your reflection and felt something was off? Like it wasn't just a reflection, but something more? Something watching? I never gave it much thought before. Mirrors were just mirrors, ordinary, harmless, a part of everyday life. I had passed by them, glanced at them, adjusted my hair in them 1,000 times without a second thought. But that changed the night I got the emergency alert. That was the night I learned the truth. Mirrors aren't just reflections, and sometimes they look back. I had been up for hours, buried under textbooks, drowning in notes, trying to cram as much information into my brain as possible. The next morning, I had an exam, one I wasn't prepared for, no matter how much I studied. My laptop screen flickered in front of me, its glow the only light in my otherwise dark room. My fingers trembled slightly, a side effect of too much caffeine and too little sleep. My body begged for rest, but my mind wouldn't shut up. I ran a hand through my hair, sighing. The words on the screen were blurring together, my vision swimming. Maybe I just needed a break, just a quick one. A splash of water on my face, maybe brushing my teeth. Something to wake me up. That's when it happened. A vibration. A short, sharp buzz from my phone, barely noticeable over the quiet hum of my laptop's fan. At first, I ignored it. Probably just another spam notification. But then the screen lit up, the glow casting eerie shadows across my cluttered desk. I reached for my phone absent-mindedly, my toothbrush already in my mouth as I walked toward the bathroom. I unlocked the screen without thinking, glancing at the message. Emergency alert. Cover all mirrors immediately. Do not look into any reflective surfaces. Do not attempt to interact with your reflection. I frowned. What? My groggy brain struggled to process it. An emergency alert? Like an Amber Alert? A weather warning? But why mirrors? I blinked at the words, my thoughts sluggish. Then, out of instinct, my eyes flicked up, and my reflection wasn't brushing its teeth. I felt it instantly, that horrible, sinking feeling in my gut, like stepping off the last stair when you weren't expecting it. My body stiffened. The toothbrush was still in my mouth, the bristles pressing against my teeth. But the other me, it was just standing there, watching, unmoving. A chill crawled up my spine, slow and suffocating. My hands turned clammy, my skin prickling with cold. The bathroom suddenly felt too small, too quiet. The air pressed against my chest, thick and heavy. I should have looked away. I should have backed out of the room, turned off the light, done anything but what I did next. I stared, because something inside me needed to be sure. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe this was my brain playing tricks on me after hours of studying. But then, the reflection tilted its head, and I didn't. A sharp jolt of terror shot through me. My body reacted before my brain could catch up. I stumbled backward, my hips slamming into the bathroom counter. The toothbrush slipped from my fingers, clattering into the sink. My breath hitched. My pulse pounded against my ribs, hard enough that I swore I could hear it. The reflection still didn't move. It didn't copy my panic. It just stood there, staring at me, its head still tilted at that unnatural angle. Buzz. My phone vibrated again, the sound making me flinch. I tore my gaze away from the mirror, just long enough to glance at the screen. Rules to stay safe. Do not look into the mirror. Cover all reflective surfaces. If you see your reflection move, do not react. Do not let it out. My stomach twisted. The words blurred together, my hands shaking too much to hold the phone still. I needed to cover the mirror. That was the logical thing to do, right? Just cover it. Just stop looking. I took a shaky breath and forced my feet to move. A slow, careful step forward. Another. I reached for the towel hanging beside the sink, my fingers trembling. That's when my reflection smiled. Not a normal smile. Not my usual lopsided grin. This was something else. It stretched too wide, showed too many teeth. A grin that wasn't mine, like it had been waiting for me to notice. I grabbed the nearest towel, heart hammering against my ribs, and threw it over the mirror. The fabric slapped against the glass, falling in uneven folds, covering it completely. Then, I took a shaky step back. Then another. I kept my eyes locked on the covered mirror, as if expecting something, anything, to move underneath. My hands were ice cold. My fingers twitched at my sides, useless and numb. My body felt too stiff, too alert, like every muscle was bracing for something to happen. My breath was shallow, quick. A part of me kept waiting to hear a rustle, for the towel to slip, for something beneath it to shift. But it didn't. It just hung there, lifeless. I forced my gaze down, swallowing against the dryness in my throat. My phone was still clutched in my trembling hands. I flicked my thumb across the screen, desperate for anything, an update, an explanation, something that would tell me this was all just a misunderstanding. A mistake. Another message came through. Do not acknowledge it. It knows you've seen it. A chill shot through me, deep and sharp. It knew. What did that even mean? I sucked in a breath, but the words stuck to my ribs, heavy and suffocating. I didn't like the way that message was phrased. Like, it wasn't just my reflection. Like it was something else. Something aware. I tried to shake off the uneasiness clawing at my mind. This was ridiculous. I was tired. Stressed. My brain was just, heh. And suddenly, I heard a laugh. Soft. Muffled. Coming from behind the towel. I stiffened. I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. The air felt thinner, as if something was pressing against my chest. I wasn't crazy. I heard that. My skin prickled with something worse than fear. I held my breath, straining to listen, but no sooner had I registered the sound than the laughter faded. Gone, like it had never been there at all. I let out a shaky exhale, but my body wouldn't stop trembling. My muscles ached from how tense I had become. I ran a hand down my face, gripping the edge of the sink to keep myself steady. What is going on? Then, a whisper. Low. Close. Too close. You covered the wrong side. My stomach lurched. And then it laughed. Loud. Wrong. The kind of laughter that shouldn't exist. Something deep in my chest told me not to listen. Not to process it. But I couldn't stop myself from thinking about the words. Wrong side? What does that mean? What side? I turned my head slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me not to. My breath hitched in my throat. In my peripheral vision, the towel was still in place. Motionless. It hadn't moved, but I knew what it was trying to do. It wanted me to doubt. It wanted me to check. I swallowed, my throat clicking dryly. I wasn't going to fall for it. I wasn't going to look. I wasn't going to give it what it wanted. So I stayed still. My legs felt locked in place, my hands curling into fists at my sides. My fingers dug into my palms, the sharp pain grounding me, keeping me from panicking. The towel was still there. I could see it, but I could also feel it. Something. Watching me. Something smiling. I clenched my jaw, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. I flicked my eyes down to the screen, desperate for something, anything that could tell me what to do next. Buzz. Another message had come in. Do not speak to it. Do not touch the mirror. If it speaks, do not respond. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing air into my lungs. Then, the whisper came again. Soft. Taunting. I can see you. My stomach twisted. My vision swam. A sound followed. A tap against the glass. Then another. Light. Rhythmic. Like fingers drumming in slow anticipation. The air thickened around me, pressing down on my skin. I needed to get out of the bathroom. Now. I turned, heart racing, my fingers reaching for the doorknob. And froze. Because in the reflection of the doorknob, I saw it. A hand. Not mine. Pale fingers pressing against the other side of the mirror. I bolted out of the bathroom, slamming the door so hard the walls trembled. My breath came in sharp gasps, too fast, too uneven. My chest ached with the effort. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and typed frantically into Google. Emergency alert mirror warning real? No results. No news articles. Nothing. The world hadn't changed. Outside my room, everything was still normal. But my world? A sharp buzz jolted through my fingers. Another message. Do not search for answers. Do not seek help. Do not look directly at it no matter what you hear or see. Wait until sunrise. I clenched my jaw so tight it hurt. Wait? That was it? Just wait. A wave of nausea curled through me. My stomach twisted. Then another thought hit me. I am being monitored. They knew I had searched for answers. They knew what I was doing inside my own house. My throat dried up. And if they knew? Oh my God. I ran a hand through my hair, my fingers tangling in the strands. Panic clawed at my ribs, pressing against my lungs. Then, a sound. A slow, deliberate scrape, coming from the other side of the bathroom door. I stiffened. Don't look. I really didn't want to look. But I did, and I saw the wood splintering. Something was scratching at it. From the inside, my pulse pounded against my skull. Then, the scraping stopped. The silence that followed wasn't just silence. It was thick, heavy, waiting. My ears rang in the absence of sound. I was so not doing this. I was happy with my normal life. My boring, simple life. What the hell was this mirror thing? Then, knocking. Soft. Rhythmic. Knock. Knock. A cold shiver ran through my spine. I bit my lip so hard I tasted copper. Then a whisper. Right against the door. You looked, didn't you? My stomach twisted into knots. I had looked. When the alert had told me not to. I gripped my phone so tight my knuckles ached. Another buzz. Another message. You must not turn your back on it. My breath caught in my throat. I turned. The towel had fallen from the mirror. And my reflection was no longer alone. There was something else in the glass. Not just my reflection. Something taller. Its head was slightly tilted, as if studying me. Its mouth stretched too wide, too unnatural. And its hands, they were pressed against the glass. From the inside, my reflection stood beside it, smiling. A wrong, twisted smile. My breath hitched. My body locked up, a deep, primal fear rooting me in place. I needed to cover the mirror. I needed to. The thing moved. Slowly. It raised one hand, thin, pale fingers dragging down the surface, and knocked. Not on my side, but inside. Knock. Knock. The glass bulged outward, like something was pressing through. The air in the room curdled. My phone buzzed violently. Another alert. Leave the room. Do not return until morning. I didn't hesitate. I ran. Morning. The sun rose. The countdown on my phone hit 0. A final message appeared. The mirror is safe for now. Do not look into it until nightfall. Do not speak about what you saw. It remembers. I hesitated. Then, step by step, I crept back to the bathroom. The mirror was normal. Just a mirror. No scratches. No handprints. No bulging glass. I almost convinced myself I had imagined it, until I checked my phone camera. And in the reflection behind me, something grinned. It's been a week. I haven't looked into a mirror since. But I can feel it. Watching. Waiting. And last night, I swear, I saw my reflection move. Before I did. Looking back, I feel dumb. Completely stupid, actually. I should have known that apartment was far too cheap to be right, even for a studio. I should have known there had to be a catch. The day I moved in was a complete blur. I insisted that no one help me, not wanting to prove any of my family members' suspicions about my character. By late afternoon, all my muscles ached terribly and my head throbbed. I fell back on my bare mattress, staring up at the ceiling fan with glazed over eyes. I pulled the damp strands of hair from my sweaty forehead, wincing in disgust. Someone knocked on my door, causing me to jump. I cursed under my breath, pushing myself up on my elbows. 2 girls were peeking around my door frame. Foolishly, I had left it wide open, forgetting the old college rule. Only leave your door open if you want to make new friends. And I was not in the mood to make new friends. One of them, an Asian girl with choppy black hair, was grinning at me. The other stood a little further back, fingering a box of Marlboro Reds. "Hey," she said, nodding at me. Her voice was smooth and raspy at the same time. "Did you just move in?" I laid back down, rubbing my face with both hands, choosing not to bother with manners. "Yeah, about 5 seconds ago." "Cool." The girls walked in, evidently ignoring my very clear body language. The girl with the black hair ran her fingers along the edge of my desk, and then picked up a little ceramic duck from my unpacked box of trinkets. "Grandma," I explained, feeling strangely defensive. "Cute," she replied, holding it up to her face. "Has anyone told you yet?" The other girl asked abruptly, looking around my apartment. She had tucked the cigarettes into the back pocket of her jeans, and was now tugging at her long red braids. "Jesus, Gianna, give her a second." "Well, she needs to know." "Yeah, but we haven't even asked her name." I blinked at the 2 strangers incredulously. I hadn't even had time to put toilet paper in my bathroom, and here they were, touching my things and talking about me like I wasn't there. I just wanted to take a nap, honestly. "My name's Arden," I said. The girl with the red braids, Gianna, sat down next to me on my bed. "Did they tell you?" "Tell me what?" "Oh, of course they didn't." "The rules." I blinked again, my face blank. I didn't know about any rules, besides the typical renting ones. I had signed the lease after, at best, skimming over it. The landlord was a skinny woman who smelled of ashes, and I was fairly certain she had never developed the facial muscles necessary for smiling. I wasn't about to ask her any follow-up questions, especially when the rent was so cheap. The other girl laughed nervously. "Where did you move here from?" I ignored her. "What rules?" Gianna got a strange, wicked sort of smile on her face, bouncing a little on my mattress. The other girl sighed loudly. "Something happens here every night," she began, pulling out my rickety office chair and sitting down. "Something weird." "Like what?" I sat up, frowning at her. Finally, my interest was piqued. "Someone walks down the street," Gianna said, her voice reminding me of a camp counselor telling a scary story around the bonfire. "That one, right down there." She pointed at my window. "It's someone different each night. They scream for help for about an hour, but we aren't supposed to help them." I just stared at her. I felt a small chill run up my spine. I didn't know what to make of all this. "It happens at a different time every night," the other one said softly. "We never know when it's coming." "Why?" She shrugged almost sadly. "We don't know why." I scoffed, leaning my elbows against my knees. "I don't believe you." The girl shrugged. "You don't have to. You'll see for yourself." The look in her eyes made me want to believe her. She seemed sincere, but I couldn't even begin to fathom what they were saying being true. It was too strange, too outlandish. I knew this wouldn't be the nicest neighborhood, but it couldn't be that bad. It had to be a prank. They had to be hazing me or something. "We'll come back later," Gianna said matter-of-factly. "We'll show you." Before I could protest, she grabbed the other girl by the wrist, and they were gone. I followed them to the door, watching them march down the hall, talking to each other in hushed voices. I closed my door behind them. That night, as promised, they came back. They came dragging along two boys. One was somewhat muscular, wearing a tight black t-shirt and baggy jeans, and my eyes were instantly drawn to a silver heart-shaped locket around his neck. He smiled at me and introduced himself as Will when he walked in. The other boy was smaller but chubbier and nervous-looking, with a buzz cut and ill-fitting cargo shorts. His name, I was told, was Matteo. The girl named Gianna came in carrying a bottle of wine, and that same slightly crumpled box of cigarettes. The other one, the girl I still didn't know the name of, was the only one who looked even somewhat apologetic. They all sat down on my dusty floor, next to the window, and motioned for me to join them. I sat between Will and the nameless girl, unsure whether I should continue feeling violated, or if I should just give in to my strange, pushy neighbors. "Do you all live in this building?" I asked, hesitantly accepting the wine when it was passed to me. "Yeah," Will answered with a grin. It seemed half-hearted. "This building is where all the young people live." "It's where they put us," Gianna cut in, lighting a cigarette. It didn't even occur to me to tell her not to smoke inside. "We've all been sorted out. Forgive her. She's a bit of a conspiracy theorist." "It's not a theory," she snapped, glaring at him. "Look at the other ones. Next door, the middle-agers. People with kids, but no grandkids. Across the street, old people. Not a single 20-something in that entire building. May, tell him." So her name was May. I looked her over, admiring her smoky eye makeup and how she'd tied her hair up, long strands poking out like exploding fireworks. "Stop it," May muttered, reaching for the wine bottle. "You'll scare her." "I'm not scared." She just shrugged at me, as if she didn't believe me. We passed the bottle around, and then around again. I listened to them bicker and laugh. It was clear they'd all been friends for a while, and I felt a little bit like I was intruding, even though they were in my apartment. Will asked me if I had gone to college, and I told him I did, but I dropped out. They all nodded sympathetically, which made me feel stupid. By midnight, I was a little bit buzzed, and my guard was beginning to fall. I had to admit, it felt good to have friends. I had already mentally resigned myself to a life of solitude, at least for a while, but it seemed that might not actually have to be my fate. I laughed at Matteo and Gianna's drunken argument, passing a cigarette back and forth with May, blowing the smoke out of my open window. I had almost completely forgotten why they were all over when it happened. All at once, a blaring alarm came from each of our phones, like an Amber Alert. I could hear the sound echo throughout the neighborhood, like an entire chorus of hundreds of phones going off, not just ours. I nearly leapt out of my skin. Not even Gianna laughed. All of them went quiet, and they looked at me as I took it out, frowning at the screen. "Do not interfere." "It's coming," Will whispered. He had changed, his eyes almost glassy and his voice soft and shaky. Matteo squeezed his shoulder. I looked at May. Her eyebrows were cinched together in concern, and she was stubbing out our cigarette against the windowsill, shrinking away. There was again that chill. It crept up my back, spreading along my scalp and making me shiver. Something felt deeply, deeply wrong. The others were quiet now, staring silently at the window I was sitting up against. The air felt somehow warmer, like it was buzzing with something, or maybe I was just sweating. We sat there, unmoving, for what felt like half an hour. Right as I was getting tempted to ask what was going on, I heard it. It was far away and faint, but I still heard it. A cry. It continued as it got gradually closer, louder, more desperate. "Help, please, my God, someone help me." Slowly, I leaned out the window. I had to see it with my eyes, had to confirm there was actually someone out there like they had said there would be. My new apartment was on the 4th floor, so it was hard to see who was down on the street without squinting. In the flickering streetlights, I could make out the outline of an elderly man. He was hunched over, wandering aimlessly from door to door, wearing only what looked like a hospital gown to cover his pale, broken body. Behind him trailed a path of dripping blood, although I couldn't see where it was coming from. "Please, I'm hurt." I looked back at the others, my mouth hanging open. "What is this?" I demanded loudly. "What the hell is this?" May touched my arm, trying to calm me down. I pulled away from her. "Arden, please." We have to help him. Why can't we help him? He's just an old man. We can't help him. Trust me. I ignored her, leaning further out the window, prepared to call out to him. Before I could open my mouth, I froze. The man down there was still now, facing our building. His head was tilted upwards, and I couldn't see his eyes, but I knew he was looking right at me. I immediately felt cold, like I was plummeting into ice water. "Help me," he whimpered into the silent night air, his voice barely audible. Then he began to scream. That scream wasn't human, or at least not any human I had ever met. It was desperate, agonized. It made my stomach turn, and my eyes prick with tears. I couldn't look away. The blood was coming from his arms, or I should say his lack of arms. Where his arms should have been, there were only bloody, mangled stumps. They looked fresh. He didn't move other than a shaky sway, and his eyes didn't leave me. His shrieks slowly molded into words that I could just barely understand. "Please, please, please, please." May yanked me backwards, away from the window. I landed on my ass, and yelped in pain and horror. "What is that thing?" I whispered. I didn't mean to whisper, but that was all that came out. "We don't know," May replied, her eyes trained on Will, who was crying now. Mateo held on to him, like he might topple over. "We just know to follow the rules." "What happens if you don't follow the rules?" I asked, and immediately regretted it. Will sobbed softly. Outside, the old man wailed. Gianna reached over and pulled the window shut, but it somehow did nothing to muffle the blood-curdling sound. "Do you want to tell her, or should I?" Mateo asked Will. Will just shook his head. He was clutching his locket now, turning the little heart over between his fingers. Mateo sighed and turned towards me. "A couple of months ago, one of them got to Will's girl. Shannon," Gianna butted in. "Her name was Shannon. Sorry. Her name is Shannon." I swallowed, but whatever I did, nothing would force down the lump in my throat. "What happened?" Mateo shook his head. "We don't know. We were all together when the screaming started. Usually we just ignore it now, you know? No use in dwelling on it. But that night, we think she saw something different. She started insisting she had to help, and she ran outside. We couldn't stop her." He paused, glancing over at Will. He was silent, and still. The screaming outside had begun to pass, getting softer as it continued further down the street. "Then what?" He shrugged. "Nothing. She was just gone." I pressed my lips together, trying to process all of this. I really had believed they were messing with me, but I had seen it. I had witnessed it firsthand, and it terrified me. "Why doesn't anyone leave?" He shrugged for a second time. "Can't afford it, or people just don't care. Some people have left, but we all signed an NDA with the lease, so nobody ever knows." I frowned, thinking back to signing the paperwork, trying to remember. I could vaguely picture what he was talking about. I had just assumed it was more legal jargon that I would never understand. Had I seriously signed a non-disclosure agreement without even noticing? After that, I told them I wanted to go to bed. I needed time to process all of this. They understood, and each one of them said goodbye before leaving me alone. As I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, for some strange reason I thought of May's face when we had realized it was happening. How she'd put out the cigarette and backed away from the window. Eventually, I was able to drift off to sleep. The next few weeks were difficult. I spent more and more time with my new neighbors. I came to find that they were right. I didn't think there was a single person older than 30 in our entire building, but I saw them all the time leaving the one next door. Settling in was difficult. The others seemed so used to it. They cared, of course, it scared them. Especially Will. But you could tell they had been here a while by the way they sighed, closing the blinds and focusing harder on whatever they were doing. Eventually, I began to mimic them. It helped a little bit to pretend it was normal, as strange as that sounds. Moving out wasn't really an option for me anyways. I was a college dropout, and I hadn't found a job yet. I was still just getting by on what I had managed to save up. Every night, it was someone different. Some were more human, some seemed less. Some were drenched in blood, their clothes ripped and strange, but some looked fairly normal. The worst were the children. They would run like injured chickens, screeching and banging on doors, begging for help. Sometimes they would try different things, say different things. Like, "They're coming." Like, "I don't want to die." Or even, "I'm sorry." There were a lot of children. One night, while I was half awake, an alarm went off. It wasn't like the one on our phones. It was blaring, only somewhat muffled by my window. My apartment glowed a flashing red from outside. I didn't even look. I was too scared of what I might see. I just covered my head with my pillow and tried to fall back asleep. I came to learn all of the theories, especially from Gianna. She thought we had all been chosen and predetermined to live here, all for some sick little government game. She thought maybe there were people betting on the different buildings, putting down money on who would interfere the least. See that? She said to me one day in the hallway, returning from a coffee run. Cameras everywhere. I didn't know if I believed her. I spent time with May mostly. We smoked on the front steps and people watched. It was strange to see what at night was such a sinister and gruesome neighborhood during the day, bright and lively. She didn't talk much about the rules, so I didn't either. We didn't talk all that much in general, I found, just enjoying each other's company. Right when I was beginning to feel comfortable was when it happened. It started with a birthday cake. Happy birthday! As May walked through the door, Mateo blew into his plastic party horn. The paper inflated, smacking Will on the side of the head. May's hand flew to her heart. Jesus Christ. You fuckers know I hate surprises. Gianna laughed and walked over to her. In her hands she held a chocolate cake, haphazardly adorned with sprinkles and bright pink icing that read Happy Birthday MEY in the center. 24. She set down the cake on the dresser and threw her arm around May's neck. How does it feel? Fucking awful. That's the spirit. Enough of this, Mateo cut in, weaving between them. Let's eat some cake, then let's go. Their tradition, I had learned, was to bar hop for birthdays. They told me there was no curfew here, despite the rules, just a recommended time to be home, which was 10:30 p.m. Usually they said they got home before the alarm or spent the night somewhere else. We all took some cake. The boys took shots in the kitchen to pregame while I watched Gianna fuss over May's hair. I was never much of a partier. While at clubs or bars in college, I spent most of the time out back, chatting with the smokers. But then again, I was never much of a friend group person either, so maybe the circumstances were changing. I watched them all troop outside to Mateo's car. I stuffed myself in the back, incredibly conscious of how close I was pressed into May. My other shoulder rammed into the car door. Mateo's music, cranked up to maximum volume, hurt my ears, and the tiny space was packed with the smell of tobacco and various perfumes as we sped down the freeway toward the city. But it was nice. It was really nice. I found myself laughing with them, and I hooked my arm around May's when she weaseled her hand beneath my elbow. It was actually nice. As predicted, the bars they chose weren't exactly my scene. But this time, as opposed to college, I could stand it. I took shots, I followed them out for smoke breaks. I even danced under the low purple lights until my feet ached inside my chunky heels, surely riddled with blisters. By the time we got to our third bar, I couldn't even feel it anymore. And it was at that third bar that we crammed ourselves into an old photo booth, and Gianna reluctantly offered $5 to the slot, and we laughed, red-faced, into a tiny camera. After the photos spit out into the compartment, the others slid through the red curtains, but before I could follow, May grabbed my wrist. She held me back, sliding her long baby blue nails up my wrist. I shivered. You never gave me a birthday present, she whispered, and I could feel her breath on my face. If I was wearing my glasses, they would have been fogging up. Yeah, well, I didn't get to finish my quip before she kissed me. It was nice, and then it wasn't. Hey, Will called out to me, squeezing through a crowd of men wearing tattered leather jackets to get to me. Arden, where's everybody else? I blinked, looking around. I could have sworn they had been right there a second ago, but now none of them were anywhere to be found. I shrugged. Dunno. Why, what's up? He finally broke free from the swaying mass, and I got a better look at him. He looked worried. His face was flushed, and I could see a few drops of sweat creeping out from his hairline. He took his phone out of his pocket and held it out to me. First, I saw his home screen. It was him next to a girl with strawberry blonde hair, both clutching beer bottles and grinning widely at the camera. Then I looked where he actually wanted me to. The time, 1:47 a.m. It's getting late, he narrated. Can we find the others and get going? I understood then. He was worried. It was past 1 a.m. and no alarm yet. It was later than usual. The bars would start closing soon. He wanted to get back before it happened. Will and I weaved through the crowd. I was pretty buzzed, and I realized I was having a hard time moving my feet right, which made me feel embarrassed. I hadn't even had that much to drink. Was I that much of a lightweight? We found them outside, chain smoking. Will explained the situation while I swayed. The drive back was strangely tense. Mateo's music was turned down, and there wasn't any joking or boisterous gossiping like there had been on the way out. We all felt it. It didn't need to be said. Something was off. Will drove fast, almost reckless. In the dark, May took my hand. Just as he was careening around the last corner, and we could almost make out the shape of our apartment building down the street. It happened. All of our phones went off at once. Gianna let out a small shriek from the other side of the back seat. "Do not interfere." Matteo turned back towards us, pressing his finger to his lips. Had this ever happened before? By their reactions, I didn't think so. It was different when it came when I was in my bedroom, when I could just shut the curtains and put my headphones on. I felt so small and helpless then, like I was gazing into the maw of something incomprehensibly beyond my understanding. I felt like we were all flies, and this neighborhood, right now, was the spider's web. We drove slowly now, maybe 5 miles an hour. We were all still, we were all silent. Not even a stray breath cut through the quiet. Underneath the glowing streetlights, I could make out the side of Will's face. He was pale, and if I hadn't seen his knees shifting as he pressed down on the brakes, I could have mistaken him for a mannequin. The car came to a stop. I followed his gaze, all the way down the street to the dark horizon, and I saw what he saw, a silhouette. It was far too distant to make out what shape it took, but it was evidently humanoid. It moved in a shaky stumble, limping down the middle of the road in our direction. And in the overwhelming silence, I could hear it, far away but still deeply urgent. "Help me!" "Will," Gianna hissed. "Turn the car around." Will didn't move. He just stared forward, as white as paper. It didn't make any logical sense, but I knew what he knew. It was too late now. There was no use. "Help me, please help." I could tell now that it was a girl from its voice, and its figure as it got closer. It was wearing some sort of white nightgown, not unlike the old man's hospital attire from that first night, stained with dark red blood. From here, I couldn't tell if it was fresh or dry. I didn't know why that mattered to me. "Maybe," May whispered. Her arm shook against mine. "Maybe if we're quiet and we duck down, it won't see us." Deep down it felt as hopeless as turning around had felt, but it seemed reasonable. I nodded and did as she suggested, crouching behind the passenger seat, my knees throbbing from the strange angle I'd bent myself into. We all did it, except for Will. He didn't move. He still just looked. When he finally spoke, I could barely hear him. It was so weak. "Shannon." The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Matteo was the one to break the silence. "What?" "Shannon," he repeated, finally turning to look at his friend. "That's Shannon." I peered over the seat in front of me, squinting my eyes. The human-like thing was getting closer, and now I could make out strawberry blonde hair, round face, short legs, the girl from Will's phone lock screen. The girl who had disappeared. "Shannon." May gasped next to me. "Dude," Matteo said slowly, his words crumbling as soon as they left his mouth. "I know what you're thinking, dude. Do not get out of this car." Will didn't even seem like he was with us anymore. He was in shock, I think, looking back. "I have to help her," he insisted, right as another sickening cry rang out. "Help me! Help! Help me, please, someone, it hurts." It was getting far too close to us for comfort, but it still didn't seem to notice the car. Its cries became more and more desperate as they got louder. "I have to help her," Will repeated, and a bit of life had returned to his face. Matteo shook his head and grabbed at his sleeve. "Will, that is not Shannon." Will glared at him, his eyes shining with tears. "I know Shannon. That's her. I know you do, dude, and I know you miss her, but please, please don't do this." Their voices were getting louder and more distraught, and I felt May press into my side, trembling like a leaf. Gianna was whimpering, but I couldn't see her from my position. The thing was almost to our car when it stopped. She turned her head, left, then right, almost like she was sniffing the air. The boys stopped arguing. I felt like my heart would burst out of my chest. I could see Shannon's face now, and I realized why she hadn't seen us. The girl's face was streaked with gore, and it looked like her eyes had been scooped out with a melon spoon. She cried, drool pouring from her slackened mouth, but no tears could come. It happened too quickly. None of us could stop him. Will violently ripped his arm away from Matteo, fumbling for the handle to the car door. Gianna screamed. Matteo tried to slam down on the lock, but he missed, and Will managed to get the door open before he could try again. He stumbled onto the asphalt and hit the ground with a soft crunch. The thing turned her head and began to scream, but instead of charging at Will, she backed away. She held her arms out in front of her like something might attack her, whipping her head around wildly. An alarm went off, like the one I had heard that one night, but far more unbearable now that I was in it. The street lights lining either side of the street switched to a flashing red, and Matteo threw himself into the driver's seat, the tires screeching as he peeled away. Gianna was screaming at him, pleading with him to go back. May was weeping into her hands. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I didn't understand. As we sped away, I looked back. I couldn't help it. I saw the flash of some sort of van in the blinding red light, pulling around the corner. Then nothing. That was a week or two ago. I don't know. I've been having a hard time keeping track of time. None of us have spoken much since that night. We tried the police, of course, but as you could assume, nothing came of it. I think whatever this is far larger than we know. I don't know if it's some kind of experiment or just a sick game, but I'm going to move back into my parents' house next week, despite all their berating, and then figure out what to do from there. I don't know if that was really Shannon that we saw that night, or if it was something else, and I don't know which is worse. All I know is that last night, I heard Will's voice outside my window, crying, pleading for help. Yeah, you read that right. Maybe you even read my post last year. I was pretty panicked when I wrote it, so it was short, but it was real. It's pretty simple for how crazy it all sounds. Every year on Christmas Eve, for as long as I can remember, my parents drug us with sleeping pills. Something about not being awake when Santa comes. We have a whole schedule the family keeps to. Dinner at 5, at 6 we put on our pajamas and watch that shitty movie It's a Wonderful Life. And yeah, the PJs match. And then at 8:30 we all use our last bit of eggnog to wash down the pills. They're strong. My sister's out in probably 15 minutes. I take a little longer, but I'm always asleep by 9. Then we wake up the next morning, groggy but okay, and Mom gushes about everything Santa left under the tree. Because we're good. It's all bullshit. My whole life I thought this was just what you did on Christmas. You have to be asleep when Santa comes, right? Otherwise his magic doesn't work. So we took magic pills to make sure we'd be asleep. As a kid it all made sense. You don't question shit like that when presents are on the line. Your parents are the law, and you don't question them either. I only started to think that it was weird when I hit middle school. By that age, you don't believe in Santa anymore. Or you shouldn't. The last holdouts get mocked, and the rest of us start talking about things like boxes and sneakers, and how we're gonna get them. Me? I only had one question when the topic of Christmas came up. When did you guys stop taking the magic pills? That's a question that falls under the family business only clause, and I regretted it immediately. If any of them told their parents, I'll never know. In a bigger city with more oversight, someone would've, or should've, called CPS. Out here, population 5108. Yeah, I checked. Bumfuck nowhere left of the oil fields. No one gave a shit that some kid's family was drugging them for some piece on Christmas Eve. The day I asked that question, all my friends howled with laughter, while I sat there beat red and trying to play it off as a joke. That was the day I knew it wasn't normal. Last year, I'd finally had enough. I got sick of the lies, sick of the matching pajamas, sick of playing pretend that we were having the perfect family Christmas. I wanted to know why my parents drug us. I had to know why. So when Mom handed me that little white pill, I hid it under my tongue and spat it in the toilet. Then I went to bed and pretended to be asleep. I listened until I heard Mom snoring to get up and look around. I wasn't surprised to see the tree stuffed with gifts already, Santa who. But that was it. I wasn't finding any secrets. Nothing unusual or weird until I saw them. I was reading the credit card statement, so sue me, they drug us, when I saw movement outside. We always have a white Christmas, and by that time the street was dead quiet, so when I saw something rush by the window, it startled me. I just about opened the front door to go look when I saw them. Lots of them, landing on the roofs one by one, and crawling into the chimneys of every house. I don't even know how to properly describe them. Is that what PTSD does? Stops you from remembering things? Because I must have PTSD. I know I have it. I have to have it. I crouched by the couch, hiding behind the curtains and watching these giant red spidery things as they skittered across the rooftops. They'd reach a chimney and one by one hop in the air, tuck their legs into a line beneath them, and shoot down the chimney. They'd be gone for a few minutes and then shoot back out, mostly with nothing, sometimes with random items or decorations. For one brief stupid second, I thought that they were maybe some fucked up version of Santa's elves until I heard the most god-awful sound. The sound that still haunts my every waking moment. Agonized screams of pure terror. Wailing. Crunching. Grinding. The sound of someone's body being forced up the chimney. Human bodies don't fit in chimneys. Not like that. I watched in horror as the smith's daughter Maggie came up the chimney, pulled by two of those freaks of nature. By the time they pulled her out, she'd stopped screaming. I don't think she was alive by then. I hope she wasn't. Her body wasn't right. It was like a tube of toothpaste that had popped. I sat there in shock, watching the Smith's roof turning pink before I felt the gravity of what I'd just seen bury me. Suddenly I knew why my parents drugged us, and I needed to get to sleep fast. I ran straight for the bathroom and poured out 3 of those little white sleeping pills, then dove into my bed. I pulled the covers over my head and started chewing. Have you ever tried to chew pills? They're not supposed to be chewed. They taste like shit. I just about threw up twice. It didn't help that I could hear those things getting closer. You know those movies about Santa and his reindeer? About the bells and the hooves? That's them. There's no reindeer. That horrible clicking comes from them. And I knew what they did to people who weren't sleeping. Waking up Christmas Day was awkward. Everyone else woke up for Christmas morning, and I woke up with my dad shaking me awake past noon. I could tell he wasn't impressed, but me? I was thrilled. The last time I woke up on Christmas that happy I was like 5. After I stopped screaming, that is. It took me a few seconds to realize I wasn't being dragged up our chimney, but once I did it was great. I threw myself on my dad like we were in a wrestling match. I ran downstairs, hugged my mother harder than I had in years, and then threw my sister over my shoulder. She was 8, still 100% a believer, and had been sour about waiting so long to start Christmas until I tickled her into submission. Happiness is contagious, and for the first time in a while I was thrilled to see a Christmas with my family. It was awesome, until it wasn't. We'd opened stockings and exchanged gifts, and were gorging ourselves on fresh cinnamon buns and eggs Benedict when I made the mistake of glancing outside. By that point I'd sort of convinced myself that I'd just had a crazy dream. I'd snuck off to smoke pot with one of my friends early Christmas Eve, so I figured maybe it had mixed badly with the sleeping pill. But the moment I looked outside, my eyes were drawn to the Smith's house, and that pink patch on top. Suddenly I couldn't swallow, and I drank a whole glass of milk, just trying to choke down my food. It hadn't been a dream, so where were the cops? Sure, I'd gotten up late, but a kid goes missing on Christmas Eve. You'd assume that the police would be crawling the neighborhood all day. You look a little green, bud, you okay? I'd been staring out the window, feeling the pit in my stomach grow heavier and heavier when my dad jolted me to reality. I looked at him and nodded, trying to take another bite for show. Hey, have you seen the Smiths? I asked suddenly, wondering if maybe they just hadn't wanted to spoil the mood. I watched my parents take a sharp but quick glance at each other before he shook his head and smiled. Not yet. I'll let you know if I see Maggie outside, though, he teased with a wink, grabbing my shoulder and giving it a squeeze as he left the table. Mom gave me a kind smile and poured me another glass of milk. I probably sat there for another hour before I finally gave up and went to help my sister set up her new doll house. I needed the distraction. When winter break ended, I was back at school, expecting to see an uproar that never came. Freshman year of high school, a kid had gotten into a car accident, and the entire student body held a vigil for him. There was a memorial in the auditorium, meetings after school to light candles, and the school even brought in a couple therapists. Nobody said or did anything like that for Maggie. It was like everybody just kind of forgot that she existed, and it was strange. Hell, even the local newspaper seemed to skip it, and they had absolutely nothing to report on most days. It took until mid-January before I spotted a tiny obituary tucked in the corner of a back page. I saved it, stuffing it in a notebook at home for safekeeping. It almost felt like if I didn't remember she'd died, no one would. Honestly, the whole incident took a toll. March came and went, and so did my birthday. I was 17 now, supposed to be focusing on planning for college, but all I could think about was Christmas. I could barely sleep. Every night I'd go to bed and lay there staring at the ceiling, jumping at every little snap or crack. Every morning I'd wake up with darker bags under my eyes than the day before. I couldn't focus in school. My grades dropped. My parents started asking about drugs. By the end of October, I'd had no less than 8 visits with the student counselor, who kept gently asking me if things were okay at home. What could I say? No, Ms. Andrews, I saw Christmas spiders pull a girl out of a chimney, and it makes it hard to do math. Right. I couldn't tell anyone. How do you talk about shit like this? I sounded crazy in middle school when I tried to ask my friends about being drugged on Christmas Eve. I'd definitely get locked up if I talked about giant red spiders taking people in the night. But I was losing my mind. We'd had Thanksgiving. Halloween was coming, and the colder it got, the more anxious I got. The stores were already running clearance on costumes and jack-o'-lanterns to make room for ornaments. The first signs of Christmas were already seeping in, and I was absolutely, without a doubt, terrified for my life. That's when my friends called me to hang out. It might sound stupid, but my friends and I have a code we use when things are bad and we need to talk. We definitely drifted apart in high school. None of us really hung out that much together anymore, but none of us had ever backed out when someone said they needed to smoke. I was exhausted, but I figured the worst I'd get was some weed out of it. Besides, when the bat signal goes up, you gotta answer it. Roll it right or don't roll it at all, man, Ella complained, watching Greg scowl while trying to ready a joint. We were huddled in the woods behind the school, freezing our asses off in the early cold snap. Max groaned and snatched everything away from him, making quick work of it, and then lighting up. Christ, finally. Okay, he breathed out smoke with a sigh before passing the joint to the left. So, it's been one hell of a year, right? Max was always the type for speeches. I sat there shivering and waiting for my share, staring at the ground. We haven't had much time to, hang out. And even though I've been busy, you guys are still my best friends. Even one day when I go off to Hollywood and become famous, I will always love all of you. There were groans all around, and Max waved us off, coughing a little and laughing. So that love is why I called us together. I think we all know why we're here. Hayden, he paused as Ella finally passed me the joint. This is like an intervention. I didn't even get to smoke before I choked and coughed from surprise. We're really worried about you, Ella added gently, putting a hand on my arm. Don't be, I mumbled, taking a drag. I glanced back at the school. I'd been fired from my job, so my car wasn't insured. I'd gotten a ride there with Max. If I wanted to leave, I'd have to walk home, and it was too cold for that. Come on, talk to us, bro. You've just disappeared. We never see you. We're worried. Don't be. People think you're gonna shoot up the school. God, I thought we agreed not to tell him that. Ella squeaked, covering her face as Greg just shrugged. Someone has to. You guys suck. I stood up to leave. I was already stressed and running on no sleep. Now I was fucking embarrassed too. People thought I was going to shoot up the school. Did my friends think that? I didn't even like killing bugs. Stop. Just stop. Max grabbed my arm and pulled me back down, passing me the joint. Just relax. Come on, we're your friends. When Ella's parents divorced, what did we do? We smoked and talked. Greg's dog died, we smoked and talked. You're not the Hayden we know. So talk to us. I sat on the stump, fidgeting and staring at the ground until I was high enough to be brave enough to try and tell them the truth. What did I have to lose? They thought I was crazy anyways. You guys remember in middle school when I talked about magic pills? The Santa pills? She asked slowly, squinting at me. I mean, yeah, I guess. What about it? They weren't magic pills, they were sleeping pills. Ever since I can remember, my parents have drugged me and my sister on Christmas Eve. I thought it was normal. They told me they were magic pills to make sure we were all asleep so that Santa... I stopped and groaned, rubbing my face and trying not to wuss out. So that Santa would come. Because he doesn't come when you're awake. I saw Greg clamp a hand over his mouth, his shoulders shaking. Ella shot him a dirty look and elbowed him hard, then smiled at me. Fuck, this is stupid. Never mind. No, it's not. Keep going. Come on, we want to hear. I took a deep breath in and closed my eyes. I hated closing my eyes. If I closed my eyes and thought about it, I could see it all happening again. I could hear Maggie's screams again. Last year, I didn't take mine. I wanted to see what happens, what they're hiding. And I saw these things. They climb all over the houses, they go down people's chimneys, and they take people who aren't sleeping. You guys remember Maggie? That's how she died. I saw them take her. I heard her screams. It's all I can think about. I didn't realize it, but by the end of the story I was crying. A dam had broken somewhere inside me. I scrubbed my tears away with my sleeve. I could see Greg had stopped laughing, but I couldn't look at any of their faces. I was too embarrassed. I sounded nuts. All I could do was examine the bucket we'd flipped over to use as a table. It was old from Rona, beat up. It was cracked. They never found her body, Max said with a strained voice. I know Maggie's brother. Not well, but we talked. He said they were all sleeping. No one heard anything. They never found the body. They moved in the summer. What? How'd I miss that? I spent way more time than I should have staring at their house. I should have noticed. Yeah, in August. He'd met me and said they were moving, and that was it. We all sat there in shocked silence for a little bit until Ella piped up. So how do you know your parents drugged you? She asked with a frown. Those magic pills could be candy or something, and it's just that placebo effect thing happening to you. I saw the prescription bottle. Besides, you feel weird the next day. Feel weird how? Fuzzy. We all turned to Greg, He'd largely been silent, but now he looked nervous, passing the joint without taking a puff. We were all done actually, silently but unanimously voting to put it out. You wake up groggy. You know when you get woken up in the middle of the night? Like that, only it's morning, and you just sleep through the night. I've never woken up on Christmas Eve. Ever. The more I talked, the more both he and Ella looked alarmed. Do your parents drug you too? No. Ella barked, almost sounding offended. No. I mean, I don't think so. Grandma makes us this tea though every Christmas Eve. It's supposed to calm us down, so we sleep well. As she described it, she scrunched her face up and tugged on her ponytail. Fuck. They're drugging us too. Greg looked downright sick. He didn't say it, but from the look on his face, he'd been sleeping way too well on Christmas Eve too. I take ambient so they don't really need to, Max said with a shrug. By now Ella was pacing. Okay, so they're drugging us. But why? I mean, listen, I believe you saw what you saw, but couldn't it have been a hallucination? Why isn't this widespread news? You mean news like Maggie disappearing? I asked. I live right across the street, and the cops didn't even show up. No one cared that Maggie died. No one talked about it. No wonder they moved. We all just pretended like she didn't exist. The shamed silence that followed stretched on until Greg's phone buzzed, and he announced that he had to go to work. Ella did too. They both worked at the same fast food place. They gave us a half-hearted goodbye. I was exhausted, completely emotionally drained after spilling my guts, and Max offered to drive me home soon after the others left. It was a silent ride. He seemed deep in thought, and I was so tired I didn't even want to try and talk. It didn't matter. I'd told them. They could think I was crazy all they wanted. I found money on the counter for pizza at home, and put in a Domino's order before finding something to watch. The entire time I sat there, all I could think about was Maggie, and how she just disappeared from our little town the moment she was snatched. It was like those things had just wiped her off the map, and everyone let it happen. I remembered the obituary halfway through dinner, and ran upstairs to dig out the notebook I'd put it in. It wasn't long, that's for sure. Her family had barely put in any description in at all. Like all obituaries, they had put down the date of her death, and that gave me a sudden idea. I started searching. Our town was small and rural, but we did have a newspaper, and it had managed to get a grant a few years ago to make a website and start digitizing everything. That meant that they had decades worth of obituaries to look through. I started to search for any deaths around Christmas. Deaths in December weren't unusual, even in a small town. Between icy roads causing grandma to fall or depression taking lives, death was expected at Christmas. But when I started to dig through my results, I noticed a serious difference between the Nana Eats Shit deaths and the ones that happened right on Christmas itself. They were all short, with few details, and all were published weeks after the event. There were never any funerals or memorial services to be had. No options to send flowers somewhere. It seemed like every year at least one person died under strange circumstances at Christmas and just became invisible. I made a list of the last few deaths and started searching for their families. Just like the Smiths, most of the families had moved away after the death. I scoured social media pages for more clues. No one that had left seemed to keep ties with anyone in our little town. In fact, many of the families hadn't been in the town long before the death had happened. If I thought about the Smiths, they had only moved here a few months before last Christmas. It wasn't uncommon for families to move here for the oil opportunities, make some money, and then leave when they realized there wasn't much to do. It wouldn't have looked unusual if you didn't know that someone had died. I sat back, shoveling in the last couple slices of cold pizza. Why hadn't I looked this up before? I'd spent most of 2022 trying to forget what I'd seen, but being too scared to let it go. All I could think of was Christmas, and what I knew would happen when I was asleep. I'd nearly failed out of school. I'd lost my job. Okay, it was a shitty one, but still. I was this close to losing any opportunities for a good college. But worse than that, I was probably the only person who had seen what comes on Christmas Eve and lived to talk about it. That gave me a responsibility, right? I knew what they looked like and what they did. And now, I knew that this had been going on for years. My parents had been drugging me since I was born, so they must have known about it. They grew up here. They had to know. The Smiths had only been in town for a few months. Maybe nobody warned them. Maybe they just went to bed like normal, never knowing the risks. Shit. Why had no one told them? I pulled out my phone, texting Max. I needed him to hook me up with Maggie's brother. I needed to know what happened after she died. Then I messaged everyone on Facebook in one big group chat. There were some families that had lived here for generations and had still had people die. I had the perfect idea on how to contact them. We were going trick or treating this year. Trying to talk to Maggie's brother had been a waste of time. I wasn't totally shocked, but I was disappointed. I thought he was actually going to talk to me at first. It had been going fine, even after mentioning how crazy it was that no one talked about his sister's death, when suddenly he stopped replying and blocked me. Blocked me on Insta, on Facebook, and when I tried calling his cell, I got that annoying number not in service robot voice. After that happened, I filled my friends in on why we were going trick or treating. It wasn't exactly a popular request, but everyone seemed to agree to it out of pure loyalty. Normally, at 17, you went to a party and got drunk. Mostly because people didn't really love handing out candy to teenagers. This year we'd hit the streets. Someone's gonna call the cops on us. My dad will kill me if he finds out about this. Greg looked paranoid like usual. I couldn't blame him. His parents were super religious and thought costumes were, honestly, I don't know. They just thought it was wrong. We'd had to keep a cape and plastic fangs for him at Max's house where we all got ready. We each opted for something quick and easy. Greg was a vampire, Ella was a witch, Max put on a cowboy hat, and I dressed like a ghost. They weren't good costumes, but they were costumes. How'd you convince your parents to let you come out tonight anyways? He held up a plastic bag filled with religious pamphlets. I said I was called to spread the word. So what's the plan? We hit a few houses and try and get candy so we look legit, and then we go to the houses on my list. I answered, pulling out a list and a map where I'd marked everyone down. And you're just going to ask them about their murdered family member? What if there's kids? I plan on showing them this. I pulled out a piece of lined paper with a drawing of one of the creatures. They all stared at it. Don't spiders have like 8 legs? There's only 4. I rolled my eyes and put it back in my bag. I said spider why, they're not actual spiders. Okay, Picasso. Ella laughed as we headed off into the night. We got turned away from a few houses, but people were surprisingly generous most of the time. We got a couple glad to see teenagers doing something wholesome comments, and it didn't take us long to get into it. It was nice. Trick or treating with my friends brought back a lot of memories and good feelings. Every time we stopped to compare notes on our haul, it felt like we were kids again. It gave me just a glimmer of hope before we hit the first target house. We waited on the street for the big group of kids to get their candy and hustle on before stepping up to the plate and ringing the bell. Trick or treat. The door swung open, and we all smiled like fools. The woman inside, a lady that looked to be in her 50s, gave us a confused smile back and grabbed her candy bowl. I held up my art the moment the peanut butter cups hit the pillowcase. Do you recognize this? I asked. She paused, looked over my shitty drawing, and then shook her head. No, I don't. But it's very nice. You kids have a good Halloween. I didn't even have time to react. The next group of kids were already pushing us out, and so we walked back to the street. Okay, that didn't work, I sighed, opening up a snack-sized bag of chips. Do we believe her? Ella asked, doing the same. We all started walking and eating, the salt cutting the handfuls of candy we'd already stuffed ourselves with. Yeah, I don't think she's seen them. She didn't even blink. So maybe you gotta go harder next time. If no one's seen those things, it won't mean a thing to them. Ask them about the deaths. So I did. The next house was polite as could be considering the question. The house after slammed the door in our faces. The house after that actually took their candy back before rattling the door on its hinges. It was going honestly pretty terrible. No pumpkins. Porch light is off. Bummer. It was getting late, and we'd agreed to go to Max's house for curfew to watch movies. I'd only marked off a plan for 10 houses, and we'd reached our limit. The last house was a dead end. Anyone have a pen? I asked suddenly, a last-ditch idea coming to mind. Greg dug through his pamphlet bag and gave me one, and I crouched on the sidewalk to write a quick note on the back of the drawing. I left my phone number and an explanation, and slipped it through the rusty old mail slot on the door. It was old, loud, and nearly bit my fingers off trying to get the paper through. Once I saw it disappear, we started to leave. We got nearly a house away before a horse yell stopped us. Looking back, a woman that had to be at least in her 80s was waving at us from the place we'd just been. "Get over here," she squawked, the paper clutched in her hand. We all froze, sharing nervous glances. I guess some part of me didn't really believe anyone would recognize it. If no one recognized it, then the issue would be moot. I could say I'd done what I could, and just start therapy to deal with what I saw. Instead, we all made our way back, meeting the woman on her stoop. "Get inside, it's cold out," she ordered, stepping aside and motioning us through. "Shoes off. Sit down." What looked like no lights on from the outside was actually the thickest blackout curtains I'd ever seen. Every window we could see was completely covered and barred. When she shut the door, she locked it and braced it with a chair. Not that I think it really mattered. The thing looked like an industrial security door from the inside. What really stood out to me, though, and what I couldn't stop staring at, was her fireplace. It just didn't really exist anymore. She'd filled the bottom with cement, gated it, and wrapped the gate with barbed wire. "So, you've been awake on Christmas Eve, it seems. Must have been quite the fright." "When?" I was in shock. She sat comfortably on a recliner just across from us, a shotgun stuffed in what looked like a magazine holder. "Well, last year," I stuttered out. She just nodded, looking over the drawing carefully. "I had to know why they give us pills." "Pills? Goodness. That's ripe for trouble. Back in my day you got an infusion. Or Dad let you sneak some alcohol. Anything to hide it. I guess your parents bought into that never lie to your kids crap the magazine started shilling." She clucked her tongue, tucking the piece of paper into her pocket. "Look where it got them. Do they know?" I shook my head quickly. I didn't think they knew. "Humph. Well, you're lucky. There's not a lot of lucky ones that see the creatures and live to talk about it. Most anyone who does gets their death." "Up the chimney," I practically whispered, and her face softened. "Poor kid. You must live near that girl that died. There was just one last year, I believe." "I'm sorry, dear. That's just something no one should ever see." Beside me, Greg, Max, and Ella had all sunken into themselves. Ella looked like she might throw up at any second. "So it's real?" she asked, pulling off her fake nose. "They're real." The woman gave a solemn nod. She gave us a thin-lipped smile before getting up, returning moments later with a box of papers. "You probably already know this, but my name is Rosalie Walsh. Rosie for short. My family's lived here for generations now. My sister, God rest her soul, was the most recent member of my family to die in that awful way. She'd been on a new medication. Didn't realize it was basically amphetamines. By time she realized she wasn't getting to sleep, there just wasn't anything she could do about it. Told me as much in the letter she left. There's an empty grave in her name at the cemetery. There's a lot of empty graves. Empty urns. Lots of families in this town never get to bury their loved ones." She dug through the box and pulled out an album of family photos. There were several photos with red dots next to them, and I realized that they were people that had been taken. "So you never find the bodies?" "No, and having seen it happen myself, I guess it's as much a blessing as a curse." "Where do the bodies go?" asked Max, twisting and turning the book, flipping pages and frowning at the growing list of red dots. "Don't know. Lots of rumor and conjecture on that one. Some folks say they're eaten. Bathrooms down the hall, and to the left kid dash," she pointed at Greg, who was green by then, and he gratefully ran off through the house. "Like I said, some folks think they get eaten. Other folks think they're taken somewhere. Some of the more airy-fairy fools think that they're taken to some sort of fantasy land, the real Santa's workshop, that they're all up there living in bliss. I think if they'd seen what a person looks like after going up a chimney, there wouldn't be any magical thinking left." "So what are they?" She sighed, leaning back in her chair. "Look through here," she ordered, passing me the box and kicking the recline function into gear. "I'm no expert, not a history major or archaeology anything. I went to school for accounting, but I was your age when I took an interest in it. Woke up at just the wrong time. Guess my father didn't put enough whiskey in my drink that night. Instead of waking up Christmas morning, I woke up close to midnight. Heard the hooves. Could have sworn I heard the bells. The sound of the ornaments clinking on the tree. Doesn't matter how old you are, if you think you hear Santa on Christmas Eve, you get up to look. So I did. Crept out real slow, real quiet. I got just to the edge of the living room when I saw them, those nasty things. Disgusting creatures. They had my little brother, and she paused, taking in a sharp breath and resting her fingers on her face, a little shake to her voice. God, 60 years and it still gets me. They put him up the chimney. A couple go up the top, hold on to the head. The other shoves from the bottom. He was awake. He screamed, Lord, he screamed. Finally she just waved her hand a little, as if trying to wave away the memory, her eyes wet. Couldn't do nothing. I was too scared. I went back to bed, hid under the covers. But it was fine. Once they get awaker, they leave. They got what they came for. I didn't sleep for years. Still don't, not really. While she talked, Ella and I rifled through the box. There were dates, times. letters written from strangers describing what they'd seen. There were drawings too, much better than mine, but all displaying something similar. The collection went back through the years. "What's this?" I asked, holding up a photo of a roof. It looked like someone made a mistake taking the photo. All you saw was a snowy roof and these strange white smears. That's how they show up on camera. The only reason we know what they look like is eyewitness accounts. Even video doesn't capture them. They end up looking like glitter. She heaved a big sigh, eyes on the ceiling, face looking suddenly more gaunt and drawn than when we'd first seen her. They always come in threes. Never seen a house without three. They always come down the chimney. They take the first waker they come across. One per house. Only one per house. Then they leave on to the next, and so on, until every house has been hit. Can't we just, close up the chimneys? Max asked, pointing to the cement job she'd done on hers. Won't that just, solve it all? What about apartments? You ever seen an apartment in this town, kid? She asked, eyeing him carefully. We all paused, taking a moment to think. There's an ordinance here. This town has strict rules about what can be built. No apartments. Most you'll see is a duplex. All with fireplaces. She was right. There wasn't an apartment anywhere within the boundaries of the town. Even double-story houses were weird. If someone built something other than the usual flat single-story home, you could guarantee the neighbors would gossip. It was too flashy. Every family handles it differently. My parents told us after my brother went missing. Felt it wasn't fair we didn't know after that. Some folks don't tell their kids until it's time for them to move out. Figure they want to preserve what innocence they have. Not everyone handles it well when they find out. My eldest son John had a fire in his belly and didn't believe us. Said we just wanted to keep him home. That was a hard Christmas. My husband and I had the kids help clean the roof after. Did it hurt them? Sure did. But they believed after that. They're all still alive. At some point Greg had returned, and then left again at mention of cleaning the roof. The rest of us sat there in numb silence as Rosie talked. Finally the memories seemed to take their toll on her. Time's up, kids. Halloween is over, she announced, straightening up and taking the box back. The best I can suggest is that you take those pills. Take enough. Sleep through. Try and pretend you don't know what you know. She cleared her throat and held out her hand. Reese's. We all stood there like deer in headlights before someone snapped out of it and dropped a couple candies in her hand. Honestly, it seemed fair. We all paid our toll, and she walked us to the door. Here, one last treat. I don't know what they are, but I know they aren't anything holy. She dropped a thick notebook in my pillowcase and patted me on the shoulder, then gently shoved us out the door and slammed it behind us. We barely made curfew that night. Not that it mattered. Max's parents were pretty lax, and his eldest sister was still out partying by time we got to his house. Someone voted to order a pizza. Someone else voted to put a movie on. We ended up settling on watching The Little Mermaid. Laugh all you want, but it was the only thing we could agree on. Not one of us wanted to watch anything scary after hearing what Rosie had to say. After that, we didn't talk for a couple weeks. It was like we all silently but mutually agreed that we couldn't be around each other after we'd learned the truth about Christmas in our little town. I couldn't even open the book that Rosie gave me. I hid it under my bed, gave my candy to Sarah, and stopped all my research. I didn't want to even think about it, and for the first time since Christmas last year, I managed to sleep. Until a couple weeks ago. That was when Ella called me up. Someone new had moved into town at the start of December, a family with 3 kids. They live a couple doors down from her, and she'd been watching them like a hawk. She wanted to see what the neighbors would do. Normally the welcoming committee came by with some sort of shitty gift basket and cheap plastic key to the city. But there was no one. Not even the nosy old lady that lived across the street dropped by. I think they're sacrificing them, she'd said once we had all gotten together on those ice-cold stumps behind the school for a smoke. That's why the cops don't come. That's why the newspapers don't run any stories. That's why no one fucking talks about our town after they leave. If everyone that's lived here all their lives knows you have to stay asleep, there's no one to take. So they need new people to come. They need people for the spiders to take. So we've been prepping, researching, making plans. Maybe we're crazy, but something about watching the entire town just hang these people out to dry, knowing what's going to come, makes us all sick. We're all graduating soon, and we all plan on leaving. But we're not letting this happen again this year without a fight. Someone has to do something. There has to be some revenge for people like Rosie, for Maggie. It's Christmas Eve. Everything is in place, and now we're just waiting. Everyone's at home. My parents are making cookies. Ella's helping her family make a gingerbread house. We're all doing something, just waiting for everyone to go to sleep. Wish us luck. You won't find it on Google Play or the App Store. There's nothing about the game on any public websites other than this cautionary post. It doesn't matter whether you're a good or a bad person. It indiscriminately chooses targets. The point is that you can't avoid the game. Nobody can. You might hear a reverberating ding from your phone, a tolling bell of death from the depths of hell, and then an incongruous window might pop up. Can you hide? Yes, no. When the window first appeared on my phone screen, I was stunned. I always presumed smartphones to be safer from the threat of viruses than computers, especially a brand new iPhone. Isn't Apple supposed to be superior to Microsoft when it comes to security? Nice try, I said. But before I made a rash decision and ended up infecting my phone with something nasty, I decided to do some research. I'm not exactly computer savvy, but I didn't trust either the yes or no option. I didn't want to mess with the window in any way. There was nothing about the "can you hide" pop-up online. I didn't even realize it was a game until a Reddit user, who I won't name, pointed me in the direction of a Discord server for discussing unearthly matters. There was an entire category dedicated to the bizarre new game that had been appearing on people's phones. Clicking yes, apparently, commences a hide-and-seek game of unknown origin. I scrolled through the many Discord messages. I've removed the usernames. User 1. Can anyone help me? Nobody seems to know anything about this game. My friend played it nonstop for a week, and then he went missing. That was 2 weeks ago. There are daily search parties, but I don't think they're going to find him. He said it wasn't really a game. He said he saw a face outside his window. User 2. You have to select no. User 3. I destroyed my phone after reading these messages. Haven't seen or heard anything unusual. User 4. I selected no, but I keep hearing creaks. And I don't think it's in my head. User 6. Just leave the pop-up window open, guys. You don't have to select anything. User 5. What? For the rest of my life? What if something accidentally knocks it? User 3. Destroy your phone. Like I said, it worked for me. User 6. Until it pops up on your next phone. User 5. What if I just turn off my phone? That seems a little less dramatic than destroying it. User 3. Your funeral. The more I read, the more anxious I felt. I had expected the pop-up window to be a virus, but everybody was telling ghost stories. Stop being a superstitious baby, I told myself. That guy's disappearance had nothing to do with the game he was playing. Eventually, after a weekend of horrified contemplation, I opted for User 5's idea to turn off my phone. In fact, I took it a step farther and reset my phone to its factory settings. I met my friends, Corey and Tanya, in a local park on Monday afternoon. I'd planned to tell them about my experience, but they beat me to the punch. Why didn't you pick up your phone all weekend, Lee? Corey asked me. We were worried about you, man. We wanted to hang out on Sunday. I didn't fancy third-wheeling. Some of us have to go to work on Mondays, I replied. Hey, I work, Corey protested. From a bathrobe in your bedroom, Tanya smirked. You're both just envious that I can scroll through Reddit and play games away from the watchful eye of my employer, Corey said. Speaking of games, Lee, have you played Can You Hide? My heart plummeted, and I felt as if Corey's words were cinder blocks, dragging my body though the floorboards. He's obsessed, Tanya sighed. He's been playing it every day since Tuesday. It just popped up on my phone, so I thought, why the fuck not? Corey laughed. Tanya thought it must be a virus, but it's just a cool augmented reality game. Corey thrust his phone down on the wooden picnic table. It was already open on a game window, a map of our surrounding area. A small green marker indicated Corey's location in the park, and there was a small red marker moving along nearby roads. Once a day, from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, the game takes place. I have to hide. It tracks my location in the real world, so I have to keep moving. I wanted to delay coming to the park, but I don't think the red seeker will find me here. Besides, it's 10 to 4. Nearly made it, Corey said. What's the red marker that's searching for you? I asked, shuddering. The boogeyman, Corey whispered. He laughed, and Tanya thumped him on the arm. You know that kind of talk makes Lee freak out, Tanya scolded. Corey shrugged, and the pair of them became absorbed in a different topic of conversation. They were tucking into their sandwiches, talking between mouthfuls, but I wasn't eating. I couldn't take my eyes off Corey's phone on the table. The red marker was circling the park, looking for him. I couldn't stop thinking about those people on the Discord server who had spoken so solemnly of the supposedly deadly game. Suddenly, the marker was in the park. Corey was wrong. It had found him. I prepared for something dreadful to happen. I prepared for my friend to be caught. And that's a wrap, Corey said, scooping up his phone. 4 o'clock. Yet again, I bested the game. It got close this time, though. Damn. Just 100 yards away. On the game map, the park was a featureless green patch. I could see Corey's green marker, scarcely standing out from the grass, and I could see the red marker northeast of our location. The victory box read, "You avoided the creeker by 121 yards. You can hide." Tanya groaned and mumbled about Corey's game addiction, and the two of them resumed their conversation. I was about to dive back into reality, putting the silly game out of my head for good, but a sudden noise terrified me. A creak. My eyes shot up from the table. Neither Tanya nor Corey seemed to notice the eerie noise, and I can't explain it. As nearby as the sound seemed, my eyes were drawn to a solitary tree, a little over 100 yards away. Perhaps not exactly where the red marker had appeared on Corey's screen, but close enough. Peering around the bark was a frightful face. The thing looking at the three of us was not human. It was as short as a toddler. Its head, if it even had a head, was wearing a peach-colored rubber mask, almost the tone of human flesh, but not quite, and its sickly sweet smile seared through my eyes into my very soul. With a second resounding creak, the nightmarish face snapped behind the bark, disappearing from view. "Earth to Lee," Tanya said, giggling. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I think somebody's actually seeking you, Corey," I whispered, pointing a shaky finger at the tree. "I don't think you should play that game anymore." "Your phasmophobia really kills my buzz sometimes, Lee," Corey sighed. "There's no boogeyman following me. I have a proclivity for trembling at everyday sights and sounds. In my mind, there's always a ghost or a ghoul around the corner. Ever since my parents died, I've been that way. But I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that I hadn't imagined what I saw behind the tree. Unfortunately, my phasmophobia, fear of ghosts and the supernatural, makes it very difficult for anybody to believe me when I've been startled by something. Corey and Tanya told me to take it easy and get lots of rest. The following day, the two of them pinged me incessantly on WhatsApp. I was still reeling from the terrifying thing I'd seen behind the tree. Transfixed by terrible thoughts, the workday flew by. I was starting to believe that maybe I'd become unwell. Perhaps I'd suffered a psychotic break. Not so. Around 6:30 in the evening, on my drive home from work, Tanya called me. I answered via my car's dashboard. "I'm driving right now, Tanya," I said. "What's dash?" I trailed off when I heard my friend bawling her eyes out on the other end of the phone. "It's in the house," she whispered. The game started playing. "It's later than usual." "Slow down," I replied. "What's happening?" "The game started at 6, Tanya tearfully explained in a fragile whisper. "I think you were right, Lee. I think someone's actually seeking us." We saw a horrible face at the window, and then there were creaking sounds in the house. "We're hiding in the attic." Corey's pulled the door up, so we don't think dash. "Have you called the police?" I interjected, heart pounding. "They're on the way," Tanya said. 15 minutes. "If we can." "What?" "It's Lee." "No, I feel safer with someone on the other end of the..." "Okay." Corey wants me to hang up. He wants us to be quiet. "Okay, I understand," I shakily replied. "Just make sure dash." No, Tanya whimpered. I didn't need to ask what had frightened her. I heard it too. A creak in the attic. It sounded so clear and once again so near. So nightmarishly near that I snapped my neck around to make sure the rubber-faced demon wasn't in the back seat of my car. It wasn't. At that point, I decided not to go home. I diverted to Corey's house. An 8-minute journey. Barely any quicker than the police. How did it even get in here? Tanya whispered. I didn't even see the door open. "It's not in it," Corey scoffed, though he spoke with a quivering voice. "He's just a child, and he needs to leave our..." "Oh, what the fuck is that?" Tanya screamed. "Please dash," Corey began to plead. The screams of my two friends were deafening. I was so fixated on reaching the house that I didn't hang up the call. It was only as I tore onto Corey's driveway, mere minutes before the police, that I realized I'd been listening to sounds of squelching, snapping, and most hauntingly of all, creaking. I barged down the front door and ran up to the attic. I expected to find a sickening scene of mutilation, but the space was empty. Corey and Tanya were gone. The police had questions for me, of course, but my alibi was airtight. The 999 call was made before I even left the office, and traffic camera footage corroborated the fact that I was on the road whilst the intruder terrorized Corey and Tanya. Missing persons. That's the verdict. I don't understand what the game wants. I don't know where the missing people go. All I know is that resetting my phone wasn't enough. On my drive home, after a long night of tears and police questioning, I could swear I caught a glimpse of a peach-colored mask peeking around a post box. And then, as if to confirm that menacing thought, there was a notification on my phone. That unmistakable ding of hell. The message displayed on my car dashboard. "Can you hide?" "Yes, no." I moaned in horror, and that was what damned me. My car uses voice recognition, and it somehow registered my terrified vocal reaction as an answer. "You selected no. Perhaps I've chosen the safer of the two options. I know many of the Discord users suggested no, but I can't stop thinking about what I read on that server. I selected no, but I keep hearing creaks. I haven't heard anything yet, and the game hasn't started playing. But Corey didn't seem to hear the creak when he was playing the game. Maybe like him, I've just been missing it. I'm terrified of the creaker. I'm terrified of where he might take me. I know what you're thinking. There's too many streaming services already. It's an endless wave of Hulu, Netflix, Tubi, Freevee, Snarfu, Lubi, or whatever other nonsense an overworked marketing department spits out after their 5th round of coffee. As for me, I don't much care for streaming. What's the point of paying for a service that only has for things I actually want to watch? For the most part, I steer clear of the lot. That is, until I got an ad for a new platform called Thumps. It happened when I was scrolling on Reddit, actually, and I clicked it because I thought it was a post. One of those sneaky ads that pretends to be something else. The title of the fake post read, "Did you know this site makes scary movies scarier?" So, I clicked it and wound up at a website for Thumps, a streaming service for all things horror. I was about to click out of it when a pop-up caught my attention. Beta testers wanted, "Sign up now and get Thumps free for life." The excessive amount of exclamation marks should have been a warning that something was rotten in the state of Denmark. Or, Delaware in my case. But access to a library of horror content for free? Forever? I couldn't help it. At heart, I'm a little greedy and a lot gullible. What else can I say? So, I entered my email address. It didn't ask for anything else, not a credit card number, or a mailing address, or my mother's maiden name. After I hit submit, I came to a screen that said, "Thank you for joining our beta testing program. We will reach out to you soon." I checked my email, but there was nothing there. I checked a few more times over the next several days before giving up. Maybe it had been some weird scam after all. I expected to start getting flooded with spam messages, but my email was blessedly, persistently quiet. It wasn't until a few weeks later, when I'd all but forgotten about the whole affair, when I received a package in the mail. A bright yellow box with stark black letters reading, Thumps Beta Tester KIT. I must have stared at that box for 5 straight minutes, wondering how they'd managed to track down my mailing address just from my email. Privacy is truly dead. I almost threw the box in the trash on principle, but curiosity got the better of me, as it usually does. I tore open the box to discover just 2 things, a sheet of paper and what appeared to be a headband. I started with the paper, which read, "Asterisk, have you ever watched a scary movie and found yourself bored? Like the scares just don't scare the way they used to? Do you wish you could be really, truly scared by a movie? Welcome, horror fan, to Thumps, the only streaming service that is 100% guaranteed to give you the scare of your life. We use a host of emerging technologies to analyze your brain waves and adapt our films in real time, turning regular old horror movies into tailor-made films designed with you in mind. Never be bored during a horror movie again. Simply put on the enclosed headband, then visit the website below. Pick a movie and see what can happen when your content watches you. Asterisk. I read that note 3 times, and it still didn't make any sense. If I wore the headband, it would read my mind, and that would make me like the movie more somehow. Now I knew this was a scam, and yet I picked up the headband and placed it around my head. It was just normal fabric, nothing fancy. I waited for it to do something before realizing how dumb that was. Then, I turned to my computer. I typed the URL from the bottom of the letter into my browser and entered my email when prompted. Before me was a totally normal streaming platform. It was laid out exactly as you would expect, with a menu on the left and different categories of movies on the right. The only difference was that I'd never heard of any of these movies. They all sounded like generic B-horror films. So far, It seemed like just another lame streaming service with a weird gimmick. Whatever, I'd come this far. I scrolled down and picked a movie at random. I can't even remember what it was called. Something like The House at the Fork in the Road. A generic, completely forgettable title. The movie started off pretty normal. A family driving down a highway to their brand new home, conveniently situated in the middle of nowhere. Obvious tension between the husband and wife, the kids bickering in the back. Only 10 minutes into the movie, and I already felt myself tuning out. Suddenly, the scene stalled, as though it was running on a projector that had jammed. Then it started up again, but it was different this time. Instead of being shot in the third person, the filming was now in found footage style. The camera held by the father as he filmed his family staring up at their creepy new house. The film picked up seamlessly from there. I paused the movie and just stared. There was no way that had happened, right? Or if it did, it had to be some kind of gimmick in the movie. Maybe I'd just missed something. I hit replay and started from the beginning. This time, the beginning of the movie was also found footage style. I watched in stunned silence. No, that wasn't possible. It hadn't been like that before, I was sure of it. Now I couldn't look away from the screen. I rewatched the opening with total fascination and a little shiver in my spine. I'd always liked found footage because it made movies feel more real, the danger more present. Well, it certainly felt that way now in more ways than one. The story itself wasn't really anything special, though. The family moved into the new house and immediately discovered it was haunted. The two kids noticed it first and took to the basement to investigate. As the camera panned around the basement, I waited for something to jump out of the shadows with no real interest. Jump scares have never done it for me. They always feel sort of cheap and fleeting. They don't stick with you after the movie ends. When the camera had panned about halfway through the basement, the screen shivered again. When it came back into clear focus, my heart dropped. There, sitting on the basement floor in the camera's spotlight, was Charlie. Charlie was a brown teddy bear with 2 black eyes and a stitched mouth. His fur was matted from years of love, and he was missing one of his ears, the result of an ill-fated game of tug-of-war with the family dog. I knew all of this because Charlie was my teddy bear, and if I wasn't mistaken, he was sitting up on the shelf in my bedroom closet at that very moment. I paused the movie and sprinted upstairs, throwing open my closet door and tearing through the boxes and junk that littered the shelf. There, in the back, I felt my fingers brush against his faded old fur. I pulled him out and marveled at him in my hand for just a moment. I was back downstairs in a flash, comparing my bear to the one on the screen. They were identical down to the last detail. The bear on the screen was even wearing the same bandana, a bit of blue checkered fabric that my mom had made especially for Charlie from her sewing scraps. "This is not possible," I muttered as I turned my bear over in my hands. I hugged Charlie tight to my chest on instinct. My heart was racing as my hand reached out to press the spacebar to restart the movie. I had to know what happened next. I had this wild thought that if I got to the end of the movie, it would all make sense. It had to. The camera panned back to the children. This time, the little boy looked different. His close-cropped blonde hair had been replaced by shaggy brown curls. He had a smattering of freckles across his nose. He was wearing a striped blue shirt with a little anchor embroidered on the pocket. I recognized that boy from my third-grade school photos. I remembered my mother picking out that shirt especially for the occasion, reminding me to smile big. Before ushering me out the door, I watched in total fascination and no small amount of dread as the children tried to convince their mother that there was something awful in the basement. At first, she didn't believe them. Parents never do. But as the movie went on, strange things began to happen. Birds flying into windows, blood coming out of the bathroom faucet, strange scratching noises in the walls. With Mom convinced, next came Dad, who predictably scoffed at his wife's frantic pleading that something was wrong with their house. They needed to get out now. I glanced down at the time. Only 20 minutes left to convince the husband and try to escape. I knew this formula well. I was betting on the husband dying to save the wife and kids. The sense of familiarity started to put me at ease. I could follow the movie beat for beat to the very last scene. As the husband ventured down into the basement, determined to prove his wife and children wrong, I waited for the final reveal. Probably some sort of old hag ghost that would come screaming out at the camera. The father walked carefully through the basement, the camera picking up the sounds of his heavy breathing and nothing else. Then a small creaking sound to his left. The screen shivered once more before the camera panned quickly to the noise. There, hanging from the rafters, was a woman in a white nightgown. Her soft brown hair fell in waves over her face, obscuring it from view. Her nightgown was ragged and dirty. Her feet were a dull gray color, as though she'd been dead for some time. What caused my breath to catch in my throat were her fingernails. They were painted a bright eggshell blue, for fingernails on her left hand, the nail on her ring finger missing entirely. My vision tunneled, and everything around me started to tilt. I knew that hand, the one that fixed my shirt, that sewed the bandana for Charlie. It was my mother's hand. I trembled as I watched my mother on the screen, her body spinning slowly in its noose. Then her quiet, raspy voice whispering my name. Joey! I wanted desperately to stop the movie, but I was frozen where I sat. Is it really possible, I wondered, to drop dead from terror? I was pretty sure I was about to find out. 10 days, came the whisper as my mother's body began to spin faster. The rope creaked under the weight. 10 days. Then her body dropped to the floor, as though the rope had been cut. Everything was still. Even the father's breathing had cut off. I sat there for what felt like an hour, but must have been no more than 3 seconds watching my mother's lifeless corpse on the floor. Then an instant later, she was crawling toward the camera. Joey, come find me. Joey. The rasp was no longer a whisper, but a moan. I felt myself scrambling back against the couch in tandem with the father as he ran backwards, looking desperately for the stairs while keeping the woman in view of the camera. Don't let me die. What the fuck? I whispered. This isn't happening, this isn't real. But the woman on the screen didn't care that she couldn't be real. Just then, her face lifted to the camera. It was undeniably my mother's face, but ravaged from the effects of decay. Her gray skin hung loose from her bones, and her eyes were clouded over with a glassy film. Her mouth dropped open, and I swore I could see maggots and worms squirming inside her. I threw my laptop across the room so hard, it broke against the opposite wall. I yanked the headband off and threw that, too. I couldn't get enough air, no matter how hard I gasped, and for a moment, I was certain I was going to die, if not from the impossible horror on the screen, then because my heart gave out from strain. It took me over an hour before I was calm enough to stand on my own 2 feet. The first thing I did was pick up the whole mess, my broken laptop, the headband, the note, the box, and stuff it all down in the trash. Whatever had just happened, whatever I'd just seen, I didn't want anything to do with it. Next, I called my mom, who was completely bewildered at my panic over the phone. Honey, calm down. What's wrong? What happened? She asked, the confusion in her voice genuine. I couldn't think of what to say. Any version of the truth would have her driving to my apartment to make sure I wasn't having a mental breakdown. I just had a nightmare that something happened to you, and I had to make sure you were okay. She spent the next hour soothing me over the phone, reassuring me that everything in the real world was just fine, and to hell with everything else. By the time we hung up, I felt just a bit better. In that short hour, I had reconstructed the narrative in my head. It really was a nightmare, or some kind of hallucination from the stress I'd been under at work. Everything was fine. Of course it was fine. Over the next few days, I resolved to put that strange, awful experience behind me. I went to work. I bought a new computer. I texted my friends and chatted with colleagues like nothing had happened at all. Because, of course, nothing did happen. I just had to keep telling myself that, except something isn't letting me pretend. A few days after watching the movie, strange things started to happen. At first, they were things I could explain away. The sound of footsteps in the hall was just my imagination. The low whispering that I heard in the dead of night was the wind. The shadows out of the corner of my eyes were due to exhaustion from those sleepless nights. But then it started escalating. 2 days ago, I turned on my work computer and saw my mother's bloated corpse flash across the screen for just a second. Yesterday, I came home to my living room trashed, like a tornado had ripped it apart, and there was Charlie, sitting in the middle of the chaos, watching me. Today, I got a call from my mother. I picked it up, glad to be able to hear her voice, to reassure myself that everything was fine and normal. But when I put the phone to my ear, all I could hear was static. Hello, Mom. Nothing but fuzz. I think we have a bad connection, I said, ready to cut the call and call her back. Before I could, I heard a voice, a low, raspy whisper that sent a violent shiver through my body. Joey, come find me. Joey, don't let me die. Who the fuck is this? I said. I don't even remember deciding to say it. My voice sounded like it was coming from far away, through a tunnel or something. Finish the movie. Joey. Then a horrible scream, the most blood-curdling sound I'd ever heard, and somehow, I just knew it was her. The call dropped, and I was alone with the realization that it had been exactly 10 days since I started the movie. I've been calling for hours, but I can't reach her. I drove to her house, but she wasn't there. I've asked everyone I know and looked everywhere online, but it's like the streaming service just vanished out of existence. Nobody knows what I'm talking about, and there's no record of the company ever existing. Even as I type this, I can tell that time is running out. Every second I wait, my mom is closer to death, and there's only one thing I can do to save her. So, please, has anyone here signed up for Thumps? I desperately need to kill my subscription. Okay guys, before I begin, I gotta give you a fair warning. This story is absolutely true, unfortunately. It is also very long. It goes back to my childhood, but it wasn't as terrifying until very recently. Now I am completely lost in fear. I am an adult man, logical and intelligent, or I'd like to believe so, sitting in my bed, scared shitless right now, goosebumps all over my body and tears of horror in my eyes. I ask for your help in explaining this fucking horrifying thing. Caution, you'll notice that I curse quite a bit. I want you to know that what you read from now on is the situation perceived by my mind. I like to think that I am a very rational person, and I haven't been able to explain these occurrences in any natural way. Since my mom got a new job, she started making new friends. It is common in our country that friends come to each other's houses for a cup of coffee, cake, gossip, and whatnot. A few weeks into her new job, my mom made friends with this woman, Rose. She would come maybe twice a week, and they'd sit around the coffee table on our balcony and just talk. One day, when I was 17, I was at the balcony with them. I'm not sure why I was there, but knowing me, I probably ran out of internet hours. Back in a day, we bought internet monthly per hour in my country, and was bored as fuck. So we're sitting there, they're gossiping about who knows what, and Mom gets up to go get some cake she had baked recently. I remained sitting at the table with Rose, and that's when my life changed forever. Rose was a good-looking woman. She was about 5 feet 6 inches, skinny, long black hair, pearly white teeth. Attractive woman overall. So anyways, I am sitting there with her, and she turns to me. She has this creepy grin on her face. Bright red lipstick with bright white teeth underneath are just making it look more scary. Her head is moving slowly, almost as if she became a puppet. She says something in the lowest tone possible, certainly not loud enough for me to understand. "Excuse me?" I say, still not being scared, just a bit weirded out. "You ready to go now?" She said this in a voice of a child, I kid you not, like maybe an 8-year-old girl. Grin is still there. She mustered those words through her teeth, never opening the jaw. "What?" I ask, starting to get scared. "You ready?" The same thing again. Only this time, she pulls out an orange out of her purse. That's it. She just took the orange out and held it there. Didn't offer it, didn't eat it herself, just held the fucking thing. At that point, I was getting scared as fuck. Thankfully, my mom came with the cake. Rose, almost as if someone pushed a button on a remote control, switched back to her normal self, putting the orange back into her purse without my mom noticing. I left the balcony creeped out, but I was 17, so I brushed it off quickly. That night, I had trouble sleeping. My room is on the first floor, and my window is at a maybe 5-foot height, so I kept looking at it, praying not to see some scary monster. I would turn in my bed constantly, and look at the window maybe every 5 minutes. It was getting late, and I started to doze off, but decided to look into the window one last time. And there she fucking was, standing in the fucking window. Rose. Just standing, looking directly at me. Moonlight was bright enough for me to see, with the same grin on her face. Lipstick was red as ever, and teeth were whiter than ever. I was paralyzed with fear. I often imagined what I'd do in situations like these, and I always had an escape plan for any hypothetical I threw at myself. But now, when this friend of my mother's was staring at me through my window at 4 a.m., just smiling, I was motionless. My mouth got dry, I got goosebumps, have them now as I type this, and I swear it became freezing in my room, probably just the way the body reacts to shock. I finally gathered the courage to get up. I started walking towards the door. Her head was turning with me, slowly, with the grin still there. Again, it was as if she were a puppet. I wanted to scream for my parents, but knowing how tense they are, I decided not to cause panic just yet. There had to be some rational explanation, right? For fuck knows what reason, I decided to walk to the window and ask her what the fuck her problem was. I made 2 slow steps towards it and froze. I froze because she moved. You know what her movement was? Taking the orange out of her purse. Does anyone know what the record time is for having goosebumps? Because they sure as shit aren't going away. Anyways, after being terrified for a minute, I decide to go on. I am a big guy and figured I'd be able to fight her off if push comes to shove. My windows pull up in order to open. I pull it open maybe some 10 inches and stop. She's not moving, just holding the fucking orange and looking at me with the scariest grin you'll ever see. I stand there. She stands there. Then she starts bending. But every move she makes is so slow, so mechanical. She's bending so she can reach the open part of the window. I'm horrified. She pushes her head through it, just enough space for her head to go through. You go with me now. As she's saying that, in her 8-year-old voice, her hand is making its way through the crack, holding an orange. What do I do? What you do? Fucking run. I run out of my room, screaming for my dad. My dad being a light sleeper, he jumps out of his bed and screams back at me asking what the hell is going on. All I can muster to say is Rose window. While Dad is putting his pants on, I run back to my room, wanting Rose to be there so he can see that I am not crazy. You know how in horror movies the person you saw is gone by the time witnesses come? Yeah, well, similar thing happened, except I caught Rose leaving. There is a house some 100 yards away from mine, and it had one of those motion-activated lights, lots of crime back home. I saw the light turn on, and a glimpse of Rose disappearing behind that house. By the time Dad ran into my room, she was gone. After much talking, he decided that it was just a nightmare and told me to call him only if someone physically comes into my room. You and your fucking imagination, he said, walking away. Needless to say, I got exactly 0 hours of sleep that night. Nothing happened in the next few months. Rose would still come to visit my mom, but I'd make sure I wasn't there. Fuck that. As in every teenager's life, so many things were happening around me, and I forgot about the Rose incident. Then one day, I was spending my afternoon browsing internet, years before Reddit, unfortunately. I got pretty hungry, so as any spoiled child, I yelled from my room to see if my mom would come. She didn't. Oh well, tough luck. I have to go to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich. Kitchen in our house is connected to the living room, but you can't see the living room until you're at least in the middle of the kitchen. So I open the kitchen and walk in. I freeze. There it is, right there on the kitchen table. An orange. Immediate thought of that creepy night. Rose is here. I am still motionless in my spot. Few seconds later, I realize how stupid I am for relating a common piece of fruit to a crazy window stalker. So I walk towards the table, wanting to put the orange back in the fruit cabinet. I grab the thing and hear the voice behind me. You will have to come with me soon, you know. Child's voice. It's Rose. I produce some kind of noise resembling scared pig about to get slaughtered. Lightning fast, I turn around, and there she is, standing in the middle of the living room. Just standing there, same grin on her face, same lipstick on her lips, teeth white as ever. Only she started tilting her head to the left a bit, in slow motion. I remember it as if it happened yesterday. Her long black hair falling down her shoulders, white summer dress, bright red shoes to match her lipstick. I forgot to mention that she was very pale. Even in the summer, she seemed to not be friends with the sun. This added to creepiness. There's this woman who already scared the shit out of me once, standing alone in the middle of my living room, pale as a ghost, bright red lipstick and shoes, tilting her head to the side, speaking in child's voice. And then, she takes an orange out of her purse. Takes it out slowly, and looks at me, as if she wants me to have it. Just as my self-defense mode is about to take over, and I either run away, or tackle the crazy bitch, my mom walks in. I know it didn't happen, but it seemed like my mom brought the light into the room. I released a breath of relief. Rose, of course, went back to her normal self. They were about to go for a walk, and my mom was getting ready in her room, while she was pulling her grudge shit on me. Since my parents wouldn't believe anything I was saying about her, I wasn't sure what to do. Only thing I could do at that age is nothing, I suppose. But I swore I'd punch that woman should she ever come close to me again. A year or so had passed without any incidents, and I was getting ready to go to the United States to study in college. Since I was going to play basketball there, I had to prepare for it. I spent summer away from home, working out in a training camp in a town about 40 miles from my city. During the last night of the camp, the last incident happened. My roommate had left the camp the day before, and I had the room to myself. I was very excited about going to America in a few days, and had trouble sleeping. My room had a beautiful balcony. I was on the 3rd floor of a hotel. Since it was warm, I decided to sit in the chair on the balcony for a while. I walked out, sat down, and immediately regretted it. It is really time to come now. I nearly shit myself. I mean, it's been a while since I last heard that voice. but something like that stays with you forever. I turned my head to the right, and Rose was standing on the fence of a balcony of the room next to mine. Mind you, not standing on the balcony or sitting at the table, but standing on the fence. How she was balancing, I don't know. Balcony was at least 50 feet from the ground, and she was holding the orange. Fucking orange. Only this time, orange seemed to have been somewhat rotten, not nearly as bright as the first 3 times. I was scared that she would attempt to jump over to my balcony, as there was only few feet distance between them. I was also scared she'd die in attempt to do so, and I'd be blamed somehow. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. It really is time, you know. She said it in that childlike voice, never opening her jaw, her teeth forever clenched together, and lipstick the color of fresh blood. She seemed even paler this time, and her head was tilted to the left even more. She wore red shoes. What the fuck do you want from me? I screamed in desperation, angry that this woman is causing me so much distress, but also hoping that someone would hear me and come witness this crazy bitch's harassment. I only want you to go where you belong. She said that, and again never opened her teeth. She only sprang her hand more towards me, almost offering me that semi-rotten orange. Fuck you, you crazy bitch. I opened the door of my room, and as I was walking in, I heard, "You will come." I slammed the door, deciding this woman was schizophrenic. I would have probably flipped out more, but I was leaving the continent in few days, at which point I was safe. Wrong. I know I have a wall of fucking text, but this is the shortest version of these creepy events. I came to the US, and have been here for 7 years now. I forgot about the incidents and went on with my life. Only time I ever thought about Rose was when talking to my mom, who said that since I left, her friendship with the crazy bitch fell apart. I was glad. Last 7 years were the best of my life. I got bachelor's and master's degrees. I got a wonderful girlfriend. You know, life's good, man. But fucking then, I am a big technology geek, and I love Apple. Don't shoot me down for this, please. So, it was last Friday, September 21st, the release of iPhone 5. I am in front of the store with about 50 other people. I am maybe 15th in line. It's raining. It's cold. I've been there for about 4 hours now. Doors finally open. We start moving in slowly. I look across the street and instantly stop. People run into my back. I can hear complaining, but it's all bouncing off of me. Across the street, I see a woman in a white dress, head tilted, holding something orangish. Grin on her face. Lipstick so bright red, I can see it from across the street. I can't move. Someone from far in the back pushes, causing me to fall. While I gather myself, I see the woman disappearing behind the corner. I remain sitting on the ground. It was Rose. It was her, I swear. I sit there for a few minutes, get myself together, and walk in the store. No phones left. I decide to walk across the street. And there it was. At the place where she was standing now only sits a mushed, terribly rotten orange. That's it. Just a rotten orange. I started crying. All memories came back. I thought that my whole life would constitute of being stalked by some maniac. And how did she find me anyways? I spent next few hours in a nearby coffee shop, drinking tea and reasoning how this could be logically possible. I kept no secret from my friends and family about my whereabouts. Did she stalk my Facebook? My friends? Did she travel here to harm me? What the fuck is her deal? Answering no questions I asked myself, I went home, deciding to keep it all to myself. My girlfriend noticed something was wrong with me for the next few days, but didn't push it. I figured it was all a fluke, my mind playing tricks because I was up all night before that morning. Plus, it was raining. How could I see that well? And that orange, well, that was just a coincidence. I convinced myself that I was just making it all up. So today a letter came. I get a lot of mail, so it's not that out of the ordinary. But there was this envelope with no return address. I opened it and was immediately shocked. I was holding a Polaroid picture. In it, there was me, standing in line in front of the store last Friday. Only the picture was taken by a person behind me. It was taken at the moment I was looking across the street. I can tell because I could see the horror on my face. On the back of the photo, there were few words written with a black pen. "You come with me now." I dropped the picture and started crying like a baby. Like really crying my ass off. My girlfriend found me in our room, curled up on bed, still crying. She was terrified that maybe someone close to us had died, as she's never seen me let a single tear before. I had to tell her. I started telling her the story, leaving most details out, so I can get to the point quicker. As I was talking, she was getting more and more pale. She never said a word. I finished my story and she was pale as ghost, not moving. Then she asked. She asked a fucking question that honestly caused me to almost faint. She said, "This woman, did she happen to, hold an orange?" I froze. She started crying like I've never seen her cry before. We had a long talk that night, and her story would require another wall of text. Honestly, I am fucking tired from typing this much, and I'm pretty sure nobody will be willing to read this much. I am also lost, terrified, confused. But if someone does read this, I'll write the rest. I'll write in hope that someone can offer a solution, and an answer maybe. Currently, we are both scared as fuck, not knowing what to do next. Police is an option, but what do we tell them? I don't know, man. I am fucking scared for mine and her well-being. Help me. Update. Well guys, shit. Don't know what to tell you. It happened again today. Except I didn't see her. Let me give you a quick rundown of events. 9 a.m. I go to the local police station with my girlfriend. We tell them all that we know and show them the Polaroid. Although quite friendly, they say they really can't do much other than maybe file a restraining order against the person who probably, their words, isn't even in the country. They think I mistook her for someone else, and the picture, well, they said it was probably a prank. They did take the photo and open a file about it, just in case it escalates. It did. 1 p.m. We arrived in town where I saw her. Went to the location, there was nothing there. Don't know what the hell I expected anyways. We stayed there for a while. 6:30 p.m., arriving home. Front door of the house is open, but this is not uncommon as we live with 5 other roommates. We go upstairs to our room. Our room is open. That is unheard of, as we always make sure we lock it. And our landlord is the only other person who has the key. I yell asking if someone is there, no response. Also, no roommates are in the house, it seems. We walk in. We freeze. Our room is decently small, constitutes of 2 queen-size beds put together and a little dresser, and that's about it. So what did we see? Pillows are all on our dresser. Towels on the bed. Our sheet is taken off the bed and put on the floor. It is spread out. In the center of it is an orange cut in 2 halves with a little peel next to it. My laptop is facing the door and is playing the same song on repeat. My laptop was turned off before I left and was also password protected. The song playing is my favorite from childhood, Africa by Toto. My desktop background was changed to one picture from my childhood that I didn't even have in the computer. 7 p.m. We call the police. They arrive 15 minutes later. I take about 5 pics of the mess just before they come. They say they'll start an investigation, but claim that it's still not serious enough for fingerprints and stuff. 8:30 p.m. They leave and tell us to call should anything happen again, and also advise us to stay with friends if possible. We spent next few hours just talking, man, trying to figure it out. We're exhausted both mentally and physically. I'm going to Skype with my mom tomorrow and see if she knows anything. I will type up my GF story tonight, but may post it in the morning if I don't finish it all in time. I will include photos I took, I promise you that much. Holy fuck, this shit is happening to me. For the second part, please click here. At 28, I should have had my life together. I used to have everything, high-paying job in tech, an apartment in Manhattan that made people ask, how the hell did you manage that? I felt like I was on top of the world, like I had it all figured out. Then just like that, it all fell apart. 1 round of layoffs, and my job was gone. I fought for a while, scrambled to find new work, but nothing came through. That sleek apartment? Gone too. Now I was stuck in a tired old building in Queens. A 3rd floor walk-up with peeling paint, creaky floors, and the sort of charm you can only find in a place that hasn't seen a renovation in 20 years. But the price was right, and at this point, the city was all I had left. So I settled. But there was one thing that started to bother me, more than the noise from the neighbors, more than the ancient plumbing that always seemed to be groaning at me. It was the sink. It started small, a tiny spot of what I thought was mold, right where the countertop met the sink. At first, I wasn't too worried. It was a grimy apartment, and mold is a part of city living, right? I figured I'd scrub it down with some bleach and be done with it, but it didn't go away. The spot grew, slowly at first, just a little darker, a little bigger. I'd clean it up, and the next day it was back, creeping its way up the faucet. I figured I was just missing some spot during my cleaning, but no matter how many times I scrubbed, it kept coming back. And every time, it seemed more aggressive, like it was fighting back. I wasn't worried at first. It was just fungi, right? Old pipes, old building, this sort of thing happened all the time. But then the smell started. It was faint at first, something sour and rank, but within a few days it had become this deep, rotting odor, like something was slowly decaying in the walls. The sound came next. I remember the first time I heard it. It was late, past midnight. The city was still buzzing outside, but the apartment was quiet. Too quiet. And then from the bathroom, I heard something. A faint tapping, like someone was lightly knocking on the porcelain. At first, I thought it was just the pipes. Those old things had been known to make noises. But it wasn't just the pipes groaning. It was rhythmic. Scratching. Tiny claws, like something was desperately trying to get out from underneath the sink. I tried to ignore it, but the sound persisted, growing louder, more frantic. It started to make my skin crawl. I wasn't sure what to think. I mean, it was probably just the building settling, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The smell, the noise, and now that growing patch of fungi. It wasn't just a stain anymore. It was alive. The next morning, I stood in front of the sink, staring at the black and green tendrils crawling up the faucet. I reached out cautiously to touch it. It felt cold, unnaturally cold. I recoiled, not sure what I was expecting. But then I noticed something. The fungi, no, it wasn't just fungi anymore. It moved. The tendrils twitched as if reacting to my touch, like they were alive, like they were waiting for something. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I grabbed a sponge and tried to scrub it away again. But as soon as I touched it, I felt a sharp, almost electric sensation run through my fingers. It was subtle like static, but there. I froze. My mind raced with possibilities. Was I imagining things? Or was something seriously wrong? I couldn't get rid of it. No matter how much I scrubbed, it kept coming back, bigger, thicker, more aggressive. The smell grew stronger, almost unbearable, and the scratching sound from the sink became louder, more insistent. I had to do something. I couldn't let this thing take over my bathroom, my life. I tried calling the landlord, but he never answered. I knew better than to trust a building maintenance crew with something like this anyway. This wasn't just a leaky faucet. I needed someone who knew what they were doing, someone who could deal with whatever the hell this thing was. So I called Rick, my personal plumber from other shitholes Ivy lived and kept his number on my fridge at all times. Rick had been in the plumbing business long enough to have seen some pretty weird things. Over the years, he'd dealt with everything from clogged pipes filled with random objects to water damage, so bad that entire floors of apartments had to be ripped out. But nothing had prepared him for the thing growing in my sink. When I called him, I tried to explain what was happening. How the fungi kept coming back no matter how much I cleaned. How it seemed to move when I touched it, and how the scratching noise had started. I'd left out the part about it looking like something from a horror film, but Rick had been around long enough to know that plumbing often involved more than just fixing leaks. So when Rick arrived, I half expected him to dismiss it as just some mold or just a bad pipe problem. But that wasn't Rick's style. He was a no-nonsense kind of guy, and when he saw the fungi, his face immediately changed. He crouched down beside the sink, his eyes narrowing as he took in the growth. It wasn't just any fungi. He'd seen a lot of things growing in old pipes, mold, mildew, even algae, but this was different. This looked too deliberate, too organized, like it had a purpose. He leaned in closer, poking at the tendrils with a tool from his belt. He didn't touch it directly, but the way he was studying it, I could tell he recognized it. "Zombie ant fungus," he said, his voice steady but with a hint of surprise. I stared at him, not sure if I'd heard him correctly. What the hell is that?" Rick wiped his brow with the back of his hand, looking a little more serious than usual. "Zombie ant fungus. It's a parasitic fungi called Ophiocordyceps. It doesn't just grow in places like this, but I've seen it before, in places with bad plumbing. You know, older buildings with leaky pipes where moisture builds up. But I've never seen it in a sink before. Especially not this bad." I looked at the sink, still trying to process what he'd just said. "Okay, but how do you know it's this specific fungus?" Rick took a step back, clearly thinking through his answer. "You see, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've dealt with a lot of old buildings. Lots of weird stuff grows in the pipes and walls. But this type of fungus, it's pretty distinctive. It doesn't just grow like regular mold. It spreads out in these tendrils, like it's reaching for something. And if you touch it, it reacts, almost like it's alive. That's the giveaway. More than that, I've seen a similar situation in a couple of places I worked. Not too many, but enough to make me remember it. There's a reason they call it zombie ant fungus, because it controls ants. Literally takes over their brains, makes them climb up plants and bite onto leaves or twigs. then kills them and grows out of their heads. This stuff does the same thing, in a way. It feeds on whatever organic material it can find, and it spreads quickly. If it gets a hold on the right environment, it's almost impossible to stop. I just stood there, trying to absorb the absurdity of it all. "Wait," I said, swallowing. "You're saying this stuff is alive? That's insane. How does it even get in here? I mean, I don't have any ants in my pipes." Rick grunted. "I've seen it in other places. It doesn't need ants to grow. It could have been brought in by anything, maybe something that came through the building's water system, maybe something left behind from a previous tenant, or even a plant you brought in that had spores on it. Hell, it could have been living in the pipes for years and just now found an opening. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it's here now, and you need to get rid of it before it takes over." I looked at the tendrils once more, now knowing what I was looking at. I wasn't sure if I felt more relieved or terrified that Rick knew exactly what it was. He immediately got to work, taking out a large bottle of something that looked like industrial cleaner, something stronger than I could have imagined. He said it was a special solution for biological infestations, but the truth was, I didn't care much about the specifics. I just wanted the thing gone. He sprayed it generously, his eyes narrowing as the fungi began to react. I watched, half in awe, half in disgust, as the tendrils shriveled slightly in response. It wasn't gone, not by a long shot, but for the first time since I'd noticed the growth, it seemed to be stopping. Rick stood up and wiped his hands on his pants, eyeing the sink. "All right, this should slow it down a bit. I'll be honest with you, man. You'll need someone who can deal with this more thoroughly. But this will keep it at bay for now. Give it a couple of days, check on it, see if it starts growing back. If it does, call me and I'll come back. We'll take it from there." I nodded, desperate for something to work. "Thanks, Rick. I'll call you if it gets worse. But hey, you're sure it's safe, right? I mean, that stuff you sprayed." Rick didn't look at me, just grabbed his tools. "Safe? Well, I wouldn't drink it if I were you. But it'll do the job. Just don't go touching it for a while. Give it a couple of days to settle." With that, he left, and I was left in the apartment with my sink, the memory of the tendrils twitching in my mind, and a sinking feeling in my stomach. For the next couple of days, the noise from the sink stopped. The smell, too. The fungi didn't grow. For the first time in a long while, I actually thought I could breathe again. I thought Rick had done it. He'd stopped whatever strange thing had been taking root in my bathroom. But then the dream started. At first, it was just the usual scattered nightmares, jumbled images of my life falling apart, me standing at the edge of some great abyss, unable to climb out. But as the days went on, the dreams became clearer, more detailed, more alive. I remember the first one vividly. I was climbing up the side of a building, my hands gripping the stone like they were made for this. My legs burned with the effort, and every time I pushed myself higher, I felt this strange, intoxicating surge of power. The world below me was far, far away, but it didn't matter. I was on top of the world. And then when I reached the top, when I finally crawled over the edge, I stood there, looking out at the city sprawled beneath me. And I felt done. Like I had accomplished everything I'd ever set out to do. It was a brief, beautiful moment. But then I woke up, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. The apartment was freezing cold. The usual hum of the city outside was muffled, and for a moment, I thought maybe I hadn't really woken up. I reached for the blanket, my fingers numb, but something was off. Something was wrong. I sat up. The pain was the first thing I noticed, this deep, throbbing ache in my head, almost like I'd been hit with a sledgehammer. And my toes, they felt like they were made of stone. I could feel nothing. I tried to move, but my legs were frozen in place. My body wouldn't move. I stared down at my feet, at the cold, unfeeling flesh, and the panic began to rise in me. Was I paralyzed? Had I had a stroke in my sleep? But I could still breathe, still think. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. The pain in my head grew worse, and then the scraping sound started again. But it wasn't coming from the sink anymore. It was in my head. We must spread. The whisper wasn't in my ears. It was inside me, like my very thoughts were being hijacked. The voice wasn't mine. It wasn't Rick's. It wasn't anything I knew. We must spread. We need to spread. The words were jagged, broken, like they didn't belong in this world. I clenched my fists, but even that felt like too much effort. I was locked in my own body, powerless to stop the whispers. The next night, the same dream. The same building. The same climb. But this time, when I reached the top, I didn't feel accomplished. I felt empty, like I had reached the end of something I didn't even want to start. I woke up again. The pain in my head was unbearable now, and the freezing cold was biting at my skin. But the numbness had spread. My legs, my arms, they were starting to lose feeling. I was losing myself. The whispering grew louder. We must spread. The next few days felt like they were slipping through my fingers. The dreams didn't stop. Every night, I would climb higher, only to feel more and more empty when I reached the top. The air, once exhilarating, turned suffocating. And the moment I woke up, I found myself colder, deeper into whatever was happening to me. By the fourth day, I couldn't feel my arms anymore. They were just there, useless extensions of my body, and I couldn't move. I couldn't. I was on autopilot, dragging myself through each day like a broken machine. And then came the morning of the job interview, the one I had been clinging to, the one last hope of breaking free from this mess. I woke up early, forcing myself out of bed, but when I tried to move, tried to stand up, I couldn't. My body refused to obey. My arms hung limp, and I could feel the cold creeping up my legs. I tried to scream, but it felt like something was blocking me, holding me down. I was trapped, not just in my apartment, but in my own skin. The whispering returned, louder this time, more insistent. We must spread. The words burrowed into my mind like a parasite. I could feel it, feel the thing in me now, the thing that had been growing in the sink, feeding on me, taking over. I tried to fight it. I tried to move, tried to break free. But I was frozen. And then, with a sickening clarity, I realized something horrifying. It wasn't just the fungi spreading. It wasn't just something in my apartment, or my pipes, or even my dreams. I was spreading. My mind raced. I tried to speak, but all I could hear was that whisper. We must spread. We need to spread. And then, as the last shred of my humanity slipped away, I understood. It wasn't just in my body. It was in my soul, taking it, consuming it. The fungi had spread beyond the pipes. It had spread into me. The last thing I felt was the cold cement of me climbing a building, the Empire State, building to be exact, everything aligned, just like my dreams, only this was my last moment of being human. I am no longer a person, we are a spore, and we need to spread. Just as the title states, I clean abandoned houses for a living. I'm quite proud of myself, as I have worked hard starting my own business at just 24 years old and building it to what it is now. I specifically targeted these types of cleaning jobs as you can charge much more than your average, 1 to 3 times per week house cleaning jobs of inhabited homes. Plus, I rarely ever have to see anyone other than my team while on the job. Over the years, I have really been in some insane situations with these houses. Everything from encountering wild animals to once a deranged squatter taking up residence in the homes I clean. There is one house that stands out from the rest, however, one that haunts my dreams to this day. I got the job offer through a real estate agent I made my friend over the years in this business. It's a small home, not much clutter left. Amila, my real estate friend, said over the phone. Shouldn't need more than 1 or 2 of you to complete the clean, she continued in her enthusiastic voice. I rolled my eyes. I hated when she used her customer service voice on me. Yeah, what's the real deal with this house? I answered in my usual half-annoyed tone. Amelia responded more normal this time. Honestly, Lori, this house gives me the creeps. The granddaughter inherited a couple of years ago, but has just recently decided to sell. The grandmother apparently died in the house. I rolled my eyes again. Death in the houses I cleaned was nothing new to me, and Amelia was well aware of this. Amelia continued, I cut my pre-visit to the house short last week. Didn't even make it upstairs where the grandmother apparently passed. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming in this one. That got my attention. Amelia had been in real estate longer than I had been in the cleaning business, and she took her get-to-know before showing visits very seriously. Anyway, I recommended your cleaning services to the granddaughter, and she agreed right away. Do you accept? She finished. Yes, I accept the job. How soon can we get into clean? I answered, feeling somewhat excited. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. As I mentioned, the granddaughter removed most of the clutter from the house, but it still needs a good TLC cleaning. The key will be left under the welcome mat, Amelia said, back in her customer service voice. My eyes rolled yet again as I ended the call. Finally, an interesting clean, I thought as I then dialed Morgan. The next day, my most trusted cleaner and best friend, Morgan, and myself drove up the horribly overgrown driveway and saw the well-aged small house come into view. Surely, they will need to hire an outside maintenance and renovation crew, I thought as I climbed out of my cleaning van. Morgan whistled as we stepped on the small creaking porch. "You sure just you and I can handle this, Lori?" Morgan asked as I fetched the house key from the weathered porch mat. "If the outside is anything like the inside, we need the whole damn team," Morgan stated as she stood behind me. "Amelia is over the top, but would never underestimate a cleaning job." I answered as I slid the house key into the old lock and turned until I heard the lock give way. I then pushed the door open as it made the usual ominous creak. We were both silent as we stepped into what I assumed was the small living room. The musty smell of a far too long closed-up house filled my nose as my eyes scanned the darkened room. Just as Amelia said, not much was left in the room. A couch took up most of the room on the right. A small wooden coffee table sat directly in front of it, coated in a thick layer of dust. I noticed a few photographs still clung to the walls. "Let's get the supplies from the back of the van and get started," I said over my shoulder to Morgan. "I have dinner plans and want this done long before." A bit later, I was scrubbing the dirty windows of the living room while Morgan opted to start upstairs. "Lori," I heard Morgan call from up the stairs located just behind me. "What?" I called back. It was silent for several minutes as I waited for a response. I felt my aggravation growing as Morgan did not respond. I threw my rag on the floor and wiped my sweating brow as I turned and headed towards the stairs. Each step groaned beneath my feet as I climbed to the upper floor. "You better have a damn good reason for interrupting me and not answering," I yelled as I reached the final step. Goosebumps covered my skin when I stepped onto the old wooden floor of the upper level. "Weird," I mumbled to myself as I looked around. The upper level was a small hallway. 2 rooms were located on each side as I peered down the dark corridor. "Morgan," I called in a softer voice this time. No answer. I slowly headed down the hallway, wishing I had thought to bring my flashlight. I always hated working with no electricity, but it came with the job. I could see the light of day from the open door on left side of the hall. The other door on the right was closed. As I looked into the open door on the left, I saw Morgan standing still, looking at the bed located on the far side of the room. "It moved," Morgan said in an almost whisper. "Huh?" I answered as I walked in and stood beside her. "The bed. It moved on its own while I was cleaning the floor," Morgan said, still staring down at the bed. I then noticed the bed was crooked now. The bottom was several inches away from the wall, where the top was still flush with the corner of wall. "Do you see it?" Morgan then said, even softer now. I almost couldn't hear her. Instead of questioning her, I looked down towards the bed that her eyes were glued to. I instantly saw what she was talking about. There was an imprint on the bed the shape of a body, as if someone was laying on the bed that very moment. The chills were really covering my body now, and I felt myself actually shivering. It felt like someone was staring up at us directly from the bed. I slowly reached for Morgan's arm and gently pulled her towards me. "Let's go back downstairs. We will finish the bottom floor together," I said, matching her whispering tone. Morgan didn't respond, but obeyed my request. The feeling of eyes on us did not leave as we headed down the small hallway to the top of the stairs. I had to fight the urge to run down the flimsy steps. Once we were safely down in the living room, the air somehow felt easier to breathe, if that makes any sense. "What the hell was that?" Morgan demanded, finally sounding more like herself. I ignored that question. "Look, you know I hate skimming on jobs, but let's get this level done and get the hell out of here." I grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed to the next room, which was a small kitchen. Morgan stayed close beside me as we worked in silence, cleaning the sink, counter, and cabinets. We both froze after hearing what sounded like footsteps above us. "Don't," I said in a warning tone as I went back to cleaning dust and mice droppings from the cabinet. Morgan again obeyed and stayed silent as she went back to work on the counter. The footsteps continued moving around above us, on and off, as we quickly finished in the kitchen. The last room branched off from the kitchen that appeared to be a small office. I was so relieved we would be out of there soon. This room had stained and worn down carpet covering the wooden floor. I turned on our rechargeable vacuum, and the loud buzzing sound almost deafened me, but I was glad for it. Working in eerie silence was not normal for us, as we usually chatted and listened to music, but I was too rushed to fool with conversation or a playlist right now. "What the actual hell?" I heard Morgan yell out over the sound of the vacuum. I jerked my head up to see Morgan staring up at the ceiling, looking terrified again. Just as I cut the vacuum off, I heard what she had to be referring to as the buzzing sound died down. I can only explain it as the choking or coughing, gurgling sound of an elderly person. It was only for a split second I heard it, but that was enough. Screw this, I yelled as I grabbed up as many of our supplies as I could. Morgan joined me in grabbing up the rest. We dashed out of the office through the kitchen and living room and out the front door. I was pretty much sprinting to the van while trying not to trip on the mess of the yard. Just as I got to the van, I heard Morgan shout, "Wait." I turned to see her a few feet behind me. I left my supplies upstairs. We also didn't finish cleaning up there. We didn't even clean the bathroom, which must be up there. I'm not charging the freaking client. We can buy new, whatever supplies are left. Get your ass in the van. I didn't wait for a response as I jumped into the driver's seat. Morgan hurried and threw the supplies in her arms in the back and slammed the door. I took one final look at the house as she slid into the passenger seat. I couldn't be sure, but it almost looked like someone was peering out of one of the two upper windows. I started the van. Hearing it roar to life was pure heaven in that moment. I floored it out of the driveway and back into town. I later called Amelia to explain the job was not complete and I would not be charging. The granddaughter would have to find someone else to clean that nightmare. This has been a couple of months ago, and I was not kidding when I said this horrid house still haunts my dreams. It was only last night I dreamt I was in a bed, staring up at an old cracked and familiar ceiling. I felt weak and frail as the weight of someone crawling on top of me took the air from my lungs. I felt cold hands around my throat squeezing tighter and tighter, that awful gurgling, choking sound coming from my mouth being the last thing I heard as I woke up in a cold sweat. The marks are still visible on my throat today. My name's Jose and I, 49M, have been married to Kelly, 42F, for 6 years. We met at Mexico City International Airport in 2014. Both of us were waiting in a restaurant for a late-night long haul to London. The pretty stranger quickly clocked my black epaulets, each bearing 4 yellow stripes, then swiveled in her bar stool to smile at me. It was an unconvincing smile. I remember that. She looked like she'd been crying, and I also remember her asking, "Are you flying somewhere far, far away?" When I answered, Kelly smiled and revealed that she would be one of my passengers. I don't remember much of my response, truth be told, but I quipped about her being in safe hands because I'd just read Flying for Dummies. And she laughed politely as if it were the first time she'd heard that joke. In all honesty, as scummy as it seems, I wanted to impress her. She captivated me. I still remember every last thing she said, even after all of these years. Oddly, however, I only have fuzzy memories of my own words. My mother used to tease that Kelly had put a spell on me. Anyway, without being prompted, the sullen woman told me her story. That she'd booked an early flight home in the middle of her honeymoon because her husband, Michael, wasn't the person he'd purported to be. He was an abuser, a liar, and he's making me tell lies too, she said. He emptied me. That bizarre and unsettling choice of words would ring in my head for the next decade. And only yesterday, after finding and watching that cursed tape, did I finally understand what Kelly meant. I think 10 years ago, she might have been warning me to stay away from her. I think that had been a glimpse of the real Kelly. But I'm not making sense. Let me explain. Everything could have ended with that conversation. We could have parted ways. I wish we had, but I was compelled to see Kelly again. I know that's awful. It's not a habit of mine, falling for a married woman. I just felt something indescribable. Something I now realize may not have been butterflies at all. I had a week in London before the return flight to Mexico. During those 7 wonderful days, I frequently met up with Kelly at her hotel. Said that I had to check on her. She was too frightened to return to her hometown in Cambridge, as she believed that Michael would be waiting for her. And she ignored my pleas to report everything to the police, which, I'll admit, seemed strange even at the time. We quickly formed a bond, and things didn't end when I returned to Mexico. I visited Kelly every time I flew to England. After she moved to Brighton, a month later, I started taking the train to her new apartment. Believe it or not, I once took a short-haul flight from Paris to London just to see her. A year later, when our relationship inevitably became something more, I'd already made the decision. I wanted to move to England to be with her. I'd been training to become an airport technician, and I secured a job at Heathrow in late 2015. By early 2017, Kelly and I had bought a house together. In 2018, we got married. I'm obviously fast-forwarding through the ins and outs of our relationship, but Reddit isn't built for essays, is it? I'm here to tell you what I found yesterday morning, whilst tidying a storage cupboard. Kelly's clusterfuck of clutter, as I like to call it, came tumbling out of the open door and washed over my feet. A stark reminder that weekends shouldn't be wasted on chores. If I'd been relaxing on the sofa, I might not have discovered what I discovered. Maybe Kelly would have disposed of her own clutter, and we would have lived a happy 50 years together. But I was the one wading through the puddle of forgotten belongings. And what caught my eye during the tumble was a camcorder, surfing atop the junk heap, which spilled out of its bag, landed at my feet. I picked it up and chuckled. I knew Kelly and I were old, but not that old. I had no idea she owned such a relic, and curiosity got the better of me, obviously. Who wouldn't want to check the contents of a spouse's dusty tape locked away for who knows how many decades? When I plugged in the device to charge it, an error message displayed on the ancient screen. I thought I'd been thwarted by tape or hardware degradation, but I fixed everything, unfortunately, by cleaning out filth from the tape slot. Then I rewound the recording and pressed the play icon. The white, pixelated text read, October 9th, 2014. For Americans, that's September 10th, 2014. And I quickly realized that was a week before I first met my wife. Everything slotted together horribly when Kelly stepped out of a hotel bathroom in wedding lingerie. I realized what kind of tape I'd found. Don't think less of me for watching. It wasn't like that. Even degenerates, I assume, don't want to watch the person they love share such intimacy with someone else, let alone an abusive ex-husband. And Michael was abusive. Kelly wasn't lying about that, but she'd only ever told me fragments of the story. So, even though I expected a raunchy sex tape, I wasn't watching for that reason. My eyeballs weren't springing from their cartoon sockets. Well, okay, I was watching the video keenly, but fear rendered me wide-eyed. Not lust. I just knew that something was wrong with the hotel room. The only natural thing in the footage was Kelly. And as I watched my wife sprawl across the bedsheets, waiting for her filming husband to join her, I eyed the room's cream-colored walls. I didn't give a rat's rear about the interior design, but something hidden in the paint made me sick. You wouldn't understand unless you'd seen the video for yourself. Then something in my head started to ache sharply, much like a migraine brewing behind my sockets. But it wasn't that. It was a painful urge which prompted each of my squeaking eyes to twist. I looked, without even wanting to look, at the edge of the screen, searched for something that was only just beyond both the border of the video and Kelly's vision. I wanted to scream at the younger version of my wife as she lay still, as she watched Michael with caving dimples and a provocative grin. I wanted to scream at her to run, though I didn't know why I wanted to do so. That was the most terrifying thing of all. I didn't fear the obvious horror of watching my wife and her ex make love. I feared something else in the room, something I didn't understand. "Get rid of that camera," Kelly whispered, before wagging her index in a come-hither motion. Michael's heavy breathing was not the breathing of a lustful man. It was the labored breathing of something hungry. Hungry in a way that neither food nor sex could satiate. "We need to preserve this moment," Michael said. Kelly rolled her eyes. "Is that right?" In response, the man stopped breathing, and my wife's face changed. Her sultry smile morphed into not a frown, but downturned lips. Lips hanging open in the same horrified expression that I must have been wearing whilst watching the tape. Michael hacked, as if bringing up a hairball, then promised, "I'll put it down." He placed the device on the dressing table and walked over to the bed, but Kelly did not thank him. She whimpered and recoiled, not due to Michael leaving the camera recording. I don't even think she'd noticed its red, blinking light. No, my wife was still frightened because she sensed a presence. Not her husband, not the room's seedy atmosphere, not even the claustrophobic nature of the walls. She sensed the same thing that I sensed, though neither of us knew exactly what we sensed. "I'm not in the mood anymore," Kelly whimpered as Michael climbed onto the bed. He hushed her, stroking the backs of his twitching fingers against her trembling cheek. "Don't be like that, darling. It's time to consummate." Then Michael gasped like a punctured tire and shot his head towards the empty corner of the room. He nodded slowly, but neither I nor the recorded version of Kelly saw what he saw. "If I must," he told the empty air. Then came something I still don't know how to explain. The plaster rippled as something behind the wall pressed against it, tried to get out, like a hand forming a shadow puppet. Something about the shape was illusory. It could have been a man, could have been a monster. Its outline rapidly changed from a tall thing with arms and legs to a misshapen blob of indiscernible segments. After less than a second or two of the wall bulging, its plaster flattened again, and the living shape was gone. Kelly screamed in synchronicity with me, but she hadn't even noticed the anomaly. She was staring unblinkingly into her husband's eyes. "What's wrong with your face, Michael?" she cried. What terrified me was that, Even when the camera caught his face, I didn't see any supernatural change in Kelly's former husband. Didn't see anything other than a very human man. One with an unkind smile and dead eyes, perhaps, but still a man. However, Kelly saw something. Something I didn't. Still, all of that pales in comparison to what happened next. Michael thrust his hand into Kelly's open mouth, prompting her eyes to open just as widely. Her husband's whole forearm plunged into her jaws, muffling her series of screams. Then my wife wriggled and squirmed as Michael propelled his upper arm down her throat, pushed deeper and deeper until his shoulder met her lips. Another impossibility followed, one that I still don't know how to put into words. Michael pulled his arm out of Kelly's mouth, and when his fingers resurfaced, they were holding something. Not my wife's innards, not the innards I had expected, at least. There wasn't a speck of blood on the man's hand, but a wet, translucent film. It looked a little like either saliva or lubricant. But again, that wasn't what horrified me. Michael's fingers were clutching the hair of a human head. A head sitting at the top of Kelly's throat, like some wretched birthing canal. My wife's lips opened unimaginably wide, as did mine. I gawped in incomprehensible horror. She gawped simply to make room for that adult head to emerge, then gawped wider to free a set of shoulders and a torso. I uttered an entirely silent scream, believing that, if I were to produce even the tiniest sound, something from within that footage would hear me in the future. But a slight whimper escaped once I'd identified the head. It was Kelly. A clone version of Kelly was climbing out of her lips. Some fleshy Russian doll. That younger version of my wife was birthing an exact replica of herself. And the clone was screaming too, for it didn't ask to be born. The original Kelly's skin started to crinkle, crease, and shrivel into something smaller. The clone undressed, shed her former skin, reduced the original Kelly to a silky dress that dropped onto the duvet. Then the clone, the new Kelly, fell into Michael's arms, and she eyed the empty skin suit beside her. She may have been screaming through those open lips, but a white sound was drowning all other noises. A prickly static that dug into my flesh. That maddening racket was accompanied by a gangly shadow moving across the wall of the hotel room's entryway. A shadow with the vague appearance of a man. But the tape cut out before the stranger came into view. Hard on my tongue, I hurriedly thrust the camera back into the bag and tossed it against the back wall of the cupboard. And mere moments later, there came the sound of my wife's car pulling into the driveway, so I tried to compose myself. Tried to forget the hellishness I had just seen on her old wedding tape. I looked out of the window at the driveway, but she wasn't in her car. And when I turned back to the kitchen doorway, I screamed. There Kelly stood, hounding me with blank eyes and tight lips, with a face horribly white, yet no whiter than usual. I realized I was simply seeing her true self. It had only taken me 10 years to open my eyes. How did you come indoors so quietly? I tried to ask, though nothing but a series of hoarse whispers sounded. Jose, Kelly began, before lifting the camera bag she'd inexplicably acquired. We were meant to be decluttering, darling. Why would you want to hold on to this? I tried to answer, but I was startled by my wife's sudden step towards me. A solitary step, followed by a gasp and a jolt, much like her ex-husband in the video. Then Kelly looked towards an unoccupied corner of the kitchen and said, "If I must." Upon hearing that echo of Michael's haunting words, I ran, barged past my wife, who seemed either unprepared or unbothered by my escape. I ran out of the house, leapt into my car, and drove away from my life. I've been on the road for more than a day, stealing bursts of sleep in service station car parks. It's currently 2 in the morning, and I was just woken by the sound of white noise. Not from a playing videotape, but from the world around me. That static drowned everything for one horrendous minute. I didn't want to look out of my driver's window, but there also came that familiar strain behind my eyes, a coded warning from my brain. And when I sat up to look outside, I locked eyes with a large truck parked a couple of spaces to my right. That was when I yelled until my vocal cords gave out. The side of the vehicle rippled in much the same way as the wall of the hotel room. Rippled to form the outline of a man inside the storage compartment. He was pressing against the truck's side, trying to push through the metal. The shape quickly lost its definition, then it became nothing at all. All that remained was an abandoned truck in a near-deserted car park. I don't know what to do. Please help me before that thing finds me. Before it pulls something out of me. Dr. Daniel Vance was a smart man. Too smart for his own good, maybe. 40 years old, a lecturer in fluid dynamics with a mind made of shapes and numbers. No one knows why, but one day on a whim, he crunched the numbers on the apocalypse and came to a troubling conclusion. He didn't share exactly what it was he'd deduced, but given that he immediately quit his job and liquidated his many assets, it's fair to say it wasn't positive. Swept up in the wake of this tremendous upheaval was his wife, a 24-year-old PhD student who had grown infatuated with Daniel some time before. She loved the strange bear of a man who could just as easily build a log cabin as he could explain the idiosyncrasies of an asteroid's orbit. Speaking to Daniel always left you with the profound impression he was right. So when he told her what he wanted to do, she agreed. 15 years and 5 children later, the Van Cess were living in the distant woods just beyond my hometown. They were enigmatic, richer than the Pope, and extremely serious about their prepper lifestyle. But they were also funny, easygoing, and incredibly compelling to speak to. Larger-than-life survivalists who swept into town with bizarre requests that thrilled local businesses. Vast quantities of cement, iron, lead, and steel were all shipped through the remote mountains so that the Van Cess could build their shelter. The advanced methods they used to keep it secret were legendary. Daniel had once spent 6 months earning the license necessary to drive HGVs up to his compound so that no one else would lay eyes on it. And on one occasion, when a company had refused his request for GPS tracker-free vehicles, he bought them out wholesale so that they had no choice. So when they stopped appearing in town during the pandemic, when requests for food and goods stopped and all contact was dropped, most attributed it to lockdown. They had a bunker and had spent their entire lives training to be self-sufficient in the face of civilization's collapse. Even Alexander, the youngest at just 3, was already collecting firewood as a chore and learning what local plants were edible. Most of us just assumed that if anyone could ride out COVID without breaking a sweat, it would be the Van Cess. The reality turned out to be something else. When the worst came to light, we discovered that Daniel had used the pandemic as an excuse for a dry run. The family intended to spend 6 months in lockdown and essentially beta test their fallout bunker. 3 months in, and the sheriff received a distress call on the radio. Coordinates were provided by the hushed voice of a sobbing child that most assume was Alexander, even though that's never been proven. The police arrived and found the bunker still sealed. It took hours for emergency responders to cut into the door. All the while efforts were made to contact the family within, but to no avail. Once inside, police were left dumbfounded. There was no one to be rescued. No bodies. No survivors. There was evidence the door's locking mechanism had failed and trapped the Van Cess inside with no way out. But if so, where had they gone? Beds and cots lay everywhere with moldering yellow sheets, buckets close to hand with stains all around them. Some doors were barred, others smashed to pieces. There was even evidence of makeshift quarantines and, in places, what looked like violence. The police, usually a fantastic source of gossip, were not forthcoming until the town demanded answers, and the sheriff was forced to offer only the barest of outlines. An outbreak of a waterborne illness had struck the Van Cess down not long after they were locked inside and unable to seek help. Rumors of contagion were overstated, fueled by the unrelated rise of COVID. Whatever contaminant had killed the Van Cess, it was non-organic in nature. No need to panic. The Van Cess loved ones had been notified. The bunker was going to be demolished, and we could all put this terrible tragedy behind us. Of course, we still had questions. 1,000 of them. Why hadn't the family called for help? They had radios, computers, smartphones too. They were survivalists, not Amish. And where were they? What had happened to their bodies? Why hadn't they simply left? We shouted these and more at the town meeting, but the police simply refused to comment. For most of us, the excitement lasted another week or 2 until we realized we weren't getting answers anytime soon. Besides, the pandemic was in full swing, and most of us had other things to worry about. The tragic story eventually faded until it was just one of those awful things in the town's history that we didn't talk about. I was as guilty as anyone else of just forgetting about it. I certainly never expected to find a bunker out there in the woods. Faded police tape still on the open door that hung wide open with scorch marks around the lock. It stood out in the woods like someone had cut a hole right in the fabric of reality. The darkness so deep and black it almost ached to look at. The sight of it made my heart drop into my stomach. It radiated pain. Does that make sense? I think some part of my lizard brain picked out details that wouldn't become apparent to me until I got closer, like the bloody finger streaks that stained the handle from where someone had scrabbled furiously at the lock without success, and the tiny viewing window had been smashed with a hammer that still lay nearby. I needed only to glimpse it to imagine the family taking turns to stand there and scream into the woods desperate for rescue. Under any other circumstances, I would have run. But I'd gone there looking for my dog, and my light revealed a few wet paw prints making their way down the dusty concrete tunnel. Half Bernese and half collie, Ripley is the sort of dog who trembles in my arms when a storm buffets the windows and needs his paws held when we brush him. I love him. I do not have much of a family or a wife or even many friends. But I have Ripley, and I could no more have turned around and gone home to an empty apartment where I would have to sob my grief away than I could flap my arms and fly. He was my dog, and I'd raised him since he was a puppy, and I wasn't going to leave him out in those woods. I went in after him. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew it wouldn't be good. Whatever the police had found, they'd not only kept most of the morbid details to themselves, they had also lied. The bunker was not demolished, or even sealed off. In fact, looking at the occasional blue latex glove tossed aside and the 1 or 2 broken police-issue flashlights, it seemed like the last people inside had been in a hurry to get out. Given this was where 7 people had presumably died, I assumed it was someone's job to clean it all up. But the corridor looked largely untouched. Just a few meters in, and manic writing started to cover the walls, the desperate scrawls of a lone survivor left there to be rediscovered like cave paintings. Most were deliberations on how to get out, diagrams, blueprints, equations and formulae, all focused on the door and the circuits responsible for its faulty lock. I instinctively assumed they belonged to Daniel, and that he'd been the last to die. What a god-awful fate for a man to outlive his children. And yet it got worse. Slowly the writing changed from equations and plans to a desperate scrawl. The same few phrases repeated over and over. 5 doors. 5. Not 6. 6. Didn't make it. Didn't make it. 6 doors. 6. It seemed like the kind of thing you'd find in an asylum. A psychotic rambling punctuated only by 6 paragraphs right at the end. Each letter was impeccably neat, and each small paragraph was topped with a beautifully drawn Christian cross. Elliot Vance, aged 15. A gifted guitarist. He liked boys even though he thought I did not know. I loved him with everything I had. He would have made a great man. Alicia Vance, aged 14. She liked to paint and to shoot. She had her mother's mean streak. It would have served her well in the future. Elijah Vance, aged 8. The smartest of us all. These were Daniel's memorials to his family, and seeing the words lit up by my torch was a haunting insight into the overwhelming despair he'd endured. He must have realized he wouldn't get the chance to speak at his family's funerals or to write their obituaries. This was his last desperate way of making sure the world might one day know them as he did, as real people. The words marked the end of the tunnel, standing adjacent to a trapdoor in the ground. It was not open, but the tunnel came to a dead end immediately afterwards, and Ripley's prints disappeared at the hatch. I feared he might be in danger, but still I stopped and looked at the bunker door 20 meters behind me. The once gloomy forest looked so bright, even on this cloudy day, the air dotted with rain. A part of me felt like I was leaving the whole world behind as I began to climb the ladder down. I entered a large circular living space that was packed with furniture and little nooks and crannies. The walls were covered with folding beds and tables, and every inch was multifunctional. A dining space could become a sitting space, which in turn might be where someone slept or even exercised. It all depended on what particular bit of furniture you unfolded or unclipped or unfurled. 7 people in close quarters, nowhere near enough privacy. It made sense they went with this cluttered, overlapping use of space. But it was still a large room, bigger than most studio apartments. And there were a few corridors that led deeper into the earth, telling me the bunker had unseen depths. I looked for some sign of my dog and soon found his trail, but this far from the rainy copse Ripley's prints were starting to fade. After barely a few meters, they petered out vaguely in the direction of a nearby door. I wanted to follow, but stopped myself from rushing onwards. It was unlikely Ripley was getting out any other way, and I'd do us no good getting hurt myself. I decided to take a look around, and quickly spotted a dinner table. If I needed proof the police had not bothered with a clean-up, this was it. The plates were still out, the food rotten to a strange blackened husk. A child's hat lay across one place setting. The once creamy fleece turned a sickly green and yellow. The chairs had their backs reinforced with wooden beams fitted with long grooves, so that something the width of a nail could slide into them. And on each of the cushions were foul-smelling stains that looked oddly like an ass print. I touched one with gloved hands, and the material crackled audibly. Whatever it was, similar stains were on the cutlery and plates, and there were even handprints of it placed firmly on the tablecloth. At first I thought it was blood, but that wasn't quite right. It was too contained to be from leaking blood. On the back of one of the chairs a stain tapered exactly where a woman's waist would be like a near-perfect silhouette. I shivered as I remembered that Miranda Vance had always been a slim woman and wondered how she had left her imprint on the gray fabric. Using my torch, I saw that these stains repeated in the oddest of places. Yes, there were some on beds and blankets, and even patches of plain floor exactly like you might expect in a room full of sick people. But why did one stain on the floor bear such a strong resemblance to a child huddled in the fetal position? And why was the same stuff all over the TV remote, and on books on shelves, and board games too? Everything from sofa cushions to DVD boxes to piles of dirty laundry were covered in the same dried brownish material that gave off a foul coppery miasma. I found the jigsaw particularly baffling. Someone had set up another table with 4 chairs, all modified with the same back support as those by the dinner table. And a jigsaw had been laid out with 4 separate piles, but only one was depleted. The rest looked largely untouched, almost like someone had portioned out pieces for 3 other people who had absolutely no interest in going along with it. Maybe Daniel had tried to keep up morale while the family were sick. God help me. If that were true, I couldn't help but imagine the poor man sat there with his loved ones close to death, desperately trying to encourage them to click their own pieces into place while they faded in and out of consciousness. Something about that room emanated madness, and the longer I stayed down there flicking the bright disk of light of my torch from one detail to another, the more I wanted to leave. One door had wooden beams nailed across it. One sofa had been partially disassembled. Multiple beds had been burned, and all the light bulbs had been removed and put in a box on the kitchen countertop. Looking up at the ceiling, I finally had some insight into why the police were so confident the Vances had not survived despite never finding their bodies. Someone had jammed a human finger into one of the empty sockets, almost like they'd expected it to glow with the flick of a switch. What was it about this place that had caused the police to leave and never return? Not to even take that finger and test it for signs of illness, or even just to confirm who it belonged to. I decided it was time to hurry up and find my dog. People had died in that place, and while I'm not superstitious, I can't be the only skeptic who has done the calculations in his head and realized it costs nothing to be respectful of ghosts. That bunker was cramped, terrifying, and the air stank so bad I started to worry I'd get sick myself. It served no one any good to linger, but I'd be damned if I'd just walk away and leave Ripley to rot down there. It's not like he could climb a ladder and get out on his own, even if I wasn't entirely sure how he'd gotten down there in the first place. Summoning what little bravery I had left, I called out and broke the silence, something which felt like a terrible taboo in that god-awful place, like screaming in a graveyard. "Ripley!" I waited and hoped to hell I'd hear the pitter-patter of his paws, but for the longest of moments there was only the kind of silence that makes you wonder if someone or something in the darkness is holding its breath, trying to look like just another patch of nothing, biding its time until you finally turn around and show it your back. The TV came on with a blurt of white noise that was so loud and so sudden I cried, threw my arms up, and nearly fell backwards onto a rolled-out sleeping bag that looked like it had spent a week in the sewer. By the time I realized what had caused the noise, I could already hear a tinny rendition of Daniel Vance's voice. I realized the issue here. I need to emphasize just how little I understand anything that's... I frowned at the screen as I approached. It showed a greenish infrared view of the bunker with Daniel up front, and the dinner table behind him. It was grainy and hard to see, but I could clearly tell that his family were sitting in those chairs. Miranda was first to fall ill. Looking back, it makes perfect sense. Miranda often went into storage to fetch food for cooking, and we found it behind one of the refrigerators. So that's shit. One of the figures in the background slumped onto the table with a loud clank and sent a plate spinning off onto the ground. "Shit, shit, shit," Daniel muttered as he got up and grabbed the woman by the shoulders and sat her upright. Miranda never did like my cooking. He snorted a laugh as he fussed with something at the back of the chair. The rods are much better than tape. All those hours spent taping them upright to the chairs never worked. But the rods, they fit right into the spine, and with a little modification I can just slot them into the chairs. That way everyone is able to join in for dinner. I'm working on something similar for family game night. Daniel wandered over to the camera, and with a grin he lifted it from the tripod and scanned the dinner table. What I saw nearly made me drop my torch. His family were long dead. Gaunt faces, missing noses, lips that had receded to reveal awful grins. These were corpses, plain as day, even when viewed through such a low-resolution image. The only thing that made them seem remotely alive was the way their eyes still reflected the infrared back, so that they glowed in the dark. And yet Daniel seemed oblivious to it all. He tousled Elliot's hair, kissed his wife on the cheek, run a hand across one young girl's shoulder. He even picked the young Alexander up from his high chair, and I assume he coddled him. I don't know for sure because I looked away, unwilling to see the poor boy up close. Eyes averted from the screen, I couldn't help but pan my torch across to that same dinner table and shiver as I finally realized what all those stains were. Not quite blood, but close. Liquefying flesh. Left alone for months, Daniel had not put his family's bodies to rest. Instead, he had moved them around from place to place and puppeted them, living life as if nothing had really changed. Looking at where those stains had settled, I saw a clear pattern emerge. He had put them to bed. He had set them dinner. He had propped them up to watch TV, or gave them their favorite books. They even sat there as lifeless husks while Daniel waited for them complete a fucking jigsaw. The idea horrified me to my core. Back to work. It's obviously not part of the original designs. No room on the other side, not on the blueprints. Elliot didn't believe me, and why would he? I made every inch of this place, but I did not install that door in storage on the bottom level. I checked the cameras and some of the photos I took during the build, and the wall is just blank. But the door is there now, and it must lead somewhere. I don't know when or why it opens, but it does, and the next time I'll be ready. Because I have to know what's on the other side, and why it did this to us. Alone down here, often all asleep at once. Anything could have slit our throats and been done with it, but it didn't. It took its time, and I have to know why. It took our radios and computers and phones, one by one, none of us noticing until it was far too late. I kept telling the kids they needed to take better care of their things, and even as they complained, I just assumed the phones were lying behind some shelf. Where else could they go in a locked bunker? But it wasn't the children at all. Looking back, there are so many signs, who kept taking away the lights, who kept draining the batteries in our torches. How long did we live with it before we finally realized we weren't alone? Was it here every step of the way? A door out of nothing that leads to nowhere, at least most of the time. Because I know for a fact it does not always open onto a blank wall. There is something behind it. I can hear it shuffling around in there, wet breath rattling in its lungs. A horrible sound I hear roaming these halls when it thinks I'm asleep. I listened to Daniel, fascinated by this strangely compelling rant, when movement caught my eye. An infrared camera running in the dark, its image a roiling mess of uniform noise. What was it I'd seen? I paused the tape and rewound. Squinting, I saw 2 pinpricks of light in the darkness just over Daniel's shoulder. Slowly, the image resolved itself in my mind. I knew what I was seeing, and it turned my blood to ice. Miranda Vance had turned her head, and her lifeless eyes glowed as she fixed them on the back of Daniel's head. Not even any point leaving at this stage. I'm no doctor, but that door is giving off enough radiation to kill a family of 7. If none of us had touched it, being in the same room is risky, but not lethal. But given how sick we've become, it's pretty obvious our curiosity got the better of us, one by one, and we all got too close. Or maybe not. Maybe that thing on the other side came through and did this. I don't even can. Wait, what was that? Daniel turned, and the camera stopped recording. The image it froze on was of a lone man, bright as a star in the camera's lens, facing off against unknowable darkness broken only by 6 pairs of white, glowing eyes. I became painfully aware of my position relative to the table, and I had the painful premonition that if I turned, those chairs would not be empty. I would see the Vances, all of them, Daniel as well, waiting for me. Heads turned, bodies left to rot for years in the dark. Behind me something shifted. It breathed, loud, quick. I knew what it was. I knew. It came at me so fast that when I felt something hot and wet touch my hand I screamed, only for the presence to suddenly recoil. But then, without hesitation, it leapt at me and bore me to the ground. I wept as Ripley licked my face. He was shivering and, worst of all, silent, which was not normal. He was not a quiet dog, not when greeting me, and not when excited like he was now. But whatever he'd seen down here, he clung to me and dug his paws into my shoulders like he wanted to be cradled over the shoulder, something he has been too big to do for years. "Oh, you fucking idiot," I cooed in a soft whisper, and even in the dark I could feel his tail wagging. Joking aside, I felt nothing but relief at finding him. "Let's get the hell out of here." I picked him up, straining a little under the weight, but refusing to give in to tired muscles, and made for the ladder. It wasn't easy climbing the 3 or 4 rungs to the hatch, but I managed it and gave the hatch a shove. First one hand, then 2. Again and again, with everything I had, but still that hatch refused to budge. Shit! I cried while pounding at it with my fists, but all I achieved was a sore wrist. The hatch had jammed when, somehow, the handle had been snapped clean off. Now I'd need a pair of pliers or something to cut through the metal bar locking it shut. My fingers couldn't move it, nor could I brute force the hatch open. The metal bar was an inch thick and, at the very least, I'd need some tools to get at it from this side. At least it's fixable, I thought as I climbed back down and caught my breath. On one wall I noticed a simple diagram of the bunker made in chalk. It had 3 floors. The bottom was storage, Daniel had mentioned that before, and I noticed that he had drawn through it with a large red X. And the top floor was labeled quarters, where I stood now. But the middle floor was labeled workshops, and it was there I realized that I'd find what I needed. There was one door that opened onto a concrete stairwell, and, standing at the top, I shone my light down the spiraling guard rails, unsure of what it was I hoped to see. There were only harsh shadows and the sense of something foul rising up on the air. A smell that tickled my throat and burned a little in my lungs. Had the police even gone down this far? Had they seen what I'd seen on that TV and just left? Somehow I thought it was unlikely that it had been enough to send the entire sheriff's department running. So was it something else that had done it? Something that had been enough to terrify dozens of armed men. Something that was almost definitely down there. The door. I went down quietly. At first I considered leaving Ripley behind, but after losing him the first time I decided I'd rather risk it just to know that he was right next to me. Besides, he was being quieter than I was, and I didn't feel much like going down those stairs on my own. He accompanied me with only the quiet click-clack of his paws on concrete, a sound I found deeply comforting as I barely managed to keep my torch from shaking in my hand and my breathing steady. Down 1 floor, and I found the workshop exactly as you might expect. A large space filled with generators and fuel and water tanks and boilers and heaters, and pretty much anything and everything that you'd need to survive, but which you couldn't put outside due to fallout. Wires, pipes, and tubes ran from one end of the room to the other, and even years later, most of the machinery still hummed in the pitch-black emptiness, an idea I found deeply unsettling. Taking one look at that strange tangle of harsh shapes and industrial figures looming out of the walls and floor, I shivered and looked around, quickly finding a small area Daniel had cordoned off for his own use. About 1/5 of the total floor space, there was a large workbench and some seriously high-end machining equipment, all very well used. Lathes, buzzsaws, drills, belt sanders, welding torches, everything a man needed to do it himself. And Daniel had been busy. I'm not sure exactly what it was he'd been working, but there was an arm on the bench. It sat atop a pile of papers that had slowly turned brown over the years until the whole thing looked like it had been soaked in tobacco spit. On the whiteboard was a faded but still visible diagram of what looked to me like a ball and socket joint. I thought of the tape, of Daniel's little mechanism to keep his family upright, and then looked at the arm and suppressed a momentary gag reflex. I don't know if Dan had been working on posable limbs, or just a way to put the decomposing remains back together after they'd started to fall apart, but the size of the arm suggested a preteen child, and he'd left it out on the surface like it was a disassembled clock. It was also missing a finger. Just how fucking crazy was he? I wondered as I pinched my nose with one hand and began overturning boxes looking for a hefty pair of pliers, or maybe a hacksaw. Ripley backed away from the noise, but once I made sure he wasn't going anywhere, I carried on grabbing and pulling at box after box, hoping I'd find what I was looking for. Anything to break that fucking metal bar. In the end, I managed to get a pair of bolt cutters, a crowbar, and a heavy-duty pair of pliers. One went in my pocket, one went down the back of my jeans, and the other was clutched in my fist, too large to be tucked away in my clothes. The bolt cutters felt hefty in my hand, which was a bit of comfort, but that feeling didn't last long. Something moved in the darkness, out there in the twisted jungle of shadows cast by all those pipes and wires that ran from one machine to the next. A figure moved, thin, but unmistakably human in its outline. I couldn't help but remember what I'd seen on that tape. Surely it couldn't have been real. Maybe Daniel had rigged something up. Some fishing wire and a motor, maybe? The idea that those bodies had been moving on their own. I couldn't be sure of that, could I? It was a frightening idea, one my mind had latched onto out of sheer panic. That was all. And then I saw them. A pair of white pinpricks reflecting back at me from the depths of that cluttered room. Ripley, already behind me, had nuzzled into my leg, pushed even closer against me, and let out a barely audible whine under his breath. The behavior of a dog who was terrified, close to pissing himself with fear. Just a bit of metal, I told myself as the light shook so violently in my hand I struggled to see straight. Just two shiny bits of metal. They blinked and began to come towards me. If I had any doubts left, they were dispersed by the sight of a pale white hand emerging into the light. I ran straight to the stairs and went to climb them, but only 1 or 2 steps in, and I saw something gripping the handrail on the top floor. A moldy clump of flesh, only just recognizable as a fist. The flesh withered until the fingers were basically bone. Without meaning to, I brought my light up out of habit, and I saw the bloated face of a hairless corpse glaring down at me. I couldn't even tell you if it had been a teenage girl or the 60-year-old Daniel. Either way, I instinctively turned and found another body shambling towards me out of the workshop. I was trapped. Nowhere to go. By the feel of warm fluid on the back of my leg, I could tell Ripley had finally pissed himself. An adult dog, tail between his legs, shivering like a puppy and desperate to be picked up. God, I needed him to just stay together for a little longer. I couldn't take him in my arms, but I couldn't leave him behind either. With nowhere to go, I ran down and entered storage. There was the temptation to stop once I hit the bottom. Down here the air was thicker, and the sounds of my breathing were muted, somehow distant. But I only had to look back up to see 3 pairs of eyes glaring down at me. So without giving any of it much further thought, I barreled down the corridor and stumbled onto a door at random. Opening it, I saw what looked like your standard storage room. Only most of the shelves had been overturned and the food left to rot on the floor. 1 or 2 shelving units were still upright though, and their shelves were covered in tall opaque boxes that made them a fantastic hiding spot. That, I decided, would have to be where I crouched down and turned off my light. I was already inside when I realized that wasn't all that was in there. The door almost looked normal. I could see why Daniel must have been confused by it, because it looked a little bit like all the other doors down there, but it was different too. It was too tall and too wide, about 1.5 feet off the ground, and the metal rusted in its entirety like it had aged out of sync with everything else down there. All around the jam was a profusion of wet soppy moss like the kind you find hanging off trees in a swamp, and every few seconds the door would leak something strange and oily, like the kind of thing you find in a parking lot on a rainy day. Of course that wasn't too strange in itself, but the leak was horizontal, defying gravity, so that every few seconds a large glob of the stuff would whip across the room and slap into the wall opposite, creating a puddle about the size of a man that defied all reason. Remembering Daniel's words about radiation, I instinctively inched away from this puddle and the door on the opposite wall, backing myself into the darkest, quietest corner I could while I pulled Ripley behind me and hoped to hell he wouldn't give me away. Once I was in there, I turned off my light and waited. I must have taken longer than I'd thought to hide Spot, because it was barely 2 seconds later when a few figures entered the room. It was pitch black after I'd turned off my torch, but they made enough noise to let me know that at least 2 of them had stumbled in after me. I stayed there, unable to see anything, not sure if they were heading straight for me or just getting ready to leave, forced to hold out and let luck decide my fate. When I finally heard something scrape against the wall barely 2 feet from where I stood, I gave up and switched my light on, desperate to know what was coming for me. The sound had been terribly misleading. Daniel Vance was no more than 6 inches from my face. "Get out!" he hissed from a toothless and cracked mouth. A living corpse just like the others. Somehow a flash of intelligence remained in those wide, terrified eyes. And then I heard it, the creaking of a door. And without even thinking, I turned the light and saw it on the wall. I saw it open, and behind the strange steel there was more than just plain old concrete. Much more. I saw a raging gullet of flesh, a ringed tube of pulsing muscle lined with teeth the size of hands, a spiraling descent into madness. Hot foetid air washed into the room, buffeting me and the rotting corpses, all of us paralyzed by what we were seeing, even if for most of the figures beside Daniel and myself, they didn't have eyes to see with. "What the fuck?" I muttered, unable to take my eyes from the flesh tube beyond that doorway. "It's coming," Daniel whispered as he grabbed me with one fist and hurled me out of the room. I hit the floor and skidded along a slick fluid left by the Vance's footprints, the smell of which turned my stomach. Perhaps the worst detail was that it was cold. I don't know why, I just expected whatever oozed them off them to be feverishly hot. But it wasn't. It soaked my shirt like I'd fallen into a muddy puddle. It's coming. This voice wasn't Daniel's. I couldn't say for sure, but it sounded like a child's whisper. One by one the bodies shuffled over to the open door and knelt before it. I don't know why, but I got the impression the others had lost pretty much everything left of their minds, but Daniel remained aware. He looked back at me once more and spoke before he pressed his head to the floor in supplication with the others. The only thing we did wrong was being here for it to torture. It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity. Leave. It won't let us go. It won't even let us die. And if it catches you, it won't let you go either. His forehead kissed the dirt. And then something reached through the door and gripped his head in its palm the way you, or I might pick up an apple. In full panic, I ran over and grabbed my dog in the bolt cutters, and I ran like my legs were pistons, machines whose signals of exhaustion and fatigue could not slow me down or cause me to fall. I had to move. I had to leave. The hand that had grabbed Daniel, the sight of it flushed my mind clean like some kind of enema. It hurt to see the image replay in my mind, but there was nothing else in my head echoing around except the sight of fingers with one too many knuckles and nails as large as a smartphone. I reached the top floor and nearly collapsed from breathlessness, but I wouldn't let myself stay down for long. I crawled over to the ladder and climbed up and immediately went to work trying to cut the metal lock. It was hell with just one hand, the other clinging to the torch that I kept frantically pointing at the door behind me, and it wasn't long before I fumbled one too many times and dropped my only source of light. No, I mewed. But there was no time to look for it. I had to get out, and I had to get out fast. I couldn't see, but I was sure I could hear something climbing up those stairs. Not the steady thump-thump of human feet. No, this was different. This was a rapid pitter-patter of a spider, maybe. Something with hundreds of feet or hands, or God knows what, skittering along the floor and walls and ceiling, pulling itself along with a body whose mere shape would offend God. Using all my strength, I leaned hard on the bolt cutters, and at last the bolt gave. I threw the hatch open and got just enough ambient light to see Ripley hovering at the bottom of the ladder, growling ineffectually at the doorway. I crouched down, scooped him up, and fled up the ladder so quickly that my muscles turned to jelly at the top, and I fell over onto hands and knees. But still I was out. The long corridor covered in writing was ahead of me, and at the very end a doorway capped now by the tired blue light of a full moon. Ripley needed no encouragement. He whipped down the corridor with canine speed, and I followed at a broken and stumbling crawl, eventually shouldering past the open door and collapsing onto the forest floor. For a few seconds I drifted in and out of consciousness, but when I looked up and saw the canopy overhead moving, the branches backlit by a full moon, I snapped awake and glared down at something gripping my ankle. The hand had reached out of the dark and seized me, and was slowly dragging me back into the earth below. Whatever it was, most of its body lurked out of sight in the shadows behind the doorway, but the hand that crushed my leg was the size of my torso with an arm that looked like it belonged to a mole rat. I struck it with my own fist. I dug my nails in. I cried and kicked and screamed, but nothing could stop it. From behind the door, something like a face grinned and leered at me with joy. It was taking its time, sure enough, pulling me in so slowly that it gave my mind all the time in the world to appreciate the nightmare that awaited me. I think if, in that moment, you'd given me a gun, I would have shot myself because God help me I couldn't escape the look in Daniel's eyes. How he'd knelt to worship this thing like a man who knew that hope or pride or joy or anything with even a hint of goodness to it was so far out of reach for him it might as well be a dream. How long was this thing going to keep them down there? How long did it intend to keep me? I wept like a child, feeling like my mind was slowly cracking as I tried everything to stop that fucking pulling me into the shadows. I kicked at the earth. I dug into it using my hands looking for a root or a pipe or anything to hold on to. Nothing I did would slow it down. I was no more than a foot from the doorway when Ripley reappeared. A dog afraid of hoovers and plastic bags and doors that move on their own. A dog who once got stared down by a particularly feisty rabbit who stopped mid-chase and turned around, baffling the predator on its tail. A dog you couldn't even watch scary movies around. And he lunged at that arm like he was a wolf, like he'd always been one. And while he didn't quite break the skin, the pressure was enough to make the thing's grip weaken, and I slid my leg out. Unable to stand, I knelt and grabbed the dog and pulled as hard as I could, and now that fucking thing bled at last as the pressure of the jaws and the sliding teeth ripped into its flesh. Together, at last, Ripley and I were let go and sent rolling backwards head over hells. I wasted no time waiting or looking or processing. I heaved the dog to my chest and crawled until I passed out, making it maybe half a kilometer away. Only when I could no longer see the door did I let myself fall to the ground face first and gave up consciousness. The doctors said I had pneumonia, which I suppose made some kind of sense. I might have even believed them were it not for the sheriff's visit, asking strange questions of me as I lay in bed about what I may or may not have seen. I dismissed them to the best of my ability. I wasn't interested in chasing that particular nightmare down, figuring out if it had been real or not, at least not while I lay there half drowning in my own infection. To be fair, I had at least some sympathy for why the police had done so little to seal that place off. I have, on occasion, thought about going and doing the job myself, but to this day I still have nightmares about being pulled into the dark beyond that door. Not just the bunker door, the one I narrowly avoided at the end, but the one below. What I saw was a kind of madness, I'm sure of it, and I often think of Daniel's words. It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity. Somehow, the Van Cess were that opportunity. Maybe they built their bunker on a ley line, or a weak spot between dimensions, or the site of former satanic rituals. I'm not sure it even matters. They went into the dark thinking it'd be a safe place to wait out the world's troubles. But something had been down there waiting for them, waiting for a chance to get at a family of 7 people, to lock them in and deprive them of escape and slowly take from them everything it could. I've moved since then. Couldn't help it. It wasn't just the memories you see. It was the shortwave radio I kept in my basement. Something my father passed on to me when I was just a boy. God, I'd forgotten about it. At least until I woke up one day to the sound of it blaring white noise down in the dark. And buried in that sound was the faint whispering of a man, his voice barely recognizable, but unmistakably his. Let them go, 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 let them go. True Internet Ghost Stories wasn't my favorite pod, but I had nothing else to listen to. The gym demanded something to distract myself from the constant pain I was in on my quest to become the Quad Father. So TIGS was. I don't think they used that acronym, by the way, but how could I avoid it? It sounded adorable. The pod followed a basic formula. The host found an allegedly true scary story online and read it. He would add asides, comments like, "Did this really happen?" He'd say, without any irony, "So far this sounds so very true, but let's see where it goes, listeners." He called everyone listeners, except for his co-host, whom he called fellow traveler. She only talked in the beginning and end of the episodes, and they seemed to have some sort of complicated history, although I doubted it was romantic. Their chemistry was terrible. So after the first 5 minutes of discussing their respective weekends and plugging their Patreon, they began to read the post. I was on my second set of split squats when I started noticing something strange about the story they were reading. It seemed oddly familiar. As it continued, the details kept amassing, to a point where I was unable to was a coincidence. It was describing something that happened to me, something I had never told anyone, and had only gone through with one other person. But everything it was saying was wrong. I finished my exercises early, skipped the showers, and drove home in a rush. I listened to it again when I got back to the apartment, the story echoing around the walls from my smart speaker. When it finished, I listened again. Halfway through I began to Google key phrases, trying to see where they had found this story. Nothing, nowhere, no hits. It wasn't online anywhere, or if it was, I couldn't find it. In the middle of a clawing, desperate anxiety, this drove me insane for some reason. Wasn't this allegedly from the internet? If it was, there should be some kind of trace somewhere. But instead it was all dead ends. I Googled the pod and found an email where you could send comments about the show or submit a story. It could have been submitted, but then I thought of the host saying this story was brand new. There was no way this was just submitted because the only other person other than me who knew this story, the person whose viewpoint the whole story was from, they couldn't have sent the email in. My email to the pod was insane, partially caps-locked, sent unedited in the context of an ever-escalating panic attack. I demanded information about where they got the story, who sent it in, their contact info, anything. I was surprised to get a response, although I guess the people who run a paranormal podcast are probably used to getting unhinged emails. They said they couldn't provide me any personal info, but thanked me for being a fan and linked their Patreon. They said we are together on the roads. I read the email as the episode kept playing. It was entitled A Long Drive Home, and I listened again. I was in college, out of state, and I made friends with a guy in my dorm who, it turned out, was from around where I had grown up. I don't want to give details. I'm sorry if this is vague, but I'm not comfortable with it. For Thanksgiving break I was going to fly home. but he told me a few weeks before he was going to drive back and asked if I wanted a ride. The flight was expensive, and this seemed a much better option. We both got along, lived on the same floor, saw each other pretty regularly. The ride was only 5 hours, not super long. We would split gas and avoid the airport lines. It felt like a win-win. Our last classes were at noon on Tuesday, so we decided to leave then. We'd make it back by 6 or 7 at the latest, depending on how often we stopped. I meet up in his room, and we walked to the student parking lot. We had hung out a bunch as a group, but only a few times without anyone else. I was worried it would be awkward, but everything felt normal. We drove off, getting onto the interstate after 20 minutes of driving. We had eaten before leaving, hoping to save some time. The drive was uneventful for the beginning, listening to some playlist. Then he put on a podcast. The pod was kind of weird. Some guy talking about how there are patterns in the world, and he travels back and forth looking for them. After a few minutes I asked if we could listen to music again, and he said, just wanted to hear 2 more minutes. Even though it was cold outside, the car had started to feel warm. The sun was coming through the windows, and I was getting that overwhelmed, too hot in the car feeling. Vaguely nauseous, headache. The droning voice over the speaker didn't help. I remember the guy saying, you are on the path when the world outside the path begins to vanish. The signs you are seeking you. That's when he turned it off. Indie pop filled the car again, but there was too much treble. I chugged some water and coughed. He asked if I was okay at the same time we passed a sign for a rest stop in 2 miles. I said I was fine, but wondered if we could stop there. Sure, he said, no problem. 2 minutes later we were there. The rest stop was desolate. 1 car parked at the far left of the lot. No one else. We pulled in next to the handicapped parking area and got out. I had been hoping the fresh air would make me feel better, but no go. I still felt overheated and anxious. He said he had to use the bathroom and walked over to the desolate-looking building. It had a low roof and was the gray bruised color of storm clouds. Behind it, an overwhelming forest loomed. Something about the unending aspect of the trees began to overwhelm me. How could I tell if they were even real? There would be no way to tell if they just repeating images, one section of forest glitched, repeating infinitely. When they walked out of the bathroom, they went straight back to the car. I thought they would come over, say hi, be normal, but they didn't. I took one last look at the trees, hoping they would stop looking like, well, the way they were. But they still seemed eerie. Turning to walk away, I happened to glance at the park bench and see there was a drawing on it. A long red line, an arrow with points on both ends. Across the top, strange words, Latin I think. Quisque suas pater manes. I should have seen that before. I remember thinking I had been right here. I would have noticed a drawing. But I hadn't, because there wasn't anything there, I thought. But that was crazy. Things don't just appear. Do they? He honked the car and I jumped. I looked back and I could only see his shadow behind the wheel. Stay calm, I thought, as I trudged across the grass, away from the trees and picnic bench. You're just weirding out. This is a normal day. Stop freaking out. I got in the car and we started to drive. The podcast was back on and I didn't say anything. He was completely silent, staring straight ahead. I closed my eyes, tried to relax. I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep the past few days because of midterms. Maybe I just needed a nap. I'd felt better, I thought. As I drifted off to sleep, I listened to the podcast. When we travel the roads, we think we are searching for answers, but what we must realize is that there are others who have been there before us, who are still there. When we go into the dark, they are waiting for us, and it is they who ride down the long roads. We are passengers. We are spectators. We are hosts. The words faded as I slipped into sleep. Weird dreams, confusing images. A graveyard where people buried themselves. A school where secret doors contained passages into strange wooded areas filled with wolves and what looked like vampires. An ancient lighthouse where I waited for the end of the world to come in from the sea. The car jerked to a halt, and I woke up suddenly. My mouth was fuzzy and I was disoriented. Where are we? I asked. A rest stop, he answered. I needed to take a break. Okay, I said, yawning. He opened the door and walked out. I blinked and then saw where we were. A low-slung rest stop off the highway. 1 car in the distance. A picnic table. Never-ending woods. No, I started muttering, panic in my voice. This isn't happening. This isn't real. It's a dream. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I screwed my hands into fists and banged my legs with them, scratched my palms with my fingernails. I had to do something to stop sleeping, stop dreaming. The podcast was still talking, even though the car was off. There are two worlds we know of, it said. The living and the dead. There are some who are in one or the other. Some are in both. We can move in each, but we must be careful. There are debts. I jumped out of the car. I didn't run to the trees. I didn't run to the building. Instead, I jogged across the parking lot, to the car at the other end of the lot. The sun was low in the sky and it seemed to white, giving off a dull shining glow, like silver. Was it even the sun? It didn't feel like the sun. The other car was a black SUV with black windows. I saw myself reflected as I ran to it, but something about me looked wrong. I felt sick, suddenly nauseous. I stopped moving and waited. That's when I saw him come out of the bathroom. His shadow wasn't. I don't know how to explain it. The sun was above and in front of him, so his shadow should have been behind him. But it wasn't. It was in front of him, and it was stretching out across the pavement, long and skinny and strange, like black tape, getting closer to me while he stood watching. My heart bursting, I ran to the other car, slammed my hands against the windows, screamed for help. The car started. There was a whirring noise. The window came down. I was in the car, in the driver's seat. It was the car I had driven there in. The me in the car looked at me and whispered, "I'm sorry," and then the window closed and I fell down to the ground. I don't know what happened next, or how it happened, but I was back at home. My mom said she ran out to the grocery store, and when she got back I was there, on the couch. I didn't ask any questions. I told her I was sock and went to my room. My phone was there, and there were a million texts and notifications. I started reading through them. They were asking if I was okay, if I had heard. They said the guy I had driven back home with had posted a suicide note and killed himself. I don't know what to do. That's why I emailed this. Because I don't think the person who died was really the person who drove me here. I don't think I'm the person I was, or maybe there's another me somewhere. I could swear I heard my voice downstairs a few minutes ago, talking to my mother. That's how the podcast ends. All of it was wrong. First off, they were driving. I didn't have a car at school freshman year. They lived on my hall, and when we found out we lived close to each other, they offered me a ride home. And there was no podcast. We had a shared playlist, we played the whole there. And when only stopped once. We both used the bathroom, and I got out first. I do remember looking at the T's. I remember thinking they also looked like they repeated. But I didn't say that to them at all. I don't understand how they were saying that. The Latin phrase. I googled it. Quisque suas pater manes. It's from the Aeneid. It means we all suffer the same ghosts. I don't know what any of this means. The whole ride with them was weird. At some point I fell asleep, and it seemed like it was too long. I had these strange dreams, although I forgot them until now. I had seen myself in a car, driving with sunglasses on. I walked over to the car, and the me in the car took the sunglasses off. They had no eyes. Above me the whole sky was white, and the clouds were blue, and the sun was a silver coin that stole all the heat from me. The ending is all messed up. I'm alive. I didn't die. I woke up in the car, and we were in front of my house. Well, here you are, they said. End of the road. What about you, I asked. Are you close? No, they said. I have a long way to go. They drove off, and I went inside. I thought everything was done. I said hi to my parents, played with the dog. My dad asked me if I made good time, and I said decent, and then he asked me if I could move the car into the garage. I went out, thinking he wanted me to move his car, but I was surprised to see the car I had just been in, out there on the curb. I walked over and saw no one in the driver's seat. Maybe for a second I thought I saw them, or a shadow, but then the clouds moved, and I saw there was nothing. No one. I was holding a key fob, and when I clicked the button the doors opened. I slid in, checked the glove compartment, registration, and insurance card with my name. I grabbed my phone and saw our texts were gone. We weren't friends on social media. They were gone. Nowhere. The next few days were crazy. I thought I had gone nuts. People don't disappear. Cars don't just appear. All my memories weren't fake. They were real. I met them. I knew them. But no one else did. This was years ago, and I had finally sort of given up thinking about it. And then I heard this podcast. Everything they said was wrong, but I think they might have been telling the truth. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what happened to me. But I don't know if I'm me. I keep thinking of those dreams, and what they said about the two worlds. I think I was in the other one. My car is outside, and I can see someone in it. They're in the driver's seat. I think they look like me. Maybe it's a shadow, a reflection. Maybe it's nothing. But maybe we're all only shadows, visible in some kinds of daylight, but not in others. I started Wacky Reddit just because I thought it might make some money. I've seen a lot of YouTube channels out there reading Reddit posts, and they seem to be doing pretty well, so why the hell wouldn't I get into it? Reddit is literally just free content. You can just grab whatever you find on there. Nobody gives a shit. I started off with memes and some text posts, and those did alright. I built up a nice little group of subscribers over the next year or so, got monetized, and started making some easy money. I basically just needed to copy and paste some text into a TDS reader, and I was good to go. I was able to put out a couple of videos a day, and there was always more content to make the next one. I only started posting the stuff on No Sleep because I saw one of the other channels, Social Cores, was doing it. He'd been running his channel for a few years at that point and gotten mad subs. His No Sleep videos always got pretty good views, and people seemed to like them. So I figured, why the hell not get in on the action? I checked out the subreddit, grabbed a couple of the popular posts from the last few days, and had my video. Now, I was hoping it would get some views, but I didn't actually expect it to blow up the way it did. Seriously, my subs went through the roof. With a reception that good, I knew that I just had to give folks a little bit more. And that's where things got complicated. I'd been posting No Sleep videos for about a month or so when people started reaching out to me. The first one was this dude called Grand_Theft_Motto. He sent me a message about how I'd violated his copyright by posting his story. Seriously? Copyright? What copyright? He posted it on Reddit for free. I told him that he should be thanking me for the exposure. I mean, who did this guy think he was? An actual author? He said he was going to hit me with a copyright strike, so I told him to go fuck himself. Then I got a copyright strike. What an asshole. He wasn't the only one who started harassing me, just because I was making money off their free shit. There were a few others too. Apparently, there's a whole group of them who police people who are stealing their stories. After they put up a post calling me out for theft, I got a bunch of emails from a few different people like Not Necessarily and Ren Writer about removing the stories of theirs that I'd put up. Naturally, I blocked them. About a day or so later, another asshole named Head of Spectre went into my fucking Discord server to start some shit. I DM'd him telling him that he should feel grateful that I even decided to post his shit. That fucker literally ends every goddamn sentence with, and it's so distracting. He decided to be immature about it and argue with me about copyright as if that applies to stuff they post for free. I didn't have the energy for that kind of negativity, so I just blocked him. Honestly, I was thinking about blacklisting these clowns from my account and not giving them any more free exposure. But I got more of a kick out of watching them cry just because they didn't like me stealing their free stuff. I did try and play ball with these guys at one point and made a subreddit so they could post the stuff they were okay with me narrating, as long as it was exclusive, but none of them actually joined, so whatever. Can't say I didn't try. Over the next couple of months, I'd get the occasional email or copyright claim, but they weren't that distracting. I was able to dodge some of them, figuring that sooner or later these guys would just get tired of it. And I was sorta right. The last email I got came from Grand_Theft_Motto came in a couple of weeks ago, and it just said this. Hey Riley, we've tried talking this out with you. We've tried DMCAing you, and you still don't seem to understand why what you're doing is a problem. We're all getting a little tired of it. You're not just stealing works of fiction. These are pieces of people's lives, and if you're going to put it up on display, they deserve to be compensated for what they've been through. I'm not really the kind of guy who threatens people, but you've forced our hand here. We wrote this one just for you guys. I don't know what's going to happen next, but good luck. I just rolled my eyes when I read it before blocking him. If he wanted to make some cryptic threats, he was welcome to do it. It wasn't going to bother me any more than his and his buddy's other antics had. I was the one making the money here, so they could just seethe and cope. I didn't hear from any of them after that. The copyright strikes stopped, nobody crashed my Discord, and nobody else emailed me. From what I heard, they'd also stopped harassing some of the other guys narrating their stuff too. I figured they'd finally just accepted that as long as they were posting free content, people were going to use it. I kept working on my channel, posting 2 videos a day, and I started working on a compilation to post as an ebook too. I took a bunch of the stories from my top performing videos and put them in a Google Doc so I could sorta edit them together. It was around that time when I noticed a weird video on my channel. As I said, I was posting 2 videos per day, at least one of which was usually a no sleep video. So when I noticed a third post up on my channel, it was a little suspicious. It was 2 hours old by the time I found it, entitled, Eddie and the Skittering Man. I'd wondered if maybe I'd fucked up my cue at first, but looking at the video that had gone live, I didn't recognize the title. I do actually read the stuff I post, just to make sure it's quality. This didn't sound like anything I'd seen lately. I even checked the No Sleep subreddit, just to see if I could find it there. Nothing. I finally just decided to bite the bullet and listen to it, hoping maybe that hearing the actual story would refresh my memory. It didn't. The story was about some dude named Eddie chilling around his house before hearing a noise in his closet. He'd thought it was his clothes falling off the hanger, so went to check and put them back up when he got attacked by what I presume was the skittering man. Eddie had tried to run, but it had followed him, crawling through his house in pursuit until he'd tripped, trying to get down the stairs. The last lines described the way Eddie looked up at it, screaming as the skittering man descended on him and began to feed. I wouldn't have posted this story. For starters, it was pretty short. The whole story was only around 6 minutes long. It didn't seem like it would have fit on No Sleep either. But it obviously looked like one of my videos. It had my intro card. It sounded like it used the same software I used. And the image it used as a background looked like one of the stock images I usually use for these videos. Christ, had someone hacked my account? No, that couldn't be it. Why the hell would anyone do that just to post something that just looked like something I'd post normally? That was one hell of a weird flex. I checked my login history, but I didn't really see anything out of the ordinary. I still changed my password and everything just to be safe. I posted the video on my Discord server just to see if anyone knew anything. I added, I don't even remember making this, lol, to try and save a little bit of face. I didn't expect it to get that much of a reaction, but within the next few minutes, people were posting things like, WTF man, that isn't funny, and have some respect for Eddie. What's wrong with you? Eddie? The guy from the story? What the hell? Who the fuck was Eddie? So I asked my server about it, and look, I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but the response I got sent a chill through me. Social Core, you didn't see it on his Twitter? Someone posted this morning. He's dead. Dead. Social Core was fucking dead? I thought they were joking at first, but who in their right mind would joke about something like that? But I checked his Twitter and sure enough, someone had made a post. Hey guys, Rypanda here. If you're part of the community, you'll know me. We found out this morning that Eddie Wright, the guy behind Social Core, passed away last night. Me and Eddie's friends are heartbroken beyond words right now. Eddie was a good friend, and his hard work brightened everyone's lives. Our hearts go out to his family and girlfriend right now, and we all mourn with them. Rest in peace, Eddie. You will be missed. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Reading over the post again, I found myself struggling to actually comprehend it. I read over the text again and again in quiet disbelief as I tried to process it. Then, I started skimming through the comments. Most of them were just people offering their support and talking about how much they'd miss him. Most of them, with one exception. Head of Spectre had simply replied, "Everything comes at a price." I logged off of Twitter after that. Look, I don't get freaked out easily, but this freaked me the fuck out. I've played up the angle of being genuinely afraid of these stories in my Discord and in my videos, but I don't believe that they're actually real. So I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe this was all just an exceptionally shitty prank, and one of those guys on the subreddit had hacked me and posted that story about Eddie just to fuck with people. Sure, it still sounded a little crazy, but it at least made sense, and I couldn't really think up a better explanation. It sure as hell wasn't this skittering man that had been in the story. Hell, I was willing to bet that Social Core had even died in a completely different way to what they wrote. Yeah, of course he had. They were just capitalizing on his death because they'd been all pissy about that copyright bullshit. It made sense. So that's why I ended up reaching out to Rypanda over Discord. Not because I was freaked out or anything, just to prove that the story they'd posted was completely bogus. When I reached out, I told Panda that I was sorry to hear about what had happened to Social Core, and that he'd been an inspiration and all that. We talked for a bit, reminiscing before I asked the big question. So what happened to Eddie anyways? Was there an accident or something? Honestly, I felt a little bad prying like that, but I still had to know. Panda had stopped typing for a bit, and for a moment, I got worried that he'd just dip out of the conversation. Then after a few minutes, he posted, "I don't know. They found him at the bottom of the stairs in his home, but it wasn't the fall that did it. Someone did it to him. Fuck me, my blood ran ice cold. They'd found him murdered at the bottom of the stairs, just like in that story." Panda was typing something else, but I didn't want to read it. I needed to sit down, I needed to digest this. Logically, I knew that there had to be a rational explanation for all of this still. Maybe one of them knew what had happened to him. Or shit, what if one of them had done this? No, that was crazy. Then again, so was the idea of someone murdering social core in his own goddamn home. And it was less crazy than the thought that some supernatural entity had done it. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about social. Eddie. The more I thought about those guys on the no sleep subreddit killing him, the more I started to wonder if it was even possible. And I started feeling not quite as safe. After about 2 hours of lying awake, I ended up grabbing my phone and opening up Eddie's channel. I skimmed through some of his most recent videos. The last 4 looked pretty normal. One of them was from No Sleep, the other was from a different subreddit. Looking at their timestamps though, half of them had been posted that day, probably after he'd died. I looked at the title of the next video, Brian and the Skittering Man. My stomach turned. I checked the subreddit. There was no sign of any story by that name. Sure, maybe he'd gotten it from someplace else, but still. I clicked on the story to listen, but didn't have the stomach to make it all the way through. From what little I heard, it wasn't all that different from the Eddie story. I started doing some research, trying to see if I could find out who Brian was. I pinged my Discord about if they knew anyone by that name. Sure enough, they did. Worse still, I'd heard of him. He went by Mad Reddit and did TDS videos like Eddie and I had done. Apparently, he'd been found dead in his garage a couple of days back. I checked out his channel. It didn't take me long to find the video. Jacob and the Skittering Man. Another one. This wasn't a fucking coincidence. I considered trying to call the cops. But honestly, I wasn't sure what the hell they'd even do. There wasn't exactly any solid proof that all of these were connected. Nothing they'd accept, anyways. I clicked off of YouTube and sat for a bit, before wandering around the house trying to distract myself. When that didn't work, I did what I usually did to keep my mind occupied. I scoured Reddit looking for some shit to make a video on. I stayed off No Sleep and stuck to some true stories. I went with some of those sexy confession threads. The comments there are usually decent, and the promise of some candid secrets a stranger probably made up got me some good views. I'd grabbed a bunch of comments that looked good, and was starting to run them through my software when I noticed something was off though. The words the program was saying didn't match what I'd put in. I'd put in some story about how a guy had been sleeping with his wife's sister for the past 15 years, and what came out was narration about me. It said my name. It talked about how I was seated at my desk, about how I couldn't sleep, and about the bags under my eyes. And as the software spoke, I felt my heart start to beat faster and faster. I tried to close it out, shut it up, but the program didn't close. It just kept talking before trailing off into silence for a moment. And then it fucking laughed. Ha 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 ha. I've never heard a goddamn TDS program laugh before, and I sure as hell didn't expect it to laugh the way it did. It wasn't as robotic as it should have been. The laughter was more fluid. It sounded almost like a real person. I listened to it and felt a chill run down my spine. When it finally stopped, it said 2 more words before the monitor went dark. He's here. I stared at the blank screen. My power was fine. The lights were still on in my office. I looked at my computer and saw it was still on. I could hear the fan turning. And I could hear something else too. Something deeper in the house. A low, whispering noise. The sound of countless legs skittering across the floor in my hall, and a low, almost insectoid clicking noise. I could hear my pulse racing in my ears, but it didn't drown out that sound. No, the sound just got louder. I looked back towards my office door. The hall outside was dark, but I could see the light from one of my bedroom lamps in the doorway at the other end of the hall. If there was something out there, I should have seen it. But I couldn't see anything, and the sound was still just getting louder. I remained still, rooted to the spot with terror. My hands were shaking as I stared out at the small rectangle of light at the end of my hall. And I finally saw a shadow move in front of it, a dark shape that didn't in any way resemble a man. I don't know what the fuck it was. The shape seemed to change the longer I looked at it. It didn't seem to have any fixed form. But despite that, I knew it was coming closer. And it was moving faster. My brain finally started functioning again. My body started to move. I ran to my nearest window and threw it open. The next thing I knew, I was falling, and the cold grass of my yard didn't do a hell of a lot to cushion my fall. I was pretty sure I was still alive at least. I picked myself up and looked back up at the window. I could see the shape there, watching me. It lingered for a moment before I saw it moving to follow me out the window. I didn't stick around to watch and see how it landed. I just started running, and I haven't fucking stopped since. Right now, I'm in a shitty 24-hour diner. I've called the police, but I'm not going back to that house. Not until I know it's safe. I don't know if I want to stay in a hotel either. I don't think that's going to stop it from coming after me again. I've reached out to some of the guys who were emailing before. Grand_theft_motto, Ren Writer, not_necessarily, Head of Spectre, and a few others. I don't know what I'm going to say to them, but maybe I can make a deal. Maybe I can get them to call this fucking thing off. I'll do whatever they want. I'll stop the videos, I'll delete my channel. Hell, I'll let them post what I've written here. They can claim all the fucking glory for it. Alright, pack your bags, it's time to go. The voice behind me was deep and gruff, but still had a smoothness about it. It startled me, as I believed I was currently home alone, apart from the elderly old English sheepdog curled up across the room. I knew the voice was coming from directly behind me, maybe only a foot or two away from my ear. I spun around sharply, not entirely sure what to expect once I did. What I found when I had turned around, though, was definitely not what I anticipated. Standing behind me, looking directly at me, was what could only be described as the Grim Reaper. His long, black flowing robe hung off his body and drifted around in the air. Two skeletal feet poked out from underneath the robe, which was swaying in a manner that looked more like it was floating in water. The bright whiteness of his bones directly contrasted the deep black of his cloth wrapping. I saw that he was also holding in one hand his trademark scythe that he was holding with long, bony fingers that wrapped around the scythe handle, like vines desperately clinging to a pole. What struck me and definitely frightened me, however, was his face. Well, I say face, but what I really mean is that it was his lack of a face that truly disturbed me. Looking directly at me was a hooded skull. No skin or muscle was attached to the skull. Instead, all there was bone. I knew straight away that he was staring at me. He didn't have any eyes, just empty eye sockets, but I knew that he was somehow looking at me. It took me a second to process what I was staring at, and Death himself must have realized that I looked scared because he acknowledged it in his next sentence. "Whoa, you look like a deer in the headlights of a truck that is delivering venison," he said, a hint of jovial comforting in his voice. "Yeah, you're just not who I expected to see, that's all," I replied. "You know who I am then?" Death asked me in a manner that seemed to imply that I shouldn't know who he was, even though all evidence pointed to the fact that he was the Reaper. "Of course," I responded, "you're Death. I can't believe that we actually depicted you correctly. You look exactly like I thought you would." "Well, I wouldn't say that you depicted me correctly at all. I just manifest myself in this weird getup so that you might recognize me, not because this is how I really look." I pondered this thought for a moment and decided that it made sense. It would have been a truly remarkable guess to accurately depict Death, as it's usually the case that anyone that sees him doesn't survive long enough to draw him. "I think you can guess why I'm here," Death asked me. He almost seemed sad to be here, talking to me, but he also spoke with a calm professionalism that hinted at the fact he had been in this situation before. "I mean, I can guess why you are," I answered, "but why me? And why now? I'm not ready to go. Not many people are, but it would really make my job easier if you just follow me without a fuss. People that make a fuss often find that their ending is a lot messier." Death finished his sentence, and then gave me a look that seemed to beg me to just come quietly, as he couldn't be bothered with a messy death today. I don't exactly know how he gave me this look, him being a skeleton and all, but somehow he conveyed this look with just his bone structure. "I'll come quietly," I promised Death. "But first, I have a question or two." Death sighed. "Of course you do. What happens if I did refuse to come with you?" I asked, secretly hoping that there would be a way to get out of my sticky situation. "I told you," Death replied, sounding slightly annoyed. "It will get messy. You might even end up featuring on one of those unsolved mystery crime shows, and I'm sure you don't want that." He was right, I didn't want that. I wanted a peaceful death that didn't leave my beautiful wife and 2 kids wondering what happened to me. "How will I die if I do come with you then?" I asked, scared of what his response would be. "Gas leak," Death replied, rather nonchalantly. "Oh, so peaceful then?" "Of course, I know you're a decent man. Don't want you to have a terrible end. So, what happens when I come with you? I mean, what's after this?" I asked Death, hoping he would be able to answer, and hoped that the answer would provide me with some comfort. "You will just have to find out for yourself, won't you? I don't want to spoil anything for you. I know how much people hate spoilers. Why do I have to go? Can't I just stay in this world, even as a ghost or something?" Well, you see, there is a slight problem in that department. Like your world, the spirit world is facing a similar problem. Overpopulation. The spirit world is full. We went a bit overboard with the whole ghost thing in Victorian times, and now there are no spots left. The old bastards refuse to move on as well. So unfortunately you have no choice but to move into the next plane of existence. Death said in a manner that seemed like he was fed up with being asked this question. I see. So this is it then. The end of the line for me. I'm just going to cease to exist. I asked Death, knowing full well that this was exactly the case. Yep, now we really must get going. I'll be late for my next appointment. Appointment? So is death not random? Is it already booked in? I asked. I always thought that death was a random occurrence, and not something that was planned out in advance, but it seemed that death ran on a schedule. It's determined the day you are born. On that day, your name appears in my diary, and that day is set in stone. There is no changing it. That day is the day you die, no ifs or buts about it. So, I was always meant to die today. It appears that way, yes. I know it's a bummer, but you will get used to it. I couldn't believe that I had been destined to depart the world on this day. I had always been meant to die at this very moment. I wish someone had let me know this fairly important piece of information. Maybe some sort of reminder on my phone or something. Just something that said, "Oh hey, you're going to die in a week." But no, it creeps up on you, and before you know it, your day has come and you're not ready to go. I wasn't packed or anything. Can I ask one more question? I asked Death, desperately hoping that he would allow me to ask this one final inquiry. I saw him lift up one arm, slightly pull back his sleeve to reveal a small wrist watch that sat around his right wrist. He quickly checked the time on his watch, made a quick mental calculation, then answered. "Go on, but you better make it quick," Death said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. "My wife and kids. When do they die? Do they still live on for a while? You are testing my patience, but okay, I will check for you." Death reached one skeletal hand into the inside of his black, tattery robe and pulled out one of the thickest books I had ever seen. The pages appeared to be endless, and on the front cover, I saw the word diary. Death flicked through the pages, quickly scanning each one, before turning to the next one. It took maybe a minute before he settled on a page. He used one bony finger to quickly find what he was looking for. He soon found it, and his fingers stood still, pointing at one name. "Let's see. Your wife. She lives until 93. It says here passes away surrounded by both kids and her grandchildren." When the word grandchildren exited Death's mouth, I felt an internal struggle between sadness and joy. Sadness presented the case that I wouldn't be alive to ever meet my own grandchildren. Joy rebutted this argument by claiming that I should be pleased I have grandchildren and that my wife would get to enjoy them. In the end, joy won the debate, and I felt a smile come over my face. I'm sorry to be the one that has to do this, but it's time to go now. Death broke the silence that followed after he mentioned my grandchildren. I wasn't ready to go, far from it, but I knew that it was time. I just had one thing I wanted to do first. I motioned towards my dog, who had somehow slept through this entire ordeal. Death gave me a slight nod, which I took to mean that I had permission to say goodbye. I walked over to the large ball of fluff that I call my dog. I bent down and gave her a slight pat on her head. She stirred awake when I placed my hand on her. She looked up into my eyes, and, at that moment, I knew they would be the last pair of eyes that I would ever see. I looked down into her eyes and began to speak to her. "You've been a good girl. Now it's time for me to move on. You look after the family now. They're going to need you. You make sure you are there for them. Just continue to be a good girl, and everything will be all right. Goodbye." I know she couldn't understand me, her being a dog and all, but it felt good to say goodbye to someone. I gave her one final pat on the head, then a slight scratch under her chin. She is always like that. I then led her to the back door and ushered her outside. I then walked back over to Death, who was slightly leaning on his side. I told him that I was ready to go, but asked him for one final favor. "Can I leave a note for my wife? Can I leave it with you and you deliver it to her when you visit her?" "Oh, go on then. I'm already running late, so another minute or two won't hurt. I guess Mr. Stirth will get to enjoy an extra few minutes of life." Death reached into his robe once more, this time producing a small piece of paper and a pen. I took it off of him and began to write. Once I had finished writing, I handed the pen and the note back to Death, who quickly stuffed it back into his robe. He extended one hand towards me and motioned with his head for me to grab a hold of it. I reached out and grabbed onto his hand. It was hard, but also, because of the bone, kind of jagged. I squeezed tight onto his hand. He slightly squeezed mine. I felt the strength of his grip and the firmness of his bones. I could tell that he was definitely someone that enjoyed his milk. I looked up at Death, who was staring forwards. It was time to go. I wasn't entirely ready to go, but nevertheless, it was still time. In front of me, I saw a small light. In unison, me and Death took a step towards it, then another. With each step, the light grew bigger and encompassed more of my vision. Soon, all I could see was this bright light, and all I could do now was continue to walk into it. I didn't want to walk into it, but I felt drawn to it, compelled by it, like a moth who is afraid of light. It scared me, but I had no choice but to go towards it. The last thought that entered my head before stepping through, into the light, was the letter that I was leaving for my wife. I read the entire letter in my mind, before taking the final step. It's been a while. I hope you have had a long and fulfilling life, filled with laughter and joy and beautiful memories. Grandchildren, hey? How amazing is that? I bet they're cute, and I bet they love their grandma. I wish to see you again, and once you read this note, I guess I will see you soon after. Don't be afraid. Death is a nice guy. He will help guide you to me. I love you and trust me. I didn't want to leave you. P.S. Tell Death I say hello. I never thought I'd be writing this, but I feel like I need to tell someone what's happened. Jake and I had been together for 3 years when we started talking about getting engaged. We both loved antiques. You know, items with history and stories embedded in them. Every weekend, we'd hunt together through antique shops and estate sales, searching for all sorts of forgotten treasures. That's how we found the ring. The perfect ring. At least that's how it felt then. It sat in a locked case at Madame Eloise's shop downtown. A deep blue sapphire set in an intricate gold band with delicate filigree. Art Deco. Unique. Perfect. I knew it immediately. Jake, ever the romantic, insisted on buying it then and there. He shooed me from the store, promising to make it special. 2 weeks later, on a warm evening, he led me to our favorite park bench beneath the willow tree we always loved. He knelt, eyes bright with excitement, and presented a small velvet box. I knew what was inside before he even opened it, but when my eyes finally fell on the ring itself, my heart stuttered, and I seemed to forget everything I knew. My mind went blank. Where did you get this? I asked, fingers hovering over the gold band. Jake grinned. You know where. And I did know, of course. My brain was just temporarily mush, I guess. It was the ring from Madame Eloise's shop. But inside the band, something new gleamed under the lamplight, an engraving. LMJC. I ran my thumb over the initials. Lucy M. and Jake C. Jake shrugged. It was already there. Fate, right? The night air seemed to press around us. Something cold curled in my stomach. What are the odds? I whispered. I'm not a statistician, Jake laughed. But I think it was meant to be. We drank champagne under the willow, and I fell asleep that night with the ring on my finger, feeling like the luckiest woman alive. Then the nightmare started. I dreamed of a bride in a blood-spattered church, sobbing behind her veil. When she turned to face me, her face was bruised and tear-streaked. I woke gasping for air, my chest feeling like it was about to explode. Bad dream, Jake mumbled, pulling me closer. Just nerves, I lied, glancing at the sapphire gleaming in the darkness. The next morning, things got so much worse. My neighbor waved as I collected the mail. The sapphire caught the sunlight, flashing blue for just a second. 5 minutes later, her brakes failed as she backed out of her driveway. Her car plowed into an oncoming delivery truck. I watched paramedics pull her mangled body from the wreckage. I tried to convince myself it was a horrible coincidence. 1 in a billion or something. But then my boss dropped dead during a meeting later that afternoon, just moments after complimenting my ring. An aneurysm, they said. I saw how his eyes fixed on the sapphire right before blood trickled from his ears. Deep down, I knew I had been cursed by the ring I loved so much. I had become a walking omen of death. On my way home that night, still in shock, I witnessed a man glance at me, then climb up to the ledge of my apartment building and jump without hesitation. The thud his body made when it hit the pavement will haunt me forever. His dead eyes found mine in the crowd. I clutched my hand to my chest, and the sapphire felt warm against my skin. Too warm. When I looked down, I noticed a faint burn mark on my skin. Around midnight, I decided it was time to remove the ring. But my finger had swollen. The band wouldn't budge at all. No amount of soap, ice, or oil could loosen it. As the days continued, so did the deaths. A barista touched my hand while returning change. Minutes later, he choked to death on a scone as I waited for my cold brew. An elderly woman who admired my ring at the grocery store was crushed beneath collapsing shelves moments later. At dinner with friends, I kept my hands hidden under the table, but Melissa insisted on seeing the ring. The moment the sapphire caught the light, a waiter carrying cherries jubilantly tripped. The dessert's high-proof alcohol splashed across nearby tables, igniting instantly. The entire restaurant went up in flames. In the chaos, I watched Melissa's hair ignite, her screams swallowed by the roaring inferno. Only Jake and I walked out unscathed. After 8 deaths in a week, I was desperate. I started keeping my left hand hidden whenever I was out in public, stuffing it deep into my pants or coat pockets. I also began Googling the ring online. It was such a luxurious and unique ring. I was curious if it had a history. It didn't take long to find the original owners, Lydia M. and James C. LM. JC. Just like our initials. The newspaper article from 1952 was brief but chilling. Local bride found slain on wedding night. The accompanying photo showed Lydia wearing my ring, and she looked just like the woman in my dreams. Something else disturbed me too. Jake had changed. His once warm brown eyes now seemed glassy and unfamiliar. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the ring with an expression I didn't recognize, possessive, hungry. When I mentioned the deaths, he'd shrug them off as coincidences. When I suggested we research the ring's history together, he changed the subject. I began to research alone, visiting libraries and local historical societies. I found more articles about Lydia and James. They'd been high school sweethearts. James had given Lydia the sapphire ring as a symbol of his undying love, a family heirloom passed down through generations. But on their wedding night, something had gone terribly wrong. The police found Lydia's body in their honeymoon suite, strangled. James was nowhere to be found. For weeks, the papers speculated about his whereabouts. Had he killed his bride and fled? Had they both been victims of a robbery gone wrong? 6 months later, James's body washed up on a riverbank 50 miles downstream from the bridge, where his car had been found abandoned. His death was ruled a suicide. In my search, I discovered an old woman who claimed to be Lydia's cousin. She lived in a nursing home on the outskirts of town. When I visited her, she recognized the ring immediately. "You need to get rid of it," she whispered, her papery hand clutching mine. It was cursed by James's great-grandmother, a woman scorned. She wanted revenge on the family that had rejected her, so she placed a curse on the ring. It brings death to anyone who sees it, except for the wearer and their beloved. She leaned closer. "But there's a price for that protection." "What price?" I asked. "I think your soul's," she said. "I can't be certain. I only know James wasn't himself after he gave Lydia that ring. It changed both of them over time. The night he killed her, his eyes were different. I had seen them myself, empty, like you were staring through a window. Like Jake's eyes now. The old woman told me how to remove the ring. It had to be done on a new moon. There was a mixture I needed to prepare, herbs and oils and other things I won't mention here. The process would be painful, but it was the only way. The next new moon, I prepared everything as I was told. Jake watched with those unfamiliar, glassy eyes as I submerged my hand in the mixture. The pain was excruciating, my skin blistered on contact, but it worked. The ring loosened. With one final, agonizing pull, I wrenched the ring free. My finger came with it, severed cleanly at the knuckle. Blood poured from the wound, but I felt only relief as the sapphire glowed with rage. Jake lunged for the ring, but I was faster. I dropped it into a cloth bag and tied it with red thread 7 times exactly as instructed. We drove to the old bridge at the edge of town. The bag seemed to get heavier with each mile, and I could swear I heard scratching coming from inside it. At the center of the bridge, we stood in darkness, staring at the black water below. No moon reflected on its surface. "Are you sure?" Jake asked, his voice finally his own again. I nodded, clutching my bandaged hand. "It has to end." He held the bag over the railing. For a moment, it seemed like he couldn't let go, like the bag was stuck to his hand. Then, with visible effort, Jake opened his fingers. The splash below was small. The ripples disappeared quickly. "It's been 3 weeks. No accidents. No deaths." Jake is himself again, though he remembers everything. We both do. When Jake and I drive over that bridge, we both fall silent, staring at the water below. Sometimes I dream of the river bottom, of silt slowly covering the cloth bag, of water flowing endlessly over hidden things. In these dreams, I see fish swimming near the bag, then darting away suddenly. The ring is down there, waiting. Is it truly contained? or simply biding its time. When I wake from these dreams, my missing finger throbs with phantom pain, and I wonder if somewhere in the darkness of the river, a sapphire pulses an answer. I'm going to start this by saying, I love my husband. I truly do. He didn't start out like this. We've been married for about 5 years now. Up until this point, blissfully so, I might add. I met John at a party during our first year of college. Biology major like me. He seemed to say all the right things, knew all the right people, and he was quite attractive. We clicked immediately. After only one conversation, I'd fallen hard for him. Hook, line, and sinker. It wasn't long before we were dating. It all happened so fast. In a whirlwind of a year, we went from being introduced, to moving in together, to engaged, and then married. In hindsight, I know I moved too quickly, but it didn't feel that way at all. It was like I'd known him forever. I was never so sure of anything as I was that John was my soulmate. The first indication that something was wrong came about a month ago. I'd woken up from a dead sleep in the middle of the night to the sound of running water. Looking over, I noticed John wasn't in bed, so I got up to go look for him. I found him in the kitchen. He was standing at the sink, and as I crept closer, I could see that he was just staring blankly at the water pouring from the faucet. I reached out my hand and gently placed it on his shoulder, inadvertently breaking his trance and causing him to recoil back like a snake. "Shit. Oh honey, I'm sorry," I said. He didn't reply. He just began wiping his face and gasping, trying to catch his breath. Was he sleepwalking? He'd never done that before. "John, are you okay? What in the hell were you doing?" I asked, reaching over to shut the faucet off. I don't know," he stammered. "Guess I was thirsty." John was always such a smartass, in a playful way of course, but I could still tell he was rattled by it. It seemed like he had zero recollection of how he'd gotten there. However, in the moment, I tried to shrug it off and shuffled him back into bed. I had work early the next morning, and I knew if I stayed up any longer, I wouldn't be able to get back to sleep. I cuddled up next to him, trying to settle back down into slumber, when I noticed John's body felt a little cold. He must be coming down with something, I thought. Or maybe my cooking had made him queasy, and he just didn't want to say anything. I closed my eyes for what felt like only a second before my alarm clock began screaming at me. The next morning played out normally. We ate breakfast together, got dressed, then headed off on our separate ways. In fact, the next few mornings went just that way. He didn't seem sick. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong at all. It wasn't until almost a week later that the next incident occurred. John had come home late from work that day. As I made dinner, he walked into the kitchen looking stressed out and distracted. Like he had a problem in his mind that he was desperately trying to work out. Not really an odd occurrence in and of itself, though. He'd often bring his work home with him. But this time, he looked distraught, almost upset. "Hey, you alright?" I asked him. He slumped down onto the bar stool and leaned his body forward. Resting his elbows on the island, he began rubbing his temples. "Yeah, I have a headache," he said. "Oh, I'll get you some Advil." No, it's okay. You finish what you're doing, I can get it." I smiled and walked from the stove over to him, leaning over the island to kiss his forehead. When my lips met his skin, I was shocked by two things. One, he was ice cold to the touch. It was like kissing a refrigerator. And two, I was immediately hit with the bitter taste of salt. Reflexively, I pulled away. Then he looked up at me, his eyes slightly bloodshot and cradled by dark circles. "You're getting sick," I said. "Sonia, I'm not getting sick. I'm fine. It's just a headache." I threw my hands up in frustration. "I can't afford to catch whatever you've got, John. You know how much I have going on at work right now." Suddenly, he slammed his fist down on the island, so hard that it rattled the keys and pocket change sitting beside him, then yelled, "You don't think I have a lot going on right now, too?" My heart dropped, and I shuddered, instantly taking a step backward. He'd never done anything like that before. Hell, he'd never even raised his voice at me. I didn't know how to react, but I didn't have much time to think about it before he started apologizing profusely, saying he didn't know what had come over him. I accepted it as an isolated incident, though. Just an outburst caused by a combination of stress and illness, I thought. After all, I'd heard that men turn into babies when they get sick. I didn't cuddle up to him in bed that night, though. Not just because I was worried about him being contagious. I was also pissed off. I faced my night table and stared at my alarm clock for a while, wondering if we'd just been in the honeymoon phase all this time. And now, the Real John was starting to come out. The next morning, I awoke to the smell of cinnamon rolls, my favorite. I glanced over at the clock. 5:41 a.m. John must have felt so bad about his tantrum the night before that he'd gotten up early to surprise me with breakfast in bed. I pulled the covers closer to me and smiled, waiting anxiously with my eyes closed. Suddenly jolted back into consciousness by my alarm, I realized I must have fallen back asleep. I slammed my hand onto the top of it, frantically searching with my fingers for the off button. I squinted at the blurry red numbers. 6 a.m. It was time to get up, and he still hadn't come. Maybe things didn't go quite as smoothly as planned, and he was in the midst of some type of kitchen mishap. I threw the covers off of my body and made my way to the bathroom. As I passed the counter, I glanced down and noticed his shaving kit was out. He'd always leave it on the bathroom counter every morning after he used it, and I'd always put it away. He must have gotten up really early. I grabbed the kit and shoved it back into the drawer on my way out. While walking down the hallway, I called out to him, but he didn't answer. I turned the corner to discover the kitchen was empty. A tray of cinnamon rolls sat on top of the stove, untouched. I said his name a few more times, but nothing. I shuffled over to the front window of our house and looked toward our driveway. He was gone. What the fuck? I went back into the kitchen to find a note left on the island. Sonia, I'm so sorry for last night. I had to go into work early this morning, so I wanted you to wake up to something almost as sweet as me. Love always, John. I rolled my eyes and smirked. He was still the same John. I was just overthinking things. I mean, it was only natural at this stage of our relationship that we'd start seeing parts of each other emerge that we hadn't seen before. I shoved a cinnamon roll into my mouth, and then began looking for a Tupperware to put the rest away. As I chewed, my taste buds began to detect a flavor that had no business being in a cinnamon roll, causing me to wince. Salt. I spat the bite out into the sink. Did he accidentally use salt instead of sugar? I went to the trash can to throw away the roll I'd bitten into, and saw the empty Pillsbury canister sitting on top. Okay, so he didn't make them himself. Why in the hell did he add salt to them? Was this a joke? Is that what he meant in the note by as sweet as me? I walked back over to the stove and tasted another cinnamon roll, then another, and another. All of them full of salt. Some of them even felt soggy, like they'd been dipped in salt water. For Christ's sake. I threw the whole batch into the trash can, annoyed. We couldn't really afford to be wasting food like this, especially for a stupid prank. I crumpled up the note and started getting ready for work. That afternoon, I'd already decided I was going to confront him about those goddamn salty cinnamon rolls when he got home. I didn't find it to be funny at all. In fact, the more I thought about it throughout the day, the more it pissed me off. What on earth would possess him to do something like that? By 7 p.m., dinner was ready and he still hadn't arrived. I was starting to get worried. I called his cell phone, but he didn't answer. Instead, he texted back almost instantly. Hey, sorry. Super busy right now. I'll be home soon. Ugh. Did he know I was angry and was just avoiding me? He was well aware that would only make it worse. I made myself a plate and plopped down on the couch, flipping through the channels before landing on some nature documentary on the Discovery Channel. By the time I'd finished eating, he still hadn't come home. I glanced down at my phone. No texts or calls. I got up, shut off the TV, and threw my plate into the sink. I left the rest of the food out on the stove and headed to the bathroom to shower, annoyed. He can just deal with it all himself whenever he decides to come home, I thought. When I walked into the bathroom, something stopped me in my tracks. His shaving kit. It was sitting out on the counter again. I was 100% positive I'd put it back in the drawer that morning. He had come home at some point during the day and shaved again. My heart fell to the bottom of my feet. There was no way. John wouldn't cheat on me. He just wouldn't. But why would he need to shave again in the middle of the day? And why was he so late getting home from work? I stared down at the shaving kit, almost angry with it for being there. I decided not to put it away this time. I'll admit, I cried in the shower. Just a little. Seems ridiculous now to have cried over something like that. I didn't have proof of anything, just an inkling that something was off. But I can't blame myself for that moment of weakness. I didn't know what I didn't know. I couldn't have. I washed my face and composed myself, then reached down to grab my razor. When I did, I noticed there seemed to be this strange buildup forming around the edges of the bathtub. It was like a white gritty sediment. I looked down at the drain, and it was starting to crust up right there too. Gross. Must be calcium buildup. I'll have to pick up some cleaner at the store, I thought. I got out of the shower and got dressed, glaring at the shaving kit. I didn't even go into the kitchen to see if he'd made it home yet. I just went straight to bed and started scrolling through YouTube until I found some mindless video to keep me company. It was my intention to stay awake until I heard him come in, but sleep found me much faster than I expected. It wasn't until I felt movement beside me that I realized he'd finally made it in. I squinted through the pitch-black room, trying to read the numbers on the clock, when I began to feel the icy cold drip of liquid landing on the side of my face. I slowly turned to see my husband leaning over me. His eyes were lifeless and glassed over, his mouth was downturned and hung open, and he was completely fucking drenched in water. I screamed and threw the covers off, flying out of bed to the other side of the room. "John, what the fuck?" His mouth was still hanging wide open, but he wasn't saying anything. He was just, well, it sounded like he was gurgling. Horrified, I flipped the light on, and he instantly covered his face with his hands. "John, what is going on?" I screamed. "Why are you all fucking wet?" He removed his hands from his face and blinked several times while looking down at his body, then mumbled, "Shit, I must have not dried off enough before I got into bed." "Dried off? From what?" "The shower." "The fucking shower?" He looked like he had just fully submerged himself in water, and then immediately got into bed. A huge wet spot in the sheets surrounded him, and droplets of water were still trickling down his face from his soaked hair. "What? That doesn't make any sense," I yelled. He shot up from the bed and whipped the comforter onto the floor behind him. "Jesus Christ, Sonia. I get home late from work, exhausted, and now I gotta explain why I'm wet." My throat tightened, and I looked at him with complete and utter shock. I actually questioned if I was dreaming this. "John, you're scaring me." He stood there for a moment, his fists balled up and his chest convulsing with heavy breaths, before saying, "I'm going to sleep on the couch tonight. Sorry I scared you." He picked up his dripping pillow and stomped out of the room, shutting the door behind him. I'd gone from angry at him, to disturbed, to downright terrified. He was having some kind of psychotic break. That was the only logical explanation for all of this. The increased pressure at work was getting to him. Or maybe he had a brain tumor? Oh God. Either way, something was seriously wrong. This was so beyond anything in the realm of normal that I just couldn't let it go. I mean, if I had $1 for every time my husband crawled into bed with me while soaking wet, well, I'd have $1, which is still too fucking many. I put new sheets on the bed, then crept over to the bedroom door and pressed my ear up to it. His snoring echoed through the silent house. I crawled back into bed with only a couple hours until it would be time to get up. There was no way I'd be able to fall back asleep after all of that. But I didn't know what else to do with myself, besides lie there in the dark and think as I listened to the rhythmic sounds of his obnoxious mouth breathing coming from the next room. There was no way around it. John was going to have to go see a doctor. I just wasn't sure how I was going to get him to do that, considering how touchy he was about the subject of being sick. And not to mention his sudden unpredictable and strange behavior. If I couldn't convince him with words, there was no way I could physically force him to go, especially not now. I tossed and turned, trying to rationalize in some way what was going on. My scientific mind couldn't help it. But my specialty didn't focus on the human brain, or on humans at all, actually. It was coastal ecology. Basically, my job consisted of studying and working to protect the entire ecosystem of our coasts. My husband's wheelhouse was marine biology. He worked as an entry-level research assistant in a lab. We were both extremely logical, sound-minded people before all of this. I can't stress that enough. At around 5 a.m., I heard his snoring stop abruptly. My heart began pounding in my chest, and I quickly turned over, pulling the blanket up to cover my face. There I was, so afraid of my own damn husband, that I was pretending to be asleep just to avoid interacting with him. I listened to his heavy footsteps approaching the bedroom, then a pause, followed by the slow creak of the door opening. Terrified to move a muscle, I held my breath and my entire body instinctively locked up, like when a cuttlefish spots a shark. I couldn't see his eyes on me, though. I felt them. The door began to creak again until I heard it latch back closed. Only problem was, I wasn't sure if he was outside of the room or not. I couldn't believe where I'd found myself. If someone had ever told me that one day I'd be hiding under the covers from my husband, like a child afraid of the boogeyman, I would have laughed, then told them to fuck off. The toilet flushed from the bathroom across the hall, and I finally let out the breath I'd been so desperately holding. I still didn't get up, though. Over the next hour, I listened to him shower, shave, and get ready for work, all while I lay there like a hermit crab who'd recoiled into its shell. When I finally heard the front door close and his engine start, I jumped up from bed and ran to the bathroom. I'd had to pee for so long I thought I was going to explode. I sat on the toilet, rubbing my eyes as they adjusted to the light, when I caught sight of something shiny in my peripheral vision. But when I turned to look, I didn't see anything. I walked up to the mirror and began inspecting myself. I looked like absolute shit. Not even the best concealer in the world was going to cover up those dark circles. I turned on the faucet to start washing my face and noticed John's shaving kit sitting out. Out of habit, I picked it up. When I did, I hadn't noticed it had been left open, so the contents came spilling out onto the floor. Shit! I bent down to begin picking everything up and immediately froze. On the ground, scattered amongst his razor, shaving cream, and aftershave lotion, was about a handful's worth of silvery iridescent fish scales. I stared down at the ground, suspended in motion, as my brain scrambled to make sense of what my eyes were seeing. Had there been a gas leak in the house and John and I had both been hallucinating this whole time? That would have explained a lot, actually. Slowly, I reached out my hand to touch one of them, just to make sure it was real. Not only was it real, it didn't feel like you'd expect a discarded fish scale to feel. It wasn't thin or rigid or even brittle. Instead, it had this strange, soft, rubbery texture to it, and it was slimy like it was fresh. Oh, hell no! I shrieked, flinging the scale across the room. It went flying and stuck to the wall when it hit. The sensation of it lingered long after it had left my fingers. I felt disgusted, like I wanted to crawl out of my skin. My thoughts raced as I scrubbed my hands with dials several times. What could he possibly be keeping these for? He must have taken them home from work and thought his shaving kit was his briefcase. But no, why would he have them just loose like that? The lab wouldn't have even let them leave the area without being in a specimen bag, at least. Unless he'd snuck them out, why would he do that? My head was spinning. It was all too much. I walked out of the bathroom, leaving everything on the floor where it had fallen. As I started getting dressed for work, I came to the obvious conclusion that I had to start investigating. I couldn't just sit around and wait for the next bizarre event to take place. Things were escalating and quickly. For both my sake and John's, I needed to take action. I could try to get a look at his phone, but who knows when I'd get that chance. There was only one thing I knew for sure I could accomplish that day. I went over to my field bag and dug out a pair of gloves and a plastic specimen container. Then I went back to the bathroom and carefully collected a few of the scales on the floor. I picked up John's things, including the remaining scales, and shoved them all back inside the kit. I threw my gloves into the trash, then placed the shaving kit onto the counter, unzipped and exactly where it was before. I didn't want him to know what I had found. My starting point was finding out exactly what type of fish the scales had come from. That might point to why he had them in the first place. I'll be honest, even though it seemed like I was looking for logic in the decision-making of a madman, I felt like I had to do something. When I got to work, I went straight over to Jessica's station. I glanced around to make sure no one else was in earshot, then said, "Hey, I need you to do me a weird favor, unofficially." She smirked and said, "Okay, tell me what it is first, then I'll tell you if I'll do it." I took a quick look around the room again, then reached into my bag and pulled out the scales, holding them out toward her. "I need you to run an Edna PCR analysis on these." She looked down at the container in my hand and raised an eyebrow. "Where'd you find them?" she asked. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "All right, spill it. What's going on, Sonia?" I clenched my teeth, then leaned closer to her and whispered, "I found them in John's stuff. I'm guessing he must have taken them home from work, but I don't know why." Seriously? Sonia, I'm swamped with a backlog of water samples to get through today, and you want me to spend a few hours doing this? What? You think he's trying to smuggle out some forbidden fish scales to sell on the black market or something? She laughed. "Jessica, look, I'm seriously freaked out, okay?" The words came out more frantic than I'd intended, my voice beginning to tremble. Her facial expression instantly shifted in response to my tone. "What's going on?" she asked. "Honestly, I don't know. John's just been acting really weird lately, and then this morning, I found these. I'm just trying to figure out if he's hiding something, or if I need to make him an appointment with a neurologist." Her hand shot up to cover her mouth. "Oh God," she whispered, looking off and pausing for a moment before asking, "Weird like how?" "Just not his normal self." I didn't want to even begin to try to explain what had been going on. It would make me look just as crazy as it would him. But if I could just help John... If I could find a way to fix whatever was going on with him before anyone found out about it, then I'd never have to. We could just go back to how things were before and forget any of this ever happened. A few hours later, I looked up from my station to see Jessica standing over me with a very serious look on her face. "We need to talk." I gulped hard. Shit, what had she discovered? Whatever it wasn't good, judging by her worried expression and hurried pace. I followed her back to her station, my heart pounding in synchrony with every step I took. "What did you find?" I asked. "Nothing," she replied. "That's the problem." "What?" "Sonia, I can't identify these scales. They don't originate from any known species in the database, living or extinct. The closest comparison I can make is possibly something from the Sternoptichidae family, but these scales are much bigger." She handed me a piece of paper, and I glared down at it in disbelief. 5 scales, 5 tests, and each result came back as a sample of unknown origin. The implications of this were unnerving, to say the least. And the family of fish she had referred to? When I researched it later at my desk, I learned that it mainly consisted of species of deep-sea hatchetfish. John didn't even study those types of fish. He dealt exclusively with marine life that inhabited the epipelagic zone, where light could still easily penetrate the ocean's surface. Hatchetfish were from the mesopelagic zone, also known as the twilight zone. That was about right. I was no closer to having any type of answer. In fact, by digging into this, I had only brought about more questions for myself. I don't understand how this is possible," I said. She looked at me with concern and lowered her voice. "Does John have any connections to experimental labs, or possibly even a biotech company?" She asked. "What? No, of course not. Well, whatever he's working on, it's not mainstream. I can tell you that much." I took a deep breath. Maybe John wasn't losing his mind, after all. Maybe he'd gotten himself involved in something unsavory, or even illegal, and he's been trying to cover it up. Maybe all that crazy shit was just to throw me off, or distract me. "Please don't tell anyone about this, okay?" I begged her. "Shit, you don't have to ask me twice. No offense, Sonia, but I'd rather not be involved anyway. This is encroaching on fringe territory." That word scared me. Fringe. John was obsessed with his work. Once he found a thread, he'd pull at it relentlessly until he reached the spool. If he had fixated on something unconventional, well, there was no telling how far he'd take it. I spent the rest of the day agonizing over what I should do next. I couldn't focus on my work at all. Every time I saw my boss, I'd hurry and pretend like I was in the middle of something, when in reality I didn't accomplish a damn thing that day. That included figuring out my next move. After work, I sat in my car in the parking lot until about 6 p.m., paralyzed with inaction. Nothing I thought of seemed to be the right choice. If I confronted him about any of it, God knows how he'd react. On the other hand, if I just didn't say anything at all, he'd think he was getting away with whatever he'd been doing and continue. Suddenly, I felt a buzzing coming from my back pocket. It was a text from John. "Working late?" It said. "Shit, time's up." I steadied my hands and texted back. "On my way now." I drove home completely on autopilot. You know those drives where you end up at your destination with no memory of actively driving to get there? My mind was completely elsewhere. This was my last chance to come up with any plan of action, but instead, my thoughts played on an endless loop, each one bleeding into the next. I took a deep breath and got out of the car. At the front door, as I turned the knob, I made the last-minute decision to just wing it. I didn't know what I was walking into, so how could I even begin to try to prepare for it anyway? As a rule, I preferred to be proactive rather than reactive, but in this case I didn't have a lot of choice in the matter. I threw out any hope of strategy and resigned myself to respond accordingly to whatever stimuli befell me. As I walked inside, I was instantly hit with the rich aroma of tomatoes and garlic, something Italian. He knew it was my favorite. I slowly shut the door behind me. As soon as I did, he cheerfully called out from the kitchen, "Hey Sonia, can you smell what the John is cooking?" God, that stupid joke. The few times he actually did cook, he always pulled that one out. Never got a laugh out of me. But he never quit trying. "Yeah, John, I can smell it," I replied, humoring him. At least he was in a good mood, I thought. Best not to rock the boat. My heart was still pounding, but so far, things seemed normal. I put my bag down in the coat closet and shut the door to it, then made my way down the hall and into the kitchen. He'd made a huge mess, but he looked so proud of himself, smiling and wearing his goofy ass kiss the chef apron. Spaghetti? I asked, sitting down at the island. Nope. I did you one better, lasagna. He exclaimed. No way. Wow, that must have taken you forever. It wasn't too bad. Just had to watch a couple YouTube videos. It should be ready to come out of the oven any minute now. I just looked at him and smiled. It felt so good to have John back. He seemed so happy and carefree, cracking jokes and trying to wipe the splatters of red sauce from the walls before they dried. For a moment, I let all my dread and worry fall away and settle in the furthest corners of my mind. I just wanted things to be normal again so badly. I know I've been acting a little weird lately, he said, jolting all of those feelings back to the forefront in an instant. I swallowed hard. And I'm really sorry for that, he continued. Should I confront him now? Was this my opening to start asking him questions? I didn't want to kill the mood, but this seemed like my only chance. I opened my mouth, and then the kitchen timer went off. Oh, it's ready. Let's see how I did. Why don't you go find us something to watch? I'll make you a plate and bring it in there. Okay, I replied. I went into the living room and flipped on the TV, surfing until I landed on Old Reliable. A rerun of Deadliest Catch was on. He walked in and handed me my plate of lasagna soup. He hadn't let it set before he cut into it, so the contents had bled out all over the plate. But it still tasted just fine. He sat down beside me on the sofa with his own plate, then looked over at me and eagerly asked, So, how is it? Really good. I mumbled through a mouthful of pasta and sauce. A huge, toothy grin stretched across his face, and he said, I know you found my scales, Sonia. A narrator reached out to me after finding my stories on creepypasta.org. I usually ignore these requests, especially when they begin with, I'm starting a new channel, because they often ask for my work for free. Sometimes, to add insult to injury, they're not even narrating but just using AI. I was going to close the message when the narrator followed up with, You'll be paid a flat fee of $300 per story. That perked up my interest. Why so high? I messaged and was informed that I would have to sell all rights to the story. It would belong wholly to the Scream Collector, the channel, and I wouldn't be able to reprint or repost anywhere. If I accepted the commission, a list of guidelines would be emailed to me. How long do the stories have to be? I asked. 2,000 to 4,000 words, they replied. The stories would be released in a kind of anthology centered around the fictional town of Pinefell. I was the first author contacted, but if the channel was successful, the anthology would be expanded to include other writers. The stories would all be published by the Scream Collector, or TSC as the name was displayed on the channel logo, with the conceit being that they were all true stories being shared by the titular collector of Pinefell. In short, I wouldn't get any writing credit, since my stories would all be penned by the collector. $300 per story was decent money, but selling all rights? Not even getting my name attached? I messaged back that I'd have to think about it. TSC said of course, but not to take too long because they were contacting other writers, and I might lose out on the opportunity. In the end I accepted because of the money, obviously. I mean, how many times had I let my stories be narrated for free in exchange for exposure? And how had that panned out for me? No, this time I'd take money. Given how stereotypical the channel looked, they only had one video, introducing the town of Pinefell with a spooky and obviously AI, voice. It didn't seem like I'd have much room for creativity. I'd just be writing formulaic, trope-filled, utterly generic creepypastas. I was sent a contract in standard legalese about what we'd discussed. I'd sell all rights for $300 per story to belong to TSC, the Scream Collector. After I signed and sent back the contract, they sent me the guidelines. This is where things got weird. I was asked to write the story in a Google Doc. I'd be sent a link to the shared doc, but I wouldn't be the primary owner, and would have no power to change the settings or anything like that. The document would belong to the channel. I found this a bit controlling, but I was told since all stories were set in this shared universe in the small fictional town of Pinefell, and had to have shared elements, and since I was giving over all rights, and it would belong to the channel, they'd rather have it in their own Google Doc. Made sense, I guess. And they had some standard stipulations like 2 to 4K words, minimal dialogue, PG-13, mild swearing okay but no F-bombs. All pretty normal for a story that would wind up being used as a narration. But after this part, I'm just going to paste the rest of the guidelines here, so you can read them. Write only in the Google Doc, and not in any other document or file. You may only write in the Google Doc between the hours of 6 to 8 p.m. You may not make any edits or changes outside of those hours. Somewhere in the story include the phrase, Nasiu oifimhc ta ko tai rt. Do not speak this phrase aloud. Before writing, check your closet. While writing, be sure your door is locked. After writing, if the story is not yet finished, say aloud, Scream collector, do not come. There is nothing to collect, then close the document. If the story is finished, say aloud, Scream collector, come and collect, and type FIN at the end of the document before closing it. This was all so bizarre. I mean, I assumed it was some sort of weird roleplay based on the channel concept, but the contract hadn't mentioned anything about it, so I messaged back TSC. These aren't real guidelines, right? You don't seriously want me to only write between 6 to 8 p.m.? TSC, the guidelines are part of a team effort for the universe we're making, so yes, everyone involved needs to play along, writers included. That's why we're paying such a high price, and you'll be expected to follow the theme we'll send for each story. Write between 6 to 8 p.m., follow all guidelines. You only have to be in character while writing. The rest of your day is yours to be OOC. That's why the limited time frame. So do you still want the commission? Why/N? What if I break the guidelines? TSC, your payment is contingent on delivering a story that complies with guidelines. If your story doesn't meet our guidelines, you won't get paid, or you'll be paid at a reduced rate, or otherwise penalized. Do you still want the commission? Why/N? In the end, obviously, I took the commission. And the very first story I was asked to write, ironically, was a rules story, the most popular kind on YouTube and the creepypasta website. Here is the prompt I was sent. The protagonist is a visitor to an Airbnb in Pinefell who finds a strange list of rules. They disappear after breaking a rule. Their body eventually found dismembered in suitcases and lunchboxes hidden around a playground. Story should include 3 to 7 rules. See attached playground photo for inspiration. I opened the attached photo of an old, abandoned playground in tall grass with a bright yellow spiraling plastic slide. Ugh, I thought. A rules story, really? The most basic spaghetti of creepypastas. I finally came up with some rules after Googling pictures of Airbnbs and looking at some of the rules hosts often have for guests. I tweaked a few normal rules to make them seem just a little off, jotted them down, and was about to type them in the Google Doc when I realized it was only 11 a.m. Per the rules guidelines, I couldn't begin writing until 6 p.m. Such a stupid, arbitrary rule, though it seemed bad form to break it immediately, especially given the nature of the story I was writing. And I wasn't getting paid until I actually delivered said story. At 6 p.m., I was about to finally start drafting when I remembered the check your closet rule. Such nonsense, I grumbled, getting up to stalk over to the closet and fling open the door. My one-bedroom apartment has 2 closets, one with sliding doors in the bedroom, the other a coat closet in the living room. I guess the bathroom also has a linen closet, but it's so small it's almost more of a cupboard. Anyway, I checked all of them. Then I plunked my butt into my desk chair and opened the Google Doc, and then remembered the lock your door rule, so with a sigh I got up to check. But I generally always keep my door locked, and today was no exception. So I sat back down and started typing. The story came easily. I don't know if it was because of the 2-hour time limit or what, but my fingers flew, and before long the entire story was finished. I even included the phrase na siu oifimhc ta kotai rt without any awkwardness. Just had it scrawled in a room in the Airbnb, adding to the overall creepy vibe as the protagonist settles in. Once or twice while writing, I spotted the cursor for another viewer on the Google Doc. Soon enough I finished writing. I cleared my throat, rolled my eyes so hard they almost fell out of my head, and said aloud, "Hey Scream Collector, come and collect." I typed FIN. Instantly the story vanished. The screen was just blank. The entire Google Doc wiped. I started to freak out, not because I feared it was supernatural, I'd already seen the other cursor on there, but because my 2 hours of hard work, all those words, how could I prove that I actually? Just then I got an email. The money was in my PayPal account. I'd just been paid $300 for the 2,500 words I'd written. I also got a new message with the next prompt. A couple who are lost in the woods just outside Pinefell meet a skinwalker. At the end, only their skins are found. Attached was a photo of some generic pine forest along hilly trails. I sighed at the prompt. Not only another cliché, but a culturally appropriative one. Was every story going to be something off the top 10 tropes list? What next? A grizzled detective and some unsolved murders. A bunch of kids meet Slender Man. Still, money was money. The next day, I started writing at 6 p.m. after checking the closets and locking the door. I didn't finish the story though because I've never been a big fan of Lost in the Woods stories. I like nature. I find it beautiful and relaxing, not scary. Not to mention I wasn't sure what to do instead of a skinwalker. For now, I was going with generic predatory monster, but after getting halfway through the draft, it just wasn't creepy enough, and I erased almost all of it. The time was 7:58 p.m., so I logged off. I fell asleep thinking about how I could make this Lost in the Woods concept genuinely scary, and around 2 a.m., I woke up with an idea. I went to the Google Doc and added a description of an unseen predator that devours the insides of its prey, leaving only the skins like the husks of fruit. I was pretty groggy, not fully awake until suddenly I noticed the lines I'd just added were being deleted. Someone was on there, and they erased the words I wrote as I was writing. My heart thudded in my chest. Suddenly I was wide awake. I remembered the rule about not writing except between 6 and 8 p.m. It had seemed like some sort of ridiculous roleplay, but the fact they were actually enforcing it, that was creepy. I closed my laptop and went back to bed. I just ended up lying awake wondering who was up watching the Google Doc, and why had my lines been deleted? Did that mean I wouldn't get paid? All the next day I kept thinking of that other cursor on the Google Doc. It was there again at 6 p.m. when I finally sat down to write, popping in and out, though it didn't actually make any edits this time. It took me 4 days, but I finally finished the story. Not my best work, but scary enough, I supposed. I typed the last paragraph, describing the gory discarded skins, the painted pink fingernails now stained with blood. And then I typed FIN, right at 8 p.m., and called out to the collector. And just like before, the story vanished, and money appeared in my account. Apparently my breach wasn't so terrible as to prevent my being paid. Though I did get a warning in my inbox, a single line reminder, only write in the Google Doc between the hours of 6 to 8 p.m. Next came a prompt about some kids encountering a Slender Man-esque figure. Ha! Called it! Once again I struggled with this common cliché. How to make it interesting. Maybe instead of a tall figure, I'd make the baddie short and squat, while still keeping with the disappearing kids theme. Unfortunately, even though I was eager to write, I had a lot of other things scheduled between 6 to 8 that week. When I messaged TSC to ask if the 2-hour window could be shifted, I was told no, but that I could take up to 2 weeks to finish the story, and that would be fine. I was able to finish the story in the next week, and got my payment. The next prompt was the absolute worst. I almost refused to write it. The narrator works as a security guard on the night shift, and strange things have begun happening. Oh, for crying out loud. Every other YouTube narration is about a security guard, always on the night shift, usually with strange rules. Between that and the FNAF franchise, isn't it time we bury this trope for good? And yet, the pay was fantastic for the amount of effort I was putting in, which was almost none. By now the first couple narrations had already come out, with the third on the way, and the audience honestly seemed to enjoy the stories no matter how trope-filled and unoriginal. So fine. Whatever. I was kind of glad my name wasn't attached now, because if it were, I'd have had to spell it SELLOUT. But my hatred of all these tropes led me to rebel in a different way. I stopped following all the guidelines. For example, I refused to check my closets. Would I still be paid? And I began writing at 5:58 p.m. Everything I typed at 5:58 was erased, and I got another warning. But the checking the closet thing didn't have any impact. I realized nobody was actually watching me check my closets. I could ignore that rule, and the door one. The only thing being monitored was the Google Doc. I started breaking the rules pretty regularly after that, just as a small act of rebellion. Even refusing to include the signature statement in my latest story. It got added in after, I heard in the narration. I still got paid, but with a 10% deduction for forgetting the phrase. While I was writing these shittiest of creepypastas, part of me kept wondering, what's the point of having these silly rules? Why check the closet? Why call out to the collector? I still did this one because I thought it was funny. What was the significance of the weird phrase I always had to include? If I said it aloud, would it summon a demon? I did say it aloud, and nope. Was it all just roleplay? Were the creators of Pinefell that invested in their little universe? I suppose that must be it. Eccentric, but then plenty of podcasts have their own unique thing where listeners get to play along. All part of the fun. At least that's what I thought at the time. Until I woke up one morning, and saw a local news article in my Reddit feed. You have to understand, I'm a hermit. I avoid social interaction as much as possible, and since I work remotely I rarely hear about stuff happening. Especially lately, I've been tuning out the world, and when I'm not writing or working, I'm playing video games or watching YouTube. My point is, I was kind of up to date on some national or even international events because of social media chatter, but local news wasn't something I paid attention to. But the article that popped up in my Reddit feed caught my eye because it was so sensational. A man's dismembered body was found in a suitcase and lunchboxes scattered around an abandoned playground. My first thought was, shit, was this crime inspired by my writing? That had been the very first story, and it had debuted on the channel a couple weeks prior, so it was definitely possible. I went to the narration itself and found that, while initially it had only a little over 1,000 views, it was now getting a lot more attention because apparently someone had noticed the connection to the news. I clicked a link to another article about the killing, and this one included a photograph of the playground where the suitcase had been found. As my eyes darted across the image, my heart dropped to my toes. It was a different photo, but the tall grass, the stained yellow plastic slide spiraling down from the playset. I recognized this play area. Fuck, I muttered. That was enough for me to reach out to the authorities. After reviewing the stories on the Scream Collector channel, the police discovered that there was a second story with striking similarities to recent murders. The bodies of 2 missing hikers had been found at a state park, or rather, their skins had been found, piled beside the trail like husks of fruit. And what had stumped investigators was the fact one of the victims had nails painted pink. The sister-in-law of the victim with painted nails said she initially didn't believe it was her sister's remains, because her sister never wore nail polish, never. The investigators concluded the polish was applied post-mortem, but couldn't understand why. Now they knew. It was so that their bodies matched the details in the story I wrote. It makes me sick. I'm terrified they'll find more victims, children from the Slender Man story, or a security guard from the overnight shift story. And it's my fault. My words were the inspiration. Let this post serve as a warning. Be careful about accepting commissions. Ghosts aren't real and strange rules won't kill you, and most of what you hear in horror films or narrations isn't true. But I'm making this post, here on Reddit, the so-called front page of the internet, to warn you that there are truly sick people out there. People who do their best to make horror stories become a reality. The Scream Collector hasn't been caught yet. I just want to forget my part in all this and get on with my life. Just pretend that I had nothing to do with any of it. But I know I need to share the truth. A warning. So I'm posting this here, and on our /writing, and our /true crime, and everywhere and anywhere to warn people of the danger. Oh, there's one more thing I haven't told you yet. That weird phrase I had to add into every story, na si u oifim hc ta kotai rt. The one I got penalized for leaving out. The investigators pretty quickly pieced together what it meant. I feel so stupid for not having seen it myself. They're quite sure it was meant for them, and for listeners in general, and maybe for me too, and that it was a taunt by the Scream Collector. If you read it aloud backwards, it says, "Try to catch me if you can." Update. Oh God, it's been 4 weeks since I typed this all up and I chickened out and didn't post it. But I just got a link to a new Google Doc and a message with a new prompt. Write a story about a serial killer who leaves clues in creepypastas. Eventually investigators track down the clues to the writer. But when they show up at the writer's home, they find the writer already dead at the keyboard. See attached photo for inspiration. I open the photo, and it's a picture of my living room. Fuck me. I'm typing now. I've got the Google Doc open. It's currently 6 p.m., and I'm praying that if I seem to be typing like it's another story, the collector won't come for me yet. I've texted 911. I keep toggling between the Google Doc and this post. It's going live now. I'm broadcasting it everywhere. But fuck me, I'm wondering about those rules I thought were random. Like how the nonsense phrase was a hint. Try to catch me if you can. And I wonder if the other rules also hinted at something I've been too slow to figure out. I wonder why I was told to always check my closet. I'm not homeless. I have a home. I just don't own it. But it's mine and I work to keep it. Every city has its fair share of abandoned buildings to squat in. But usually you gotta deal with either cops or shitty neighbors. The Andale high-rise has neither. Police stay away, so do the locals. As a stranger from out of town, I stumbled across the place on my first night in the city, and thought it a little strange that a 28-story tower block had been left to rot. Every window black. Every light in the courtyard smashed. No cars in the lot. No booth for a guard. Not even barbed wire on the fence. Barely half a mile from a playground filled with shouting drunken teenagers, but none of them strayed in the direction of Andale. No fires or music or bottles hurtling through the air. It was silent. Inside, I found that the lobby had been torn to shit. Double doors ripped open, and left that way for what looked like years. Easy access for the curious, but I was the only one there. Most of the first story had collapsed. Waterlogged ceiling tiles turned to mulch by shitty British weather. I know water is invasive, but it had practically fucking colonized the place, so bad algae was growing up the walls. Even the elevator shaft was flooded. My own reflection looking back at me as I peered through brackish water and caught a glimpse of the old rusted carriage just a few feet below. I couldn't help but think about standing on top of it, waist high, and reaching down to pull open the emergency hatch. Only natural to wonder what was down there. Little metal box soaking in pitch black water for years and years. I thought about pressing the button, calling it up, and seeing the elevator rise in spite of all logic. An image I still think of from time to time. Meanwhile, the empty shaft loomed above, cables whistling in the wind. I've learned not to linger by it. If you look up, you'll sometimes see something ducking out of the way, pulling its head through the doors before you get a good look. It finds it awfully funny, even tries to make a game out of it, like peekaboo. Play too much though, and it starts to pop up elsewhere. Any open door becomes an invitation. Sent more than a few people running for their lives in the middle of the night, but bad news for them. That thing is more than free to leave this place if it's part of a game. If you ask about Andale, most people just shrug or laugh. Kids will talk about it same way they talk about any haunted house. Difference is no one dares anyone to go up there. No one uses it to get pissed or high. No one sneaks into the basement to have a risky little fuck. No one hides their stashes there. It has all the hallmarks of your classic urban legend. Only people actually stay away. They'll laugh and joke and tell scary stories, but they treat the soil it's on like it houses a radioactive leak. And the council, I'm surprised they haven't knocked it down, but they, out of everyone in the city, have the most to lose by talking about it. They built it in the mid-50s as government housing. Only a lot of the young mothers who moved in there found their children's health taking a turn for the worse. Started with newborns. Babies that wouldn't wake after a peaceful night's sleep. The kind of deaths that got written off as either negligence or abuse. Screaming teenage girls hauled off to prison on the words of doctors who didn't give a shit. It's always the mother's fault in some people's eyes, and these girls had no one to stand up for them. 2 in the first year, 4 in the next, and they kept on coming for every year until it closed. It wasn't until 1982 that someone traced the source of deaths to tainted water storage on the roof. Toxic metals leaching into the supply. Not enough to kill an adult, but bad news for anyone with weak immune systems. 38 women had been imprisoned by then. Another 23 had killed themselves before they could be sentenced. And those are just the ones accounted for. Not all the deaths were from the water. Andale has a way of being bad for any child's health, no matter the circumstance. More than a few toddlers starved to death as their parents rotted in the tub from an overdose. Even more were lost when they found their parents' stash, little bodies racked with agonizing fits as their panicked mothers screamed for help. One tripped down the elevator shaft because the doors opened as if the carriage was right there. And those are the ones who were found. Plenty more went missing, written off as runaways. In the end, Andale's reputation as a cursed place got so bad the only way out was to shut the whole thing down. Board it up. Erase it from the records. Pretend it never happened, and just forget. But Andale kept on killing, even after the doors were officially shut. If anything, it only got nastier. Talked to one cop who told me he found a guy dead from sepsis on the 6th floor couple years after the place was shut down. No one could fucking believe it. They reckon this guy scratched himself on a nail and caught gangrene like it was the 1800s. Never went to the hospital. Just laid there and died slowly and painfully as the infection spread, but not before he took every last bit of furniture in the room and shoved it against the door. Strange enough on its own, but it was the flag he'd made out of his own clothes that freaked everyone out. He'd scrawled help on it, like he wanted to get someone's attention down below, even though the lock was on his side. He could have left any time he wanted. Cop I spoke to said he was there when they kicked the door down. Still remembers the look in dead man's eyes. He was glaring at the door 2 days after he'd passed, white-knuckled fists gripping a blanket that smelled sickly sweet from all that infection. There were others too. Lots of people falling, many of them without a good reason. Got so bad they bricked the roof door, but by the time I arrived someone had cleared it all away with a sledgehammer. I still don't hang out up there. Not after I first went up and saw pale fingers gripping the ledge, like someone was hanging off it and holding on for dear life. I reckon a lot of people see something like that and think a person needs their help. They go rushing over to offer a hand. But when I saw it, something about those grimy nails set alarm bells off in my head. Fingers looked all wrong. So I took my coat off and used a broom handle to move it closer to the ledge. Sure enough, those ugly hands snatched at the coat and ripped it out of my hands, sending it hurtling to the parking lot below. I've thought about taking a closer look from time to time, but I got a thing about heights and could never bring myself to investigate it much further. You'd think I'd leave, but it's my home. I own it as much as it owns me. People even refer to me as the caretaker now, like they forgot I wasn't always here. Police treat me the same. Can you believe that? Any reports of a break-in, and they call me on my number to go take a look, like I'm some sort of official. Only other guy who was here as long as me was the philosopher. I don't know his name, just call him that because of the books he left behind. He came here back when the block was still just a place to live, and he stuck around for a few years after its closure. Lots of notebooks in his flat. Thousands of pages talking about child sacrifice made to gods who don't like being named, along with pictures of strange things frozen in ice and medical photos that look fake. At first I thought he came to document the curse. He has dozens of books just recording all the strange things he saw, like birds with too many wings or milk that turned to clotted blood in the bottle. But after going through everything he owned, I found letters to a wife who died in childbirth. He kept her death certificate way at the back of an old-looking box filled with the letters he'd kept writing her long after the date. Another box, just a row over, had the letters she'd written back. Awful things scrawled on random scraps, shit and blood for ink. He dated them himself, and sometimes wrote notes about how they came to him. Delivered by a rat that was cannibalized in front of me. Pulled by my dentist from a cavity in my mouth. Written in the web of a spider with 13 legs. Anyway, he gives away the real reason he moved to Andale in one of the letters. Says that Andale was the key to helping her, that he was weeks away from figuring out how to open the door. Told his wife he'd bring her back. Told her he knew how. I've never figured out where he went next or what happened to him. But his apartment was locked when I found it, and likely would have stayed that way if the key hadn't turned up in my inside pocket on the first morning. Now I live in his old place. It's safe in there. He's written things on the wall that keep everything well behaved. Symbols that I don't understand, but which are easy to trace, so that's what I do. I go over them every couple of months, and so far they've kept me safe and sane. Because you do need protection in Andale. I don't know when in its history the curse went from something mundane to something very real and very dark. It wasn't all just bad luck or poverty, not by the end and certainly not anymore. You can't just go strolling around Andale, certainly not at night. It's dangerous. For one thing, it attracts a constant rotation of the deeply unwell who are likely to attack on sight, if you're lucky. They usually turn up dead in the halls come morning, although sometimes it's just bits of them that I come across. Strips of skin floating on the brackish water that floods the basement stairwell, or bloodied fingernails embedded in the ceiling plaster. Weirdest one was a single tooth in a light bulb, bloody gum still attached to the root, the glass all around it somehow intact. Many of them come here with business, something a little like the philosophers. Rituals, bargains, things like that. It's not a good idea to interrupt them, or to give them even the slightest hint you might be a problem. Every night I lock my door and wait for Andale's business to finish, and come morning I do a sweep, floor by floor, and clean up whatever's left of the tower block's strange pilgrims. Most of the rituals don't look real to me. In fact, I reckon a lot of people who come here just end up as victims of something or someone else. There are a lot of reasons to stay out of Andale at night, and most of its visitors strike me as a little naive. Most of what I see looks like it got stolen from a bad death metal album. I once found a book called Satanism and Witchcraft in the 21st Century. It's hard to imagine that the secret inner workings of the universe can be found in something with an ISBN number and 3,000 Amazon reviews. Of course, not all attempts at exploiting Andale's energy are so hackneyed. I had one guy turn up at my door and pay me $3,000 in cash just to show him the darkest corner in the building. I wasn't sure what he meant at first. Thought he meant light and shadow. Sort of, he replied when I explained this to him. Darkness like that can be part of it, but I'm looking for a corner. Has to be a right angle or more acute. Ideally more acute. You understand that term, right? He'd seemed arrogant, and that last sentence confirmed as much. Good-looking guy in his late 20s, nice suit. Looked like the stereotypical banker. Acted like one too. Plenty of places like that, I said. Lots of funny rooms in Andale. People trying to make the most of limited space. Sometimes the walls meet at tight angles, sure. But I don't know what you mean about dark. There's the basement. It's flooded. Can't think of anywhere darker than that. He bit his lip and hesitated for a second or two, as if he was actually contemplating it. Not a bad suggestion actually, but no, too difficult to reach. And I don't just mean dark as in the absence of light. I mean dark like under the bed. Dark like that one chip in a wall that leads to a hollow space between the bricks. And as a child you can't help but wonder what lives there. Somewhere that just inexplicably feels like it's not got as much of God's attention on it as everywhere else. I thought about this for a second. His words were vague, but damn if I didn't know what he meant. A corner? I asked. Has to be an acute corner. He nodded. I think I know the place, I said, and he smiled like real creep. I took him to a flat on the 8th floor. It was run down like everywhere else, but there was still enough of its old furniture lying around. You can pull open random drawers in there and still see the cutlery people once used. There's even an old analog TV on an old stand. You can perch on what's left of the sofa and stare at that TV and get the feeling you knew the people who lived there once. Run your thumb over the dials on the toaster, the handle of the fridge, or the yellowing plastic of a light switch, and feel an aching loss that creeps up on you out of nowhere. Look up, and you'll see that the light fixture has been torn out of the ceiling, like someone had tried swinging from it. Not a big place, by the way. 3 rooms. A bedroom with a double bed all rumpled up. A living room/kitchen. And a tiny little spare room that looked like it once would have been used for storage, or a washing machine maybe, if you were single and childless. A slither of space, a triangle carved out of whatever room was left over when other more important walls had been put up. That sofa I mentioned, the TV, they were all placed so whoever was sat down could always keep an eye on that room and its contents. You see, they'd put a cot inside and it's still there, bluebottle flies circling overhead. You can't see inside the cot, not unless you went in and actually pulled the blankets out, but it's been decades and no one has managed it yet. It's dark behind those old blankets, a heavy shadow that dissuades a closer look, like there's something in there no one needs to see, and it spent a long time sat there eating what little light there was. Even with a window in that room, daylight doesn't really filter down. Perfect, the businessman said when he saw it. He gazed around the flat one detail at a time, his head pausing for a moment and a smile creeping across his face as he laid his eyes on the broken light fixture. And the cot, the sight of it, the flies that still circled above faded Winnie the Pooh blankets, it made the breath catch in his throat. Oh, this is good, he told me. Dark like under the bed. You've earned that money. I could have had a dozen men sweep this place, and they wouldn't have understood the brief as well as you have. Thank you, I replied, even if that wasn't really how I felt. Quietly the man sat down and began to unpack his leather satchel. No pentagrams to be found, although he did unpack 7 strange-looking candles. He caught me looking at them and smiled. Homemade, he said, each one shaped by my hands. I'm not a good artist, but it's the effort that counts. It took forever to rend the wax. Of course that was the easy part. The hard part was getting the fat to make it. Did you know there can be a surprisingly high level of security around a hospital's medical waste department? I didn't, I replied as he took out some flimsy bits of wood and a few small nails. He oh so carefully began to nail the splinters of wood together into what looked like random shapes. Oh well, he sighed after a few quiet moments, his fingers nimbly gripping the tiny hammer as he tapped away. Already he'd put together at least 6 of the strange little wooden polygons, and with each new one I felt a strange sensation. Would you like to stay and watch? He asked. Absolutely not, I answered. He stopped tapping and smiled once more. Oh, you're clever, he said. That's the correct answer, by the way. And if I'm to respect it, I should inform you that now is the safest time to leave. I made my way to the exit just as he lit the first candles, but not before I looked towards the cot one last time. I was surprised to see a hollow blackness that extended beyond the doorway, like a curtain had been draped across it. Only there was depth to it that drew the eye. The businessman paid it no attention, but after a few more seconds he eventually looked up at me expectantly. Can I ask what is it you want? I said. Everyone who comes here, I don't get the sense it ever works out for them. I'm looking for a new kind of afterlife, he replied. Do you need one? We all need one, he said with a wry chuckle. But only those of us willing to take a few risks will get a better deal. Everyone else, he grimaced. It's worth the bother, but look who I'm speaking to. He looked to the darkness that enveloped the doorway. Shapes could be seen floating past. You should leave now, he said. I pulled the door shut and, noticing that the sun was rapidly setting, ran to my apartment where I knew the walls would keep me safe. When I returned the next day, the man's satchel was still where I'd last seen it, propped against one arm of the sofa. The candles had burned down to the very end of the wicks and left a lingering smell that's still there all these years later. And of the man himself, well, in the room with the cot, which still has bluebottle flies orbiting overhead, there is now a shadow burned into the wall. It's blurry and diffused, but vaguely recognizable as a man on his knees, his head pressed to the floor in a gesture of supplication. I've known it to occasionally move, to turn its head and look towards me, at which point my temples throb, my ears pop, and a darkness begins to encroach upon the edges of my vision. I never exactly considered that flat to be Disneyland before, but now I avoid it like the plague. Still, it could be worse. Not every ritual ends so cleanly, and at times I've had to personally intervene, something I hate bitterly. If people want to go poking around in the universe's undercarriage, that's their business. It's one thing if I've got to sweep what's left of them up afterwards, but at least that's a one-and-done job. Sometimes it isn't so clean. One guy turned up and told me he'd be a new resident, my neighbor, and we'd get to know each other. A bumbling old man with an upper-class accent, and the look of a professor who was down on his luck. He sat up in the room next to mine, and no matter how little I spoke to him, he never really got the hint, and kept trying to act like a good friend. Few times I did initiate conversation. It was to tell him the place he'd chosen didn't have much in the way of protection. He pointed to some funny little rashes, and told me they were his protection. Over the next few weeks I'd bump into him from time to time, always on his hands and knees, scraping some dank corner or moldy pile of bumpy growths. He collected fungi, told me on the first day, and I'd often see him wiping his samples onto petri dishes that he whispered quiet words to whenever he thought I wasn't around. I don't think he was sane, but he probably wasn't completely barmy because he lived long enough to get a sense of Andale and only come out in the day. Meanwhile, his apartment filled up with a growing collection of chittering terrariums and pickle jars, their specimens hidden by murky fluids. All over, he planted and cultivated strange mushrooms and molds, encouraged them to soak up the darkness of Andale, and set them to grow in the rife conditions he'd cultivated. Towards the end, his living room had mushrooms growing out the walls, plaster crumbling beneath microbial armies until there was only concrete and rebar, and even then mold continued to grow and thrive. A few times I peered in and found him feeding meat to the frilly growths that exploded out of the old furniture. During this time, the symbols on our shared wall would often grow hot, and I found myself having to replace them on a nearly daily basis as he tinkered away on the other side. I asked him once or twice to tone it down. "This is important work," he growled, an unseen darkness creeping into his voice. "I'm not some ditzy crackhead trying to summon the Baphomet. I'm not looking to get high. This is science. Progress. That is what I am working towards. Yeah, well, your progress is trying to eat its way into my flat. Can you ask it to stop?" He stopped, frozen mid-gesture like I'd said something either profoundly stupid or insightful, or likely a bit of both. He looked at the rashes on his arms that had, by now, started to sprout some of their own strange fruit. When he finally spoke again, it was sly, like a lecherous old man propositioning a nurse. "This fungi," he said. "They had samples of it in the university for 30 years. Can you imagine? They never even realized what they had until I found it and unlocked its potential. Now I've finally found the source, and I can do things no one else thought possible. This entire time my thesis has depended upon the idea that the fungus has a capacity for information processing way beyond anything we've considered before. And your idea is a good one, you know. Asking it just might be an option." He scuttled off without another word, and for the next few days he set about the building like a furious little honeybee in spring, poking and prodding, setting trap after trap, and cleaning them vigorously of any rats or mice he caught. When I did my morning sweeps, I'd find him hovering over Andale's latest victims, scraping what was left of them into transparent bags for his own purposes. "Don't mind me," he'd mutter. "It's worthless to you, but these poor souls could help me achieve great things." This persisted for another month. He no longer scraped mold or mushrooms off old apartments. He became interested only in meat, and by the time it came to an end, I can say confidently that I have never smelled anything worse than the prickly musty odor that wafted out from under his locked door. It became so bad that I began to wonder if I might have to ask for police help and have him removed when, finally, he simply disappeared from Andale's halls. One morning he was there, annoyingly shooing me out of the way as he lowered jars into the flooded basement, and then the next he was gone and Andale's halls were silent once more. But that didn't mean he had moved out. Far from it, actually. It took 2 days before I decided to just go ahead and break his door down. I kicked at it with a short, sharp blow, only to find my leg immediately disappeared through wood that had the texture of sodden cardboard. I freed my foot and tried a different tactic, grabbing the handle and pulling so hard that it simply popped right out of the rancid wooden frame. Free to move, the door swung open with an eerie creak and fetid air, hot and damp, blew out of the room. Inside I found that the man's specimens had gone wild. Terrariums had shattered, their contents spilling outwards. Frogs as large as footballs glared at me from behind furry fronds, and insects with human eyes scuttled away before the amphibians could snatch them up. In one corner rats had built a hive out of old cardboard, their backs covered with fungal growths that resembled human fingers and other appendages. In another corner something that looked a little like a black rubber sheet slapped furiously at passing vermin, and it took me a few seconds to realize it was a slime mold. When it finally caught something, it dragged the strange creature squealing into the dark corner where it grew and constricted around its meal like a fist. I stared at it horrified until one by one black orbs unveiled itself from within the strange mass, and I realized it had eyes to stare right back at me. It was a cacophony of god-awful terror, so gripping that it kept me from hearing the muffled noise of a human struggling to speak. Eventually it did reach my ears, and I used my torch to light up the far wall, without having to actually step inside. I found the scientist half grown into the wall. Algae and moss coated him head to toe, so that he was no longer recognizable, but I had to assume it could be no one else. Wide eyes glared at me with terror and pain as nasty little critters nibbled away at what was left of his shins. Meanwhile, strange tendrils probed at his ears and head, never resting for a moment. He kept trying to speak, but the algal growths kept driving their way into his mouth until, one by one, they pushed too far and something snapped. His eyes went wider still, his squeals became hysterical, and his jaw slowly slid further down his chest until it hit the floor with a sodden thump. Finally made contact? I asked. An awful idea if I've heard one. What would a mushroom have to say even in the best of circumstances? Let alone one that was grown in the ruins of Andale? I can only assume you never got around to telling it to stay off my wall. Did you? No, you probably had your own reason for doing all of this, and that's what took priority. That made me wonder what it was he'd asked for. As the thought entered my head, I took a quick look around and tried to see if anything particular stood out to me. Something was growing on the sofa that looked strangely human-shaped. It might have been just my imagination, but in the dark it seemed to turn towards me. Meanwhile, the scientist continued to shiver in agony, his eyes focused on me and begging for help. "I'll see what I can do," I said before slamming the door. Something about that strange pile on the sofa had deeply unsettled me. I put the word out, asked for a gun, but got a crossbow instead a few days later. A nervous-looking 16-year-old boy ferried it to my door. I was surprised he'd entered the building, but who knows who'd ordered him to do so. I've acquired a strange sort of respect amongst the locals, and it comes in handy. This boy looked like he would have stamped on my head and robbed me blind any other day, but when he spoke to me he did so with more respect than I ever imagined I deserved. I thanked him, took the crossbow, spent an afternoon practicing with it, and then used it to kill the scientist the next morning. Took a few hits, but in the end one thumped into his forehead and shut down his whimpered moans. I didn't see anything on the sofa this time, at least not anything human-shaped, which I was thankful for. After that it was a simple case of calling the police, and beginning a long chain of events that ended with half a dozen men in hazmat suits spraying the room with noxious chemicals. For a while there I'd been worried that they'd find a corpse and ask questions, but by the time anyone actually entered the room, there was nothing left of the scientist save a splotch on the floor. I never did figure out exactly what it was he was after, although it is not uncommon for my morning sweep to turn up a body, or part of, covered in fungal growths. And I have been known to occasionally catch glimpses of a strange person lowering themselves into the floodwater of the elevator shaft. Of course I might just be making connections that aren't really there. All sorts of things live in that water. The entire level is flooded, and if something was down there, it'd have free reign over quite a large space. It's a strange world down there. I should know on account of one visitor who gave me a very bad time. I'll call him the fisherman since he came to Andale because of the flooded basement. Saw a photo that's been circulating around for a while now, if you know where to look. God knows who took it and how, but it shows the flooded stairwell leading to the basement, and beneath the brackish surface is a hand that's all out of proportion. Fingers splayed with perfect symmetry like a starfish. It is reaching up out of the depths and resting gently on the third step below the water. When I first met him, he was sitting happily with his feet over the edge of the flooded shaft, water up to his knees, with a rod and line set up beside him. It was quite a surprise at first, seeing him there with a little fly fishing hat. A chubby but healthy-looking man in his 40s with an egg mayo sandwich in one hand and a phone playing Candy Crush in the other. I called out to him as I approached because, in my experience, startling someone in Andale is bad for your health no matter how sane the visitor appears. He looked up when I caught his attention and smiled amiably. "Hello," he waved with his sandwich. "You're the caretaker?" "Yes, I am," I answered. "And you are?" "Just a tourist," he smiled. "Care to join me?" The sun had risen only moments ago. "You weren't here when it was dark, were you?" I asked, more than a little suspicious. "Oh no, you've only just caught me. Been here barely 10 minutes before you showed up. I was told you'd be willing to help in exchange for a small fee." "What sort of help?" I asked. "Oh, just give me a nudge if any of the lines start moving," he said while pointing to a rod he'd set up beside the basement stairs. The door was propped open, and the line led down into the darkness below, water gently lapping just out of sight. Another line had been set up in a corner of the lobby where the floor had been torn away, revealing a hole straight down into the basement. I can't keep an eye on them all at once, you see. I have bells ready, but, well, 2 heads are better than 1. "What is it exactly you're hoping to catch down there?" I asked. "Are you familiar with the primordial ocean?" he said. "The abyssal waters that God split into light and dark, all that? It's not a physical location, per se, but it does connect to certain bodies of water depending on the time and place. Last recorded manifestation was in a glass of old whiskey underneath a forgotten bar in Mexico City. Some poor fellow knocked it over and didn't notice until the following day when half the bar was suddenly underwater. Quickly rectified, but some of the things swimming in that water were something else, and all from at the bottom of a glass no wider than my wrist. Imagine what we can do with this?" he said while gesturing at water by his feet. "You think there could be fish alive down there?" I asked. "At least," he replied. "I'd be willing to pay for any reliable information, of course. Do you have any idea what might be down there?" "Not really," I shrugged, "but I guess it wants to be left alone." "You might be right there," he said while looking at his other rods. "I didn't exactly put down any old lure, you know." He reached into his pocket and took out a strange tuft of fur and ivory, holding it up for me to squint at. A tooth from a man who drowned in the sea. A drone collected it off a shipwreck near the Norwegian coast. The fur is actually red algae that was found growing on his bones. I have plenty of these and, well, other things that might appeal to what's on the other side. My research was thorough and expensive. "Come on, take a seat. Flat fee, 1,000. Just sit here until the sun starts to set." "I just have to sit?" I asked. "And let me know if you hear or see anything." I groaned and sat beside him, folding my legs instead of letting them dangle in the water below. Despite my reticence, we stayed like that for several hours. He'd brought lots of food, good homemade stuff, along with plenty of cold beer. We sat there and spoke very little, but we did eat and drink a tremendous amount. Not the kind of thing I do normally, but I was being paid to be there, and I didn't really have anywhere else to be. It was, all in told, a very pleasant afternoon, until I fell asleep. When I awoke, it was with a terrible gasp. My chest was tight like something had been sitting on it, and judging from the terrible giggling and scampering feet I heard running off into the darkness, it might not have been just a feeling. Already panic was setting in as my eyes darted to the open doors and saw that the moon was out and had been for hours. I fumbled for my torch, and turning it on saw that there was no sign of the fisherman. All his stuff had been left behind, yet all that remained of him was his hat that still floated on the water. Even as I watched, a smooth glistening shape curled beneath the water and plucked it off the surface. I recoiled and crawled away from it as fast as I could. This was bad. I knew deep in my heart I'd never been as at risk I was in that moment. The open doors that led outside were tempting, but just beside them were the stairs that led downwards, and I swore I could hear something approaching. I couldn't help but picture the fungal man I'd seen in the scientist's flat. Then again, that basement was huge, and who knows what lay down there. I decided to go for the stairs. The entire time my heart was in my chest. I had never been caught outside my room at night, Not since my first night, when I'd slept in the lobby with my coat pulled over me. You don't get lucky twice, not with Andale, so I knew I had to be careful. I had to be quiet. My only hope was to go unnoticed. I took to stealth, climbing each floor in perfect silence, hiding in well-known spots at the slightest hint of footsteps, human or otherwise. Andale comes alive at night. Whispered mutterings from strange children who descend from air vents, living there for God knows how long. Other times I saw apparitions, including one, a toddler, the sight of whom made my stomach growl with an insatiable hunger that hurt just to contemplate. She stared at me with pleading eyes as I slunk away from her open door. I might have been tempted to help her, were it not for the sight of the moon peering through her translucent image. And yet, despite all this, I somehow made it to the 14th floor alive. Only it was there right at the final hurdle, so close to safety, that I came across something out of my worst nightmare. A woman stood outside my apartment door, silent, pale, dirt-covered fingernails. It was all too often I'd open my door and find muddy impressions on the floor made by a woman's bare feet. Now I knew who left them every night. I couldn't see her face from where I hid, but something about her seemed profoundly familiar. When she finally turned towards me, I remembered. I recognized her, even though most of her face was missing. It was the philosopher's wife. He had succeeded, it seemed, but I couldn't imagine at what god-awful price, because the woman who stared at me had clearly weathered some years in the grave. It was only the poor lighting and her long hair that had covered up just how bad a state she was in. A lipless grin stared back at me below sunken cheekbones and hollow eye sockets. And yet, I could tell that in another life she had been beautiful, which only made the sight all the more gut-wrenching. "My darling," she whispered, and there was something about her voice that I found hard to stay sane in the face of. I don't know why. Over a decade in that place, and I'd borne witness to living nightmares, but it was this walking corpse that pushed me to my limits. The inescapable feeling of loss weighed me down, and without realizing it I found myself taking steps towards her even as my knees buckled. By the time I reached her I was crawling until I could clutch her grimy, icy leg, and that was the last thing I remember before I woke up in my bed the following morning. Everything seemed normal, so completely mundane that I could have written the whole thing off as a bad nightmare. But there were footprints leading from my bed to the door, and later on I found the fisherman's things much as he left them, although when I finally reeled his lines and I found the lures gone and replaced with bits and pieces of the man who'd first set them up, I threw it all into the water below and decided it would be best to forget him. Every now and again, of course, I can't help but check my peephole at night. I never did before that, but now I do. I see her every single time. She looks sad. Hurts me to think of her out there. It ought to be terrifying, but it's more like someone's ripped out my stomach and heart and let all my insides fall out the bottom. Each time I see her, I wonder what exactly was it he did to bring her back. He leaves only one hint. A final letter, I think. It's not like he dated them. In it he says he would give everything to have her in his arms once more. Not only his life, but everything he's already lived. Every sunset, every good dream, every nightmare, every victory, every loss, every little memory that makes him who he is, he'd give it all just to save her. Sometimes I wonder about him, figuring we'd probably be about the same age. I'd like to think back and imagine what it would have been like for the two of us to meet as young men. But for some reason, whenever I try to remember what my life was like before I came to this city, before I woke up with that coat pulled over me, well, I don't know. It's just hard, that's all. It's almost like there's nothing there. Like something reached in and took all the years away. I guess it's just one of those things I'm better off not dwelling on. Despite what some might tell you, it's not actually so bad to work in this field. Sure, some of the elderly can be difficult at times, and like any other job, this one has its stomach-churning moments. But most of them are sweethearts. All it takes is some compassion and patience to break through to them. So yeah, I mostly love this job. I wouldn't give it up if I could help it. The only part one don't like are the occasional confessions from some of the patients. They say that people can feel their ends nearing, and after a few years working this job, I've come to believe that. Some of them have no one else, no family or friends left, so they air their dirty laundry, so to say, in front of us nurses. Most of the time, it's pretty mild stuff. Old Gregory cheated on his wife in their 30s. Larry used to be into hardcore BDSM. Lisa stole from her company for a while. Stuff you don't necessarily expect, but that doesn't surprise you in hindsight. Other times, it borders on disturbing. Jenkins had a bar fight and ran away, and to this day he's not sure if the other guy survived. Sasha had an abortion on her own, without telling her boyfriend at the time that she was even pregnant. Sierra abandoned her family, running away in the night to start a new life, and seeing the missing person posters ate her up inside. That's the kind of stuff that gets under my skin, but I can at least understand where they're coming from. I can sympathize, even if I don't condone their actions. But then there are the monsters, the ones that have committed truly atrocious deeds, and their confessions keep me up at night. Julia, the sweetest old lady you'd ever meet, gaslit her husband into suicide to cash out his life insurance. Freddie helped burn an entire village back in the Vietnam War, basking in the flames and the screams of the dying. Sally abused her child growing up, to the point it caused a myriad of developmental problems. Mind you, I haven't been there myself for all of those confessions. Us nurses tend to share, morbid as it might sound. Go ahead and judge if you want, but we didn't ask for those burdens to be placed on our shoulders, and we'll seek relief wherever we can find it. Most of the time it's just innocent gossip, but you won't believe what Gus used to do when he was young type. Other times there are tears and silent cries in the break room, stone-cold expressions and a pressing atmosphere, not a hint of levity to go around. But such is life in this field. Most of us have learned to live with it, and those who couldn't walked away. I myself am in the first camp, and I don't think last night will change my mind. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. You need some context in order to make heads or tails of this. It all started with Parker, so I should too. He's a bitter old man. No way to sugarcoat it. A tough nut to crack, rage and hatred for everyone and everything simmering under the surface at all times. He's the type of person that won't be satisfied until your parade is soaked to the bone in rain. He's been here since before I was hired, so the other nurses warned me about him from day one. God help you if you have to interact with him. He can ruin your entire week just by opening his mouth, they told me. I didn't take them seriously, thinking he couldn't be that bad. Spoiler alert, he was, but not in the ways you'd expect. He didn't get physically violent like some of the other elderly. He didn't fling shit and piss-soaked diapers at us. He flung words. But he knew how to make them cut, and cut deep. Our first interaction happened when I had to check up on him and make sure he took his medicine. It was a nice evening, and I found old man Parker in his room, lounging in his recliner. He faced towards the windows, back to the door, and he didn't bother to turn around and look at me when I entered. "Good evening, Mr. Parker," I greeted. "Hey, fresh meat," he spat a response laced with spite. I gritted my teeth and tried to sound polite when I answered. "My name is Jessica, but—" "Fresh meat," he interrupted me. "You won't last a month, so I won't bother learning your name. Now why are you here, fresh meat?" I told him why, and he pointed at the empty pill bottle on the nightstand next to him. Then he returned to staring out the window at the sunset without another word, so I took my leave. That was how the first 3 weeks went by. I went over to his room for this or that. He made some snide remarks to insult me, and I held my tongue. It was clear he didn't want anyone around, especially me. But I was never a quitter, and I wasn't about to bend the knee to some old fart with a vendetta against happiness itself. "You still here?" he asked on the 4th week, when I passed by his room to change his bedding. "My God, woman, you're about as smart as you're pretty." He was in his recliner again. Most of his evenings and nights were spent there. By day he'd be outside, or in the common area, terrorizing everyone he happened upon. But as soon as dusk approached, he'd retreat to his room and peer out the window until he fell asleep in the recliner. I ignored his remark, approaching the bed with a fresh set of sheets and pillowcases. "What? Did you swallow your tongue? Forget how words work." He kept pestering me. I took off the old sheet and discarded it on the floor, even though it wasn't all that dirty. That wouldn't be a big surprise. Honestly, the only thing surprising me is that you learned to speak in the first place. Now, I don't recommend doing what I did, reacting like I had. At that point, I should have thrown in the towel and walked away. But I didn't. After 2 weeks of abuse like that on the daily, I snapped. I threw the fresh sheets haphazardly on the bed and stomped over to his recliner. "Listen here, you shriveled up ballsack." I went off on him. "I don't know what your problem is, but I don't need this kind of treatment in my life. I'm not surprised that your family left you. With an attitude like that, I'd have dropped you at a care home first chance I got as well." I hurled insult after insult at him, digging deep to dredge out the nastiest side of me, fully expecting Parker to go off on me in return. But instead he stood there and took it all. With each colorful word leaving my mouth, the corners of his lips pulled a little further up into a satisfied grin. I only stopped when I ran out of breath, and he waited a moment to make sure I was done. "What did you say your name was again?" he asked. "Jessica. Jessica," he repeated, letting each letter roll off his tongue. "Tell you what, I like you." And that was that. He returned to staring out the window, and I was able to carry out my work in peace. I regretted the outburst for a while, feared that it would somehow come back to bite me in the ass and get me fired, but Parker didn't tell anyone. It was our little secret. Every day after that, he'd grin when he saw me. He still gave me lip, but it was different, more jovial. Not trying to insult me and drive me away, just to tease me. But I could work with him without breaking down into tears afterwards, so I took my win. After a while, I started teasing him back. He'd call me his insult of the day. I called him mine. We'd laugh it off and move on. What I'm trying to say is that we developed this weird bond, and I actually started having fun. I started looking forward to it. We didn't talk about anything else. I didn't know the first thing about him, and he didn't know the first thing about me. But in my eyes, that only added to the charm. Life moved on, and before I noticed, I'd been working there for years. Rumors about Parker abounded. Everyone had their theories and beliefs, but I couldn't confirm or deny any of them. The man was still as much of a mystery to me as he'd been on the first day. Then one day about a month ago, things started to change. He'd make less comments. He spent more and more time in his room, isolating from everyone. Parker had always been very self-sufficient for someone his age, but he started needing help with things, and I could see it killed him on the inside. I didn't mind, that was what I was getting paid for, but the man had his pride. He refused to be seen by a medic and get treatment, so we all expected him to kick the bucket soon. A prospect that made most everyone in that care home happy, but I for one dreaded it. Even so, I knew better than to try and talk to him about it. One evening, before I went home, I checked on him. Parker was in his usual spot in the recliner, drapes drawn aside and window wide open. The sun was already gone, sunken below the horizon, painting it red as night creeped in. He didn't acknowledge my presence, not until I stopped next to him. "Hey Jessica," he greeted, his voice a low rumble. I nearly went for a hey fart bone, but the sound of my name and the way that he said it gave me pause. For the first time in the many years I'd known him, he sounded serious for once. A pit of dread formed in my stomach. "Everything all right, Mr. Parker?" His lips curled at the corners, pulling his gaunt face into a smile. A dry, raspy chuckle left his throat, but he let my question linger in the air for a long moment. "Going home for the night?" he asked. "Yes. Could you stay just for a little while longer?" Of course. I knew what this meant. Parker felt his time was coming, and he wanted someone next to him. I leaned in to take his hand into mine, but a bastard will be a bastard to the very end. He slapped my hand away, so we stood there in awkward silence, watching the night settle outside. "You're the closest thing I have to a friend, Jessica," he said out of the blue. "The closest thing I have to a family." He let out another chuckle, but it sounded sad. "God, I'm so pathetic." I put a hand on his shoulder, and this time he didn't slap it away. I had no idea what exactly to say. Parker wasn't one for sappy speeches. So in the end, I went with the truth. Blunt as it was, I figured he'd appreciate my honest opinion. "It's your fault for being a grumpy old fart. You could have had many friends here, so why? Do you have any plans tonight?" he asked, and I nodded a no. "Then can I answer your question with a story?" "Sure." He shifted in the recliner, biding his time as he searched for the right words. I'd seen it all before in others. They think themselves ready to open up until the time comes to actually do it. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the situation and started speaking. Parker was born in a small town in the 1940s, right off the back of the Second World War. He had an older brother and a father, neither of which he remembers. The first died of some disease as a child, and the second got drafted and died overseas while Parker was still a baby. That left his mother alone to raise him, but they weren't the only ones struggling to make ends meet in that town. Most everyone else did too. Life back then was harsh, especially for isolated communities like theirs. But I had a decent enough childhood, Parker assured me. My mother did her best, working herself to the bone and going hungry most nights to make sure I wouldn't. He took a short pause, prying his gaze away from the window to make eye contact with me. I could tell he was uncomfortable. Dwelling on the past brought him a great deal of anguish. But he looked away from me after a long moment, back at the dark world outside, and continued speaking. Despite his mother's best efforts, his childhood was short-lived. Parker had to grow up fast, to become dependable, to help around the house and find work. It wasn't that uncommon back then. Kids as young as 8 or 9 working shoulder to shoulder with the adults. We didn't have much of a choice. Things such as getting an education or waiting until they were adults, those were little more than pipe dreams. But luckily, Parker was big for someone his age. At only 10, he was taller and stronger than his 15-year-old friends. He could handle his manual labor, and having an extra set of hands to go around, a second breadwinner, did wonders for their household. I still remember getting my first ever pay, he said with a sad smile. A small sum, but I was proud. Mother wanted me to spend it on myself, to get something nice, but I didn't. I bought a sack of flour for her to make bread out of, and I used the fabric to make myself a new pair of shorts. I'm so sorry, I stuttered. Yeah, me too. But time went on. Parker kept working throughout the years, living life one day at a time. Trouble was never far off, but he faced it head on. The adults always tried to shortchange him for his work, and other kids tried to bully him out of his meager earnings regularly. The first time that happened, I came home empty-handed with a broken nose and a busted lip, he said bitterly. 5 of them ganged up on me. It was a dog-eat-dog world back then. When he was about 13, and his mother brought home a new man, Parker hoped for a change. A chance for him to have a father, a role model, someone to teach him how to be a man himself. He thought life would get easier. How wrong I was, he said. That man was an alcoholic abuser. Parker and his mother found out as much soon enough. Her sooner than him, but he saw the signs. Even though he still worked and brought his earnings home, food was suddenly in short supply. His mother always had bruises she tried to hide, and his stepfather was always drunk. When I returned home beaten up again by the older kids, I was hopeful for once. I thought he'd go out there and do something about it. And then he didn't. I asked with hesitation. Parker huffed. He beat me up as well for being a sissy, in his own words. It better not happen again, you hear me? He said that the next time I come home empty-handed, he'd show me real hell. Why didn't you run away? Or get the authorities involved? Run away? Where to? Parker answered. And the authorities didn't give a shit. He kept enduring the abuse, for the sake of his mother. Couldn't leave her all alone with his stepfather. But it escalated gradually. Soon enough, his stepfather would take Parker's money outright. Then he'd beat his mother out in the open. It wasn't long until he raised his hand at me on the regular, Parker said. But it kept my mother safe, so I endured it. On the nights I'd get beaten up, she was safe. And those nights only got more common as time went on. At first, Parker would get beaten up for stepping in, taking the place of his mother. Then he'd get beaten up for not bringing enough money home, then for no reason at all. At some point, I couldn't take it anymore. I snapped, Parker admitted. The other kids stole my money again, and I was afraid to go home that night. Afraid of what he'd do to me. So I ran off into the woods, looking for a place to sleep. And instead, I found this old well. Old well? I asked, not sure what it had to do with anything up to that point. Old well, Parker confirmed. You know, a hole in the ground for people to get drinking water. I know what a well is. At any rate, he found this old well. A dilapidated thing, long out of use and in serious disrepair. Parker nearly fell down into it when he leaned over the edge to peer down. He threw a pebble into it, but it never landed. Then he tried spitting into it and yelling down into the shaft. It echoed for a long time, much longer than it should have. Parker listened in awe as his own voice reverberated from the well for minutes on end, not getting any fainter. But awe aside, it gave him an idea. I didn't like the sound of that. I did end up returning home that night, Parker said. Found him beating up my mother since I wasn't there, and he chased me when he saw me. Parker led his stepfather out of the town and into the woods, farther away from civilization, deeper and deeper between trees, until he heard the faint echo of the well still calling out. I hid nearby and kept quiet, he said. Waited for him to find the well, and he did. He heard the echoes of my scream, and thought I fell down into the damn thing trying to hide. The asshole laughed about it. His stepfather approached the well and leaned over the edge, still laughing. Did you learn your lesson yet, you damn bastard? Parker imitated him. Little did he know that I did. It just wasn't the lesson he wanted me to learn. Parker burst out from his hiding place while his stepfather was distracted and ran up at him. All it took was a single push, he said grimly. A single push, and he tumbled over the edge. Fell into that abyss head first, screaming all the way to the bottom. From that day onward, the echo of his voice joined mine in the well. The authorities pretended to search for him for a few days, but no one truly gave a shit. He was just an alcoholic bastard, so everyone thought he'd gotten his comeuppance. that he died in a ditch somewhere, or he ran away in search of greener pastures and other people to terrorize. No one suspected us, Parker said. Not my mother, who was too weak to fight back, and they considered me just a kid. No way in their eyes for either one of us to kill an adult man. With him out of the picture, though, Parker's life improved somewhat. He still earned a pittance, and the other kids still bullied him, but at least he could rest easy in his own home. I went to that well every day at first, then every other day, then once a week at most. But the screams never stopped, day and night. They got fainter, barely a whisper in the wind, but I could still hear them. Didn't it scare you? It terrified me, Parker admitted, but I also saw the possibilities. That answer terrified me. I contemplated for a moment to call it a night, to put an end to Parker's confession and leave. But I was also curious, for better or worse. Next up were the kids that bullied me, Parker continued. It took me a long time to build up the courage to even consider it, but enough abuse will push reasonable men to unreasonable actions. The gang was 5 members strong, their leader 19 years old, and the youngest about Parker's age. The rest were all in between. Starving street urchins, Parker called them, either orphans or with home lives similar to his own that pushed them to run away and brave the world. Except they were lazy, Parker said. They took the easy way out, stealing, conning, bullying other kids. Like they did to me. The community wasn't happy with them, but they never targeted adults, so they were tolerated. Until they beat up Parker for the 100th time, and he decided he'd had enough. I only wanted to get rid of their leader, he said. Thought their little clique would break apart without him, but I couldn't separate them. Parker tried to challenge him to a one-on-one fight outside of town, but he came with the rest of his gang, and he was pissed. You could see the bloodlust in his eyes from a mile away. I knew they'd give me hell like never before, so I had no choice. All 5 of them had to go. Parker ran away, and just like his stepfather, they chased him into the woods. He hid near the well again, and when they got closer to inspect the echoing voices, Parker repeated his earlier stunt. I pushed the oldest boy first, he said in a stone-cold voice. Then, before the others had a chance to wise up, I pushed the second oldest as well. The others were smaller, I could take them. They tried to run away, to escape with their lives, but I couldn't let them. Parker chased them down, and he caught up to the youngest first. He tripped the boy from behind, and stomped on his knee to break it, then kept going. The second one he grabbed by the shoulders and swung into a tree head first, breaking his neck. I tackled the last one, and got him into a chokehold. He kicked his legs, clawed at my arm, tried to bite me a few times. When he realized he couldn't break free, he started pleading, begging for his life. Told me he wouldn't speak a single word about what happened there. He begged like that all the way to the well, until his legs were over the edge. The boy with the broken neck followed, and the one with the broken leg dragged himself quite the distance by the time Parker got to him. But he went through with it, and that night the well gained 5 more voices. Parker stopped his retelling for a moment and stared off into the distance. At first I thought he was either giving me a breather, a bit of time to process what I heard, or that he was searching for words. I looked outside as well, and the silhouette of a tree against the starry night sky shook in the distance. A reverberating scream followed. "We don't have much time left. I have to hurry up," Parker whispered. I was frozen by his side as he picked the story back up. In shock, in fear, not knowing what was about to go down or what I should do. I'd witnessed a few confessions by that point, but none came even close to Parker's. He confessed to 6 murders in just as many minutes, and I was sure there'd be a few more by the time he'd be done with me. The guilt ate me up inside, he confessed. I went by the well every single day, fighting back the urge to jump into it myself. No one missed those kids, and no one in the community blamed Parker. He wasn't the only one getting bullied by them, and on some level everyone was glad they were gone. One less problem in their lives, so they were happy to pretend the 5 ran off somewhere to carry out bigger heists. I was depressed for years because of it, but I kept telling myself that I had to do it, that my life was better now. Lies I only half believed, but they got me out of bed in the morning. Another tree shook outside, closer to us, but there wasn't a scream this time. Parker flinched visibly. Anyway, the years flew by. People kept leaving the small town, flocking to big cities in search of work. I was one of them. I found this wonderful girl, and I left with her. They took Parker's mother as well, and the 3 of them found work at some factory or another. And for a few years, he thought he'd left the small town and his horrible deeds behind. Until I started hearing screams in the night. Voices I recognized. I thought I was imagining it at first, I tried to convince myself it was nothing more than me just going insane with guilt. Another tree shook outside, followed by a howl. And let me guess, it was all too real. Parker nodded his head. My mother went missing one evening, and we never found her. The big city police took it a bit more seriously, but they couldn't dig up a single lead. No witnesses, no suspects, nothing. But Parker knew exactly where to find her, or what was left of her. After a long trip back to his hometown and a trek through the woods, his worst fears were confirmed. His mother's voice joined the tortured chorus in the well. I broke down right then and there. Cried in that forest by myself all night long. It was supposed to be me, not her. He returned home though, if only for the sake of his girlfriend and soon-to-be wife. She was pregnant, they'd soon have their first child, and Parker wanted a better life for them than he'd had growing up. He'd be there for his kids, there for his wife, there to make sure they'd be all right. They got married with little fanfare, few friends, and even fewer family members for a proper wedding, and their child was born a couple of months later. The most beautiful baby girl in the world, Parker explained with a glint in his eyes. Holding her, hearing her crying, it was all I ever wanted. Enough to justify everything I'd done and been through in a heartbeat. Another tree shook outside, and something took contour in the underbrush at the edge of the property. I let out a yelp, and Parker reached for me. He grabbed my forearm and held me steady as I tried to back away. "We still have a few minutes," he said calmly. "And don't worry, it's not here for you. You're safe." He proceeded with the rest of his story, and I had to try my damned hardest to divide my attention between him and whatever was out there. I treasured every moment with my wife and daughter, but you know how these things go. She grew up in a heartbeat. Before I realized it, she spoke her first words, took her first steps, moments I couldn't be prouder of as a father. The thing bellowed, a guttural sound that rattled my bones. Dying animal was my first thought, a coyote getting murdered or a fox going into heat. It took a step forward, into the faint circle of light surrounding the care home, and I saw a human face. Then another one, and another one, contorted in agony and held together to form a gigantic head. Then that thing returned once more, Parker said, raising a hand to point at the advancing beast. More cries in the night, more screams and howls. I knew what it wanted, but I couldn't let it have me or my family. Another step brought its neck and torso into view. Pulsing muscles criss-crossing each other at random, skin stretched until it pulled taut, dozens of human arms jutting out of it in random places. Its myriad of eyes moved every which way, scanning, searching. I knew I had to do something before it was too late. To either get rid of it or appease it. And I knew what it wanted. "What?" I asked, stuttering and shaking with fear. "People. Bodies. Victims," Parker answered. "More of them." I opened up its appetite, and now it was hungry. If I didn't give it what it wanted, it would get it itself. Take my world from me. I didn't want to do it. I tried to talk myself out of it up until the very last moment. But I was pressed for time and worried sick for my family, so I went back to the town. For a moment, I wished my eyes could do the same thing the creatures did. I wanted to turn and look at Parker, to see his face, but I didn't dare take my eyes off of it. Every last muscle in my body was clenched, holding me in place. I was barely able to breathe. It took another step forward, and all of those dead, beady eyes focused. Every last one of them pinned on the window, on the room, on me and Parker. I kidnapped someone," Parker said, his voice fraying into a cry at the edges. "An older man living all by himself. I knew him, knew he'd been a widower for decades, and he knew me. He barely fought back as I tied and gagged him. I expected him to plead as well, like the kids had. I expected him to fight me. But the silence, it was worse somehow. Did he know about that thing?" I managed to push out a question. "What?" "No, of course not," Parker answered. He was just old and frail, and he knew he couldn't do anything to stop me. Maybe he'd given up on life long ago, like I ended up doing. I don't know. The rest of the monster came into view as it advanced towards the open window, and there was so much more to it than I expected. So many legs moving haphazardly, slapping the lawn at awkward angles to pull the body along. It felt surreal, like that window was a screen, and I was merely watching some cheap horror movie with even cheaper special effects. At night, I dragged the old man out of town and through the woods. I got him to the well, said a short prayer for his soul, and tipped him over the edge. He went down without a sound. The monster stopped a few feet away from the window and craned its head forward. By that point I was pretty much useless, more of an ornament than an active participant. Parker let go of me and moved to get up, failing twice. His old bones were all out of strength, but he still had his determination. The third attempt saw him to his feet, even if a bit wobbly. "I returned to my wife and daughter after that," he said, taking a step towards the window, "and all was fine for a while. Seeing her smile growing up, having her by my side, it kept the guilt at bay. She was my world, and I was ready to do anything to keep my world from crumbling." The monster cooed. One of its many faces moved across its skin, pushing against the rest, until it got to the forefront. A wide smile took over its lips, replacing the agonized expression. The next time the screams returned, I knew what I had to do. Knew what the rest of my life would be like, what sins I had to commit. Every few years, I'd return to that cursed town, kidnap someone in the dead of night, and throw them into the well. The smile on the face at the forefront only grew wider, but the rest didn't match. They started whispering aggressively, their voices merging as they got louder. I kept at it until my daughter grew up, until she found a boy she wanted to marry and moved out, until everyone left that town behind to be an empty shell for the forest to retake. And I called it a job well done. I thought my daughter was safe, and I could finally let the monster take me. That I'd finally atone for all of my sins. Parker closed the gap to the window, and so did the monster. It pushed its many arms into the room, hands both big and small grasping at the air as they tried to reach him. "And what happened to her?" I asked. The question felt strange coming up my throat and leaving my mouth, like it was uttered by someone a million miles away, completely detached from the situation. Parker extended one of his arms, but paused and turned to face me. "What do you think happened, Jessica?" he asked in a somber voice. "What do you think pushed me on the run for the rest of my life? Made me grow weary of approaching people and making friends?" I held back the answer, if only because I had one more question. "Why tell me all of this?" Parker smirked. The same mischievous, shit-eating grin I'd gotten used to from him. "'Cause I'm a selfish old bastard," he said matter-of-factly. "I wanted at least one person to know and maybe miss me. And now you do." He took the final step that brought him within the monster's reach, and it got a hold of his arm with 100 fingers. The many eyes looked past Parker, directly at me. "Thank you, Jessica," Parker said, his back to me. "You can leave now, that would be best." I didn't argue with him on that. I slowly walked backwards towards the door. My head was heavy, mind spinning, and my legs felt like unsteady stilts 100 feet long. But I did it. I reached the door, backed out into the corridor, and closed it gently. Parker watched me the whole time, a peaceful smile on his lips until the latch clicked. The rest of the night was a blur. I wandered to the break room with tears streaming down my face, but I didn't even realize I was crying until I tried to light a cigarette and a tear fell on it. My hands shook like an earthquake, as did the rest of me. I smoked about half the pack, waiting and praying for that thing to leave so I could too. A couple of hours later, I finally built up the courage to bolt it out of the care home and to my car. I drove home in a haze, eyes darting at every little movement, and I didn't manage to sleep a wink until the break of dawn. But I returned to the care home for my next shift, looking like a ghost. Police was there, interrogating everyone about Parker's disappearance, and I lied to them. Couldn't possibly tell them the truth, not when I don't even know where that damned well is. So yeah, I lied until they left me alone. I lied until they packed in their car and drove off. Everyone else is awfully happy that Parker is finally gone, and I stand out among them like a sore thumb. Sitting in his recliner, writing this as sunset approaches, I realized he was right on both accounts. He was a selfish old bastard, and he left behind someone who misses him. She saw something we didn't. Mary's room, also known as the knowledge argument, is a philosophical concept concerning a hypothetical woman named Mary who has never seen color. She has only ever existed in a black and white room. Mary studies the world through books and a monochromatic television screen. She reads about colors, but she does not experience them visually. Can the universe be fully understood in purely physical terms? The answer differs depending on whether one believes that we know fundamental truths about reality a priori, without experience, or a posteriori, with experience. In other words, will Mary learn anything about color when she leaves the black and white room? It was a thought experiment. Nobody was supposed to actually do it. However, in 2007, a group of researchers sought to answer that question, and the experiment they conducted would have been condemned by boards of ethics across the globe. But these were not ethical scientists, and this was no ethical organization. I would have decried its actions back then. This wasn't why I joined the agency. But I was afraid. After all, They were willing to put an innocent baby in a colorless prison cell, doomed to grow up in near solitary confinement, save for a nurse dubbed Nanny. What would they have done to a whistleblower? I don't know how they found the baby, and I don't want to know. Whether a parent willingly gave her up, or one of the scientists intentionally bred her for the experiment, the result remains the same. A baby, named Mary, in honor of the philosophical concept which inspired the horrifying experiment, was placed in a white, windowless, foam-padded cell. She was blindfolded whenever her nurse entered the room to provide food, formula, and fresh clothes. Always the same black onesie, with coverings like mittens and socks to cover her hands and feet. She was also made to wear a facial covering, akin to a balaclava, which covered her face. There was no mouth slit, to avoid her seeing the color of her lips, and she wore black contacts in her eyes. Equally, Nanny wore the exact same attire every time she entered the room. To put it simply, Mary's daily outfit was horrid, barely any more humane than a straitjacket and a bag over the head. There was no room for error. Mary was watched by at least one person at all hours of day and night. Should she get curious and try to sneak a peek at the color of her skin or eyes, she would receive 100 volts in the collar attached to her neck. But more terrifyingly than that was the simple fact that Mary was well trained. So well trained that she never, in her 18 years of imprisonment, even attempted to take a peek at her skin. She was such a willing prisoner, having never known anything else, that I think she would have stayed in her room even if the door had been standing ajar. This initially seemed excessive, given that copious measures had been taken to ensure no reflective surfaces would be allowed within the room. Even the television monitor was fitted with an anti-glare screen. However, scientists were paranoid that Mary might, somehow, catch a glimpse of her green eyes. Even seeing her pale, peach-colored skin would have dirted the results of the experiment. Black and white, those were the only shades that Mary was permitted to see. And when Mary started walking and talking, Nanny stopped entering the room entirely. Fresh food and clothes were delivered through a horizontal slit in the steel door, and Mary was always instructed to wear a blindfold before changing or using the bathroom, which comprised of a white porcelain toilet and a black showerhead fixed to the foam wall. Revoltingly, both were exposed in that titchy room of hers. Her entire world was a box, stretching a mere 4 meters across all 3 dimensions. I wanted to save her numerous times over the years, wanted to leave that horrid place behind. But I'm a coward. Besides, we wouldn't have got far. There is no running from these people. And the agency isn't even the greatest horror of this story. On Mary's 18th birthday, Dr. Robson delivered a thrilling message over the speaker. "Happy birthday, Mary," he said in a monotone lacking empathy. "Thank you," the girl meekly responded. "Will there be chocolate cake this year?" I wasn't fond of the lemon last year, you see. "Today we'll be celebrating in a different way, Mary," Robson replied. "Do you know your age?" "I'm 18, she croaked. "Does that mean?" "Yes, Mary," Dr. Robson said. "Today you leave the room." "I'll see color?" she asked rather innocently. Any sane and well-developed human in the outside world would have simply been glad to have freedom. But Mary had no concept of freedom. No concept of a prison. She had no understanding that this childhood had been abnormal. Worse than abnormal. Inhuman. To keep Mary compliant, her schooling had been rigid, with books that purposefully omitted any dangerous ideas. The result of that? A girl relishing at the opportunity to not escape from her prison, but to simply see color. "Yes, Mary, you will see color. Nanny is already on her way to fetch you," Dr. Robson said. We watched live footage, filmed on a closed-circuit camera, from our operational room. Nanny unlocked the weighty entrance to Mary's room, and we all waited with bated breath. Waited as Nanny aided Mary in removing her black headgear. I heard Mary giggling giddily and unnervingly, as the bag was removed from her head and the contacts were removed from her eyes. And then, as her first experience with a color other than black or white, Nanny removed her own black outfit to revealing a striking red dress beneath. Mary gasped. It was an intake of breath so sharp that she seemed to stop breathing. Perhaps, for a moment, she had stopped breathing. "What are you experiencing?" Dr. Robson asked. "Is it new? Does it feel like—" "I knew it," Mary whispered, with vocal cords that sounded as if they were on the verge of snapping. Then her giggling picked up again, seeming to unnerve Nanny. "This is why you did the experiment, isn't it? Does this feel like a new experience, Mary?" Robson asked with a hint of impatience, seemingly oblivious to Nanny's discomfort. It was plainly clear to me, even through grainy camera footage. Mary shot her teary face up to the camera. Yes, but I've been waiting for it. Yes, I know that, Mary, Robson groaned. But so have I. Tell me about it. Tell me about the red. How does it feel to experience true color for the first time? We're seeing some interesting brain activity on the screen here, but your words would really help us to. I'm not talking about the red, Mary interjected, and then she jabbed an accusatory finger at Nanny's dress in a way that frightened me. Certainly frightened Nanny, who jumped backwards. I'm talking about that, she giggled. I knew there was something you were leaving out of the books and TV shows over the years. What are you saying, Mary? Robson asked. I don't understand. Red. You're looking at red. Red in the second color, she insisted. The color you didn't describe in the books. None of the adjectives you've used describe this one. Red is just as stark, powerful, and passionate as described. The blue color of Nanny's eyes is as soothing and tender as described. But this other color on her dress is just... What other color? Robson cried. It's just red, Mary. Right here. Mary yelled as she lunged forwards and prodded Nanny in the abdomen. The woman in the red dress jumped backwards, clutching her stomach, and then Mary's eyes went wide. Oh, she whimpered. What, Mary? Robson asked. Please tell us what you're seeing. What I saw, she whispered, moving her finger up to Nanny's face. It moved up there, and now it's gone. Please describe this other color to us, Mary, Robson said, before putting an image up on Mary's television set. Which one of those is it? Mary's eyes shot to the television screen and quickly scanned the 12 main colors on the screen. It's not one of those. Not a different shade of one of those. It's a different color. There are 10 million possible permutations of colors, Mary, Robson said. Perhaps you just... No, Dr. Robson, the girl interrupted, panting heavily as her eyes darted back to Nanny's face, studying it. I understand how shades work. The shade of blue on the screen differs from the color of Nanny's eyes. But that other color, it wasn't included on the screen. It was. Mary stopped, and her eyes widened. Then she said, I'm sorry. Nanny frowned. That's okay, Mary. I know you didn't mean to. Not you, Mary hissed, before leaning forwards and trying to look into Nanny's mouth. I'm sorry I saw you. Mary, you're not making any sense, Dr. Robson said. I think we've done enough for today. We'll do more tomorrow, so... I wasn't supposed to see it, Mary moaned, shooting backwards, clunking into the foam wall, then seizing clumps of her straggly hair. Oh God, why don't you see it? It's... Nanny, it's in you. Nanny looked up at the camera. I'd like to step outside now, Dr. Robson. Dr. Robson sighed, then pinched the bridge of his nose between two fingers. Fine, Nanny. Nanny had already spun on her heel to leave. She would have done so regardless of whether Robson gave her permission, as Mary was clearly disturbing her. But she barely took one step before her body fixed itself to the floor. And then Nanny juddered like a fleshy bobblehead. I was overcome by a warm sensation across my skin, and moments later, there came a thunderous noise. Skin flew into the walls from a red eruption of dress fragments, blood, and guts. Nanny had spontaneously exploded. Screams filled the operating room. Some fled, some fainted, and others simply froze. I don't even know whether any of them noticed it. Noticed Mary clawing out her eyes, leaving streaks of blood and tears across her cheeks as, mere minutes after seeing color for the first time, she ensured that she would never see anything else ever again. I'm sorry, the eyeless woman wailed. I didn't know I wasn't allowed. Please, I'll never see you again. As I saw a trail of blood run from Nanny's destructed corpse towards the front door, clearly painted by something unseen, a deep dread filled my chest. I realized that my fleeing colleagues had the right idea, so I followed, fled in fear, leaving Dr. Robson and my frozen coworkers behind. I don't remember leaving the building, getting in my car, and going home. But I must have done those things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Wouldn't be posting this for all of you. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours since Mary saw color for the first time. Saw a color that none of us saw. What was it? Why could only Mary see it? I'm infatuated with her. Utterly infatuated. And it wasn't at a healthy level. Far from it. I would think about her every moment she was away. I would sometimes sit on my couch and just stare at my phone waiting for her to text. I'd tell myself, don't contact her. Don't. It will come off as too strong. But then I'd still find myself clicking her name on my contact list before my inner voice would continue. You don't want her to know how desperately smitten you are with her. It's unattractive. It will scare her off. No, you must wait for her to call you this time. But it was excruciating and exhausting. Almost unbearable. I once heard that the ancient Greeks believed that falling madly and irrationally in love with somebody was a curse that you would wish upon your enemies. I could never understand what they meant. After all, isn't falling head over heels in love the ultimate goal nowadays? But now that it's happened to me, I have to say, the ancient Greeks were right. This is a curse. I was barely in control of myself, almost as though my infatuation with her had possessed me. The two of us were sexually active together, but still in the dating phase. We were at that make or break era of a blossoming relationship where we'd either have the talk and formally be in a relationship, or we'd start to slowly drift apart. The latter of which I don't think I'd be able to cope with. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to. Almost everything about her captivated me. The way she held her hand over her mouth when she laughed. How she'd caress the pendant of her necklace when she was frightened. How she'd twirl her hair in her finger when she was excited. All of it. Her smell. Her smile. Her eyes. Yeah, I know. It probably makes you sick reading about it. I feel the same way. I was never the hopeless romantic type, but now I can't stop fantasizing about her. I'd think about us doing the long 3-hour hike up to that magnificent view from one of our first dates. To that first kiss, as we overlooked the lights of the city. But this time I'd get down on one knee, bring out the ring, and, well, you know what would happen next. Alright, fine. I'll stop. Yes, this is a girl I'd only been casually dating for a couple of months. I shouldn't be thinking about proposing yet. I know that. I'm just barely able to control myself any longer. I feel as though I'm losing power over the decisions I make. And that brings me to why I'm here, writing this out at the moment. It started with the first real thing that troubled me about her. We'd never actually spent a night together. No matter how late she was over, once either of us showed signs of being tired, she'd up and leave. She wouldn't leave awkwardly or in anger. Just a casual kiss goodnight, a smile, and a call me soon. It was something I didn't really even notice the first few times she did it. But after almost 8 weeks of dating, it was becoming strange. I'd have to ask her about it. It took drinking almost an entire bottle of wine before I had the courage to do it. She looked almost defeated when I asked and lowered her eyes in embarrassment. I knew this talk would come eventually, she started. She took in a deep breath with a long drawn-out exhale. Recently, she paused again. I've started talking in my sleep. She shook her head in embarrassment. It's called somniloquy, I looked it up. I shrugged and laughed out loud. My demeanor seemed to say, that's it. No, Stephen, listen, she said. She wasn't laughing. It's bad. It's completely out of control. It's not just random words or gibberish. No, it's horrible. I say horrible, disgusting things. She was starting to raise her voice, breath heavy, and tear up. I approached her and held her. I told her it couldn't be that bad. I told her to spend the night. I told her she was probably exaggerating. I was wrong. That night she stayed at my house. But she warned me of something before falling asleep. Whatever you do, don't wake me up. It makes me really scared and disoriented if that happens. And don't respond to me. Just ignore it. I nodded and agreed. If it becomes too much, she continued, just leave the room and sleep on the couch. I won't mind. I told her not to worry about it. I told her that it wouldn't be a big deal. I told her I wouldn't leave to the couch. I'd stay beside her in the bed. But I was wrong. I couldn't even last one night. We both fell asleep without incident. I don't know how many hours passed, but I woke up in the dark with the sensation that someone was watching me. And then I remembered. She was with me. She was actually spending the night. I smiled, but then I noticed the shadowy outline of her sitting up on the bed. She was looking down at me, staring. It creeped me out. I'll admit it. Her posture was entirely different. It was as though it wasn't even her at all. Then she spoke. It wasn't her voice that I heard. It was much lower and gravelly, like something out of a horror movie. I'll chew the skin from your bones, she said. I froze. At first, I just kept looking at her. This was not at all what I expected. I thought it would be more like the way Tourette's is often portrayed. Just random swearing and shouting. I honestly thought to myself, what will I do if she attacks me right now? What if she really does try to chew the skin from my bones? But then she just lied down and went back to sleep. I was creeped out. I tried to lie back down and ignore her, but struggled. I couldn't even close my eyes without thinking, maybe she's sitting up again and staring at me. And then one time I rolled over to look at her. And her face was pressed right towards mine. Her breath was foul and rotted. Something that was most certainly not normal for her. She spoke again, in the same voice as before. If you don't move to the couch, you'll be dead by morning. That did it for me. I sat up in a moment, and headed for the living room. She made some sort of wheezing sound as I left. I think it was supposed to be laughter. I was lying on the couch, but I wasn't going to be able to fall back to sleep. I was far too shaken. I was staring out towards the window, hoping to see the first few hints of the sun rising. And then I thought I heard something. From the bedroom. I listened, and then I heard it again. Stephen. It was that same low and gravelly voice. It sounded like a witch. I tried to just ignore it at first. But then it continued. Stephen. Still I said nothing. I know you can hear me, Stephen. You're awake now. Why don't you come back into the bedroom? The voice barely sounded human. Or maybe you'd prefer if I come to you? I still didn't say anything. I was told not to, but I listened. If I heard her start walking towards the bedroom door, I'm not even joking, I would have run right out of the apartment. But she had asked me not to respond to her sleep talking. So I didn't. And then I heard her once more. Sorry if this spoils your plans. She began laughing. The two of you were supposed to walk that trail again, she started. I wasn't even remotely prepared for what she'd say next. You'd both be so tired when you'd reach the top. You'd look over the city. Then you'll get on one knee and bring out the ring. She began laughing. And that's when I realized this wasn't just a problem with sleep talking. It was something much more. Something supernatural. I had never told anybody about my proposal fantasy. There was simply no way she could have known about any of it. This was no longer about merely talking in one's sleep. This was about possession. I can't go back into the bedroom. I have no idea what would happen if I did. Instead, I'm going to wait it out, holding up in my living room until the sun rises. I have a couple more hours yet. I can hear her laughing occasionally in the bedroom. It's still not her voice. Still that same low-pitched cackle. But as I sit on my couch writing this out, here's what scares me the most. Maybe my infatuation and utter obsession with her wasn't normal. I said before that I felt like I was losing control of myself. More so I believe than the typical falling in love story. No, I fear that the infatuation I felt was the entity slowly taking control of me. Of it controlling my thoughts, fears, ambitions, and anxieties. Maybe once I become completely absorbed, a transfer would occur, and she would be free of it. I know I should leave. That I should open the front door, get in my car, and drive away from here. But I can't. I can't leave her. I've already lost control. I'm infatuated with her. Utterly infatuated. It's starting to come back to me, slowly, bit by bit. I don't know if it was opening up about my grandma's other bedtime story that did it, or the fact my wife finally persuaded me to try counseling. But whatever the reason, the memories are returning. Memories from my childhood. Memories of Grandma. Memories of the stories she used to tell me before I went to sleep. See, I always knew there were others. Other tales that scared me when I was little. But the time before I was a teenager is like a dark landscape. Only a few small patches are lit up. It's getting clearer now, though. The shadows that litter that black land are finally being forced to retreat. The thing is, I'm not sure I want to see what they've been hiding. I must have been around 7 years old when Grandma told me about the special knock. I was tucked up in bed at my parents' first house, in my little room at the back at the time. Grandma was perched by my feet. I'd been crying. I don't know what upset me, but I remember my eyes blurring and my nose running. I remember probing a cut in my lip, touching it over and over again with my tongue. I remember the frown on Grandma's face, a look that was half concern, half something else. After she'd grabbed a tissue for me and wiped my face, she got up and walked away from the bed, wandered over to the cupboard on the opposite side of my room. I remember that cupboard well. Before we moved to our second home, that cupboard was the source of many sleepless nights for me, many nightmares. I used to imagine all sorts of things about it. I'd lie awake, sometimes for hours, and I'd have to keep peeking my eyes open to check the cupboard door was still closed, to make sure it was shut tight. See, whenever my eyes were closed and I heard a creak somewhere in the house, I'd imagine it was the cupboard door. That something on the far side was trying to open it, ever so softly, so it could come and get me while I slept. I'd never told anyone about this fear. Even at 7 years old, I knew it was stupid. Baby stuff. But as I watched my grandma stop in front of the cupboard and lean her wrinkled cheek against the wood, I felt myself growing tense all the same, even though the lights were on, even though there was an adult in the room with me. And when Grandma closed her eyes and started whispering, I had to fight back the urge to shout for my parents. Grandma? I could hear the uncertainty in my voice. Grandma, what are you doing? For a few more seconds, she didn't respond, just kept her eyes closed and kept muttering. Then, abruptly, she turned to face me again, smiled, and when she came back and resumed her usual position at the foot of my bed, I knew it was story time. "Did I ever tell you about the special knock, sweetheart?" I shook my head. "No. Well, maybe I was waiting until you were a bit older. The special knock can be wonderful. It can lead you to see things you wouldn't even be able to conjure up in dreams. But it can also be, well, dangerous." Grandma glanced away from me, towards the bedroom door. "Maybe it's one for another time, in fact. I really should be getting home to see your grandfather, and I wouldn't want to scare you." She started to get up from the bed, but I stopped her. "No, don't go, Grandma. What's the special knock?" Grandma's blue eyes twinkled. She hovered where she was for a moment, then sat back down. "The special knock is an old trick a friend of mine taught me when I was younger," she began. "Not everyone can do it, and not everyone would want to do it. You have to be brave and careful and, well, special." Grandma smiled at me. "Like you." As I watched her, she reached into the front pocket of her cardigan and pulled out 2 boiled sweets. Passed one to me. I'd already brushed my teeth, and I knew Mum would kill me if she caught me eating sweets before bed. But this was my time alone with Grandma. Mum was downstairs with Dad. She'd never know. I unwrapped the sweet and popped it in my mouth, feeling the sticky mint wash over my tongue. The cut in my lip stung slightly, but I ignored it. When Grandma next spoke, she lowered her voice. "When I was over by your cupboard door just now, I was using the magic words. Secret words that only a few other people know. Do you know what those words do?" I shook my head. "They turn a door into a window. A sort of gateway. The thing is, sweetheart, this place you spend your days in, this house where you live, and the building you go to school in, and the town you visit with your mother at the weekends, it's not the only place. There are other places, too. And if you use the special knock on that cupboard door of yours now that I've whispered the magic words to it, you'll see them. You'll be able to see those other places for yourself." I stared at Grandma, concentrating on her words, absorbing them. Mint flooded my mouth, but I forgot to swallow. "Now listen to me very carefully," Grandma continued, "because this is the important bit. The way you open the window is by doing the special knock, but you have to get it right. 7 knocks on the door, that's what you'll want. 7 knocks. No more, no less. Then you open it. You won't be able to step through, but you'll have one heck of a view, all right." I swallowed. "A view of what?" "I don't know its real name, but the woman who taught me the special knock had her own name for it. She called it the lunar plane. 7 knocks takes you to the lunar plane. I could try and describe it to you, sweetheart, but I honestly don't think I could do it justice. You just have to see it for yourself. All I'll say is it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And trust me, I've seen plenty." Grandma plucked the sweet wrappers up from the duvet, put them back in her pocket. She put her hands on her legs, as if bracing herself to stand. Then she paused. "How many knocks did I say?" 7, Grandma." "That's right. 7. Don't forget it, either. If you get the wrong number, and then open the door." She glanced across at the cupboard and frowned. "Well, just make sure you don't get the wrong number, okay?" "Okay, Grandma. And will you make me a promise?" "What?" "If you do somehow knock the wrong number of times, especially if that number happens to be 13, or something close to it, then whatever you do, don't open the door." "Okay. Don't open it, no matter what you hear on the other side. The last thing you want is to open a gateway to the Blacklands." I felt icy fingers down my back. I glanced across at the closed cupboard door, in the shadows at the far end of my bedroom. "What's the Blacklands?" Grandma stood up and wandered over to me, leaned down and gave me a kiss. "You don't want to know," she whispered. I spent the next week avoiding the cupboard. I didn't go anywhere near it. Tried not to even look in its direction. Did my best to push Grandma's story as far out of my mind as I could. It wasn't easy. Whenever I was alone in my room, and the house was silent, I'd feel it. A sort of pull. Like when someone tells you not to look at something, and suddenly all you want to do is take a quick peek. The feeling was sort of like that, but it was different too. Stronger. Sometimes, when I was lying in bed at night, I'd feel the cupboard almost like a weight in my mind. A heavy, static energy. It made me restless, made me want to scrunch up my fists and grit my teeth. When I turned away from the cupboard, my skin itched. Like the pores had tiny, invisible bugs in them. It made it hard for me to sleep. And when I did sleep, I had dreams. Sometimes the dreams were pleasant, floaty ones. I'd dream I was on a cloud, hovering through multicolored planes of light, flying through an endless sea of stars. I'd wake from these dreams feeling happy and safe, like how I felt when Mum hugged me and stroked my hair. But other times I had nightmares. The nightmares I had during that week were the worst I ever remembered having in my life. Horrible, half-glimpsed blurs. Images I'd wake from with a scream lodged in my throat, my sweat-soaked pajamas sticking to the skin of my back. At the time, I didn't remember the nightmares themselves. At least not completely. But every time I woke from one, I was left with the same fading image. An image of myself surrounded by thick, choking blackness. Dense shadows everywhere. I couldn't see a thing, but I had the sense that I was standing at the center of a vast open space. Wind howled around me. Sounds echoed. I wanted to open my mouth and yell for help, but I couldn't bring myself to, because I knew I wasn't alone. It was a week after Grandma's story that I used the special knock. It was a Saturday night, and my friend from school, Tim Jacobs, was round. We were having a sleepover. It's been a long, long time since I last saw Tim, but I can still picture him. Even though he was a month younger than me, I always remember him looking older. A tall, broad-shouldered kid with green eyes and messy blonde hair. A half-smirk permanently on his face. Tim was one of the most popular kids in our year, and in normal circumstances he wouldn't have had anything to do with me. But our dads were friends from way back, and we'd known each other our whole lives. As Tim often liked to remind the kids at school, he was forced to hang out with me. When are you going to get a TV in your room? Or a computer? Tim sat in his pajamas, slumped in the chair by my desk. He was fiddling with my desk lamp, switching it on and off. His face lit up with light, then disappeared, then lit up again. This wasn't the first time Tim had asked me a question like this. Whenever we had sleepovers at my house, he spent the whole time moaning about my lack of stuff. No TV, no computer, no PlayStation. I had board games and I had books, but that was about it. And Tim had no interest in those things. You know my mom won't let me, I muttered back. It was 10 p.m., and we were both speaking in half whispers. We'd been told to go to sleep at 9 p.m., and Mum had already been up to give us one warning for talking. I knew from past experience that one warning was all you wanted to get. Mum had a short fuse, and she wouldn't be above grounding me if I wasn't careful. I knew we were safe if we kept our voices low, though. Mum and Dad were both downstairs in the lounge, watching TV. Some film. The faint, tinny sound of laughter drifted upstairs every now and then. As long as we weren't too loud, they wouldn't hear us. I glanced warily at Tim, who was still fiddling with the lamp. He was in a restless mood. He'd been silent and sullen most of the evening, rolling his eyes whenever I suggested stuff for us to do. Bad signs. From knowing him so long, I knew he could get reckless when he was bored. Reckless and mean. You know what I think, said Tim now, keeping his eyes on the lamp. He was talking slowly and carefully, punctuating his words with a flick of the lamp switch. What I think. Switch. Light. Is that your mum? Switch. Dark. Is a bitch. Switch. Light. He put extra emphasis on bitch, savoring the bad word. The adultness of it. Then he stared across the room at me, fixing his green eyes on mine. I felt my own eyes prickle, and suddenly had to fight to hold back tears. I looked away from Tim, and my eyes found the cupboard. I know what we could do, I said suddenly. Tim followed my gaze. I'm not playing any more of your stupid board games, he said. That's kids' stuff. No, this isn't board games. This is a secret, I caught myself. A secret someone showed me. Yeah, what secret? Tim's voice still had an edge to it, but at the same time, I could tell I'd caught his interest. This was my best tool when Tim was in a bad mood, distraction. If I argued or disagreed with him, he'd only make fun of me more. But if I could get his mind on something else, I might be okay. So basically there's this special knock someone taught me. I said now, if I do a special knock on that cupboard door, then open it, we'll be able to see something really cool. Tim rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. No, really? A witch taught me how to do it. She cast a spell on the door, and now I can take us anywhere we want to go just by knocking on it. Tim stood up from the chair by my desk. The lamplight spilled over his face. His expression was half smirk, half scowl. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard, he said. It's dumb even for you. How about instead of knocking on the door, I knock on your head a bunch of times? How about that? He took a step towards me, and I panicked. Well, if you're too scared to try it, I'll understand. This was a big risk, and I knew it. But as soon as the words were out, Tim paused. Why the hell would I be scared? I'm not scared of nothing. I shrugged. Well, the spell the witch did is dangerous. Really dangerous. Like, if we get the number of knocks wrong, and I do more than I should, we could go someplace bad. Tim glanced across at the cupboard door, then looked back at me. His face was hard to read. Wait, so how many knocks is it meant to be then? 7, I said quickly. 7 takes us to this awesome place. But the witch told me that if we get the knocks wrong, especially if we get close to 13, or something like that, then the door opens someplace different. Someplace scary. Tim was no longer scowling. He looked across at the cupboard door again, a slight frown on his face. After a few more seconds, he shrugged his shoulders. Okay, go on then. Let's try it. The brief wave of relief I felt was extinguished as soon as I turned to the cupboard door. It stood a few feet away from me, just outside the glow of the desk lamp. In the shadows, it seemed stupid to think that the cupboard wasn't anything more than just a cupboard. Baby stuff. But then again, as I looked at it, I remembered the dreams I'd been having all week, the nightmares, and Grandma's words from the previous weekend floated back to me. If you get the wrong number, and then open the door. Grandma hadn't had her storytelling face on when she'd warned me about getting the number wrong. She'd had her serious face on. I was sure of it, as though she really meant what she was saying. And what was it she'd said about 13 knocks? If you do somehow knock the wrong number of times, especially if that number happens to be 13, or something close to it, then whatever you do, don't open the door. Okay, don't open it, no matter what you hear on the other side. I shivered. Still, that was alright, wasn't it? I'd just have to make sure I only knocked 7 times. I'd count as I went. Easy peasy. I pulled in a deep breath and stepped towards the cupboard. Felt Tim's eyes on me. From downstairs, at the edge of my hearing, I caught laughter floating up from the lounge. It's okay, I told myself. Your parents are just downstairs. And besides, nothing's really going to happen, is it? Grandma can't really turn doors magic. Get on with it, said Tim. If you're going to do your special needs knock, or whatever the hell it is, then do it, okay? Don't just stand there. I ignored him. By now I was directly in front of the cupboard door. I could feel that tingle again, too. That pressure. Beneath my pajamas, my skin was all goosebumps. It might only have been the slight chill in my bedroom, and nothing more than that. But then again, I knew it was more than that. I could feel it in my mind. A heaviness that was like the start of a headache. A pull behind my eyes. As I reached up and made my right hand into a fist, it felt like I was no longer in control of my body. Knock. I struck the wood with my fist, softly. The sound was dull and hollow. Knock. I felt Tim at the edge of my vision, moving up beside me. Knock. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a faint sound. Knock. At first I thought it was noise from the TV downstairs, but knock. Then I thought it might be coming from outside my bedroom window, and knock. Then it sounded as though it was all around me, and knock. Finally, as my fist struck the door for the 7th time, I realized what the sound was, a whistle. A faint low hum, coming from inside the cupboard. The echo of my final knock faded, melting into the noise beyond the door. My skin tingled. I stepped forwards, almost in a trance, my hand reaching for the doorknob. And then I felt myself shoved to one side as Tim pushed past me. Bang! 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 Before I had a chance to stop him, or even so much as call out, Tim had thumped his fist against the door 6 more times, making the total number of knocks 13. Beyond the cupboard, the whistling sound stopped. Tim reached out and gripped the doorknob. I watched from a distance while my grandma and grandpa fished on their lake in the backyard, but one thing confused me. While grandpa cast his line and watched his rod, waiting for the anticipating tug of a fish, grandma's gaze remained fixed across the lake, her head tilted intently towards the dark fringe of woods. I never saw her look at the bobbing lures. She didn't even seem interested in fishing at all. I thought that maybe she just simply enjoyed looking at the trees. But a nagging feeling persisted. There was more to her gaze than a simple love for nature. It was summer break, and I decided to spend it at my grandparents' house in Knoxville, Tennessee. They lived in a 2-story house, recently built in 2018. It connected directly to a lake, with a dock jetting out on the far right side where my grandpa kept his bass boat. My grandparents were a sweet and quiet couple. They kept to themselves most of the time, living a peaceful life in their little corner of the world. Every summer, though, my visits became a tradition. Grandma's invitation was always an automatic yes, her warm smile and gentle voice a beacon calling me back. There were countless things to love about my grandma, her kindness and generosity at the top of the list. If I wanted something, it was usually an automatic yes from her too. But one of the things I truly cherished most was her stories. Unlike Grandpa, who mostly stuck to tales of his time in the military, exciting stories filled with bravery and adventure, of course, Grandma was a bottomless well of stories. Whether it was a funny story from her childhood, a heartwarming story about a kind neighbor, or a fantastical bedtime story that transported me to magical lands, Grandma always had one on hand. She was one of those special grandmas who could weave a story from thin air, her words painting vivid pictures in my mind. Grandpa, on the other hand, was a man of few words. A quiet strength emanated from him, and the stories he did tell were always about his service. He'd talk about the places he'd been, the challenges he'd faced, and the lessons he'd learned. While not as fantastical as Grandma's stories, they held a different kind of magic, a testament to his resilience and the experiences that shaped him. One of the things I always admired about Grandpa was his outdoor skills. He'd tell me most of his knowledge came from his military training, jokingly saying they prepared him for anything. He was a true outdoorsman, the kind of person I'd trust implicitly if we were ever lost in the wilderness. He knew everything about fishing, the best spots on the lake, the best techniques to catch different types of fish. Some of my favorite memories were spent on his boat, cutting through the cool morning water, the sun rising over the horizon, and the gentle hum of the motor a comforting lullaby. Every night, Grandma dipped into her seemingly endless well of stories. I never quite understood how she did it. Her mind was like a sprawling library, shelves overflowing with stories to tell. One night, she'd tell me a story of brave knights seeking vengeance, their swords gleaming in the sun. Another night, she'd tell me a story of a land shimmering with magic spells and cursed lands. Then there were the scary stories. Now, Grandma usually avoided them. She knew how they affected me. But the thing about those stories was the detail. Oh man, the detail. They were so vivid, so real, it felt like I was peeking through a crack into another world. A world where the monsters and creatures she described lurked. A world so terrifying that I felt like falling through that crack would kill me. Every night was the same routine. Nestled under a patchwork quilt in the guest room, I'd wait with bated breath. The soft click of the doorknob was my cue. Grandma, her face etched with a lifetime of stories, would enter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She'd pull up a rocking chair, its rhythmic creak adding to the lullaby effect. Then, in a warm voice, she'd begin telling me a story. One night, though, tucked under the patchwork quilt, I waited for Grandma's nightly visit. The soft click of the doorknob announced her arrival. "Ready for another story?" she asked, her voice a warm rumble. I nodded eagerly. Nights at Grandma's were journeys to magical lands, each story more thrilling than the last. But tonight, I craved a different kind of story, a different kind of excitement. "Can you tell me a scary story tonight, Grandma?" I blurted out. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, followed by a thoughtful pause. Unlike her usual repertoire of action-packed adventures, her stories have always steered clear of scary ones. She sat beside me on the patchwork quilt, her usual mischievous eyes replaced by a thoughtful gaze. Her eyes flickered towards the window for a moment before returning to me. Then, with a gentle smile, she began. "Those woods outside your window," she started, her voice a warm rumble. I instinctively glanced towards the window, the familiar silhouette of the trees, outlined across the lake. "There's something in those woods," she continued, her voice dropping to a hushed whisper. A shiver danced down my spine, though the room remained pleasantly warm. Those simple words made me so uncomfortable that I was tempted to just tell Grandma to stop. But the truth was, I was hooked. Grandma did tell me scary stories on rare occasions, but they were always fictional, completely disconnected from the real world. She continued, "Every 7 years, it comes out of those woods. It emerges, a creature that's been on this earth for thousands of years. It crawls on all fours. It hunts, a silent predator searching for its prey." I began to tense up a little. The room remained quiet, but the air felt heavy. "Its body is like a man, but twisted and contorted," she murmured, "and its limbs elongated, reaching out at odd angles. Its skin is black as coal, making it difficult to spot during the night." I swallowed hard, my eyes instinctively drawn back to the window. The trees, once comforting, now seemed to writhe with unseen shadows. "But the worst part," she continued, her voice barely a tremor, "is its eyes, multiple eyes, scattered across its head like a spider. They pierce the darkness, searching for an unsuspecting victim." She continued, her voice a hushed whisper, sending shivers down my spine. Sometimes, if it has trouble finding prey, it ventures closer, closer to houses, searching for unlocked windows. My breath caught in my throat. The image of eyes peering through the glass sent a jolt of terror through me. If it finds an opening, she murmured, it will crawl inside and snatch the closest person to it, dragging them back to the woods. I squeezed my eyes shut, the warmth of the quilt a poor barrier against the sudden chill. It keeps its victims alive for 7 long years, she whispered, feeding off them slowly until the hunger returns and it's time to hunt once more. My grip tightened on the blanket and my knuckles were white. A cold sweat was dripping down my skin. But don't you worry, she said, her voice gentling. As long as we keep the windows locked, we'll be safe. And don't forget to do the same at your mom's house. She rose from the quilt, her smile strained at the edges. A smile meant to reassure, but one that couldn't hide the sliver of unease in her eyes. Her movements seemed slow and deliberate as she walked towards the window. My eyes followed her, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. She stared out of the window for a moment, as if checking to make sure the thing wasn't around, and then she checked to make sure the window was locked. Just as she was about to turn away, I blurted out, unable to contain the question that had lodged itself in my throat. "Grandma, have you ever seen it?" She paused for a few moments, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face, before a reassuring smile crept onto her lips. She didn't answer me. She simply leaned down and kissed my forehead, a gesture filled with a strange intensity. "Good night, darling," she whispered. Then, with a gentle click, she shut my door behind her. I was awake for most of that night, staring at the darkened window pane. The familiar silhouette of the woods outside now held a new kind of terror. I kept wondering if I would see that face my grandma described, a face with multiple eyes staring back at me. Eventually, exhausted from fear and lack of sleep, my eyelids drifted shut, and I finally drifted off. While I slept, I dreamt of its form shifting and writhing in the darkness. I ran, my legs pumping, but it was like I was running on ice. Panic seized me as the figure lunged, its long arms wrapping around my legs. It dragged me, a ragdoll, through the grass, the stench of damp grass filling my nostrils. The woods grew bigger as the thing dragged me there, its jagged edges threatening to devour me whole. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Just as the branches of the trees were about to engulf me, I jolted awake, gasping for breath. Light streamed through the window, painting familiar shapes on the ceiling. The room held a peaceful stillness. It took several deep breaths to slow the pounding of my heart. Relief washed over me, chasing away the lingering dread. Since that night, despite Grandma's steady stream of new stories, the creature in the woods has remained a constant shadow in the corner of my mind. Thankfully, the nightmares, those terrifying chases through endless woods, didn't last. Slowly, the story faded from memory. A few years later, a different kind of darkness descended upon our family. Cancer, a cruel, selfish thief, stole my grandmother's health bit by bit. She fought for months, but in the end, the disease won. It left a hole in our lives, especially for Grandpa. Now he lives alone, the silence of the house heavy with her absence. Talking about her seems to bring a fresh wave of pain, etched deep into the lines on his face. Sometimes, he murmurs about just waiting for his turn to join her. It's a heartbreaking sight, a man transformed into a solitary figure, simply waiting to die. That year was a blur of grief, a dark tunnel we all had to navigate. But with the love and support of family and friends, we eventually managed to pull through. With each passing year, the grief lessened, but Grandma's memory remained. Then, after another few years, during my senior year in high school, something happened. I walked into the house after a long day. The familiar scent of an empty house greeted me. Mom had already left for work. Pulling my backpack onto my bed, I pulled out my books and settled in for an evening of homework, studying, and the occasional break to watch TV. I shut off the TV, changed into my pajamas, and crawled into bed. Sleep, however, remained elusive. My mind was a tangled mess, tossing and turning over the events of the day. Finally, I peeked at the clock on my desk, its green glow reading almost 3 a.m. Just then, a sound shattered the silence, a sharp tap that echoed through the room. My eyes flew open, snapping towards the window. A wave of ice washed over me, freezing my blood solid. Memories of Grandma's story flooded back. The creature, the woods. There, pressed against the glass, was a form that blocked most of the moonlight from filtering in. If not for the sliver of moonlight peeking in around what was blocking it, I wouldn't have been able to see it at all. Its human-shaped body pressed against the window, and across its head, I could have sworn I saw movement. a flicker, like multiple tiny insects scurrying across its flesh. Then, a horrifying realization dawned on me. They weren't insects. They were eyelids. Eyelids flickering open and shut, scanning my room with frantic urgency. My breath hitched. Was this a dream? Just then, a shadowy limb, long and impossibly thin, snaked out towards the base of my window. Had I locked the window? The sickening sound of the window, as the glass began to slide up, hit my ears. Terror choked and screamed in my throat. There are woods behind my mom's house too, and a sickening realization dawned on me. This wasn't just a story. It was real, and it was here. Adrenaline surged through me, and my flight or fight responses kicked in. I threw myself out of bed in a desperate scramble. My feet pounded the floor as I bolted towards the door, flinging it open, but my escape was cut short. The door slammed shut in my face, the force of it throwing me backward. A strangled cry escaped my lips as a wave of terror washed over me. My body locked up, and every muscle seized in a silent scream. Somehow it was now in my room, that fast. It was no longer at the window. It was now above me, above my door. One of its grotesquely long limbs, tipped with a hand like a spider's claw, pressed firmly against the door, pinning me inside. Another seemed contorted at an unnatural angle. Its fingers splayed against the wall in a grotesque parody of a grip. The head, if you could call it that, twisted on its neck in a way that defied human anatomy, almost spinning completely around. A chorus of eyes locked onto me. Trapped and alone, I stumbled back, my mind scrambling for any flicker of hope. The second floor was an escape route, but a leap out the window would likely result in injury, leaving me in a vulnerable position. Besides, that's where it probably wanted me. Right next to the door stood my wooden baseball bat. In a desperate lunge, I grabbed it, the wood rough against my grip. With a yell, I swung the bat with all my strength, connecting with a sickening thud. Splinters of wood rained down as the impact sent a tremor through the room. The creature recoiled slightly, its multiple eyes flickering in what might have been surprise. But the silence that followed was the most unsettling part. No roar of pain, no growl. This thing moved with an unnatural quiet. Even as it moved, it made no noise. It descended to the floor, its grotesque form dwarfing the space in my room. As it loomed closer, lowering its body in a predatory crouch, I swung the mangled bat wildly. The bat connected, with a bone-crunching impact, sending more shards of wood flying through the air. The creature recoiled, its grotesque form momentarily faltering. Seizing my chance, I bolted past the thing, flung open the bedroom door, and slammed it shut behind me with a resounding bang. Adrenaline pumping, I raced down the stairs, each step echoing in the sudden silence. Reaching the living room, I fumbled for the light switch, illuminating the space with a warm glow. Panting, I gripped the broken bat like a lifeline. Its splintered end pointed towards the top of the stairs, towards the thing in my room. Suddenly, a new sound pierced the tense silence, the creak of the front door opening. A silhouette emerged from the doorway, the dim porch light casting long shadows across her face. "There you are," my mom's voice, laced with exhaustion. "What the hell are you?" The sentence died on her lips, completely cut short. Her eyes widened, but neither she nor I had time to react. In a sharp and quick moment, a shadowy, distorted limb, tipped with a spidery claw, shot out, wrapping around my mother's waist. It snagged her, sinking its talons deep into her flesh, a sickening tear echoing in the sudden silence. A strangled noise bubbled in her throat, cut short before it could form a scream. But then, I heard her scream fully formed as the thing dragged her away to the woods. I ran with all my effort, but the thing was fast, too fast. All I could do was keep running, watching, as my mom screamed with her arms folded around the creature's arm in a desperate attempt to escape. It had her, though, exactly where it wanted her, out in the open. I fell face first into the grass, a sob wrenching its way out of my chest. Warm tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision as I watched in horror. Mom's screams turned into blood-curdling shrieks, fading into a horrifying silence, as they disappeared into the indistinguishable maw of the woods. The police came, but what could they do? What could I tell them? I told them exactly what I saw. They looked at me like I was crazy, but what else could I say? For hours, I sat in a sterile interrogation room, the harsh overhead light blurring my vision. They questioned me over and over, dissecting my story, searching for inconsistencies. But all I could do was repeat the horrifying scene, my voice cracking with each retelling. There was no evidence to tie me to my mom's disappearance, nothing but my frantic pleas and the raw terror etched onto my face. Finally, They seemed to reach a reluctant roadblock. With a sigh and a dismissive glance, they released me. Now a search party combs the backyard, venturing into the dense woods behind our house. Bloodhounds sniff the damp earth, their mournful howls echoing through the trees. In my room, the silence pressing down on me like a physical weight. As the harsh light of dawn breaks, I stare at the window. A large handprint, a grotesque, splayed imprint of multiple fingers, clings to the outside of the glass. A cold realization settles over me. Now I know that at least one of my grandma's stories is real. If you met me on the street and asked me what my job was, I would tell you that I work from home consulting for an industrial laundry company. That is, after all, the cover story I have been provided with. The reality? My job is even simpler. Every Friday night, I dress up nice, report to a certain theater downtown, have a seat, and watch a performance. That's it. All it takes is a couple hours out of my week, and I end up making 6 figures a year with every benefit you could possibly ask for. I know. It sounds too good to be true. Pretty much anybody on the planet would kill to have a job like mine. At least, perhaps, until they find out just what kind of performances I'm made to attend. Before I start, though, I need you to keep in mind that I'm a good person. I donate thousands to the Rainforest Fund out of every paycheck, and me and my kids volunteer at the food bank weekly. I'm a devout believer, and I'm going to heaven when I die. After all, I myself have never hurt anybody, never raised a hand to injure any living soul. How could you possibly call me a sinner, when all I ever do is watch? It started about 3 years ago, when their job offer found me when I was at my most desperate. All I was told was, every Friday night, I would attend a performance at my city's fanciest theater. That was it. I was baffled at first. What the hell do I know about theater, or ballet, or orchestras? Had they gotten me mixed up with some big-shot critic? During our talk on the phone, however, they politely reassured me that no critical ability would be required. All we ask, they said, is for you to be there to bear witness. Everything about it screamed scam, but I figured, what the hell? Worst case scenario, I listen to a pitch for some MLM or timeshare, politely decline, and then walk out with some pocket money. I was baffled when I pulled up to the theater. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of people were streaming in, all in nice suits and gorgeous gowns. I'd thrown on the fanciest clothes I could afford, yet I still felt severely underdressed. The theater was totally rented out by my employer, and only my fellow co-workers were allowed in. How much could it have cost to hire such a massive crowd just to attend this one performance? Who could possibly bankroll something like this? I tried to empty my mind and simply merge into that human tidal wave flowing through the doors. Every staff member was dressed in a refined all-black suit, with black tie and undershirt, to the point they seemed to darken the air around them. Each wore a white comedy mask, the neoprene stretched into a grin of perpetual laughter, which struck me as almost mocking. They demanded that we hand over all electronic devices, even patting us down and running a metal detector over us. Then they reminded all attending not to leave their seats under any circumstances during the performance, recommending we take bathroom breaks before the show started, and to remain quiet and to keep our eyes open. They kept repeating the same mantra. No distractions, no diversions, no lapses in concentration. Remember, you are here to bear witness. If I'd been alone, I would have left right then and there. There was a tickling in the back of my brain, some primate part of me screaming that there was something terribly wrong here. But mob mentality is a hell of a thing. Everybody else seemed calm, nonplussed, handed their phones over without a fuss. There were a few holdouts, probably other newbies like me, but eventually they too relented. If everyone else is going along with it, I figured, why shouldn't I? Who wants to be the one, single paranoid bastard who missed out on an easy paycheck? Stepping into a gorgeous theater like something out of 3 centuries ago, I was most struck by the make of the stage. It looked like the back action of a piano, strange levers and mahogany hammers looking like fingers manipulating countless lines of piano wire, some over a dozen feet long. All the taut wires stretched in bizarre formations across the stage reminded me, somehow, of a spider's web. I could not fathom a machine so complex, yet with such little apparent purpose. The nature of the performance always varies. Sometimes it's a work of Shakespeare, a ballet, an opera, hell, even a puppet show. That day, it was a concert featuring a small chamber orchestra of around 35. Students, it looked like, young and inexperienced, with a nervous air about them, as if this was their first time performing before such a crowd. Mostly a string section, plus one of each woodwind, and just a couple each on horns and percussion. The conductor was one of the staff members in the comedy masks. I was baffled. Who would put forward this much cash just for a small, green orchestra to play in such a massive, prestigious venue? One of them must be a billionaire's kid, I figured. It was the only explanation. This, I've since realized, is always the best part. The beginning of the performance, when you can, if you try, lose yourself in the display and pretend everything is okay, that it's all normal. It was best on those lucky days when the performers on stage were completely unaware of just what sort of danger they were in. That always makes it easier for everybody. On that first day, I was as oblivious as they were, and simply enjoyed the music. Maybe some snob of the orchestral arts would hear their amateurish mistakes, but to my untrained ear, they sounded just fine. Pleasant, even. But one question began to worm its way into my head, a small nagging at first which crescendoed into a hammering on the inside of my skull. How much time has passed? At a certain point, I suspected the intermission was long overdue. But there were no windows, and I had to part with my electronic wristwatch at the door, so really, getting any sense of time was impossible. I dismissed it as my lousy attention span at first. But eventually, others began taking notice. No one dared speak, but among the fellow newbies, I noticed furrowed brows and sideways glances, confused and concerned. The performers seemed to be getting restless as well, whispering and gesturing to each other and the conductor, who never ceased those robotic, sweeping motions of his gloved hands. It must have been 2 hours by then, if I had to guess, and they were starting to look exhausted, dehydrated. Some even looked as if they were about to quit playing, continue performing. In a moment, all of the piano wire loudly reverberated and stretched taut with the movements of those mechanical contraptions on stage, as the whole thing bristled and tensed as though it were a living thing. And that voice, cracking like thunder, seemed to emerge from the stage itself with a mechanical roar like the grinding of metal on metal, that seemed to frighten them into submission for a while. It wasn't until a half hour later that my life changed irreparably. They'd been playing a quiet sonata, so everybody could hear the sudden FRR ting, accompanied by a pained yelp. My eyes leapt to one of the violinists. One of her strings had broken and happened to snap her right in the eye. It could see the streak of scarlet bifurcate her pupil, before the emerging blood replaced the entire eye with a thick redness. She stood, clutching a hand over her eye and blindly grasping with the other, gesturing toward medical help. And as she did so, that strange lattice of levers and hammers and pulleys all roared and clacked to life, like a bear trap being sprung. The machine's efficacy was just as sudden, just as brutal. Those clockwork edifices moved like a pair of robotic arms, aiming a wire for her neck as if trying to garrote her. But they moved at such a speed that the wire seemed to pass through her, like she wasn't even there. For a moment she seemed fine, unaffected, as if nothing had happened at all. And then, things began to fall off of her. Her head, severed at the neck, alongside the hand she'd been holding over her eye, and the very fingertips of her other hand with which she'd been grasping a little too high. All had been cut cleanly, with surgical precision. Time seemed to slow as they all went clattering wetly to the floor, and the girl's body soon followed, as if it took a few moments for gravity to set in, or perhaps for her body to realize she was dead. It happened so fast, it was hard to be properly horrified. It was more like, oh maybe. Everybody stared at the chunks of meat that had once been a promising young woman with hopes and dreams. That spider web of wires was still rumbling and shaking all around them, and the mechanical voice roared once more. Continue performing. They were given no further warnings. A few of them jumped from their seats out of sheer instinct, not even thinking. None of them made it more than a step before the wires divided them in twain. The rest just kept playing exactly as they had been, as if their brain froze up at what they'd witnessed and simply ran on autopilot, until their faculties slowly returned to them and they realized that this instinct had saved their lives. Where once beauty filled the room, now the orchestra had been reduced to a discordant sound like a long, shuddering whine, like a mocking parody of music. They gripped their instruments with trembling, sweaty hands, playing just well enough to avoid stoking the ire of those quivering wires stretched taut all around them. They realized gradually that they were allowed to speak. Immediately they began wailing hard enough almost to mercifully drown out that dismal cacophony that was once music, some begging and pleading with the staff, others screaming out threats, be they legal or physical. Nothing they said could shake the masked men and women in the slightest. They stood at order like statues, unflinching. Realizing this, they turned their attention to us. A wall of red, weepy eyes scanning the crowd for any hint of mercy, begging us to band together against the staff, calling us all sick bastards for just sitting there and watching them die. A blonde woman on violin had the most genius and cruel strategy of all. She merely began telling us about herself. Everything she could think of, poured out in between sniffles and tears. My name is Vera H. Hayes. That's my husband over there. She gestured to a dark-haired man on drums. He'd been the quietest of them all, seeming to be saving his strength. We have a little girl. She's 8 years old, and she loves her mama and papa. Her name is Lucy. She loves horsies, and I was saving us to maybe give her riding lessons one day. I desperately wanted to cover my ears, but knew it would be against the rules. Why can't she just shut the hell up? I thought bitterly, grinding my teeth. I truly hated her. Hated her more than I'd ever hated before. But why? Some dim remnant of my reason asked. She's a victim here. She's done you no wrong. But I realized I hated her because she kept reminding me she was human. Reminded me of what I was doing to her. What we all were doing to her, sitting here in complicity. And it almost worked, too. I almost resolved to save her. But then came the boom of a gunshot from far behind me. The shot had come from one of the tragedians standing amid the upper gallery, I was certain. I almost made the mistake of looking back. Instead, I kept my eyes locked forward, and merely imagined who it was that just had their brains splattered across their seat. Had they snuck a phone in and tried calling 911? Had they tried making a break for it? Or maybe they just couldn't take it anymore, and made the fatal decision to look away from the horror. I tried to distract myself by studying the impossible mechanism animating the blood-soaked piano wire. I couldn't figure it out. It was an impossible machine, existing in defiance all basic laws of geometry, and seemed to have no means of controlling it, instead operating automatically with some malign intelligence. Perhaps it was an extension of whatever creature composed the stage itself. It was a living thing, of that much I was certain. It breathed beneath the performers, and their blood soaked into its floorboards in moments, as if consumed. After some hours, the orchestra had gone quiet, having screamed themselves hoarse. I couldn't imagine being in their shoes. Even just watching them perform was a test of endurance. Many of them were oozing blood all over their instruments, from scarlet cuts where the skin had split. The woman on the French horn was struggling hardest of all, her lungs and hands burning with exhaustion. "I can't," she eventually cried out in a hoarse little wheeze, horn slamming to the floor as her body gave out. "I'm so sorry, I can't do any." A wire passed through flesh in an instant, and suddenly she had no mouth to speak, no eyes to see, no mind to think with. All of it lay splattered upon the stage, which sated itself upon that spilled vitae. Another gunshot. I quivered in my seat, sweat beading on my forehead from the terror. Somebody in the audience had looked away, and I realized I had just been about to do the same thing, had the sudden sound not knocked me out of my stupor. Most of the performers went in similar ways, over the next few hours, either making mistakes or their bodies giving out. As monstrous as it may sound, I was quietly praying for them to get it over with. They were dead the moment that they walked on stage. Why drag it out for all these hours, just for the inevitable to happen anyway? I recognize now that it's almost impossible to make that choice, to simply give in and accept death in defiance of all our natural instincts. But the auditorium now reeked from audience members voiding their bowels, and the damn woman next to me just wouldn't stop crying, wouldn't stop at all. Vera and her husband lasted the longest of all, perhaps because they had each other. Over a dozen hours had passed, maybe even 2, and they were still playing a little duet in perfect sync, despite everything. By now, they were simply talking to each other as if nothing was wrong, as if we weren't even watched. "Baby, when we get out of here, I'm going to take you to Martha's Vineyard. I know I've been saying that for so long, but God, I wasted so much money on that stupid fucking motorcycle," he said. "Lucy's going to love it." Vera chuckled. "I don't know. It might be boring for a little girl. Isn't it all a bunch of old people up there?" He laughed weakly. "Oh, maybe in town. But you know her. Once you get her in the water, you can't get her back out. She's a natural-born swimmer, I swear. Think we'll see her in the Olympics someday?" Haha. It was surreal to watch, like I was peeking in on a private conversation a couple was having in their own home. But I could tell both of them were trying to maintain some illusion of normalcy, anything to keep themselves psychologically intact as the hours pass. Even as they tried to smile and laugh, there was a quiver in their tone, a desperation, a fear of what might happen if there was a single break in the conversation. A lot of what they said was too personal to relay here. They went into old regrets, past mistakes, resolved every argument they ever had in all their years together. It was like they wanted to make sure they said everything they had to say before the end came. I think I owe them at least their privacy. But the husband was slowly deteriorating. He'd moved too quick, caught the symbol with his hand, leaving a wide gash along his palm that was gushing blood at a terrifying rate. Now he was getting woozier and woozier, swaying dizzily, his eyes unfocusing, his speech becoming slurred and his playing sloppy. Vera desperately tried to keep him focused. "Talk to me, baby. Think of the beach. Lucy's going to love the seashells. She'll pick her favorite and put it on that little stand in her room, with all her little trophies." She rambled on, but by the end, all he could manage was half-hearted grunts of affirmation. He was leaning in his seat, and then his drumstick went flying right out of his hand, sending a cloud of pink mist through the air along its path. And yet he kept going through the motions of playing, as if he didn't even notice. Then a sudden clarity formed in his eyes, and he stared at his empty hand in disbelief. And then the piano wire was tensing and strumming all around him, and then in an instant he was up from his seat and racing towards us. He knew it was over. He just wanted to strike out at the world if he could, one last act of defiance. He even locked eyes with me, and I'll never forget the look on his face. "Why are you watching this? You sick bastards. You sick, twisted." He threw his remaining drumstick, and the trajectory would have delivered it right to me. But the piano wires lacerated it in midair, slicing into it from 100 different directions until it disappeared into a cloud of sawdust. And then they did the same to him. Vera didn't scream or sob. She just tensed and let out the tiniest little gasp, like when you're at the doctor's and know the shot is inevitable, but it still stings anyway. And then she was all alone. She looked at us like she wanted to speak, wanted to say something, to express what was happening inside her. But what was there left to say? She'd spent almost a full day screaming herself hoarse with every combination of words she could think of. None of it helped. None of it meant anything. Instead, she expressed herself through music. She began to play the most mournful, sobering solo I had ever heard, one I knew she making up as she went along, one with which she communicated those parts of herself that words could not encompass. She stared us all down, eyes red and bloodshot, making eye contact individually, as if to remind us that we were not a shapeless mass, that we were all individually responsible. I only barely remember the sound of it now, as if I'd heard it in a dream, and yet even now the memory tears at my heart. She performed for what felt like an eternity. And then in the end, she slowly, calmly set down her violin, stood up, and took a bow. And then she was unmade. Everyone stood up around me all of a sudden, and I was immediately caught up in it too, performing a standing ovation that dragged on and on. We screamed, shouted, cried, threw things, smashed our fists against seats, tore at our hair, laughed and danced with each other. It was the ultimate catharsis after all that silence, after a full day of holding it all in. Never before had I felt so connected to a crowd of people on some deep, spiritual level. We marched out of the theater, stumbling like a procession of ghouls with blank faces and tired eyes. The staff were as polite as ever, thanking us for attending the performance and hoping that we enjoyed the show. Some were dragging the bodies of shot audience members out of the theater. As I finally emerged into the outside world, I was stunned to find it was still the same night I had entered. At least 20 hours had passed inside that theater, I was sure of it, but for the outside world, only 2 hours had passed. Exactly the duration listed on their job offer. I'd never been explicitly told not to reveal what I'd seen there, and now I knew why. Nobody believed me, or worse, maybe they were covering it up. I swear to God, the police dispatcher laughed at me over the phone. I swore I'd never go back. I'd been part of something evil, something unfathomable, and it would haunt me forever. But the next year was one of constant desperation, debt climbing as job opportunities declined at equal rates. I held out for about a year, but eventually I gave in. And to my horror, the next performance was easier, now that I knew what to expect. And then the next was easier still, and the next. The performance is always different, but the end result is always the same. I have to remind myself that I'm not culpable for what they're doing there. All I do is watch. We watch people die every day, in the news and online. People suffering horrible fates, often in places our own countries help to destabilize. How are my actions any different, really? We all have to accept that terrible things happen in this world, and all we can do about them is either look away, or look the horror right in the eye. Is choosing to look away more moral, or is it only more cowardly? And besides, wouldn't it be worse for them if there wasn't an audience? If they had to die there in the dark, alone, no one seeing, no one caring, no one remembering, after all, someone has to bear witness. I don't exclusively notice him at night. At times, he also crouches in dark corners or lurks within a room with drawn curtains, provided that the room is spacious enough for him, of course. He seems to avoid rooms that he doesn't fully fit in. That's the only predictable aspect of this entity's appearances that I have been able to observe over the years. I've never seen him in smaller rooms. I've never noticed him inside my home, thank God. The day I decided to tell my mom about him, I named him the Long Man. It has been how I refer to him since then. There are no distinctive features apart from how unnaturally stretched out he looks. Not only his limbs, but his head and torso as well. Just along. In elementary school, I sometimes estimated him to be about 5 meters tall. Now he usually measures 3 to 4 meters. It's possible that he shrunk over the years, but I think the difference in height might also be attributed to my perception. As a small child, everything seemed just so much larger. Still, 3 meters of this dark, creeping creature are more than enough to scare me, even as an adult. I would like to start my story with the night I first saw him. I first noticed him sitting in the back seat of my parents' car at night. I must have been really young, not even in school. I made a game out of finding shapes in the trees. We were driving mostly through fields, with smaller groups of trees at the distance. It was fun for me to imagine that the shadows of the trees in the distance were actually the outlines of dinosaurs, ready to roam the earth. Then I first saw him. I will never know if I actually saw him, or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Next to a group of trees, there was the silhouette of a man. I could make out the head, torso, arms, and legs. It was all black. Apart from my dad's car's light, all that there was to distinguish objects in the dark was the moon. It could have been just a weirdly shaped tree. A tree that looked like a distorted big man. Its branches formed the limbs of the figure. They were long. I think that the trees were about 50 to 100 meters off the road. At this distance, I couldn't be sure of what I was seeing. But it scared me. My imagination went wild. Just as I had imagined a T-Rex breaking loose from the shadows seconds earlier, I now imagined the Long Man to do so. He then lifted one arm and held it up at an angle, as if he was to greet me. As if he was about to wave at me. I can't possibly tell you if this really happened. I don't know if he already existed back then, or if this was the night he came into existence within my head. I remember having goosebumps all over. I turned away and pretended to sleep for the rest of the ride. I didn't want to look out of the window again. Seeing this thing had an impact on me. I became scared of the dark, even more than I had been before. I refused to go outside at night. Sometimes, I felt like I could see him from my bedroom window. Only if the shadows between the trees in our backyard were big enough for him to hide in, of course. My change in behavior hadn't gone unnoticed by my parents. I hadn't told them what I was afraid of, as I myself wasn't sure of what I was seeing, and if it was really there. My mom waited for a few days, before she confronted me about this intense fear of the dark I had recently developed. She assured me that I could tell her what was scaring me so much at night. She wouldn't make fun of me. And she actually kept her promise. I explained how I sometimes felt watched, and if I then looked outside, I saw something in the dark. As I was just 5 years old, I couldn't articulate myself that well. My mom's first thought was that there was an actual human observing me. After I had clarified that it was no human, at least not a normal one, but more like a monster, her tone eased. She assured me that monsters were not real, and that this Long Man would also disappear if I just stopped worrying about him so much. He only exists in your head, she told me. I remember thinking about her words for a long time. He would disappear if I stopped worrying. That made sense to me, because I had invented him, hadn't I? But what would happen if I couldn't stop fearing him? Have you ever had someone tell you, "Don't think of a pink elephant right now"? You can't help but visualizing one, right? That was the problem I encountered. I told myself to stop thinking about the Long Man. Stop wondering about what he might look like outside the shadows. Stop making up reasons as to why he was observing me. I think that during those nights in my early childhood, as I invested hours thinking about him, he became reality. He fed off my fear, and he still does, which is why he has been accompanying me for all these years. During my childhood, the Long Man didn't do anything but stare at me. I have never seen his eyes, but I just know that he is staring at me. I've also seen him raise his hand. He does it very slowly. An outsider probably wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary, having a quick glance at the shadow. But I know why he does it. He needs me to know that he's there. He's there for me. Because he needs my fear. You probably wonder why my fear of him never ceased, even though I've seen him again and again over many years. There are two factors. The first one is hard to describe, but I'll try. Whenever I see him, no matter if expected or completely surprising, a wave of fear washes over me. For a few seconds, I feel like it's drowning me. It's an emotion I cannot control, no matter how hard I try. In my younger years, I tried to convince myself again and again that he wouldn't do anything to me. I couldn't know this for sure, but then again, I had no experience of him harming anyone. It was no use. His presence was, and still is, sinister. The word that describes it best is just wrong. His warped silhouette doesn't belong to this world. He's like a bad imitation of a human. The way he moves, even if slowly, is crooked. I instinctively know when he's there. My body gets hot. At the same time, something heavy in my chest drops, and I start to shiver. I always know it. This heavy physical reaction always subconsciously told me that he must be evil. It would take a few years until this theory was definitely proven, but after I saw what he did to Rita, I was sure. This is the second factor that causes me to fear him, that I now know what he is capable of. Rita and I became friends in second grade. For obvious reasons, I have always been sleep deprived and I have had trouble keeping up with schoolwork. My teacher decided that it would be best if I repeated second grade. I've never had many friends, but this made it even worse. I knew nobody in my new class, while the other kids were secretly calling me stupid behind my back. As my tiredness caused me to sometimes appear a little slow, Rita was always friendly with me. After I'd known her for a few weeks, she had helped me with schoolwork, and we had met each other's families. I came to face a dilemma. I wanted to tell her of the long man. I wanted her to understand that there was a reason for my fears. Then again, back then, I had no clue if others could even perceive his presence. I didn't want her to think that I was crazy. It took some time, but I came to the decision that it would be best to tell her. I remember this night very clearly. One night in late autumn, we were having a sleepover. She basically started the conversation herself, as she asked me if there was something specific that I didn't like about the darkness. I told her that there were sometimes shapes and silhouettes that looked like they didn't belong. After she claimed to have seen such things herself, every kid has, I would guess, I told her everything. I think she just wanted to be supportive. I told her that he would probably wait outside that night as well. She was eager to see him, and to my absolute surprise, she did. At about 10 p.m. that night, I started to feel his presence. That hot feeling of doom and fear came over me, even though we were inside. I peeked through the curtain and noticed him. On the other side of the street, there was a small passage between two houses. He had squeezed in there. I could barely make out his outlines. At the same time, I was completely sure that he was there. Rita told me she could vaguely see him too. She then did something that I had never done. She waved back at him. He had always been passive, never reacted to what I did. But now he looked at Rita. His long head moved slowly. He didn't raise his hand towards her. I expected to see fear and surprise in her eyes, but she looked as fierce as ever. She told me that she knew I wasn't stupid or crazy, and that I wouldn't make something like this up. At that moment, I felt extremely grateful. I wasn't alone with this thing anymore. The feeling of relief lasted for a few days. After all, I now had proof that I wasn't crazy, which had been something I didn't know I needed, but it felt assuring. The rest of this is hard to write down, even so many years after it happened. I will try to explain what happened as best as I can, while keeping it short for my own sake. I want to relive as little of it as possible. After Rita's first encounter with him, we often discussed what he was and what we could do about him. In retrospect, I'm sure that all our talking about him made him stronger. It was stupid. He appeared a few more times, and his shape seemed sharper and more defined than it did before. Unknowingly, we gave him fuel to grow. The day it happened, we were in a cinema. I usually avoided its big dark halls, but as it was a school trip, I had no choice but to go. The movie had started, and I fully focused on keeping my eyes on the screen. Not turning around. Not glancing at the corner next to the screen. The corner only vaguely lit by a red exit sign. It was too late. He was there. He lingered, the form flickering a bit. His neck and limbs stretched even more for short moments, only to then shrink a little. He adjusted himself to the light that was bouncing off the screen, some movie screens brighter, some darker. He always stayed in the darkest areas of the shadow. Next to me, Rita felt my body tense up. "Is he here?" she asked. I nodded towards him. Before I knew what was happening, she slid out of her seat. I froze. I think she felt reassured by the presence of so many other people, but I'll never know what exactly it was that motivated her to approach him. I saw her move towards the exit. Towards him. Nobody else cared to look. And that was it. She merged into the shadow. It was hard to distinguish her in the dark. For the blink of an eye, I saw her. I don't know, she changed. I think she changed from her solid form into black vapor. It was just a second, and it happened so long ago. I don't know what I saw. Honestly. Paralyzed, I sat there for a few minutes. I couldn't see her anymore, but I could make out an arm. A dark, thin, long arm that was raised slowly. He waved at me once more. I felt like I couldn't move. Cold. Rita wasn't there anymore. There isn't much more to tell. The movie ended, and soon our teacher noticed that she was missing. It took some time, but the adults became more and more nervous. The police searched for her. A few days after she was reported missing, most people started giving up hope. I was the only one who knew, and I then decided that I would never tell anyone close to me about the long man ever again. I'm sorry, but you're not close to me, and I just need to get it out, otherwise I might go crazy. More than 10 years have passed since the incident, but he is and was always there. Sometimes he's a bit closer, sometimes he shrinks. On a few very bad days, I feel like he is growing. I can't stop fearing him. I can't stop feeding him with my fear. I work unorthodox hours at an unorthodox job in an unorthodox place. For those who don't know, a trap house is a place where drugs are bought, sold, and produced. A haven for illicit activities. That's where I clock in 7 days a week. Though instead of a house, this is a trap warehouse. A 2-story building located in the industrial area of our city, complete with 2 incredibly large indoor grows, a mother/clone room, a lab for making concentrates, and a large loft where we party and hold meetings. There's also a small, disgusting bathroom, and last but not least, the room where I spend 12 hours a day from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. A small office with way too many fluorescent lights, white walls, white linoleum floors, a computer chair, a shotgun, and about 20 screens of every type and size. Some are old TVs, some new, some big, some small, as well as random computer monitors here and there, all sloppily wired together. Each one displays different live camera footage of the various rooms, the surrounding areas outside the building, the parking lot, the front gate, the sides of the building, behind the building, etc. The screens and shotgun are the tools of my job. In this industry, a group of young men doesn't reach this level of trapping without a good amount of lying, cheating, and stealing, so there is a definite need for constant surveillance. We are always at risk of retaliation, unknown people attempting to rob us, employees stealing, cops patrolling, etc. The screens and shotgun are a necessity. They often save our lives and keep losses at a minimum. You'd imagine there'd be a lot of excitement in this setting, and you'd be right. When there is, there is. But when it's just me, the screens, a shotgun, and a PS4 for 12 hours a night, and nothing has happened in 2 weeks, and everyone else is out of town, it's a pretty mellow job. Sure, if things get too mellow, we have an endless supply of liquor, nitrous, weed, dabs, and a little emergency cocaine for when it's really difficult to stay awake. But I'm just not feeling that tonight. It's one of those nights I want nothing more than to kick back, relax, watch these screens, and play Skyrim for 12 hours straight. This game is insane. You open it up, and before you know it, 5 hours have passed. It's already 2 a.m. If you asked me, I would have told you it was probably 9:45 p.m. The passage of time seems strange when the screens display a night so still that the only signs of movement are the fans causing the plants to sway in their rooms and the clouds drifting across the outside cameras. Then the strangest thing starts happening. I'm focused on my game when I hear dishes clanking and the chatter of a room full of joyous people, as if they're having drinks and dinner. Yet when I look at the camera, it's just a room full of pot plants swaying in the artificial wind. I quickly open the door to peek inside, but it's pointless. It's pitch black. The only reason I can see the plants on the screen is because of the night vision. Still, it's dark enough to confirm there isn't a full-blown gathering happening inside. The second I open the door, the sounds stop. When I return to my chair and refocus on my game or the cameras, the noises start again. It's been about an hour, and though the constant sounds from the room haven't stopped, that's no longer my main concern. The unexplained merriment in the empty room next door is definitely unsettling, but not terrifying. Something else has come to my attention. The longer I ignore the noise, the closer this deep, bassy murmuring gets to my ear. At first, it sounded like a distant car subwoofer, but as it creeps nearer, I realize it's not music, it's a deep, guttural voice rambling in indecipherable murmurs and hums. The more I try to distract myself, the closer it gets, until I can feel the vibrations of the voice tickling my earlobe. Then all at once, my focus shifts to a screen, the front gate. A single person is walking down the road toward me. It's 3 a.m. No one ever walks up to our gate at 3 a.m. with good intentions. So, I grab the shotgun and walk out to meet him. I stand there, waiting for someone to approach, but no one does. I call out. No response. After another 10 minutes of standing there and peeking around the corner to see if anyone is lingering, I realize there's no one. I go back into the office, set the shotgun down, take off my jacket, and start to settle back in. But when I glance at the screen showing the gate, I see the same person standing there, motionless, 5 feet back from the entrance, staring. Again, I grab the shotgun, quickly walk outside, aim the gun and shout, "Can I help you?" As I get closer to the gate, I can see through the plastic slots, and there's no one there. I throw open the gate. Still no one. No one up the road. No one down the road. I lock the gate as quickly as I can and rush back inside. I check every screen, expecting to see him running behind the warehouse or climbing a fence. But he's not on any of the cameras except one. He's still standing 5 feet in front of the gate. I refresh the feed, thinking it might be frozen, but the clouds are still moving above. My anxiety spikes. The murmuring behind my ear intensifies. The party sounds escalate, not just merriment anymore, but shouting. An argument. Voices rising. I run outside, nothing. I run back inside. He's at the gate. The shouting gets louder. I run outside, no one. The murmuring is so loud it feels like it's inside me. I run back inside, he's still there. It's now 4 a.m. Dawn is beginning to break, and there's just enough light outside to make out details. I zoom in on the gate, and as the voices in the room next door escalate into full-blown screaming, I finally see his face clearly. It's me, wearing the same clothes I have on. My own face, staring back at me. All the sounds stop. The only thing I hear is my own heartbeat. I'm not too proud to admit I'm about to shit myself. So, I walk into the bathroom, lock the door, and sit on the toilet, hoping to regain my composure. Finally, the silence is a relief. I close my eyes, try to shake it off. Probably just sleep deprivation. I tell myself I need a few days off. I open my eyes and see a little mouse looking up at me. Gross, but also weirdly adorable. Right as I have that thought, the mouse starts screeching and running in perfect circles. In that instant, the voices explode into full chaos. Dishes shattering, screams, the sounds of wrenching and vomiting. The deep, vibrating murmuring is now inside me, shaking my bones. I'm done. I pinch off my shit, forgo wiping, run to my car, and open the gate. And there I am, standing, staring, gaze fixated on me. I have no interest in him anymore. No more questions. I just want to get the fuck out. The next day, I return for a shift and a meeting. The warehouse is alive again. At least 20 people hustling, working, partying, bullshitting. I tell my buddy what happened. He listens then, to my surprise, simply says, "I need to show you something." He takes me to the bathroom. On the floor, I see a mouse on its back, ribcage broken, exposed like something had eaten it from the inside out. For several years, I worked as a call center agent. I spent my days calling people, trying to sell them various things. I'm sure all of you have received this kind of call at least once in your lives. A telephone operator, for example, trying to sell you a mobile plan. Let's be honest, we could all do without these calls. We've all felt that urge, myself included before I switched sides, to tell the guy or gal trying to push their offer to get lost. Very often, the person on the other end doesn't even have time to finish their introductory sentence before we've already hung up or blurted out, "I'm not interested, goodbye." I couldn't stand those kinds of calls. Then one day I received a job offer to become the guy who calls people all day. When I took my first calls, I realized something. Many people seem unaware that a human being is calling them. It's as if they think we're soulless, heartless robots incapable of feeling any emotion. I do exactly as I'm told. I follow the script given to me, and I don't decide whom I should or shouldn't call. As a result, I often got shut down, and not always very politely. That wasn't the only downside of the job. It was repetitive, too. We kept saying the same thing over and over, and the days were long. There were, however, some positives. Whenever I managed to sell a subscription to someone I didn't even know from Adam to Eve, I must admit I was filled with a sense of pride. That didn't completely erase the inconveniences, but over time I got used to it. I had developed my little routines. Then, one day, a phone call turned my life upside down. This was about a year ago. That call terrified me. I lost sleep for several weeks. I had already encountered my share of oddities during my many years of loyal service at the call center. But this time, I was seriously freaked out, to the point that for the first time in my career, I had to take several weeks off on sick leave. I was traumatized. It was a Friday, nearly at the end of my shift. It must have been around 7:30 p.m. We were nearing the end of our call list, so there were a lot of answering machines and quite a bit of waiting time between calls. I'd been waiting for 3 minutes when a new contact finally appeared. I began as usual. "Hello, this is Max from sales." The man on the other end of the phone interrupted me, telling me to stop immediately. Up to that point, nothing unusual. This happens often. I paused for a second to listen to what he had to say. Usually, people who say that go on to complain either about the calls or to insist that they aren't interested. But this time, he said nothing. I could only hear his heavy breathing. So I continued. "I'm calling you too." "Shut up, Max." My irritation began to mount. It was the end of the day, and although I was used to rude people, this was really getting on my nerves. You have to understand that as call center agents, we have strict guidelines, not to talk down to our clients. And no matter what they say, we're supposed to remain polite and courteous. So even though I felt like telling that idiot to get lost, I simply replied, "Sir, I apologize if..." He cut me off again. "Stop calling me Max." "I don't like it." "Sir, it's an automated system calling you. Perhaps you received a call from one of my colleagues." "No, I know it's you calling me all the time, Max." While speaking and listening to him, I checked the call history. I began to feel uneasy. He was right, it was always my name on the record. I had always sent him to voicemail. He had never answered before. This was the first time. To you, it might not seem strange at all, but I assure you it wasn't normal that I was always the one reaching this guy. On a call platform, there are several teams. In mine, there were nearly 20 people. The calls are distributed randomly by software among the available agents. Logically, my name shouldn't have been the only one showing up in the history. The system had already called him 8 times that month, and it was always me who got through, never one of my colleagues. I tried to reassure myself by thinking that perhaps the software was malfunctioning. It wouldn't have been the first time. The fact that my name appeared systematically must have been a bug. And the guy had no way of knowing that. The same number was always calling him, and that annoyed him. He wasn't singling me out specifically. "If we contact you, it's because..." He interrupted me once more. "I told you to shut up, Tom." I was stunned. Max is just a pseudonym I use among many others. My real name is Tom. How could he know that? "I'm Max, sir." I tried to control my voice. I didn't want to let on how disturbed I was. "No, you're Tom, and you keep calling me." "I don't like it. I'll make sure this never happens again." I wasn't quite sure I understood what he meant, whether he was actually threatening me. My eyes were fixed on his name as I tried to recall if I recognized it from somewhere, or if it wasn't just a bad joke from a friend who recognized my voice. But no matter how hard I looked, his name was completely unknown to me. He continued, "I know you call me from a call center in northern England." That was true too, but I tried to console myself by thinking that northern England was vague, and to my knowledge, several companies work in telemarketing. Except then he gave me the exact city and the name of the company where I worked. He even detailed my work schedule. I was supposed to be off the following Thursday, and he told me he would find me then. All I wanted to do was hang up. But you're not allowed to hang up on a customer. I still tell myself that if I had hung up, no one would have blamed me. It was an exceptional case. Instead, I sat there like an idiot, eyes glued to the computer, continuing to listen. "I'll make you stop harassing people. Your navy blue scarf will be very useful to shut your big mouth." Then he hung up. I was paralyzed. Needless to say, I was indeed wearing a navy blue scarf. I sat there doing nothing for a good 5 minutes, my hands trembling. My colleagues noticed that something was wrong and asked what was happening. Since the calls were recorded, my supervisor listened to the conversation. I still hoped it was a joke, that my boss would say, "It's nothing, don't worry." But instead, I saw him break down as the recording played. The police were contacted. I was interrogated to confirm that I truly didn't know who my caller was. An investigation took place, and afterward I refused to go back to work. My doctor put me on sick leave. I was placed under police surveillance, especially on that infamous Thursday when the man said he'd find me. Nothing happened that day. nor on the following days. The investigation led nowhere. They never managed to track down the guy. The number I'd been calling was no longer in service, and the name didn't match any current or former customer of the operator I worked for. Even now, I have no idea who that man was. I had to take medication to calm myself down. I was so stressed. I was forced to take sleeping pills just to get some rest. I kept having the same nightmare, the guy breaking into my home to kill me. Several weeks later, I managed to pull myself together and went back to work. I could have changed jobs. I might even have needed to change then, but I don't have any qualifications, and I really didn't know what else I could do. The first day, and even the first week, went about normally. I was still anxious, but to a lesser degree than during my sick leave. Then after several weeks, I had nearly recovered from that horrible experience. 2 months later, I was moved to a different shift, which meant I would be working for another operator. After a few days of training with new colleagues, we set off to make calls. 2 weeks after that, the nightmare began again. Around 6 p.m., a new contact appeared. It was under a woman's name. I began my pitch, and this time I was using the pseudonym Alex. There was a sigh on the other end of the line. Nothing unusual. This sort of thing happens quite often. I continued, presenting the purpose of my call. Fiber had been installed in her town. "Is that you again, Tom?" It was the same voice as before. I was petrified, unable to move or utter a word. How is it that I kept getting this psycho? It wasn't the same name, I was sure of it. I had been traumatized enough not to forget it. He continued, "I missed our appointment. You were too surrounded. For a brief moment, I even considered being lenient. But you've called me 6 times now, Tom. I'm not going to let this slide. See you soon." He hung up. I checked the call history, and once again he was right. I had called him 5 times before today, and I had always sent him straight to voicemail. The nightmare was repeating itself. I reported it again to my superiors, and another investigation took place. But unsurprisingly, it led nowhere. It was impossible to trace this man. That very day, I decided to quit. I never set foot in a call center again. Weeks and months passed. I found a job as a sales clerk in a shop. I thought I was finally done with all that when one day a blocked number called my cell phone. I answered automatically. "Don't think I've forgotten you, Tom. Nice leather jacket." It was him. I hung up immediately. He didn't try to call back. I thought I was going to faint from terror. How had he gotten my cell number? The most terrifying part was that I actually did own a leather jacket. He was out there somewhere, and he was watching me. I looked around. There were people everywhere. I was in a shopping mall, but no one seemed to be staring or watching me. I blended into the crowd, and once outside the mall, I ran to the nearest police station. I figured that if I ran fast enough, no matter where that guy was, I'd manage to shake him off. Once again, the police were of no help. It was impossible to trace the call. Of course, after that, I changed my number and even moved to another region, hoping that would be enough to escape that lunatic. I have panic attacks every time my phone rings. For a while, I even considered giving up having a cell phone altogether. It has been 5 months since that last call. Nothing has happened since. I keep trying to convince myself it was just a tasteless joke. Having changed my number and moved, I tell myself there's no way for that guy to find me. And yet, I'm writing all of this today because I need help. For the past 2 hours, my cell phone hasn't stopped ringing. It's a blocked number, and I'm too scared to answer. It's the middle of the night, and I'm too afraid to leave my home. I'm sure it's him, and that he's watching me from somewhere. It all started 5 months ago when I bought that painting. I bought a new house because I had found a new job that paid better for less hours. The house, a 2-story farmhouse, had tons of space that got filled by my beloved objects I had brought. However, there was still space that needed to be filled. So, I decided to drop by the local Goodwill and find items that would fit my house. The parking lot was not full as usual, probably because it was 10 in the morning, but I decided to head on in. I found some pretty neat items, including a vase, chair, couch pillows, a mat, a welcome sign, pots, pans, and a painting. The painting was not one of those random paintings someone usually gives to Goodwill. It was a portrait of a random person, a man of sorts. I, however, needed space to fill, so I made a last-second purchase on it. After I hauled everything in, I decided to put up the painting in the hallway. It would at least serve some purpose. I guess I could look at it when I'm going from the hallway to the kitchen. Once I was glad where it was, I got the rest of the stuff I bought and put them where they were to be. When I finished with that, I hauled in the rest of my furniture and cookware. It took me another few hours to get the rest of the furniture sorted, especially the second floor. It was a difficult task to do by myself, since I didn't have any friends close by. However, I managed. The upstairs seemed a bit smaller than downstairs. It was strange, but the rooms would be perfect for guests and other things of the sort. It was about supper time, so I decided to treat myself to one of those cardboard pizzas that are cheap but still taste fine. I got an uneasy feeling about the portrait. Maybe I put in the wrong spot. It felt like it was staring at me, even though I was in a different room entirely. It was probably because it was dark out. Once I finished my supper, I decided to head off to bed. My bedroom had a bathroom connected to it, with the hallway being right outside of the door. I woke up at about 1 or 2 in the morning, thirsty for a glass of water. However, I walked by the painting as fast as I could. It seemed a bit childish, but it just seemed a bit creepy. I went back to bed with a glass of water, and I went to sleep. I woke up the next morning, and decided to not think about the events of the previous night. However, it just seemed as if it stared into your soul. I just let it slip from my mind, and I decided to do other things to get the house looking ideal for me. I then decided to take a break and go for a walk. It was a short, causal walk around the block, but it was fine. I re-entered the house and decided to do more work upstairs. However, I found that the couch that I put upstairs, the one that was supposed to be used for a gaming room, was sat on. The couch pillows were not placed correctly, and the cushions were coming out a bit. I must have just decided to leave the couch like that when I put it there. Again, it was time to rest, so I headed off to bed. Tomorrow was the first day of work. I tried clearing my head, and I decided it was finally time to go to sleep. It again was 1 in the morning, and I got up to get a drink of water. Instead of feeling that the painting was staring into my soul, I felt like it was watching me. I again got my drink of water and tried to pass it off again. It was finally the first day of work. It wasn't terrible, but it could have been better. I met some of my co-workers, and I became friends with a few of them, but it was nothing major. It was time for supper. I ate, then headed to bed again. It seemed like the past few nights were the same. I decided to just sleep, and if I wanted a drink of water, I could wait until morning. I again woke up at 1 in the morning to hear sounds of thumping and shuffling from upstairs. I called the cops, and they inspected the house, but managed to find nothing. The sound stopped after the cops stopped by and left. It was finally morning. Another day of work. I told my co-workers about the strange occurrence I had last night. They did not believe me. That's the most bullshit I've ever heard. Really? The last time we had one of those stories was from a guy that thought we were living through a cyborg attack. One of them said, I returned home from work and decided to not think about it. Maybe some rodent lived in my house. It was getting on my nerves. Waking up at the same time of night that a rodent was up and about, it seemed impossible. I decided to head to the living room through the hallway, and I spotted the painting again. I don't know why I kept it up. I told myself that I would get to it later. I watched some television with the time I had remaining, and I again went through the same repetitive cycle. It was really starting to get to me. I again tried sleeping, but again woke up at 1 in the morning. I was pissed and decided to do some investigating. I went upstairs and found nothing. Was there really just a rodent fucking with me? I decided to get a glass of water and head back to bed. It was finally morning. The same repetitive cycle has kept happening. I keep waking up at 1 in the morning. The painting still creeps the living hell out of me. I pass it by. I need to take that painting down. I still have a job to do, however. Work did not like me today. I was tired and wanted to be out of there. I finally got home and I walked through the hallway, about to take down the painting until I heard a knock at the door. I opened the door to find a salesman at the door. He was offering a vacuum. I, however, turned his offer down and told him I wasn't interested. I then decided to take the painting down. It was creeping me out. I decided to go to sleep again, and I woke up at 2 in the morning. My vision was blurry. Why did I keep waking up so early? I was pissed, but I heard footsteps from upstairs. I decided that this was my opportunity to catch whatever the hell was up there. I walked through the hallway to get upstairs. I felt like something was watching me. Nothing felt right. Every step, my heart beat faster and faster. I finally made it all the way up there and found nothing. Why does this thing keep fucking with me? I made my way downstairs and back to bed. I made it to work again the next day and was tired. Another long day completed. It was time for supper. It still felt like something was watching me. I called the cops again. They searched the place over heavily. I told them about what I kept hearing. They just kept telling me that they couldn't find anything. I was tired of this. Tired of the same things happening. I decided that I would leave tomorrow. I, however, awoke at 1 in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. It was at my bedroom door. I was out of that place. I was not having this anymore. I was freaked the fuck out, and I left immediately. I drove out of there as fast as possible and found a motel out of town I could stay at. I woke up the next morning and headed to work. I finally felt like I could do my job. When I got back to the motel, everything felt off. The walls looked the same as the place I just escaped. The floor the exact same. The ceiling, the kitchen, the living room, the television, all the same. I left, feeling I couldn't escape the place I wanted to leave. I drove to a new town. I wanted to go as far as I possibly could to escape that place. I wanted to find a place I could live without feeling watched. I found a new town and new property. I contacted the realtor who was selling the house. They seemed nice and friendly. I decided to get all my things together and move. I moved because the house seemed nice and there were new job opportunities. I bought a new house because I had found a new job that paid better for less hours. The house, a 2-story farmhouse, had tons of space that got filled by my beloved objects I had brought. However, there was still space that needed to be filled. So, I decided to drop by the local Goodwill and find items that would fit my house. The parking lot was not full as usual, probably because it was 10 in the morning, but I decided to head on in. I found some pretty neat items, including a vase, chair, couch pillows, a mat, a welcome sign, pots, pans, and a painting. Why is purgatory a living hell? It started about a month ago. Around 7 p.m. in the evening I heard a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting any visitors, so I was slightly confused. I don't think I have ever gotten an unexpected visitor before then. I just don't really talk to any neighbors, and I live alone, so it wasn't like a roommate who had forgotten their keys or anything. Either way, I went over to the door and looked out of the peephole, where an officer stood looking very uncomfortable, which only added to my confusion. My first thought was that there had been a car crash or something like that, and they wanted to see if I had a Ring camera or something, so I opened the door. "Can I help you, officer?" The man stared at me for a moment before clearing his throat and nodded. "Yes, I am sorry to inform you, ma'am, but..." He took a long pause, an uncomfortably long pause where I just stood there staring at him. I could feel my palms starting to sweat. It was clear from the man's face that something was deeply wrong, and now all of a sudden a million thoughts ran through my mind at what kind of scenarios could have happened. "Your husband was hit by a drunk driver and declared dead at 6 p.m. tonight, ma'am. I am sorry for your loss." I stood there in silence for a long moment as I stared at him, brow furrowed lightly as my thoughts came to a screeching halt, trying to make sense of the sentence before simply shaking my head slowly. "I'm sorry, officer, but you must have the wrong house. I am not married." The man simply nodded, the sad expression on his face not changing. "All right, well, his body is currently at Westfield Hospital. I wish you a good evening, ma'am." And before I had a chance to correct him, he turned around and walked off. I stared for a moment before yelling out to him, "Please try and find the actual house. Someone is waiting for their husband." But he fully ignored me, simply getting into his car and driving off. I honestly don't know how long I stood in the doorway. I was dumbfounded. Maybe the old owner of my house still had it on his ID card or something. I honestly had no idea what to make of the whole situation. I thought for a moment I should call down to the station, but what would I even say? I am not the widow. No, the man, whoever he was, would surely be declared missing soon, right? And then it would all be solved there. Either way, it left a really bitter taste in my mouth. Knowing that someone had lost their beloved only about an hour ago put a damper on the whole evening. It's one of those things you don't really think about, but it does technically happen every day. Either way, I decided to go to bed early that night and hopefully forget about it in the morning. I wasn't exactly that lucky, but work and pizza for dinner made it feel a lot better, and by the end of the next day it was mostly out of my mind. Till around 7 p.m. when I got a knock on the door again, the thoughts flooding back instantly, and with a grunt of irritation, I stood up to see whoever had brought that sort of thing to the forefront of my mind. Looking out the peephole, I saw an officer, a different one this time. I let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking that this had to be someone coming to apologize for the mix-up on behalf of the department. So with a friendly smile, I opened the door up. "Evening, officer." The man didn't even look at me. He was quite a bit taller than me with sunglasses on. He didn't stare at me. He stared straight ahead, as if he didn't want to look at me. So much for a formal apology. It was better than anything, at least. "Evening, miss. I regret to inform you that we have found your son washed up on the shore earlier today. I am sorry for your loss." I stared at him in bewilderment for about 10 seconds. It was strange. I could practically see his body language and face features shift during the silence. The stoic straight posture and face practically crumbling, as if he wasn't ready for silence like that, as if he didn't want to be the one to do this. "What?" finally came out of my mouth, and he simply nodded as if I was saying it out of unbelieved sorrow rather than confusion. "I am truly sorry, ma'am. He is currently being held in Tia Hospital." And with those words he turned around, walking back to his car where I yelled after him, "I am not a mom," which seemed to make him slump even deeper down, and he sped off quickly. I had no idea how to react. Not only had I never had a kid, but I live in a completely landlocked state. There was no shore within hundreds of miles. I was extremely confused. I could understand this type of mistake happening once, but twice. It felt impossible, so I called up my local police station. The support number, of course. I wouldn't want to clog up the emergency line. A woman took the call, and I politely gave my name, and said that I had now had 2 instances of police officers telling me the deaths of people not associated with me. Then the woman on the other side said, "I am so sorry to hear about your loss, miss, but please, these accidents happen. Would you like for me to give you the number to a grief counselor?" I tried again explaining to the woman that no, I am not grieving. I haven't lost anyone, and someone out there might never know their lost son has been found if this doesn't get fixed. Once more the woman simply said she understood I was having a hard time, but she had to take police work-related calls, and that she would be happy to give me a therapist's or counselor's number if I needed it. I declined again, and she simply hung up the call. I was baffled, so I took the next step. I decided to look up the hospital that was currently in possession of the missing child, and see if they could give the important information to the right people. Looking up the hospital, I found out that it was 4 states away. Made sense, it had to be by the shore, but why would they think I was the person in need of contact then? Either way, I got the hospital's phone number and called. After waiting in line for a few minutes, I got troughed to the support line and explained my situation again, giving him, of course, my full name. "I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am, but I think you need to get a hold of funeral arrangements for the body." I honestly didn't know what to say. I simply hung up the call in bewilderment. Why did no one believe me? It's been almost a month at this point. So far I have lost 12 husbands, 2 wives, 7 sons, and 9 daughters. I have no idea what to do. I have tried not answering the door, but then they just arrive an hour later or simply wait. One time I got home late from work to see an officer standing in my driveway. I have no idea what I am supposed to do. It is laying a layer of sadness over every single day. The officer is never the same person. The circumstances are always different. Please, if anyone knows what can be done, I would love to hear it. The roadside bar was a dimly lit refuge, its neon sign sputtering like a dying heartbeat against the inky darkness. Sophie sat hunched over a chipped glass of cheap whiskey, her fingers idly tracing the rim as she tried to drown the ache of yet another failed relationship. The jukebox in the corner warbled a melancholy tune, its notes lingering like the ghosts of broken promises. The air was thick with the sour tang of stale beer, mixed with the faint, acrid scent of cigarette smoke that clung to the walls. The place was nearly empty, save for a weary trucker hunched over a mug of coffee in the far corner, and a bored bartender lazily wiping glasses with a rag that seemed to spread grime more than clean. Faded posters of long-forgotten bands adorned the walls, their edges curling and yellowed with age. A lopsided pool table sat near the back, its once vibrant green felt now torn and stained, while an ancient ceiling fan churned sluggishly overhead, barely stirring the stifling, muggy air. The bar seemed alive with a quiet, ghostly energy, as if it had absorbed the sorrows of every shattered soul who'd sought solace within its walls. The chime of the entrance bell broke the stillness as 2 teenagers strolled in, their laughter cutting through the heavy atmosphere like a blade. Their eyes quickly fell on Sophie, her oversized luggage beside her, and her drink clutched like a lifeline. They exchanged a look before approaching her with an air of casual confidence. "Hey there, sweetie," the taller one said, his smile just shy of charming. "What's a pretty woman like you doing here all alone? Not exactly the safest spot, you know." Sophie glanced up, her tired eyes narrowing as they settled on the grinning faces before her. She let out a resigned sigh. "Can a woman have a drink in peace without being bothered?" "Easy now," the taller one replied, raising his hands in mock surrender, though his smirk didn't falter. "Just trying to be friendly, that's all. No need to bite my head off. Besides, you already look miserable enough without my help." The taller teen chuckled, sliding onto the stool beside Sophie. His companion lingered behind, casually leaning against the bar, his hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets. "Don't mind him," the second one said, his tone smoother, quieter. "He's got a bad habit of sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. You just look like you could use some company, that's all." Sophie took a slow sip from her whiskey, her eyes fixed on the amber liquid swirling in her glass. "Maybe I could," she admitted, her voice flat. "But I'm not in the mood for small talk." "Oh, we're not exactly small talk types," the taller one quipped, his grin spreading. "How about big talk? Got any big dreams, big regrets, big plans?" His laughter was light-hearted, but there was a sharpness to it that made Sophie's grip on her glass tighten. The bartender approached, breaking the tension as he slid another drink toward the teens. They raised their bottles in a mock toast. "To unexpected encounters," the shorter one said, winking at Sophie before taking a long swig. Sophie forced a polite smile but kept her eyes on the bar, her instincts prickling with unease. "What about you, sweetheart?" the taller one pressed. "Where are you headed with all that luggage? Running away, or running to?" His tone was teasing, but there was something in the way he watched her, like he was trying to read her mind. Sophie swirled the whiskey in her glass before finally breaking the awkward silence. "I'm heading to visit my sister," she said, her voice carrying a hint of weariness. "She lives out near Little Rock, just off the I-40. The taller teen perked up, his grin widening. "No way! We're headed in that direction, too. We could totally give you a lift." Sophie hesitated, feeling their gazes linger on her a little too long. "I don't know. I wasn't planning on hitchhiking," she said, her fingers tightening around the glass. "Come on, it'll be fun," the shorter one chimed in, his tone light but insistent. "The roads can be rough out there, and it's better than going alone, right? Plus, we've got snacks and beer." Something in their eagerness made Sophie's stomach twist, but the thought of saving time and avoiding another long night in a dingy motel was tempting. She glanced down at her oversized luggage and sighed. "Maybe," she said, reluctant. "I'll think about it." They started chatting, the taller teen doing most of the talking while his quieter friend chimed in with the occasional smirk or nod. Sophie found herself half listening, her thoughts drifting back to the reasons she was on the road in the first place. The past few months had been a whirlwind of pain, a nasty breakup that left her questioning everything, followed by her father's sudden passing, which had shattered what little stability she had left. A little fun wouldn't hurt, she thought, finishing her drink in one last, defiant gulp. The whiskey burned her throat, but it was a welcome distraction from the ache in her chest. She stood up, feeling a slight wooziness creep in, and announced, "All right, boys. I'll go with you. Just don't try anything funny." The taller teen grinned, his enthusiasm almost too eager. "You won't regret it," he said, grabbing her luggage before she could protest. His friend gave her a lopsided smile, holding the door open as they stepped into the cool night air. The van was parked under a flickering streetlight, its paint peeling and rust creeping along the edges. Sophie hesitated for a moment, the twisting feeling in her gut growing stronger as she approached. The stench hit her as soon as the door slid open, a pungent mix of stale beer, sweat, and something sour she couldn't quite place. "Hop in," the taller one said, patting the passenger seat. Sophie climbed in reluctantly, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. But she silenced the voice in her head, convincing herself that she was overthinking. After all, what was the worst that could happen? The van rattled to life as the taller teen took the wheel, cranking up the volume on the radio. A cacophony of distorted rock music filled the small space, doing little to ease Sophie's growing discomfort. She clutched her bag tightly, her gaze shifting between the blur of trees passing by the window and the two boys exchanging glances. "So, what's your sister like?" the taller one asked, his tone overly casual as he swerved onto the highway. "She's, nice," Sophie replied, hesitant. "Quiet. Works as a nurse. You know, the responsible type." Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her jacket as she tried to keep the conversation light. "Well, she's lucky to have you coming all this way," the shorter one chimed in, his smile sharp. "Family's important, you know." Sophie nodded but stayed quiet, her unease deepening with each mile. The boys' laughter grew louder, their comments more cryptic. "You must really trust us to hop in a stranger's van," the taller one said suddenly, his grin widening as he glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Not everyone would do that." Sophie forced a laugh, her pulse quickening. "Well, you seem harmless enough," she said, trying to mask the edge in her voice. The shorter teen let out a low chuckle, leaning back in his seat. "Oh, we're harmless," he said, his tone dripping with something Sophie couldn't quite place. The van jolted as it veered onto a narrow, unpaved road. Sophie's knuckles turned white as she gripped the armrest. "Why are we leaving the highway?" she asked, her voice sharp. "Shortcut," the taller one said breezily. "Relax. We'll get you there in no time." But Sophie didn't relax. The twisting feeling in her stomach was back, stronger than ever. The forest around them seemed to close in, the trees casting long, skeletal shadows that danced in the van's dim headlights. The music cut out abruptly, leaving only the sound of the tires crunching over gravel and Sophie's own uneven breathing. The van jolted as it hit a pothole, and Sophie clutched the armrest, her unease growing with every passing mile. The taller teen hummed along to the radio, his fingers drumming on the steering wheel, while the shorter one rummaged through a cooler wedged between the seats. "Thirsty?" the shorter teen asked, pulling out a can of beer and holding it out to Sophie with a grin. "It's cold. Might help you relax a bit." Sophie hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to decline. But the weight of the past few months pressed down on her, and she found herself reaching for the can. "Thanks," she muttered, popping it open. The sharp hiss of carbonation filled the van. She took a sip, the bitter taste washing over her tongue. The shorter teen watched her closely, his grin never faltering. "See, we're not so bad," he said, leaning back in his seat. Sophie forced a smile, though the twisting feeling in her stomach hadn't subsided. She took another sip, then another, hoping the alcohol would dull her unease. But instead, a strange heaviness began to settle over her. Her vision blurred, and her limbs felt like lead. "Hey," she murmured, her voice slurring as she tried to sit up straighter. What's in this?" The taller teen glanced at her in the rearview mirror, his grin widening. "Just a little something to help you relax," he said, his tone dripping with mock innocence. Panic surged through Sophie, but her body refused to cooperate. The world around her tilted, the edges of her vision darkening. The last thing she saw before everything went black was the shorter teen's smirk, his eyes glinting with something far more sinister than she'd imagined. When she regained consciousness, the world swam into focus, a distorted, fragmented view of the eerie, dark forest surrounding her. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light barely piercing through the heavy clouds that loomed like a suffocating shroud. Shadows stretched and twisted, the skeletal trees appearing like ghostly sentinels against the dim glow. The rough scrape of dirt against her back sent a jolt of awareness through her, but her body refused to obey her commands. Her muscles were slack, her limbs unresponsive, as if her very essence had been drained. She tried to speak, to cry out, but her voice was trapped somewhere deep within her, reduced to little more than a ragged breath. Her kidnappers loomed above her, their faces hidden in darkness. The faint moonlight cast their outlines in sharp relief, turning them into haunting silhouettes. The taller figure held her by the arms, dragging her with an almost casual indifference, while the shorter one walked ahead, muttering under his breath. Their voices blurred, disjointed fragments of conversation that sent shivers down her spine. Sophie's pulse quickened, a silent scream echoing in her mind as panic surged through her. She fought against the fog clouding her senses, desperately willing her body to move, to resist. But the dead weight of her limbs betrayed her, leaving her helpless as the forest seemed to close in, its oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of dirt beneath her captor's boots. Sophie's dragged body came to an abrupt halt as her captors reached a clearing. Through her blurred vision, she could make out the dark silhouette of a building, a small, decrepit cabin shrouded in shadow. The structure leaned precariously to one side, its warped wooden planks riddled with cracks and gaps that allowed the moonlight to filter through in ghostly slivers. Vines coiled around the edges like skeletal fingers, gripping the walls as if trying to drag the cabin back into the earth. The taller captor adjusted his grip on her arms, nodding toward the cabin's door. "In there," he muttered, his voice low. The shorter one hesitated, glancing warily at the structure. "Do we really have to? This place gives me the creeps." "Shut it," the taller one snapped. "No one's gonna find her out here." The door creaked loudly as they pushed it open, revealing an interior that was somehow darker and more oppressive than the forest outside. Sophie was hauled inside, her head lolling to the side as her vision adjusted to the dim, musty surroundings. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, and the floorboards groaned under their weight. The faint glow of the moon seeped through the cracks in the walls, casting jagged patterns across the cabin's interior. Strange symbols were carved into the wooden beams, their edges rough and uneven, as if they'd been etched in haste. A broken table lay overturned in the corner, surrounded by debris that crunched underfoot as the captors moved. The taller man dropped Sophie unceremoniously onto the cabin floor, her body limp and unresponsive. Watch her, he barked, already moving toward the door. I'm grabbing the rest of the stuff from the van. The shorter man snorted, crouching down beside Sophie. His breath was hot and sour as he leaned closer, sneering. Don't go anywhere now, with a quiet chuckle. Sophie's body remained motionless, but her mind was racing. The fog from the drug was starting to lift, a tingling sensation returning to her fingers. Panic swirled in her chest, but she forced herself to stay still, buying time. The door slammed shut as the taller man left, the sound echoing through the small, oppressive space. The shorter man stood and stretched with a groan, his movements restless. Creepy place, he muttered to himself, glancing uneasily at the strange symbols carved into the walls. Then it happened. A low crackle outside, like dry leaves crushed beneath a deliberate footstep. The shorter man froze. His head whipped toward the boarded-up window, his eyes wide. "Hey!" he called out, his voice sharper now. "That you?" Silence answered him. He swallowed hard and stepped toward the door, peering through the warped slats. "Come on, man, don't mess with me." Another sound, a rustling, closer this time, low and steady. The man's breathing quickened, his bravado slipping. "Stop playing games," he shouted, his voice rising. The forest outside seemed to press in against the cabin, the darkness growing thicker, heavier. Sophie's pulse hammered in her ears as she lay motionless on the floor, her senses sharpening. She tried to tilt her head just enough to glimpse the shorter man, who was now fumbling with the door latch. "I swear," he muttered, his voice trembling, "if you're trying to scare me." Another crunch, impossibly close this time, just outside the cabin's door. The shorter man took a cautious step back, his bravado gone. For a moment, it was silent again, eerily, impossibly silent. Then the doorknob rattled. The shorter man's hand trembled as he pulled a revolver from his waistband, the metal glinting faintly in the fractured moonlight. "Who's out there?" he barked, his voice cracking as he aimed the weapon toward the door. The forest outside fell silent, the oppressive stillness pressing against the cabin walls like a living thing. For a moment, nothing moved. Then the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, retreated into the darkness. The man gulped audibly, his knuckles white as he gripped the revolver. "Coward," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. He glanced back at Sophie, still sprawled on the floor, before steeling himself. "Stay put," he growled, though it was unclear whether he was speaking to her or himself. With quaking hands, he unlatched the door and stepped outside, the creak of the hinges echoing into the night. The forest swallowed him whole, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows. Sophie lay frozen, her heart pounding as she strained to hear. The minutes dragged on, each second stretching into an eternity. Then it came, a blood-curdling scream that tore through the stillness, raw and primal. It was followed by the sharp crack of gunfire, the sound reverberating through the trees. Sophie's breath hitched, her body jolting as adrenaline surged through her veins. The fog clouding her mind lifted in an instant, and she scrambled to her feet, her movements frantic and unsteady. She stumbled toward the door, slamming it shut with all her strength. The old wood groaned under the force, and she fumbled with the lock, her fingers trembling. The cabin seemed to close in around her, the air thick with the weight of impending doom. Outside, the forest was silent once more, but Sophie knew. Whatever had taken the man was still out there. And now it was coming for her. The silence outside stretched thin, every creak of the cabin walls amplified in Sophie's ears. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she pressed her back against the door, straining to hear any movement beyond it. Then came the knock, soft, measured, almost polite. Sophie froze, her heart pounding in her chest. A man's voice followed, calm and steady. "It's okay," he said, his tone gentle, almost reassuring. "You're safe now. The men are gone. I took care of them." The words hung in the air, dripping with an unnatural calm that sent shivers down Sophie's spine. She didn't answer, didn't dare move. Her fingers tightened around a splintered piece of which she'd picked up from the debris. "It's all right," the voice continued, more insistent now. The doorknob rattled violently, sending tremors through the fragile wood. "You can open the door. I'm here to help." Sophie's instincts screamed at her to stay silent, to stay hidden. She shook her head, whispering to herself, "No, no, no, no." The man's tone changed, a sharp edge creeping into his words. "Come on," he said, his voice louder, impatient. "Open the door." When she didn't respond, the door shuddered under a sudden, forceful kick. Sophie cried out, scrambling back as the door creaked on its hinges. "I said open it," the man roared, the calm facade replaced by anger. Adrenaline surged through Sophie's veins. She scrambled to her feet, her body moving on pure instinct. Grabbing the remnants of the broken bed frame, she shoved the jagged pieces against the door, wedging them between the floorboards and the handle. The door rattled again, the force behind it growing stronger, but the makeshift barricade held. Sophie backed away, her eyes darting wildly around the cabin for anything else she could use to defend herself. The pounding continued, each kick reverberating through the small space, but Sophie didn't let herself give in to the fear. Not this time. The pounding on the door grew louder, each strike sending splinters flying from the fragile wood. Sophie pressed her back against the barricade, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Sophie," the man's voice called, soft and coaxing. "I know you're in there. Open the door, and I'll keep you safe." Her name on his lips sent a chill down her spine. She shook her head, clutching the splintered piece of wood tighter. "No," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling. "No, no, no." As the door shuddered under another violent kick, her eyes darted around the cabin, searching for something, anything, that could help her. That's when she saw them. The carvings on the walls, faintly illuminated by the moonlight seeping through the cracks, seemed to shift and twist before her eyes. She squinted, her heart skipping a beat as the shapes came into focus. It was her. The carvings depicted her life in haunting detail, her childhood home, the faces of people she'd loved and lost, even the bar where she'd been just hours ago. Her breath hitched as she stepped closer, her trembling fingers brushing against the rough wood. The final image was of her, here in the cabin, her face frozen in terror. A scream tore from her throat as the door behind her groaned, the hinges threatening to give way. The man's voice grew sharper, more insistent. "Sophie, open the door." Panic surged through her, and she spun around, her eyes locking onto the small, grimy window at the back of the cabin. Without thinking, she bolted toward it, gripping the splintered wood like a lifeline. The door cracked behind her, the sound of splintering wood echoing through the cabin. With a desperate cry, she swung the piece of wood at the window, shattering the glass in a spray of jagged shards. The cold night air rushed in, stinging her face as she hoisted herself up. Her muscles screamed in protest, but she forced herself through the narrow opening, ignoring the sharp edges that tore at her skin. As she hit the ground outside, she didn't stop to catch her breath. She pushed herself to her feet, her legs burning as she sprinted into the forest, the darkness swallowing her whole. Sophie sprinted through the dense woods, her breath ragged and her legs burning with every step. The trees loomed around her, their twisted branches clawing at her clothes as if trying to hold her back. It felt as though the forest itself was alive, its ancient roots and gnarled trunks whispering secrets to one another, relaying her every move to the stranger. The oppressive darkness pressed in on her, the faint glow of the moon barely piercing through the canopy above. Her heart leapt when she spotted the van in a small clearing ahead. Relief surged through her, but it was short-lived. As she drew closer, the scene before her froze her in her tracks. The van's tires were slashed, the rubber shredded and useless. The tall teenager lay sprawled face down in a pool of blood, his lifeless body illuminated by the pale moonlight. Sophie's stomach churned, but she forced herself to look away, her survival instincts kicking in. She turned sharply, veering off the trail and plunging deeper into the forest. Her only hope was to lose her pursuer in the labyrinth of trees. The ground beneath her feet was uneven, littered with roots and fallen branches that threatened to trip her with every step. She pushed forward, her lungs screaming for air, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. Then it happened. Her foot landed on something taut, a tripwire hidden beneath the leaves. Before she could react, the rope snapped tight around her ankle, yanking her off the ground with brutal force. A scream tore from her throat as she was hoisted upside down, the blood rushing to her head. She dangled helplessly, the rope biting into her skin as she twisted and struggled. The forest fell silent again, the only sound her ragged breathing and the creak of the rope swaying in the breeze. Panic surged through her as she clawed at the knot around her ankle, her fingers trembling. She knew she didn't have much time. The stranger was coming. Sophie dangled helplessly, the rope biting into her ankle as she twisted in the air. Her screams echoed through the forest, but the oppressive silence swallowed them whole, leaving her cries unheard. The blood rushed to her head, her vision blurring as she struggled against the knot, her fingers raw and trembling. Then he appeared. The stranger emerged from the shadows, his movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring the moment. His ragged clothes hung from his wiry frame, smeared with dark stains that glistened faintly in the moonlight. His face was a mask of twisted delight, a grotesque smile stretching across his features. In his hand, he held a long, gleaming knife, the the blade catching the faint light as he turned it lazily. Sophie's breath hitched, her screams faltering as terror gripped her. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Please no." The man tilted his head, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. "You've got such a lovely voice," he said, his tone soft, almost tender. "I've been listening to it for weeks now, watching you, waiting for the perfect moment." Her heart pounded in her chest as his words sank in. He took a step closer, the knife gliding through the air as he gestured with it. "You didn't even notice, did you? How I followed you through the city, through the woods. Always just out of sight, always in the shadows." Sophie's body trembled, her mind racing for a way out, but the rope held her fast. The stranger's smile widened as he raised the blade to his lips, his tongue flicking out to trace its edge. "And now," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, "you're mine." His laughter erupted, a chilling sound that echoed through the forest, filling the air with its eerie resonance. Sophie's screams returned, raw and desperate, but the forest remained indifferent, its ancient trees standing as silent witnesses to her plight.